The old man saw Shin Qingtang's family coming from a distance and stood up to say hello. Girls, you are here. Why is it so early today? I need to buy birthday gifts for my grandmother today, and our family has been here a while ago. This is my father and my mother. Shin Qingtang introduced to Shin Yuji and Li Suan. This is the old man I told you. The lantern hanging at our door is made by this old man. Shin Qingtang doesn't need to introduce. They know each other. Hello, noble man. You have raised a good girl. You will be a big help to me, old man. Shin Yu hurriedly bent down and handed over his hands. Big brother, you are too polite. You are an elder, and their juniors should help you. Waiting for the other party after exchanging greetings, Shin Qingtang asked out his confusion. Old man, what's wrong with your face? Someone is bullying you? It was clear that he was fine when we separated the day before yesterday. The old man trembled his lips when he heard this, looked at Shin Yuji and Li Suan again, shook his head. It's okay, it's just that I accidentally fell it. Big brother, just tell me if you have anything. Is there anything we can do to help? Shin Yuji said. The old man waved his hand. I just feel a little embarrassed to say it. He turned around and pointed in the direction of the East Outer City. My family is in the East City, and my ancestors have made a living by farming for generations. I just never dreamed that after farming all my life, not only will we not have enough food to eat when we grow old, we will also suffer from famine. Famine means debt. The Shin family placed their sledges side by side next to the old man's wooden cart. Place soap, vegetables, etc. above the sledge frame. Put the big wooden board with writing on it at the front and lean it against the sledge frame. The prizes for each award are clearly written on the board. It is also marked that the lottery will be 5 cents per time. While the 4 members of the Shin family were busy working, they were also listening to the old man talk about their family's affairs. Probably as he got older, the old man sometimes spoke confusingly. The old man and the old woman were just ordinary farmers in the village. The couple has 2 sons and a daughter. The daughter is married and her 2 sons are on the battlefield. After Lao Zhan died, the eldest daughter-in-law remarried, leaving behind a young grandson. There is no news about the younger son, his life or death is not known, and he is still unmarried. Originally, the little grandson lived with the old couple, and he had a bright future. Who would have known that exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes have become heavier and heavier in recent years, with more and more items? So much so that after working hard for a year, they still owed the official 5 or 6 taels of silver at the end of the year. Lalazaza collects land tax, agricultural tax, and population tax almost every 2 or 3 days. The one who pays the most is 3 wages. The old couple are old, and of course they can't afford to have adult love. Officials came to the house and smashed and looted. The old man helped Shin Qingtang spread the lantern and hung it on the sledge. He was startled when he saw the painting on the lantern. Is this a lantern made by me? It looked so good that he didn't dare to recognize it. But the technique of tying the lantern stand was indeed his wife's. This lantern was a bargain in his hands, but in Shin Qingtang's hands it became an expensive lantern that seemed unaffordable. Shin Qingtang nodded. Yes, I asked my brother to draw a picture and put it up. Shin Qingtang raised his eyebrows when he heard this and glared at Shin Qingtang. Who is her brother during the quarterly banquet? Your brother is so awesome. The old man thought Shin Qingtang was talking about Shin Qingtang and gave him a thumbs up. Shin Qingtang was very unwilling to take credit for the seasonal banquet. He pointed at the seasonal banquet sitting on the roof and said he painted it. The old man said, huh? And looked up at the seasonal banquet and then at Shin Qingtang. Said in shock, I thought he was your husband-in-law. Shin Yuji was the first to jump. No, my daughter won't marry him. Shin Qingtang didn't recognize it either. We picked up that man on the roof. If you come here, you will be so shameless that you won't be able to blast him away from our house. Li Suan opened his mouth but said nothing. I wanted to say my daughter is not married yet, so I don't want to talk nonsense. Shin Qingtang was pregnant before marriage, and it was not suitable for others to know, so she didn't say anything. The old man, realizing that he had said the wrong thing, he stood there, holding a lantern at a loss. Shin Qingting really didn't care about this and came to the rescue for the old man. Old man, you haven't finished speaking yet. Are you selling lanterns because you can't pay taxes? It's not just because of this. The old man shook his head. Didn't I say that my grandson would follow me before? We couldn't pay the tax, so the officials took our little grandson away and asked us to use the money to ransom him. He said with a choked voice and raised his hand to wipe his eyes with the back of his dark, dry hand. Where do we still have money? So we shamelessly found our eldest daughter-in-law who remarried and begged her to save her grandson. My daughter-in-law's husband is a kind person and tried every means to redeem our grandson. But the old man couldn't continue and closed up. After closing his eyes, he continued, "Let my grandson change his surname to theirs." The old man thought this was a good thing. As long as his grandson has a family, whose surname will he not take? As for the incense, just cut it off. Until one day, the little grandson ran back crying and begged the old man and his wife to save him and his mother. Only then did the old man and his wife realize that the man was a hypocrite. Although he agreed to spend money to redeem his child on the surface, he actually cared about it privately. When he gets drunk, he beats his eldest daughter-in-law and grandson. The old man came to the door to make the theory and was beaten out. He said that if he wanted to take his grandson home, he had to pay back the money he owed before. The old man was dejected and said, "I'm too old to be a worker. I was forced to make lanterns and sell them." My old lady was almost blind with her eyes pierced with lanterns, but she hasn't saved enough money yet. Don't. It's hard to save enough money to survive. I owe money to the government for farming. It's too difficult to live in this world. When the old man said this, he was far from mentioning his grandson. So excited, a numbing calm. The numbness of despair. Shin Qingting thought that if they hadn't been obsessed with ransoming their grandson, these two old men would have simply ended up in this world they were tired of. It turns out that Dakian was not a peaceful and prosperous time. In other words, it's no wonder Beichuan was used as a place of exile. The old man's experience is not unique. And the owner of the previous restaurant. With just a few taels of silver, the whole family had to move. One of them is the epitome of farmers in Beichuan, and the other is the epitome of traders. The world is so unkind to the poor. 2 days ago, girl, you were kind enough to help me sell lanterns. I wanted to buy a chicken and take it home. My wife and I haven't seen meat for a long time. We only eat 1 meal a day. But thinking about my grandson, I still couldn't bear it, so I bought 2 eggs to satisfy my craving. Who knew that just after peeling the eggshells, Li Zheng came to collect money with an official and said that we had money to eat eggs but no money to pay taxes. They overturned the table and took away our money. It was the money to redeem my grandson, and I refused to give it. He was beaten up by an officer, and the remaining 200 coins were taken away. What they didn't say was that that night, the two of them picked up the eggs that fell on the ground and ate them while crying. They wanted to hang each of them with a belt. But when they remembered that their little grandson and eldest daughter-in-law were still suffering, they took off their belts again. At our age, death would be a relief, but my grandson is only 7 years old. His life is too long, I have to save him. The Shin family members were all silent after hearing this. Except for Shin Qingting, everyone had been secretly sad. Especially when he was on the road to exile. Even Shin Qingka had the idea of why his life was so miserable. Only now do he know that there are many people in the world who are better than them. There are too many people who are suffering. Old man, how much money do you need to redeem your grandson? Shin Qingka asked. Their family spent 5 taels of silver and asked me to pay back 6 taels of silver. Shin Qingka took out his 300 coins without saying a word and put it into the old man's hand. The old man waved his hands repeatedly and backed away, refusing to take it. You have already helped me too much. I can't ask for your money. It's not easy for you either. Shin Qingka couldn't help but put the money into the old man's hand. Master, just take it. It's important to save people. Shin Yuji and Li Suan looked at each other, and Shin Yuji took out his 300 coins and gave them to his father-in-law. Li Suan couldn't give any more, and the couple had to leave some money to buy birthday gifts for their mother. Qingtang's husband Shin Qingtang only brought 200 coins and gave them to the old man. He bent his legs and knelt in front of the Shin family. The old man was about to kowtow as he spoke. Shun Yuji and Shun Qingge hurriedly bent down to stop the old man. The father and son helped the old man up forcefully. "Big brother, you are trying to hurt us. With our little power, we can't help much. We are still far short of the money you can redeem your grandson. Then slowly think of other ways." The old man shook his head and burst into tears. After a while, he gradually calmed down under the comfort of the Shin family. Shin Qingtang pointed to the old man's wooden cart and said, "Old man, are there still the same number of lanterns this time as before?" The old man shook his head. "There are no sheepskin lanterns this time, and there are also few wooden lanterns, only 5. The rest are small lanterns. So much has been driven out in just these 2 days." Shun Qingtang nodded. "Then if you sell these lanterns to me, I will give you 300 coins in return." The old man disagreed. "Good girl, I know you are very capable, but these lanterns are only worth $100. Isn't it okay to pay so much for a favor? I have the final say on how much these lanterns are worth. Painting them will cost you the least. Double it." Shin Qingtang said firmly. The old man's eyes moved towards the painted lantern. "Really?" Shin Yuji endured it again and again, but couldn't help but said, "Big brother, you can't sell a few lanterns every day, and you don't even have enough money for teeth and land. Why do you keep setting up a stall? If you don't set up a stall, I won't do it. What can I do with my age? I don't want to work as a coolie on the city wall. I just try to get lucky. If I'm lucky and can avoid the official and Mr. Who, I can earn a month's income. I can barely get 100 cents down." The Shin family was silent again. "I only earn 100 cents a month by working hard and working hard. It would take 5 years of not eating or drinking to save up enough silver for redemption, and this is when everything goes well." Obviously, it didn't go well. The money that the old man had worked so hard to save was often looted. Shin Qingtang borrowed the 300 coins from Li Suan and gave them to the old man. "These 300 coins are money to buy lanterns. You should close the stall and go home early." The old man refused to take it. In the end, both parties took a step back, and the old man took 200 coins. "In the future, don't set up a stall to sell lanterns. Give me the finished lanterns, and I'll take them all," Shun Qingtang said. The old man shook his head. "You have helped me enough. How can I take advantage? This is not called taking advantage. This is called win-win. I take your lantern, you make money. I take it to add a painting or write a message. You can make a profit by selling it." The old man thought for a while. "Then I can't always take advantage of it. If you can really sell it, give it to me at a lower price. If you can't sell it, you can pay it back. Give it to me." Shun Qingtang nodded. When the old man was leaving, Shun Qingtang stopped him and told him, "Old man, you can first return the money in your hand to that hypocrite. Remember to ask him to write a piece of paper to collect the money and pledge it to you. This will prevent the money in your hand from being stolen. Search and take away. Remember, there must be a witness to collect the money. Otherwise, the hypocrite will easily turn his head and say, 'Why didn't I think of this? It's a good idea. We have saved a lot of money before.' Buried under the toilet, I took it and returned it after a while. After paying back the 2 taels of silver, there are still 4 taels left. One step closer to my grandson." "Old man, wait a minute." Shin Qingge called to the old man. "I borrowed 12 cents from Shin Qingtang and bought 4 meat buns." He caught up with the old man and handed it to him. "Take it back and eat it with my aunt." The old man refused to take it. "It's freezing in the sky. You keep it to eat. Don't let me go. The buns will be cold soon." Shin Qingge stuffed the buns into the old man's arms and turned around and ran away. "Old man, please go slower on your way back." The old man couldn't help but stretched out his hand to wipe his eyes again. What a good family. The sun is gradually rising, and there are more and more people in the market. Shin Qingtang's family of 4 split up. Shin Qingtang was guarding the stall. Shin Qingge, Li Suan, and Shin Yuji walked in different directions. As they walked, they shouted according to the words Shin Qingdang had written for them in advance.
Come on, come on.
Come and take a look and see who is the son of Beichuan's destiny. 5 cents, give me a try, and the hut turns into a brick house. 5 cents, can't buy it, you can't buy it, you can't be cheated, but you can buy a plate of winter vegetables. 5 cents, can't buy meat, but you can buy a box of soap. Shin Qingdang, who stayed by the stall, was very surprised. She thought that the thin-skinned people in her family would be embarrassed to scream. This has been the case several times before. But I didn't expect that this time everyone shouted so loudly that they could still be clearly heard dozens of meters away. Later, she learned that the Shin family was stimulated by the old man selling lanterns. If Shin Qingdang hadn't found the valley by chance and was good at making soap, their current situation might not be as good as the old man's. Only when you eat and drink enough can you take care of your dignity. Poor people have no dignity. This is something for later, so I won't mention it for now. Although Shin Qingdang was surprised, he was also happy. It feels good to be a family working together. She turned around happily and shouted to the roof, "Come down during the quarterly banquet. I have something to tell you." She did not move during the quarterly banquet. If you don't come down, there will be no sausages to eat. It floated down during the seasonal banquet. Shin Qingdang pointed to the lanterns left by the old man. "I'll buy some paper and pen later, and you can draw or write on these lanterns." During the banquet, he turned around and left. Not only did I not have sausages, but I also didn't eat meat. During the banquet, he suddenly turned around and looked at Shin Qingdang. Shin Qingdang pinched his waist and raised his head, not afraid of the seasonal banquet at all. She has now figured out her temperament during the quarterly banquet. No matter how powerful one is in terms of force, he is mentally damaged inside and is commonly known as a fool. Anyway, Idiot G wouldn't throw her away if he was angry. I won't throw Li Suan away now. Ever since he put on the clothes Li Suan made for him, he never threw Li Suan away. Knowing that eating people with short mouths and taking advantage of people with short hands can save you. Shin Qingdang said unceremoniously, "Starting from tomorrow, the amount of meat you can eat every day is 0.
No.
He protested during the quarterly banquet, his tone a little anxious and annoyed. Unfortunately, Shin Yuji and Shin Shinko were not there, so he could not express his dissatisfaction by throwing people away. Shin Qingdang ignored him and continued, "If you want to eat meat, you have to work for it. Every time you draw a picture, add 2 pieces of meat. Or do other things. You have to work to have meat. In the future, this will be called piece rate. The difference is that the unit of measurement for future workers' piece rate wages is money, while the unit of measurement for seasonal feasts is meat." It became quiet during the banquet, and there seemed to be confusion in his clear eyes. Shin Qingdang repeated what he just said. His eyes became clearer during the quarterly banquet. Shin Qingdang repeated it again. During the banquet, he turned around and jumped back to the roof. Shin Qingdang raised an eyebrow. What does it mean to leave? Agree or disagree? People surrounded Shin Qingdang from all directions. She had no intention of continuing her education and had no time to buy pens and paper during the quarterly banquet. Literate spectators read aloud the words on the boards. First prize, the prize is soap and soap family portrait. Second prize. Lucky prizes vary, or a basket of fresh vegetables, or a plate of glazed jade jelly, or... By the time he finished reading, the space in front of the stall was already packed with people. Are there any green leafy vegetables in winter? It can't be a lie. It's probably not a lie. Look at the vegetable basket there.
Ah.
It's really green vegetables. No, I want to smoke. I haven't seen any vegetable leaves at home for months. Is that something you can smoke if you want? Didn't you hear the lucky prize? I guess you have to draw the Son of Luck to draw it, right? It's not a loss if you draw something else. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to draw anything. Isn't it written above that you will win the lottery 70% of the time? You can't have bad luck after all, right? What is luck? I don't know. I just heard the stall owner shouting that the winners are all children of luck. Then try it for 5 cents. I don't believe it. What if we are also children of luck? No matter in ancient or modern times, no one wants to or thinks that they are the one with the worst luck. It costs 3 cents to buy a bun. 5 cents is affordable for most people. There were not many people queuing at the beginning. But there is always someone who has the courage to be the first to try. And the first person was lucky enough to win a medium-sized soap. Shin Qingting shouted, "My dear, you won a soap worth 15 cents with 5 cents. There were people in the crowd who had bought Shin Qingtang's soap, and they were envious. I bought a small piece before, and it cost 6 cents. No, I want to try it too." With the first lucky winner as an example, several people came forward to draw the lottery soon. The second person was not so lucky and won a small soap. The third person won a large soap. 3 people won the prize in a row. No matter how big or small the prize was, it was very encouraging. Many people rushed up at once, scrambling to draw the lottery. Too many people can easily cause chaos. Shin Qingting stuffed the prize box into Shin Qingka's arms and stopped everyone. "Don't fight. Don't grab. Everyone has a share. Those who want to draw the lottery should line up consciously." Shin Qingtang led those who wanted to draw the lottery to line up in 2 lines in front of the stall. Shin Qingka stood in front of the prize box and told people how to draw the lottery, and prevented some people from secretly taking more lottery tickets and read out the lottery results on the spot. Li Suan stood in front to collect money, and she would let people go to draw the lottery after collecting the money. Shin Qingtang counted the heads and maintained order at the same time. The lottery was very fast. She reached into the wooden box with a round hole on the top and grabbed a piece of paper at random to see if there was a prize. If there was a prize, the prize would be announced. Shin Qingka took a look and found that there was no problem, so he could go to Shinyuji with a lottery ticket to collect the prize. However, in just a cup of tea, more than a dozen people drew the lottery. Some drew paper lanterns, some drew soap, and some returned empty-handed. Those who drew prizes were naturally cheering, especially the one who drew the lantern. After all, it was a lucky prize. Besides, it was a lantern painted during the seasonal banquet. His paintings were as pleasing to the eye as he was.
Eyes.
It was a long time later that the people who won the painting knew that winning the lantern he painted was really a lucky prize. Some people are happy, and some people are sad. 1 out of every 3 or 4 people drew a note that said, "Thank you for your patronage," or "Come again, next time." Those who were still waiting and watching saw that Shin Qingtang was not lying, and the winning rate was indeed very high. Although most of the winners were small soaps. Small soaps also cost 2 cents each, and 3 cents for 2. After all, it's not a big loss. So more and more people lined up for the lottery. The inner city of Beichuan County is not big, and the market is only a few dozen meters around the most prosperous intersection in the inner city. Almost most of the people who came to the market gathered around the lottery. The people who gathered around were not only those who came to draw the lottery, but also those who came to collect money. This time Shin Qingtang was sharp-eyed and saw the officials who came to collect the money from a distance. She walked up quickly and waited at the end of the lottery line. When the officials came up, Shin Qingtang smiled and said without waiting for them to speak, "Several officials, you have been busy all morning. Why don't you join in the fun?" They would skip other stalls and come straight here just because they heard about things like Son of Luck and lottery. The leading officer pretended not to know. "Oh," said, "what's new? Just try your luck and have some fun. After all, business is not good now. There are no ways to make everyone happy. Would you like to try it too?" Shin Qingtang asked, but his steps were not slow, leading the officers to the side. Shin Qingtang took out the spare prize box from under the sled frame and let the officers draw. "Sirs, put your hands in and grab a piece of paper at random. What you draw depends on your luck today." The leading officer drew first. Shin Qingtang was sharp-eyed and saw that it said, "Thank you for your patronage." It was an empty prize. She spoke before the officer opened his mouth. "Sir, you are so lucky." A big bar of soap. The leading officer was stunned for a moment, looked at Shin Qingtang meaningfully, and smiled slowly. Li Suan also saw the words on the lottery ticket and heard what Shin Qingtang said. He was stunned for a moment, but didn't speak. The one who followed behind was holding an account book, and it was obvious that he could read. But he was lucky and drew a large bar of soap. The remaining 3 or 4 people should be errand boys. Someone also drew an empty prize, and Shin Qingtang also gave him a small bar of soap. But not everyone has a brain. Or there are always ungrateful people who can't be fed. One of the Yamen runners said, "Sir Zhang, we haven't collected the money yet." This sentence silenced the leader and Shin Qingtang. The leader turned around and kicked the person who spoke. "Do you know what money is?"
Yes.
"It's the money these vendors have to pay. Money is the money that people who do business have to pay. Is this family doing business?" The man nodded. "Yes. Of course they're doing business when they collect money from people." Shin Qingtang looked at the person who was speaking with a smile and wrote down his face carefully. The leader waved his hand and said to Shin Qingtang, "Your lottery doesn't look like it will make money. Pay 5 cents for the lottery." Shin Qingtang nodded in response and counted out 5 copper coins and handed them to the leader. He took the money and told the accountant, "Write it down clearly." The person with the account book agreed. Shin Qingtang smiled as he sent them away from beginning to end, and then he asked people to draw the lottery again. His eyes looked into the distance from time to time. Last time, just after collecting the lottery money, Tiger Master brought people to collect the land money. Today, there seemed to be no movement. Shin Qingtang waited for a long time, but Tiger Master didn't come. But she heard a quarrel in the front of the team. She walked quickly to the prize box. She saw a young man in gorgeous clothes protesting dissatisfiedly. "My young master has money, and I want to draw more times, so what?" The people behind him were relentless. "You have drawn 20 times. How can others draw if you have drawn all the prizes?" Shin Qingtang quickly sorted out the whole story from their quarrel. It turned out that the young man in fancy clothes wanted to draw that plate of green leafy vegetables. Others drew one by one. At most, some people drew twice. This young man in fancy clothes paid the money for 10 times for 1 round, and he has drawn 2 rounds in a row. He won prizes more than 10 times out of 20 times, including the 3rd prize, a set of soap family portraits. Unexpectedly, he wanted to continue drawing, and this time he wanted to draw 50 times. The people behind him were anxious, fearing that the young man in fancy clothes would draw all the prizes and they would have waited in line for nothing. After listening to the whole story, Shin Qingtang signaled Shin Qingka to hand over another spare prize box. Shin Qingtang held the wooden box and said to the young man in fancy clothes, "Young master, if you want to draw continuously, you can. Use this prize box. Don't worry, the prize boxes and lottery tickets on both sides are the same. There are even more lottery tickets and prizes in this prize box. We specially prepare it for big customers like you who are generous." The young man in fancy clothes didn't understand what big client meant, but he understood the words generous. He calmed down, snorted at the person behind him, and moved to the side with Shin Qingtang. "Are there vegetables in this box too?" The young man in fancy clothes pointed to the wooden box Shin Qingtang was holding and confirmed with her. Shin Qingtang nodded. "Yes. How many times can I draw this time?" "All is fine, as long as there are enough in the wooden box." "Then how many lottery tickets do you have in this box?" "I'll take them all." Shin Qingtang.
Why?
"Not allowed." "Okay, of course." Shin Qingtang happily gave him the wooden box, 1,200 coins. Which businessman doesn't like big clients? The young man in fancy clothes took out 2 taels of silver. Shin Qingtang was a little embarrassed. "I'm afraid I can't make change right now." The young man in fancy clothes waved his hand. "No need to change. 2 taels of silver is worth it for a plate of vegetables in the cold winter." Shin Qingtang liked to hear this, and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, sir. Would you like to open this box of lottery tickets one by one and read them all, or should I give you the corresponding prizes directly?" "Why should I bother to open the papers for fun?"
Just give me the prize."
Shin Qingtang nodded, and first brought the vegetable basket over to the young man in fancy clothes. Li Suan saw it, and hurriedly held the box for Shin Qingka, asking Shin Qingka to get the prize for the young man in fancy clothes. The second prize box was mainly filled with the 7th batch of soaps and scented soaps, weighing a total of 38 kilograms. Shin Qingtang, a pregnant woman, couldn't move it. Shun Chinka first moved the wooden box containing the soaps, and then put the lanterns and a plate of pork skin jelly into the wooden box. The lottery tickets and prizes corresponding to the two wooden boxes were sorted out at home. The young man in fancy clothes tried to move the wooden box but couldn't move it, so he threw out the lantern, picked up the pork skin jelly, turned around and left. Shin Qingtang called him, "Young master, these soaps and scented soaps. No more." The young man in fancy clothes said bluntly. He angered his father and was punished to kneel, and he sneaked out of the ancestral hall without bringing a servant. He couldn't move it. "Or you tell me where you live, and we'll send it to you later?" The young man in fancy clothes hesitated and nodded. "Our house is in the second alley on the east side, the second courtyard from north to south." After saying that, he ran away. Holding a plate of pork skin jelly in one hand and a basket of vegetables in the other, he ran very fast. If he was not in fancy clothes, he would have thought he was a waiter in a restaurant. Shin Chinka put the wooden box back to its original place and handed over his original work to Li Suan. Shin Qingtang also started to direct people to line up again. The behavior of the young man in fancy clothes packing the box gave others great inspiration. Some people started to draw 5 or 10 times in a row. Some people who had just drawn the prize came back to line up. Not long after, the first prize, second prize, and lucky prize were announced one by one. Every time it was announced, many people cheered. The people in the line looked at others eagerly as they drew their favorite prizes, beating their chests and stamping their feet, regretting why they didn't come earlier. The winners were jubilant. To draw such a valuable thing with only 5 cents, isn't he the son of luck? And those who were smart started to do business on the spot, reselling the soaps and perfumed soaps they didn't need. In less than an hour, the prize boxes and prizes were all swept away. The crowd who were drawing the lottery dispersed with reluctance. Li Suan was busy counting the money. Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji tied the wooden boards and wooden boxes they brought back to the sled and borrowed a broom from a nearby family to sweep up the scraps of paper on the ground. Shin Qingtang walked forward a few steps, looked around, and muttered to herself, "Master Tiger didn't come?" She thought Master Tiger would definitely come today. He gave up after looking for her once, and didn't find her. The lady selling wontons next to her heard Shin Qingtang's words and immediately frowned. "What's wrong with you, little lady? You have a good business, but you hope others will suffer after you sell out? What good will it do you if Master Tiger comes?" Shin Qingtang. "Can you hear it from such a distance? Auntie, you misunderstood. How could I expect Master Tiger to come? I offended him before, and I heard that he has been looking for me. He didn't show up today, so I was a little confused, not expecting him to come." The vendor selling roasted chestnuts next to the old lady nodded and spoke for Shin Qingtang. "You didn't come the past 2 days, so you probably didn't know. It was this girl who confronted Tiger Master head-on, not only taking back the land money paid by everyone but also beating Tiger Master. Tiger Master came to the market to block this girl the day before yesterday. I was also a little surprised that Tiger Master didn't come yesterday and today. Don't say that you offended him. Even before you offended him, it was rare for you not to come for 2 consecutive days." The last sentence was said to Shin Qingtang. The vendors selling roasted chestnuts could understand Shin Qingtang especially. Every morning when they set up their stalls, they hoped that customers would come to the door, and they would be on guard against the officials and Tiger Lord. The officials usually could not escape when they came, as there were many of them, and the fees they collected were within their affordability. Tiger Lord was the most hated. Every day when he came, the vendors in the market were in chaos. The vendors hurriedly packed up their things and ran away. It was easier to clean up a family like Shin Qingtang's, but those who cooked had pots and stoves, which were very troublesome to clean up. Every time they saw Tiger Lord from a distance, they ran away as if fleeing. Sometimes customers who had paid would follow them. Sooner or later, they would wait until Tiger Lord passed away before they could relax the tension in their hearts. Several vendors nearby also nodded in agreement. "It's the same for me. I've been holding my breath in my throat these 2 days, from setting up the stall to closing it. It's really torturous. It's better to come earlier and avoid it if you can, or just admit that you have bad luck if you can't." Who said it's not? I don't know what's wrong with him that he suddenly stopped coming. It would be great if he never came. Some vendors looked at each other across the road and spoke loudly. A passerby heard it, stopped, hesitated, and said, "Just focus on your business these days. Tiger Master won't come for a while."
Why?
How do you know? Really? Several vendors spoke in unison. Shin Qingtang also looked at the people who were talking curiously. The man didn't expect that one sentence would cause so many people to look at him. Looking around, he slapped his mouth with a look of annoyance and muttered, "You are so rude." He didn't want to say more anyway. You should keep your mind at ease. You will definitely not see him before the new year. After speaking, he was about to leave, but was stopped by Shin Qingtang. "This young man, you are handsome and kind-hearted. Can you kindly help us solve a puzzle? You just heard that I offended Tiger Master, and I have to figure it out." "Alas. I told you not to tell anyone else, or I'll be finished if Tiger finds out. Tiger has several broken ribs, and I can't get out of bed now. He shouldn't come to bother you, at least not in person." Some vendors didn't believe it. "I saw him in the market the day before yesterday, full of energy, holding a knife to find that young lady. How come his ribs were broken yesterday?" "That's right. With Tiger walking around in our Beichuan County, who dares to break his ribs?" Passers-by were anxious, it's true. "My seventh uncle's nephew is an orthopedic doctor. He was called to Tiger's house to see him. No, not an illness, but an injury. At first, Tiger had severe chest pain, so he called a doctor to see him. The doctor took Tiger's pulse and said that Tiger was fine. He was beaten by Tiger's men. Later, several more doctors were called in. One of them knew a little about internal injuries and said that Tiger might have broken ribs, so he called my seventh uncle's nephew. I happened to go to celebrate my seventh uncle's birthday yesterday, and he was called away at the banquet. He told us when he came back. What a weird thing. There is no visible injury on Tiger Lord's skin, and Tiger Lord is alive." The passerby shuddered in the middle of his speech, covered his mouth, looked around, refused to say anything more, and ran away in the chaos. Several vendors looked at each other, and no one believed the passerby. The roasted chestnut vendor waved his shovel. "T.S. You don't have to pay taxes for bragging." "That's right. It's good enough that Tiger Lord doesn't harm others. Who can break his ribs?" Someone suddenly said, "Could it be that we beat him up together a few days ago?"
Impossible.
"He came to the market the next day to harm people everywhere. I was a step slow to dodge, and he took 50 coins from me. 2 days of hard work was in vain. When he asked me for money, he was alive and kicking. It has absolutely nothing to do with us." Yes. It has nothing to do with us. "Qingtang, let's go." Li Suan called Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang responded by walking back to the sled and looked up thoughtfully at Ji Yanshi, who was meditating on the roof. He inexplicably thought of the wild boar. That day, Tiger Lord was also shaken away by Ji Yanshi. Is it related to him? Li Suan called Shin Qingtang over to give her money. "Qingtang, I counted, a total of 1,100 coins. Here I have put on a string of coins, and this is the remaining 100 coins. Shin Qingtang counted out 300 coins and returned them to Li Suan. "You bought the lantern for the old man in the morning with your own money. Although it only cost 200 coins to buy the lantern, Shin Qingtang took 12 coins from the remaining 100 coins to buy buns." Shin Qingtang did not return it to Li Suan. Li Suan did not refuse and accepted the money. He also had to buy a birthday gift for his mother-in-law. "Now is not the time to be polite," Shin Qingtang said. "The 12 coins for the buns are the public money I borrowed myself." Shin Qingtang nodded and counted the remaining 800 coins in his hand. Including himself, each person was given 200 coins. Shin Qingtang was given 188 coins. These 200 coins are an advance payment for everyone's wages this month. At the end of the month, more will be refunded and less will be reimbursed. No one declined. "I came to the city today just to buy a birthday gift for my grandmother. What happened to the old man was an accident. It's really pitiful. They can't help until they can't help it." Shin Qingtang still has 101 and 1 ingot and 2 taels left in his hand. These 2 taels of silver were given by the young man who packed the box and drew the prize just now. How about we send this box of soap to that young man first? He said he lived in the second alley to the east. Everyone had no objection. Li Suin held Shin Qingtang in front. There was still some snow on the road that had not melted, and Li Suin was afraid that Shin Qingtang would fall. One of Shin Qingke and Shin Yu dragged a sledge behind the mother and daughter. Shin Qingtang called down the quarterly banquet. When passing by the bookstore, Shin Qingtang remembered that he owed the shopkeeper a favor and turned to Shin Qingke. Second brother, the shopkeeper of this bookstore is old and reluctant to hire a clerk. After the new year, if you come to help him for a period of time, can you repay the favor for me? Shin Qingke didn't answer. Li Suin was stunned for a moment, and then he wanted to speak. Shin Yuji noticed from the corner of his eye that the hand behind his back waved towards her, signaling her to stop talking. Li Suin closed his mouth blankly. Shin Qingke was silent for a while before speaking. After the new year, you have to wait for labor, give birth to a child, and have a confinement period. Shin Qingtang thought for a while, pointed to the banquet, and said, "If no one comes to him after the new year, then you can go to the bookstore to help. I will think of ways to ask him to do the hard work at home." Shin Yuji also said, "My father and I worked hard a few years ago to build the kitchen and build the greenhouse. After the Chinese New Year, I will grow vegetables and sell them at the market. Qingtang is in confinement with peace of mind, so you come to the bookstore to help." Shin Qingke still didn't speak. Shin Yuji raised his hand and patted Shin Qingke's shoulder. "I am the head of the family. It's not your turn to support your family yet." Li Suin was confused after hearing this. Why do you still go to the bookstore to help for free? It's like a good thing? The Shin family quickly arrived at the house that the richly dressed young man mentioned. From a quick glance, they saw that the house was magnificent and the gate tower was grand. Absolutely. There are more than 20 floors. This family should be rich or noble. The plaque on the door says, Chun House. Shin Qingke and Shin Qingtang took the opportunity to knock on the door. Out of doubt, Qingke and Qingtang have always been close brothers and sisters. In the past, Qingke would agree to anything Qingtang did without saying anything. What happened today? Qingke refused to help Qingtang repay the favor, so Qingtang insisted that Qingke go to the bookstore. "You still don't let me speak to persuade you." Shin Yuji smiled and touched the top of Li Suin's head. "Madam, since you took charge of the family, everyone has lost sight of money. People, sometimes you can't just see the money." Li Suin blushed and slapped Shin Yuji's hand away. "It's on the street. Are you ashamed of being disrespectful to the elderly? If you don't have money, you 3 will go drink the northwest wind? What kind of job can you help if you don't have money? At worst, I'll just go to this bookstore more often and buy a few sets of the 4 treasures of the study room." Who is old? I'm not even 40 yet. Qingtang said that a man has 41 flowers, but I am still young. Shin Yuji protested. Returning favors is the reason why Qingtang is afraid that Qingke won't go to the bookstore. Qingtang said the last time he came back that the bookstore was the largest bookstore in Beichuan County and had a lot of books in it. Do you still remember it?
Li Suin nudda.
Let Qingke help so that he can have books to read in his spare time. If you think about it, the owner of the bookstore can be busy alone to prove that the bookstore is not busy, and Qingke can have a lot of time to read. Only then did Li Suin realize that Shin Qingtang said he was returning a favor to the bookstore boss and paving the way for Shin Qingke. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. She had been wondering that this girl Qingtang was always up to trouble. She even knew about the soldiers guarding the city gate. Shin Qingke was so clever that he immediately understood what Shin Qingtang meant when he was worried about being too busy at home, so he refused. After thinking about it, if it was just a favor, Shin Qingke would definitely agree without saying a word. There must be other reasons for his silence. After thinking about it for a while, Li Suin let out a long sigh. It's a good thing to be able to study. But don't forget, we can't return to Beijing without an edict. You can't even leave Beichuan, right? If you can't leave Beichuan, what's the use of studying? You can only participate in the county's children's examination. I'm afraid I won't even be able to become a scholar. To be a scholar, you need to pass the children's examination. The children's examination is divided into county examination, prefecture examination, and hospital examination. The examination places are respectively in the county, prefecture, and state. The academy examination is taken twice every 3 years. After passing the academy examination, you can obtain the student qualification, also known as a scholar. When they first arrived in Beichuan, the family was very excited about returning to the capital. At that time, life was really hard, and they slept in caves. Shinchinka was busy cutting wood and quarrying rocks every day to make fire every day. He was busy doing hard work that he had never done before, the hands shaking when holding chopsticks. Li Suan often hears Shinyuji making unconscious groans when he turns over at night. It's just too difficult and painful that he can think about the good things in the future. Shang Yuanlang and his family returned to the capital in great glory. He would say that Xin Qingdang had become one of the richest businesswomen in the world, and even the royal family would give her 3 points of courtesy. Afterwards, the family slowly began to get used to living in the valley, and now they had enough food and clothing. They gradually stopped talking about taking the imperial examination and earning her first-class title, and even deliberately avoided the subject of the imperial examination in front of Qing Ko. Most of the lofty ambitions he had when he first entered the valley were forgotten, but Xin Qingtang still insisted on being the best businessman in the world.
Look.
Shun Yuji raised his hand and smoothed Li Suan's frown with his index finger. No wonder. Qingtang always says that you are too thoughtful and worried. As far as the immediate future is concerned, Qingka can only take part in the county examination. But Qingtang often said that everything depends on human effort. Even if Qingka can only take the county examination next year, what about the year after next? Maybe he can take the government examination. You might be able to take the college exam next year. At the worst, you have to pass the county exam, right? Otherwise, Qingka would not be eligible for admission. You must first pass the high school student examination before you can enter the prefecture, state, or county schools to study, so it is also called the entrance examination. Only after Qingka took the county examination can he be qualified to go to the county school. As for the prefectural examination and the state examination, that is what happened after taking the county examination. Qingtang also often said that you can't fight a battle that you're not sure about. Even if he can't take the imperial examination now, what Qingka has learned is in his heart. If he encounters an amnesty and is suddenly asked to return to Beijing to take the exam, at least he will not panic. It's better than not having any preparation at all, and having an empty stomach when you have the opportunity to take the imperial examination, right? Li Suan nodded. That's right. No matter what, I still have to take the children's exam next year. Qingka was obviously preparing to attend Qiuwei when he was in the capital.
Alas.
Things are unpredictable. Who would have thought that the whole family would be exiled? He had to start from scratch again. Speaking of which, Qingtang seems like a completely different person since he came to Beichuan. Shun Yuji nodded. Yes. She didn't like being detained when she was in the capital, so she was probably at home in Beichuan, right? How good is this now? The couple were talking and looked up at the door of Chen's mansion at the same time. The door of Chen's mansion opened, and it should be the housekeeper who came out. Shin Qingka explained his purpose. The housekeeper sent someone back to ask. After a while, 2 boys came to hold the wood the box was carried in. The door was closed again. Shin Qingtang was a little disappointed. I still want to see young Master Chen again. Shun Qingka suddenly turned his head and looked at Shin Qingtang, his face full of disbelief. Have you fallen in love with this young master of the Qin family? Shun Qingtang. How is that possible? I mean, I want to meet him again and see if there is a chance to sell him something again. This is the first time I have seen such a generous young master. Last time, the little fat man seemed to be quite rich, but he didn't pay even a single copper. Scared me. Shen Qingka breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and shook his head. Are you addicted to business now? Losing money every day. He was scared to death, thinking that Qingtang was attracted to Mr. Chen. Left the Chen mansion, and the family turned back to the market to buy supplies. When they arrived at the market, they agreed on a time and place to meet, and the family of 4 separated. Shen Qingtang left a sledge. In addition to the materials needed for the birthday gift, Shen Qingtang also wanted to buy ingredients for the birthday cake, etc. In addition, the Spring Festival is a big day, and the market will not open until the Lantern Festival. Shen Qingtang needs to prepare more lard, spices, etc. Of course, Shen Qingtang will not do the hard work himself. He didn't pick up the rope at the banquet, so he just looked at her. We, Shida, are so awesome and have to carry our daughter-in-law's bags. What's wrong with asking you to pull a sledge? Shen Qingtang did not threaten or induce. He directly put the sledge rope into the hands of the banquet and dropped 2 words, follow up. Some sugar first. Doggone does have white sugar, but it's not cheap. Shen Qingtang bought 50 cents worth of sugar, and then used 50 cents to buy flour, oil, and salt respectively. Each portion size is small. These ingredients are all used to make birthday cakes. After buying all the ingredients, seeing that it was still early, Shen Qingtang took the seasonal banquet to buy soap and raw materials for soap. First, I went to the powder stall and bought some pollen and spices, which cost me 500 yuan. Ancient skincare products and cosmetics are all natural and lead-free. Peach blossom powder, plum blossom powder, and lip balm can be added directly to soap. After buying spices, I went to the pork stall to buy pork suet. Boss, how much pork suet do you have here today? It's not that little. 20 pounds is no problem. Shen Qingtang comes here often, and the stall owner already knows her and knows that she will buy 20 pounds of pork suet every time. I want 100 caddies this time. 100 caddies? The stall owner's eyes widened, wondering if he heard wrongly.
Yes.
I may not have 100 pounds here. If you really want it, I will go to other butchers to exchange some for you. Shen Qingtang nodded. Then Trouble Brother Zhu. Butcher Zhu nodded and inserted the knife. On the chopping board, turn around and walk towards the other pork stalls. Not long after, he came back with a big lump of pork suet. 100 pounds of pork suet is equivalent to 1/3 of the weight of a pig. Shen Qingtang handed the 2 taels of silver to the butcher. I have to trouble you to exchange the remaining silver for copper plates. When paying with silver in Dakian, vendors often cut off a certain weight. For example, when Shen Qingtang buys 100 pounds of pork suet, 1,000 penny is equivalent to 1 tael of silver. The butcher would cut off half of the silver and return the remaining half to Shen Qingtang. If both parties negotiate, they can also be exchanged for equivalent copper plates. Shen Qingtang didn't have scissors or a nickname, so he could only give others copper coins after receiving the money. The butcher happily gave Shen Qingtang a lot of money. Shen Qingtang didn't answer. Isn't the price of pork suet going up now? The butcher's wife took the copper plate from the butcher's hand, wiped it with a clean cloth, and put it in Shen Qingtang's hand. Just keep it for you. It was originally sold. When it costs 10 cents for a caddy, it's 8 cents for you. Now, if someone else buys 12 cents, we won't lose if we give you 10 cents. The butcher's wife winked at Shen Qingtang and joked. Shen Qingtang took the coin and was about to leave. He thought about the pigskin and said again, "By the way, do you sell pigskin?" Pigskin? The butcher and the butcher's wife looked at each other and shook their heads. Not for sale. The butcher pointed to the pork on the chopping board. The pork is sold with the skin removed. The butcher's wife explained, the skin on the pig is very fine, and there will be black spots after it is cooked. Most people who love cleanliness won't buy it if they have pig skins on them. We just pick off the pig skins and throw them away. Shen Qingtang was secretly happy. We can pick up the leeks. Can you leave one for me next time you kill a pig? I can pay for it.
Ouch.
The butcher lady waved her hand. What do you pay for? If you don't want us to, we'll throw it away. Just come and get it. You may not be able to come out tomorrow. The butcher smiled and said, It's okay, you can come and get it any time. We kill the pigs every day and leave the pig skins for you. I bought 50 cents of mutton oil and returned to the agreed place. Shen Yuji held a big armful of cotton. Li Suan was carrying 2 pieces of cloth. Shen Chinka's hands were empty. Why did you buy so much lard? Father, mother, what are you buying cotton and cloth for? Li Suan and Shen Qingtang spoke at the same time. Shen Qingtang replied first, the Chinese New Year is coming soon, and the market will definitely be closed during the Chinese New Year. Making soap and toilet soap will take more than half a month of saponification time, so I thought about making an extra batch of soap and toilet soap before the new year. I will sell them directly when the market opens after the new year. Lee Suin looked at Shinyuji before he said, "Your father and I didn't know what to buy for a long time. We just bought 8 pounds of cotton and 2 pieces of cloth to make a quilt for your grandmother. The first line is always your own." Shinyuji nodded. "You said that if you can't afford an expensive birthday gift, just give it the most practical one. It's cold in Beichuan, and your grandmother's waist and legs are not feeling well." Shun Qingting nodded and looked to Shun Qingka, second brother. "Why are you empty-handed?" Shun Qingka was very distressed. "I don't have enough money for the birthday gift I want to buy, and what I can buy is not what I want." He just jumped up to the rooftop for the seasonal banquet and floated from the rooftop again. When he came down, he happened to land opposite Shun Qingtang, almost knocking Shun Qingka down. "Eat meat." He expressed his demands concisely during the quarterly banquet. Shun Qingtang raised his head, and the sun was due south. Noon. It's time for lunch. No wonder Zipio wants to eat meat. Shun Qingtang asked his parents and second brother, "Should we go home to eat or find a restaurant nearby?" "Go home." Lee Suin, the man in charge of the family, made the decision. "We don't have anything urgent to do in the afternoon, so we will eat a little later." Neither Shinyuji nor Shun Qingka objected. Shun Qingtang nodded. "When we went to the city before, when it was time for dinner, the family would find a small restaurant and order a few dishes to improve their lives. I don't have much money left today, so I want to go home and eat." The family of 4 gave the old man a total of 800 coins. This 800 yuan was purely an unexpected expense, and it was private money. As a result, everyone does not have enough money and does not want to spend unnecessary money. There was an objection during the banquet, and he repeated, "Eat meat." Shun Qingtang, who was nearest to him, even heard his stomach growling. This shows how urgent the need for eating meat is. Shun Qingtang coaxed him softly, "I'll eat meat when I get home." He repeated during the quarterly banquet, "Eat meat." This meant eating it now. Shun Qingtang explained several times that he insisted on eating meat now during the quarterly banquet. Shun Qingtang said angrily, "If you can, fly back now. We have ready-made meat at home, including pig rind jelly and sausages. You can eat it." She was just talking angrily, but who would have thought that during the banquet, her whole body would be raised on her toes? Jumped onto the roof. Shun Qingtang.
"Hey."
In just one word, he had already jumped to the next rooftop during the banquet. Lee Suin asked worriedly, "Where's he going?" "He won't rob someone else's tavern to eat so that we can pay for it, right?" Shun Qingka said quietly, "Paying is still a small matter. I'm afraid he really goes back to eat meat. We should have to get home." Shun Qingtang. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, he didn't come back during the quarterly banquet. Shun Qingtang sighed. "I'm afraid my second brother is right." Shinyuji pointed to the sledge. "Then what should we do? Pull the sledge back by ourselves?" The Shin family had no choice but to pull the sledge and walk towards the valley by themselves. The sun was shining brightly, and the snow and ice all over the streets were melting. After leaving the west outer city, there was a path leading into the valley not far away. From Shinyu Island, Shun Qingtang and Shun Qingka were dragging the sledge. Lee Suin was holding her on the side, and they finally got through the muddy mountain. Shun Qingtang and Shun Qingka also got on the sledge. Yuji took out the pole, sat in front of the sledge, and slowly slid forward using the pole to support the snow. Shun Qingtang suddenly said, "Did you hear anything?" Shun Qingka and Shun Yuji shook their heads in confusion. Lee Suin said in surprise, "Did you hear it too? Is someone shouting for help?" The family of 4 stopped and held their breath. "Help! Is there anyone? Help me!" A faint cry for help seemed to come from the front mountain.
"Huh.
How come there are still people going up the mountain in the dead of winter? Shun Qingka wondered, or go up the mountain here. The reason why the valley, where they live, has not been discovered is mainly because the mountains are steep and inaccessible. Wild animals are found in other seasons. I heard from Beichuan people that hunters and medicine collectors rarely come here. Outside the mountains there are also mountains, which are very steep. That is to say, the original owner climbed the mountain and tried to jump off the cliff. However, he couldn't climb the mountain and chose to hang himself. Shen Qingting asked, should we save him or not? Shen Yuji frowned and looked in the direction of the call for help. Looking at the direction where the sound came from, we may not be able to save people. You can't just ignore it, right? Li Suan couldn't bear it. Shen Qingtang listened to the calls for help getting weaker and suggested, let's go back to the valley first. Even if you want to save someone, you still have to call for the seasonal banquet. Otherwise, we might not be able to save others and would end up taking our own lives. The family of 4 quickly reached an agreement to go back to the valley to look for the seasonal banquet first. The seasonal banquet lived up to expectations and returned to the valley early. Shen Qingtang found him in the cave. He frowned and looked down at the missing piece of sausage in his hand. Seeing Shen Qingtang come in and give her the sausage, grill the sausage. Shen Qingtang. The gap at the top of the sausage looked like it had been bitten off. When he saw her not moving during the banquet, he said again, it tastes bad. She was speechless. This is called sausage, which is raw meat. Can't eat it. Who is a good person who eats raw meat? Hearing this during the quarterly banquet, he pulled off a sausage and handed it to Shen Qingtang, bake it. Shen Qingtang put the sausages back in a state of laughter and tears. You can't bake these. You have to bake the short-cooked ones. You take me down here, and we'll bake the sausages. The person had already left the cave before Shen Qingtang finished speaking. Li Suan was cooking, and Shen Qingtang asked Shen Qingka and Shen Yuji to help order charcoal grilled sausages. During the banquet, they stayed by the clay pot that served as a charcoal stove. If you take me to the mountain to rescue someone, I'll give you 2 more sausages. He didn't say anything during the quarterly banquet, and his eyes moved from the pottery pot to Shen Qingka. Shen Qingka. Angrily, I won't eat secretly. If it weren't for saving people, he wouldn't coax this fool. He was satisfied at the quarterly banquet and was about to fly with Shen Qingtang. Wait a minute, you have to bring the sledge. Shen Qingtang shouted. I don't know how injured the man was. During the quarterly banquet, I quickly took Shen Qingtang to the place where someone called for help in the outer mountain. After searching for a while, I heard the cry for help again. The man probably wanted to save his strength, calling for help every once in a while. With the sound, it was easy to find the person calling for help. He must have fallen into the snow cave. Shen Qingtang bent down and looked into the snow cave. There was an old man with a white beard sitting at the bottom. There was a medicine box lying at his feet. He said he was here to save people, but he was still worried that the person asking for help was a bad person. He was not necessarily a good person, but Shen Qingtang straightened up, turning around and asking the banquet, can you rescue him? He said nothing during the banquet. Save him up and give you 2 more pieces of meat. 2 sausages. Shen Qingtang. Can you still bargain? She nodded. Okay. You'll get tired of that stuff if you eat too much. He just needs to eat it. During the banquet, he jumped into the snow pit, threw the person out by his collar, and jumped up himself. Only then did Shen Qingtang see clearly that there was a predator on the doctor's leg. The trap. She touched the tip of her nose guiltily. Young master, can you help me take off this trap? Shen Qingtang heard the doctor's gentle and polite words, and his guard in his heart was reduced. He would ignore him during the quarterly banquet. Shen Qingtang bent down and took the initiative to help. It may hurt a little. Old man, please bear with me. Thank you, girl. The doctor looked grateful. When he looked up at the banquet, he was a little angry. Shen Qingtang pretended not to see it at all. Fortunately, he wore thick clothes in winter, and the wounds were not too deep. But the several bloody holes were scary to look at. When the doctor came up, he brought his medicine box with him and opened it to apply medicine. The wound stopped visibly. Shen Qingtang looked at the doctor's wound in surprise and threw the hunting trap into the hole. Okay. It turns out you were the one who put the hunting trap. The doctor pointed angrily at Shen Qingtang and complained, you have to be responsible for treating me. Shen Qingtang. I'm careless. Didn't you just finish treating yourself? Shen Qingtang pointed to the doctor's legs. The doctor said. He blew his beard and glared at Shen Qingtang. Is my medicine free of charge? I don't care. You have to be responsible for taking care of me until I'm fine. You still want to kidnap her morally? Shen Qingtang refused to admit it and raised his index finger. First of all, you fell into the pit yourself. I didn't hurt you intentionally. He raised his again and said, Second, who stipulates that there is no need to set traps on the mountain. I saved you out of love, and it was natural not to save you. He took his hand back and pointed at the pit. If you act like a rogue again, I'll throw you back. The doctor straightened his neck and was about to argue with Shen Qingtang. You little girl. His eyes fell on the banquet, and his tone softened. You can't ignore death. I hurt my leg and can't walk, so you can help me. Shen Qingtang didn't say a word. She didn't want to be Donghua or Lu Dongbin. This way, your rescue will not be in vain. I think your belly is a bit too big. How about I check your pulse? The doctor spoke. Before Shen Qingtang could refute, the doctor had already raised his hand and grabbed Shen Qingtang's wrist. Shen Qingtang was not prepared for his sudden move and was caught. Just as he was about to break free, he heard the doctor. Huh? She said, her expression serious. Shen Qingtang immediately did not dare to move. She had just seen the doctor a few days ago, and he was still fine. TSK. The doctor sighed again. Shen Qingtang, who was suffering from waiting, urged him. You should speak. What happened to me or the child? It's okay. Both mother and child are fine. The doctor let go of Shen Qingtang's hand. It's just that it's strange to see twins. Dragon and Phoenix? Shen Qingtang's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he looked at the doctor suspiciously. Are you a fake doctor? If he dared to lie to her, she would throw him back into the cave during the quarterly banquet. The doctor was so angry that he wanted to stand up from the ground. His legs hurt, so he sat back and blew his beard and glared at Shen Qingtang. Explain it to me clearly. Why am I a fake doctor? I just went to the city to see a doctor a few days ago. Shen Qingtang recalled carefully. The doctor only said that she and her child were safe, but did not say that she was pregnant with twins. It was just that the diagnosis process was a little long, and he took the pulse with his left and right hands several times. Shen Qingtang confirmed. He didn't say that I was pregnant with twins. Why don't you say that the man is a quack? The doctor was not angry when he heard what Shen Qingtang said. He turned sideways and began to tidy up his medicine box. What kind of good doctor can there be in such a remote place like Beichuan? In a place the size of a palm, you don't know if there will be a pair of twins in a year. It's normal that they didn't find out. Besides, have you asked them? Shen Qingtang
Didn't ask.
Then he thought about it, and he was right. There are many doctors in the world, but their medical skills are divided into different levels. What's more, the doctors in Beichuan County mostly diagnose colds, fevers, or injuries on a daily basis. Ordinary people will never see a doctor because of pregnancy. In fact, in the eyes of the people of Beichuan, pregnancy is a shameful thing. Most pregnant women usually wear loose clothes to cover their pregnant belly. Seeing that Shen Qingtang didn't speak, the doctor leaned back on the snow with his hands and discussed with Shen Qingtang. Well, you go to the city tomorrow to find a doctor to take your pulse and ask him if you're a doctor. Or you go to an experienced midwife, they can also see it. If you are really pregnant with twins, how about we make an exchange? What exchange? I will ensure that you give birth safely, and you take care of me until my leg is healed. Shen Qingtang hesitated. This sounded like a good deal compared to a deal. If she really had twins, giving birth would be much more difficult than for ordinary people. Having a doctor by her side could save her life at a critical moment.
But
Shen Qingtang bit her lip. She didn't want outsiders to know about the things in the valley. Girl, you can come to save me, which proves that you are a kind-hearted person. Save people to the end, and send Buddha to the west. Even if there is no deal, you can't just save halfway and then give up, right? Ji Yanshi was already impatient and urged Shen Qingtang. Grilled sausage. Shen Qingtang looked up at the sky. If she wanted to send the doctor into the city, she might not be able to leave the city in time. Especially since Ji Yanshi was still hungry at this moment. He was not sure if he could take her back. Okay. Shen Qingtang gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, the doctor's wound was not serious. We will knock him out or blindfold him and take him out of the valley tomorrow, and we won't let him know how to get in." Having made up his mind, Shen Qingtang first dragged the sled over and secured it, then bent down to help the doctor. The doctor did not move and looked at Ji Yanshi. "Shen Qingtang, still picking it up?" he said unhappily. "You think he is useless. Even if you die here, he won't even look at you." He stretched out his hand in front of the doctor. "Didn't it say that there are no men and women in front of doctors? I'm not afraid of damaging my reputation, but you are still reluctant?" The doctor glared and pointed to his left leg. "Am I picking it up? My leg is broken, and I can't get up. How can you, a pregnant woman, help me?" Shen Qingtang then noticed that the doctor's right leg was clamped, and his left leg was stretched straight. He probably broke his leg when he fell into the pit. He's an old man. His bones are brittle. Seeing that Ji Yanshi had no intention of caring about him, the doctor could only instruct Shen Qingtang, "Help me find 2 wooden sticks." Shen Qingtang guessed that the doctor wanted to fix the broken leg, so he pulled out the wooden sticks that were attached to the sled frame and used as a weighing rod and handed them to the doctor. There were exactly 2 sticks, but they were a little long. Seeing that he had no choice, the doctor pouted and tied them to the injured leg. With the help of Shen Qingtang, he dragged his leg to the sled with difficulty. Ji Yanshi grabbed Shen Qingtang's shoulder with one hand and pulled the sled with the other hand, speeding down the mountain. Shen Qingtang was lucky enough, as he covered his face with his sleeves as usual to avoid being hit by the flying snow particles. The old doctor on the sled was miserable. He had an injured leg. He was also thrown around. He screamed in pain. At first he shouted politely, "Young master, slow down." But later he cursed directly. "You rascal, slow down." Unfortunately, no matter how polite or abusive he was, Ji Yanshi didn't even look at him. He rushed into the valley, threw away the sled, and ran to eat the sausages following the smell. Just as Shen Qingtang stood firm, he heard Shen Qingka roaring, "Ji Yanshi, there are 6 sausages in total, and you took 4 for yourself? Do you still have any shame?" Shen Qingtang hurriedly stopped him. "Second brother, let him take it. I promised him. Let's grill a few more. There are guests at home too." Li Suan and Shen Yuji saw Shen Qingtang rescued the man and hurried over. The old doctor, who originally only had a leg injury, now seemed to be breathing in more than out. His hair was messy, his clothes were torn, and his hands were pierced. He collapsed on the sled frame and groaned. Shen Qingka also put down the sausage and came over. Together with Shen Yuji, they carried the old doctor into the room. Shen Qingka even deliberately put the old doctor on the bed in Ji Yanshi's room. He was so angry. Li Suan did not follow into the room, but stood in the hall with Shen Qingtang and asked her, "What's wrong with this old man? Why did you bring him back? Why don't you send him to the city to see a doctor if his condition is so serious? He is the doctor himself." Shen Qingtang poured herself a bowl of tea and drank it in one breath. Shen Qingka and Shen Yuji also withdrew. "He seems to have fallen asleep," Shen Yuji explained. Shen Qingtang roughly recounted the process of rescuing the old doctor. "What?" Li Suan stared at Shen Qingtang's belly. "You're pregnant with twins? I was wondering why your belly is so big. That's not right. Didn't you go to the city to see a doctor a few days ago? He didn't say you were pregnant with twins. Did this old man make it up to get you to save him?" Shen Qingka was skeptical. Shen Qingtang shrugged and spread his hands. "I don't know. I don't really believe it. According to the old man, the doctor who took my pulse before was not as skilled as him, so he didn't see it." Shen Yuji nodded. "It's possible. If it's really twins. Alas. I'm afraid Qingtang will face great risks in childbirth." Li Suan nodded and glanced at the next room. "If what he said is true, in my opinion, this deal is worth it. He helps take care of Qingtang and we take care of him until his leg is healed." Shen Yuji sighed. "We don't know him. Who knows if he is a good person or a bad person?" The sun was setting. The Shen family finally had their belated lunch. 2 grilled sausages per person, a plate of pork skin jelly, and a bowl of plain noodles per person. Ji Yanshi, who had just eaten 4 grilled sausages, ate another bowl of noodles with the pork skin jelly, leaving no soup. He walked away after finishing his meal. What a eater. Shin Chinka said disdainfully. He eats more than the two of us. He practices martial arts. It's normal for him to eat a lot. Li Suan advised Shin Chinka. Don't be cross-eyed when you see Ji Yanshi. Ji Yanshi has helped our family a lot. We rely on him for everything. And the pork you're eating is also from the wild boar that Ji Yanshi shot. Shin Qingtang just took a bite of the grilled sausage, turned his head to look out the window, and stood up suddenly, not caring about his image, and shouted with meat still in his mouth. Ji Yanshi, you can't throw it away. The other 3 people heard it and threw down their chopsticks and ran out. It's bad. The old doctor is still inside. His leg is injured. However, it's still a step too late. The old doctor has been thrown out. He fell to the ground and woke up from his coma with a cry of ouch. The words dying and living took shape in Shin Qingtang's eyes at this moment. Ji Yanshi was standing at the door of the room, looking at Shin Qingtang and said seriously, dirty. Shin Qingtang. Only you are clean. Ji Yanshi also threw out the bedsheet and then closed the door. The old doctor realized what happened to him just now from Ji Yanshi's brief word and the thrown bedsheet. He cursed. How unreasonable. Do you understand respecting the elderly and loving the young? Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka had to carry the man into the hall and put him on the new bed made by Shin Chinka. Shin Chinka made a new bed and failed several times before he made a foldable bed. Old man, are you really a doctor? Li Suan spoke first. The old man sniffed and said, what smells so good? Li Suan took a piece of grilled sausage from the plate and handed it to the old man. The old man took it and ate it without ceremony. After taking one bite, he kept praising. It's so delicious. So delicious. What kind of meat is this?
Pork.
Shin Yu's words were concise. Qingtang. He pointed at Shin Qingtang. My daughter is really pregnant with twins? Then there is still a lie? The old doctor glared. You can question my old man's character, but not my medical products. The difference in pulse between single and twin babies is not that big, and quack doctors can't tell it's normal.
Doctor, then.
Will giving birth to twins be life-threatening? Li Suan asked. The old doctor's lips were shiny after eating, and he ordered Shin Chinka, give me a bowl of noodle soup. Shin Chinka. It felt like there was another seasonal banquet at home. However, the old man was old and injured his legs, so Shin Chinka still served him a bowl of noodles. The old man took a sip of the noodle soup, swallowed it, and then said, is there anything that is not dangerous about giving birth?
Li Suest.
Shin Qingtang couldn't stand listening and grabbed the bowl from the old doctor's hand. Old man, I don't care whether you're a real doctor or a fake doctor. You'd better know that we saved you. If you can't speak well again, I won't mind throwing you back into the pit. It's already bad enough when there is a quarterly banquet at home, but we can't afford another uncle, the old doctor said. His tone was a little softer. Giving birth to a child is inherently dangerous. But as long as I'm here, I'm sure. I can't say I can keep you 3 safe, but it's not that difficult to keep you alive. The prerequisite is that there are enough medicines. Shin Yuji originally wanted to give Shin Qingtang a few words to teach her to respect her elders. After all, some doctors have weird tempers. Seeing that the old doctor's tone changed so quickly, he swallowed his words again. Some people just bully the weak and fear the strong. Shin Qingtang was not shy and said in an extremely rude manner, you'd better keep yourself safe first. Old doctor. After dinner, the old doctor fell asleep again. He still locked himself in the room during the quarterly banquet. Li Suan packed up the supplies purchased at the market. Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka was doing accounting while Shin Yuji was walking around the table. He earned a total of 20 taels of silver and 1,100 taels of cash, which was equivalent to 3,100 taels of cash. The old man bought a lantern for 1,000 fun, 50 jin for sheep intestine oil, and 200 fun for each family, leaving a total of 500 fun. The rest of the expenses were his own personal money. After Shin Qingtang finally put down his pen, Shin Yuji immediately came over, took out a hairpin from his sleeve, and handed it to Shin Qingtang. How about this hairpin? The hairpin is made of peach wood, with a small silver flower at the end. Simple, elegant. It's beautiful. Shin Qingtang was flattered. For me? You think so? Shin Yuji pointed at Li Su, who was cooking outside, and asked, for your mother. Shin Qingtang looked up at Shin Yuji. He said, Dad, are you buying a hairpin for your daughter because you want to be beautiful? Why am I not worthy? Shin Yuji clenched his hand into a fist and put it to his lips and coughed twice. You are my precious daughter. How can you not be worthy? What I mean is that your husband must give you the hairpin. Of course the hairpin I bought is for your mother. Shin Qingtang was just teasing Shin Yuji, pretending to be interested. Her parents have a good relationship, so of course she is happy. Seeing that Shin Qingtang didn't speak, Shin Yuji said angrily, My dear girl, it's not that I don't want to give it to you. As a father, isn't he short of money? I got a total of 500 coins today, 300 coins were given to the old man, and the remaining 200 coins were given to him. When, after buying 3 kilograms of cotton, there is only 20 left. 20 can buy a peachwood hairpin. Of course, he had to buy it for his wife first. Shin Qingtang smiled. Okay, then you can buy it for me when you have money later. He reached out and returned the wooden hairpin to Shin Yuji. Shin Yuji glared. I'm giving it to you just because I want you to help me give it to your mother. Otherwise, was he waiting here just to make her laugh at him? Shin Qingtang looked up. Why?
I'm sorry.
Shin Yuji's expression was a little awkward. Shin Qingtang. She couldn't help but patted the wooden hairpin into Shin Yu's hand. A gift must be given by yourself to be sincere. Believe me, if you give it to me, my mother will be more moved. Is that so? Shin Yu he was half convinced and walked towards Li Suan coyly. Shin Qingtang followed quietly. Shin Yuji, like before, walked around Li Suan for a while, and then quickly inserted the wooden hairpin into her hair while Li Suan was not paying attention. It also hurt Li Suan, so he clenched his fist and punched Shin Yuji twice before taking off the hairpin from his head. He complained, What are you spending this wasted money on? But a happy smile appeared on his face. Shin Qingtang also smiled and stepped back without looking at his parents. Seeing Shun Chinka sitting at the table in a daze with deep thoughts, the brush in his hand dropped 2 drops of ink on the table without even noticing. Second brother, what's wrong with you? Shun Qingtang asked. Alas. Shun Chinka sighed, you're going to make birthday cakes, and your parents are going to give you blankets. I am the only one who has not thought about what birthday gift to give to my grandmother. Shin Qingtang sat across from Shun Chinka and thought with him. What kind of birthday gift can impress everyone without spending a lot of money?
I have to give it away.
Is it something Grandma can still use? Shin Qingtang's eyes accidentally fell on the scraps of wood left by Shin Chinka's bed, and he took it into consideration. Second brother, why don't you make a cart for Grandma? Car? A cart? How can Grandma push the cart because her legs are not good? It's not a cart, let's make a tricycle. Tricycle? Shin Chinka, a confused look on his face.
Yes.
Shun Qingtang nodded, took a pen and paper and drew a simple picture of a tricycle. That's about it. Shun Chinka took the picture, glanced at it and shook his head. No. This is too weird. It's so weird. With a chair like yours, which serious person would be embarrassed to ride on it? Shun Qingtang.
Same.
This is Dakian, not modern. People should not be able to accept the action of straddling. Shun Qingtang chewed the brush stick and thought for a while, then drew a new rendering of a tricycle. What about this? She replaced the approximately triangular seat with a rectangular seat, like an electric tricycle. The pedals still have to remain the same, but there is no need to sit astride them. It's no better now than when I was in the capital. When my grandmother went out, she didn't have a carriage or a group of servants. If she wanted to go shopping, she could ride a tricycle like this. It will definitely up the streets. 100% return rate. Shun Chinka thought for a long time but was still unsure. Can it work? Can you try it? The brother and sister started to make a tricycle. As expected, they failed. A tricycle is different from a cart. A cart has only 2 wheels, and it can move by giving forward and backward force. A tricycle needs the front wheel to lead the rear wheel, and gears and chains must be installed. Gears are easier to make. They are just discs with serrated edges. The only requirement is that it must be hard and wear-resistant and cannot be made of wood but iron. There was no extra iron at home. As for the chain, it was even more troublesome. Shin Qingtang gestured for a long time, but Shin Qingke didn't understand. Seeing that the sun was about to set, Shin Qingke announced that he gave up. Forget it. Let's talk about the birthday gift tomorrow. I'll make a bed first. Considering that he couldn't sleep on the 2 previous beds, Shin Qingke didn't plan to make a good bed this time. 4 woods of the same thickness and length were used as bed legs, and a frame was made at a suitable distance and nailed together with the bed legs. Then find a few wooden boards that are wide and long enough, and put them on the frame to make a bed. As for bedding, Li Suan and his wife used the cotton they bought for their grandmother's birthday to make bedding for Shin Qingke. There are 2 more people worrying about birthday gifts. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about money. Shin Qingtang asked the old doctor for nursing fees, food expenses, and accommodation expenses. The old doctor took out a pill to pay for the bill, saying that the pill was worth a lot of money and was so good. Shin Qingtang refused. 1,000 good things are not as good as gold and silver. We want silver.
Huh.
You girl who doesn't know the value of things. The old doctor angrily put away his pills, searched his body, and found a few dimes. Shin Qingtang estimated that it weighed 5 taels. The old doctor was also wearing coarse cloth clothes and did not look like a rich man. When asked how he went up the mountain and fell into the snow hole, he said he came to collect herbs. To this, the family of 4 were skeptical. Going up the mountain to collect herbs in the cold winter? The old doctor patted the medicine box that he always carried with him. If you don't collect herbs, do you go up the mountain to treat the snow? I heard that there is a medicinal plant nearby that only blooms in the cold winter. When asked about medicinal materials, he talked endlessly. But when asked about his family, he was vague. Sometimes he said he came from the capital, and sometimes he said he came from a neighboring country. After hearing this, the Shin family unanimously decided to send him away at dawn tomorrow. The 12th day of the 12th lunar month, cloudy. Early in the morning, the sky was gloomy, and it looked like it was going to snow again. Li Su asked worriedly, "In this weather, do we still need to go into the city?" Shin Qingtang nodded and said firmly, "Go. You must go." She would not feel at ease if she did not send the doctor away. The old doctor was different from Ji Yanshi. Ji Yanshi was mentally damaged and different from ordinary people. If you can't beat him, don't think about sending him away. The old doctor was mentally sound and full of lies, so he had to be sent away. After breakfast, Shin Qingtang used grilled sausages as bait and ordered Ji Yanshi to knock the doctor unconscious. When the old doctor saw Ji Yanshi approaching, he opened his mouth. Wang. Shin Qingtang thought that fortunately Ji Yanshi was different from ordinary people, otherwise he would be in trouble as soon as the old doctor said Wang rascal. Because he had to carry the doctor, Shin Qingke hurriedly rushed out a sled and changed the bamboo strips under the sled. It doesn't matter if we don't sell soap and perfumed soap today, so it doesn't matter if we get into the city a little later. As usual, we climbed out of the cave and let Ji Yanshi pull the sled down the mountain. Except for Shin Qingtang and Li Suan, the others had to suffer more or less. When they were almost at the foot of the mountain, the old doctor's sled hit a tree and was awakened by the shock. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, and the old doctor couldn't help cursing. "Are you still human? I broke my leg, and you still want to get me out? Get me out if you want to, but you still want to knock me out. Can't you put a mattress on this thing? Are you going to kill me?" No one in the Shin family paid any attention to him. Shin Yuji and Li Suan both felt that it was not right to do so, and felt a little guilty. Shin Qingke did not feel guilty, simply because the old doctor was old, and they were embarrassed to retort. Shin Qingtang did not want to pay attention to him, but scolding him would mean losing a piece of meat. As for the seasonal banquet, he ignored anyone who scolded him. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the road was flat, but the snow had melted and turned into ice again. It was Shin Yuji and Shin Qingke who pulled the sled, which was much smoother, and the old doctor stopped scolding. He could even chat with Shin Yuji calmly. Shin Qingtang listened to a few words. The old doctor said his surname was Sun, and he was the 5th in the order of birth. Those who knew him called him Master Sunwoo. Li Suan, who was sitting behind Shin Qingtang, whispered in Shin Qingtang's ear, "How can a doctor have such a gangster-like name?" Shin Qingtang nodded, "So we must not take him in." Li Suan nodded, and the guilt he felt towards Master Sunwoo almost disappeared. Master Sunwoo didn't tell the truth about his name and where he came from, but everything else was fine. At least he really understood medicinal materials and medical skills. He was well-spoken and knowledgeable. Probably knowing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, he didn't mention staying in the valley. The first thing the Shin family did when they entered the city was to send Master Sunwoo to see a doctor. Master Sunwoo was very disgusted with this. "I am the doctor. Isn't it a slap in my face to ask me to see a quack? I won't go. It's a pity that a person with a broken leg can't decide where to go or not." While Master Sunwoo was cursing, Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka carried him into the nearest clinic. The doctor in the clinic was a little unhappy after the examination. The wound has formed a blood scab, and the broken leg has been fixed. It seems that the technique was handled by a very experienced person. "Why do you come to me after seeing other doctors? Are you going to smash the clinic?" Master Sunwoo raised his neck and snorted through his nose. "Did you hear that?" Shin Qingtang ignored Master Sunwoo, rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white wrists. "Please help me feel my pulse again, doctor." Shin Qingtang was pregnant with a big belly, and it looked like she was about to give birth. The doctor didn't think much about it. He took Shin Qingtang's pulse with his fingers and asked her a few more questions. It was similar to the doctor's last time, saying that Shin Qingtang and her child were healthy and asked her to go home and take care of the baby. Master Sunwoo rushed to speak. "Then how many months has she been pregnant?" The doctor rolled his eyes at Master Sunwoo. "Her belly is so big. She must be about to give birth, right? But this girl is quite tough, running around with such a big belly. You didn't feel it out, right? Then you didn't realize she was pregnant with twins?" "Ha! I knew it." Master Sunwoo showed off to Shin Qingtang very proudly and explained, "Generally, doctors can only judge whether a woman is pregnant by whether the pulse is slippery or not. They can't tell how many months you are pregnant, let alone whether you are pregnant with 1 or 2. The Shin family was kicked out by the doctor of the clinic. "Your legs are broken, and you still bring a pregnant woman out to challenge the clinic. Are you sick? Were you sent by Honjitang across the street? Get out." The Shin family looked at each other. Without time to retort, they all looked down at Shin Qingtang's belly. Are they really twins? Or twins, a boy and a girl? Even Shin Qingtang looked down at her belly in shock. Are there 2 babies in there? If it is really a boy and a girl, her life will be complete. Shin Qingtang turned her head, and her eyes fell on Master Sunwoo, who was still yelling at the clinic. In the past, she had only heard that a powerful Chinese medicine practitioner could tell whether the baby was a boy or a girl by feeling the pulse. Comparing it with the doctor in the clinic just now, Shin Qingtang believed in Master Sunwoo's medical skills. "Bah, grandson, if you don't have the ability, just admit it. What's the point of kicking someone out of the house? Your legs. You don't have the skills well, but you blame the patient. Grandpa, my leg is broken, and you are still so rude to me. You good-for-nothings can't even heal me." Shin Qingtang shook her head. Master Sunwoo may have medical skills, but he definitely has no moral integrity. She looked around and saw a bank behind her. Shin Qingtang went into the bank and asked someone to weigh the silver coins given by Master Sunwoo. A total of 5 taels and 2 cents. Shin Qingtang took the silver coins out, held up the smallest piece of silver, and said to Master Sunwoo, "This piece of silver is 1 tael and 2 cents. It's for your compensation for the bedding. The new bedding you sleep on is a birthday gift that my parents plan to give to my grandmother. Since you have slept on the bedding, you can only exchange it for other birthday gifts. I won't charge you for the 2 meals. I will use the money you paid for taking my pulse to pay for my saving of your life." Shin Qingtang said, and put the remaining silver coins in Master Sunwoo's hand. "We owe each other nothing, and we'll never see each other again." Master Sunwoo. "Hey, girl, you just threw me on the street like that? My leg is still broken." Shin Qingtang turned around and said, "There are 2 supporting poles under the sled frame, and you can paddle to wherever you want to go. You also have money on you, and you can hire someone to take it to where you want to go. In short, there is no reason why we have to take care of you. There is still snow in the city, especially in places where the sun does not shine, and there is still thick ice. It's just that the ice layer varies in thickness, and is not so smooth. Sunwya. He muttered dissatisfied. Heartless the girl. When the Shun family came, they decided not to care about Master Sunday. Even though Li Suan couldn't bear it, he didn't say anything. Seeing that he was at the end, Master Sun consciously followed Shin Qingtang at the quarterly banquet and suddenly spoke. Brother Shin, aren't you going? Buying a birthday gift? Just drag me a few more steps and drop me at the door of the cloth store you want to go to. This request is not too much. Shin Yuji turned around and pulled up the rope on Sunwya's sledge again. At the busiest intersection in the market, the family separated. Shin Qingtang gave Li Suan 1 or 2 coins of broken silver. Let them choose birthday gifts. I turned right at the intersection to buy raw milk. She forgot to buy fresh milk yesterday. The most missing thing in making birthday cakes in ancient times was travel to ancient times. Of course, Shin Qingtang is not the only blogger in this field. Many bloggers have also posted videos or notes on how to make birthday cakes if they traveled to ancient times. Some people say that they can use egg whites to make cream for cakes. Others say that they can use a whisk to stir the milk, heat it, stir it, refrigerate it, and finally get a paste. There were a lot of questions in the comments section. How can the cream be separated from the egg whites? The egg whites that are directly whipped are not edible at all. Some people say that milk cannot be used to make butter. After Shin Qingtang saw it, the fat was separated by machines. It took a lot of time to search for information. In fact, there was cream in ancient times, not only cream but also ice cream. But in ancient times, cream was not called butter but it was called butter. Shin Qingtang finally found it in the art of Qi Min. Related records. One of the methods of making butter is to beat the milk repeatedly with a special tool. But Shin Qingtang failed the first time because she wanted to use fresh butter. Shin Qingtang tried to save time by using pure milk. Raw milk and goat milk were both absolutely fresh. They were not sold here but at the crossroads in the middle of the market. Go east and turn left at the first alley entrance. There is a small area where vendors gather, which is also part of the market, but it is located slightly away. You can buy live chickens, ducks, fish, goose, and sheep here. Those who set up stalls in the market later felt that the poultry and livestock were too noisy and smelly in the summer, so they moved to the small square on the east side. Milk could be bought, but cattle were not allowed to be bought and sold freely before Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingka. She didn't know how to sell fish, so she set up a stall at the market and later heard that other vendors said she should come here. Shin Qingtang bought 10 eggs first, so it was natural to make cakes. Eggs cost 5 cents each. Even eggs increased in price during the new year. In the past, you could buy large eggs for 5 cents, but now you can buy medium-sized eggs. Shin Qingtang bought a clay pot of fresh goat's milk and a clay pot of fresh cow's milk. In Dakian, those who drink cow's milk and goat's milk are rich and expensive. Merchants buy more of them and can make desserts. Ordinary people will buy cow's milk or goat's milk for their babies to drink. The price of milk is not expensive. Fresh cow's milk and fresh goat's milk must be cooked and sterilized before drinking. Cow's milk is slightly more expensive than goat's milk, probably because it is difficult to store. A jar of goat's milk costs about 2 kilograms. Shin Qingtang noticed that there was no fish seller, so he asked the egg vendor, Andy, why don't you see any fish sellers? Where to go fishing in the cold winter months? Occasionally I caught 2, but they were all robbed as soon as they arrived at the market. In Dakian, where the breeding industry is underdeveloped, things are rare and valuable. Shin Qingtang thought it was time to take all the fish he caught to the market and sell them. Probably because of the cold weather, the fish also slowed down their activities, and in the creek there are fewer and fewer fish to catch. In addition, the weather is cold, and the water is cold. The Shin family has stopped fishing before the snow. They can get some money, which is just in time for Shin Qingtang to buy the eggs. He went into the wooden box, covered the clay pots containing fresh goat's milk and fresh cow's milk, and put them in another wooden box. He said during the banquet, "Be careful, don't break it." If it's broken, it won't taste good. During the banquet, he lowered his eyes to the boxes containing eggs and milk and nodded. Shen Qingtang. He actually responded to me? He felt flattered inexplicably. Sun Wuya waited for Shen Qingtang and Ji Banquet to go away and called Shen Yuji and Li Suan. Brother Shen and his younger brothers and sisters, something happened just now I don't have the nerve to tell you in front of your girls. Shen Yuji and Li Suan both looked back at Sun Wuya. Let me tell you the truth. Your Tangya girl has a fetus in her belly that is still sitting up.
What?
Li Suan turned pale and said, "Don't lie to us."
What's so funny about this?
Although many doctors cannot tell the orientation of the fetus, experienced midwives can tell it by touch. If you lead Tang Yatu to find a midwife nearby, you will know whether what I say is true or false. Shen Yuji didn't quite understand. So, what if the fetus is sitting? Isn't it all in the belly? Li Su asked Bai Qinyu and said, when giving birth to a baby, it is easier for the baby to be delivered head down. If the baby is in a sitting position or with the feet down, it is easy not only to have difficulty in giving birth, but also to kill two people. She looked at fifth master son again. Qingtang is only more than 6 months pregnant, and her sitting posture is normal. There are still more than 2 months left for the baby to slowly turn upside down. When she was pregnant with Shen Qingtang had always been in a sitting position. It was only at 8 months that she slowly turned her buttocks to head down. The midwife taught her to kneel down on the bed for a while every day to give the baby in her belly more space. Ordinary pregnant women are still pregnant, but Shen Qingtang is pregnant with twins. Can 2 children in her belly be the same as one? How do you turn around when they are crowded together? There is also the question of whether the 2 umbilical cords will wrap around the neck. The valley where you live is more than 20 miles away from the city. If something happens, you can't even call a doctor. Li Suan opened and closed her mouth. She had also considered this, but Qingtang said that if they save some more money, they can buy or rent a house in the city after the new year, and they won't be afraid of not being able to find a doctor. Shen Yuji asked Sun Wuya, brother Sun, do you have any good ideas? Certainly. Isn't it the best way for you to leave me in the valley? I know you are suspicious of my origins. My family's ancestral tradition prohibits anyone from announcing their family name outside, so they cannot say where my family is. But I swear I really didn't mean to hurt you. To be honest, I found it from a very far away place, and with the legs I have now, I really can't walk back. The Chinese New Year will be here soon. After the Chinese New Year, your girl Tang Yu will give birth to the baby, and my legs will be healed. I will leave immediately. I'm telling you this. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. If you believe it, take me with you. If you still don't believe it, just leave me here. After speaking, Mr. Sun Wu simply lay down on the sledge, without saying another word. Li Suan Lia Shen was who asked Shen Yuji, what should I do? Shen Yuji gritted his teeth. Keep him. For the sake of Qingtang, I would rather believe what he has than what he doesn't. Anyway, our family has nothing to deceive. This 5th master son carries more money than our family possessions. Li Suan nodded. I think so too. After Shen Qingtang bought eggs and milk, he went to weigh 2 pig intestines. 1 pig intestine is about 20 meters, and half of the sausage made from pig intestines has been eaten. Everyone in the family likes it very much. This morning Li Suan also specially gave her 100 coins to buy some pig intestines and make some sausages to bake. Beichuan's pig guts are not rare and cannot be picked up, but the price is not higher than pork suet. Butcher Zhu said that most of the people who buy the small intestines are poor people, just to make some oil from the small intestines to satisfy their cravings. The rich people don't like eating them because they are dirty, so they can't sell them for a total of 83 yuan. The butcher took 80 cents and gave Shen Qingtang a big pigskin. Shen Qingtang had just given the copper plate to Butcher Zhu and turned around to pull the sledge and leave. When Shen Qingtang called for the seasonal banquet, he didn't dare to chase him. He was afraid of slipping. Grilled sausages. The words were concise during the quarterly banquet. Shen Qingtang understood what he meant instantly. He wanted to go home and make sausages. He stopped him dumbfounded and said, "You can't leave. I won't give you sausages when I leave." Looking back at the quarterly banquet, Obvious confusion appeared in his clear black eyes. Shen Qingtang held his stomach and walked back. I have to go home with my parents and second brother. Reluctantly followed him at the quarterly banquet. Saw Shen Yuji dragging Sun Weia back at the agreed meeting place. Shen Qingtang frowned and looked at him inquiringly. Shen Yuji coughed lightly and avoided Shen Qingtang's gaze. Li Suan said, I think he is quite pitiful. Shen Qingtang did not agree to take Sun Weia back to the valley, but Shen Yuji and Li Suan insisted on taking him back, so Shen Qingtang could only compromise. This old man should not be allowed to go with his soft-hearted parents. Shen Yuji and Li Suan bought the remaining 200 coins and gave them to Shen Qingke. I was unhappy about the birthday gift. I simply took out the money and treated everyone to a meal. Previously, a family of 4 could eat 3 meat dishes and a bowl of soup and still have a little surplus. It was just enough for the staple food. After dinner, the group headed back to the valley. After returning home, Li Suan was responsible for packing up the purchase supplies. Shen Yuji helped Li Suan. Shen Qingtang wrapped the raw milk and put it on the hot floor to ferment. The goat's milk was hung on the snowy branches for use in making soap and soap tomorrow. During the banquet, he chased after Shen Qingtang and reminded her. Grilled sausages. Shen Qingtang was so worn out that he lost his temper. Okay, let's make sausage. It's so unreasonable for a foodie to have such a face that makes people and gods angry. Shen Qingtang muttered dissatisfied. Mr. Sun Wu was sitting on the terrace in a good mood, looking at Shen Qingtang and the banquet. When his eyes fell on the banquet, it was a bit too complicated. To make grilled sausages, you must first wash and process the casings. As before, tear off the fat, clean the inside and outside, then the casing, soak it in white wine and salt water, and then make the meat filling. Shen Qingtang actually wants to eat spicy enema. Unfortunately, Beichuan does not sell chili enema. Scraping casings and mincing meat stuffing were all tasks done during the banquet. This time, Shen Qingtang did the job easily. She only had to prepare the stuffing and make sausages. One was used to make grilled sausages, and the other was used to make sausages. Shen Qingtang finally finished her work and came in after the moon was over. Li Suan served her rice and said distressfully, there is work for us to do. Especially the cave is so high. You are still going up and down while pregnant with twins. What if you fall? I asked several times if I wanted to help, but was rejected. If I asked too many questions, I would be thrown out at the banquet. It's okay. Shen Qingtang sat down with his hands on his waist and pointed at the quarterly banquet sitting opposite her. Most of them were done during the quarterly banquet. I just kept talking. Now he takes me up and down the cave. Shen Qingke was a little annoyed. You are becoming more and more dependent on him. Shen Qingtang tilted his head. It has nothing to do with whether you believe it or not. Fighting or not fighting, we can't let him stay at home and eat for free. Shen Qingke. Seeing that Shen Qingke didn't eat much, Shen Qingtang asked, Brother, are you still worried about what gift to give to your grandmother? Yes, Shen Qingke nodded. If it doesn't work, just do the tricycle you mentioned. He took out the picture Shen Qingtang had drawn before and pointed it out to her. I changed a few more things, and we'll try it tomorrow.
Huh?
Sun Weia came to take a look at the drawings and became interested. What is this? Why does it look so similar to a wheelchair? Can you do carpentry? Can you help me make a wheelchair? I won't let you help in vain. I will give you money. As he said that, he took out the remaining pieces of silver, placed them on the table, and pushed them in front of Shen Qingke. Shen Qingke grabbed them without hesitation and nodded. Okay. I'll make it for you tomorrow. With these 3 taels of silver, he can buy a decent birthday gift for his grandmother. Mr. Sun Wu is also very happy. 3 taels of silver can actually buy a wheelchair? The 13th day of the 12th lunar month, sunny. None of the Shin family after leaving the valley. They've been busy since morning. Li Suan is making bedding. Shen Qingke is helping Shen Weia to make soap, and suet soap, and he is to try to make 100 caddies of cake. The lard was refined 5 times. Fortunately, she helped her cut the lard, serve the dishes, etc. Shen Qingtang couldn't see the way he looked at them. It's more complicated. It took Shin Qingtang a whole morning to prepare all the soap, and suet soap, and then make the cake in the afternoon. I really didn't learn cake making for making videos. I learned it from short videos during the confinement period at the beginning of the 3rd year of the epidemic. However, short videos are roughly divided into 2 types. One is to use flour at home to make various foods, including but it is not limited to steamed cakes, steamed buns, cold dough, etc. The ingredients required for steamed cakes include flour, oil, sugar, and eggs. Fortunately, the flour ground by stone mill is not high in gluten. It doesn't matter if the flour is high. Wash the noodles like making cold noodles. The starch in the flour water is 0 gluten noodles. The washed gluten determines the gluten. If you want low gluten flour, just leave a little gluten in the starch. This is time-consuming and labor-intensive. The traditional method is only applicable in ancient times. Take some raw milk, boil it, and let it cool. Separate the egg white and yolk. In ancient times, there was no separator available, so Shin Qingtang knew 2 methods. There is a thin membrane on the egg yolk. The membrane of the egg beaten in the bowl is usually still intact. Just pinch the membrane of the egg yolk gently, carefully, and quickly to separate the egg yolk completely and cleanly. It cannot be broken. Another way is to break the egg in half, pour the yolks on both sides, and then the remaining egg yolks will be 2, and 1 or 2 less can be eaten. Oil, a little more than 1 ounce of milk, 1 ounce of flour, and 1 ounce of sugar. I can only weigh it in ounces. Logically, I can add some lemon juice. And white vinegar, I don't have it at home. Stir the egg yolks and oil together, then pour in the milk, sugar, and flour. The hardest part is to beat the 2 eggs quickly and continuously with chopsticks. It's not too white and easy to whip. Add the batter in 3 batches and shake it twice on the table to remove the bubbles before steaming it. In ancient times, there was no plastic wrap, so Shin Qingtang covered the basin with a basket cloth. Prevent soda water. Put water in the pot, then put it in a basin and steam it on low heat for 3/4 of an hour. While steaming the cake, Shin Qingtang took out some of the raw milk to make the pastry, which is the raw milk that has been left overnight. A thick layer of solid material is formed. Take this layer of solid material out and put it into a cylindrical and slender wooden barrel. A round iron block similar to a weight is attached to the bottom of a wooden stick of appropriate length and is inserted into the wooden barrel and beaten repeatedly. Shin Qingtang kept beating until his hands were sore, and the cream finally separated. Shin Qingtang didn't work at the banquet mainly because it was the first time to make cream in ancient times, and he had no experience in doing it by himself. During the quarterly banquet, I was originally following Shin Qingtang to watch her making cakes. After looking for a long time without seeing Shin Qingtang put the meat, he turned around and went back to the house. Sun Wuya, who was on the terrace, saw that the Shin family members were busy and no one paid attention to him. When he reached out to stop the banquet that was about to enter the house, he moved down from the chair with difficulty and knelt on one knee in front of the banquet. The other leg is tied with a wooden board and cannot be bent. "My subordinates see you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you." Sun Wuya rose into the air before he finished speaking, drew an arc in midair, and sat on the floor in the courtyard. After throwing away the banquet, he entered his room without looking back. Sun Wuya stared blankly at the direction of the door of the quarterly banquet, forgetting even the pain. The Shin family did not stay away. Li Suin was in his room. Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka were doing carpentry not far outside the hospital. Shin Qingtang was busy in front of the stove. Hearing the noise, they all rushed over. Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka bent down to help Sun Wuya. Li Suin asked with concern, "Dr. Sun, are you okay? Is your leg okay?" Mr. Sun Wu said, Came back from the days, waved his hand, "I'm fine."
He.
At the quarterly banquet? Don't argue with him. He's not in a good place. Shin Yuji pointed to his temple and comforted Master Sunday. Only Shin Qingtang raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Master Sun suspiciously. "Why did he throw you away? What did you do to him?" "I never throw people away for no reason at the quarterly banquet." Mr. Sun Wu felt aggrieved and said, "I didn't do anything." He just recognized his master. Shen Qingtang raised his hand and knocked on the door of the quarterly banquet and asked him, "Why did you throw people away?" At the quarterly banquet, he responded with 2 words, "Blocking the road." At the same time, he raised his hand and slammed the door from a distance. Sun Wuya looked puzzled. Shun Yuji lowered his head and asked Sun Wuya, "Did you just block his way?" Sun Wuya recalled it for a while, and it seemed that it was probably the case. He nodded and said half seriously, "I just wanted to stop him and ask if he could help me to the hut. You should ask me or Qing Ke to help you next time." Shun Yuji pointed to the door of the quarterly banquet room and said, "Stay away from him. You are lucky today. Otherwise your leg will have to be broken again." Mr. Sun Wu. He looked genuinely confused. Shen Qingtang looked at Mr. Sun Wu with doubts in his eyes. The cream is whipped, and the steamed cake in the pan is just ready to be cooked. After taking it out of the pan, it needs to dry for a while before being released from the mold. Otherwise, collapse or shrinkage will occur. The separated cream is not as soft and fluffy as modern whipped cream, but it has a more delicate texture. Not much raw milk was purchased for the experiment, and even less whipped cream was produced. Just enough to spread a thin layer of cake dough. Shen Qingtang cut the cake into 8 equal parts. Everyone has 1 piece to try, and 2 pieces for the seasonal banquet. It's delicious. Mr. Sun Wu nodded repeatedly. It's so delicious. I've never tasted such delicious cakes. Shin Yuji was unhappy. You stole my words. Everyone laughed. The only time he didn't smile was during the quarterly banquet. He didn't seem satisfied with the lack of meat. After reluctantly taking a bite of the cake, his expression relaxed, and he swallowed the cake in 1 gulp. After finishing the 2 pieces in his hand, he looked down at the last piece of cake on the plate with tangled eyes. From time to time, 5th Master Sun would steal a glance at the banquet, and his eyes could not hide the complexity. On the 14th day of the 12th lunar month, there is light snow. The Shin family did not leave the valley. Shin Yu's father and son were busy making wheelchairs. Sun Wuya was half lying and half sitting on the terrace admiring the snow scenery, watching the family going about their business. Li Suan made the bedding and helped Shin Qingtang make pigskin jelly. There is a lot of pigskin this time, and the amount of rosin picked last time was too small, so the cleaning speed of the pig hair is a bit slow. Shin Qingtang coaxed her to take her up the mountain during the seasonal banquet. Come with me to the mountains to collect rosin and make pigskin jelly to eat. He didn't move during the quarterly banquet.
Cake.
Shin Qingtang said, Huh?
Nodding.
Shin Qingtang was a little embarrassed. We don't have that much raw milk at home. If you want to eat it, you have to eat it tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 15th day of the 12th lunar month. I will buy it and let it sit overnight. I will make a cake on the 16th morning and take it to celebrate my birthday. He has never been a negotiable person at the banquet, neither speaking nor moving. Today we have grilled sausages. I'll give you 4. Satisfied at the quarterly banquet, he pulled Shin Qingtang up the mountain with a sledge. Sun Wuya looked at them and hesitated to speak, and finally did not speak. There was a turmoil in my heart. Is this still his master? Shin Qingtang wandered around the mountain for more than an hour during the banquet and found a lot of rosin. Li Suan had already boiled the water and threw the rosin stuck to the bark into the pot to boil. Take it out and sift it, let it solidify slightly, and spread the rosin on the pig skin while it's soft. Tear off a piece. After repeating it several times, only a few remaining pig hairs were left, and Li Suan picked them out one by one. Shin Qingtang put the rosin back into the boiling water, boiled it, removed the impurities, and reused it. Repeat this until 1½ pigskins are completely cleaned. While making the pigskin jelly, I set up another pot to braise the pig head and pig trotters. The pig head meat and pig trotters have been buried in the snow for several days and are still very fresh. There was meat to eat, so he followed Shin Qingtang like a tail during the seasonal banquet. Shin Yu's father and son made the first wheelchair. The wheels are spliced together using a mortise and tenon structure. Shin Yuji and Shin Qingke moved the wheelchair into the courtyard and then helped Sun Wuya into the wheelchair. Pushing him around the yard twice, 5th Master. How do you feel? Not bad. Very good. Sun Wuya happily turned the wheels of his wheelchair and walked around by hand. It feels so bad to have no legs. When Shun Chinka placed wood, he placed double portions of wood. He plans to make one for his grandmother, too. Every piece of wood is planed and spliced by him personally. Where can there be more sincerity than this? The 15th day of the 12th lunar month is sunny. The Shun family entered the city. Sun Wuya reluctantly stayed in the valley. His legs and feet are inconvenient, and he is not suitable for going out. After the Shun family left, he took out a firework from his arms and lit it. If the Shun family saw it, they would definitely recognize that the fireworks were exactly the same as the ones Shinyuji picked up in the city. After arrived in the city, he had to sell pigskin jelly first. At the stall, I saw an old man selling lanterns again. The old man was also very happy to see the Shun family. He happily told them that he had paid back the 2 taels of silver. Got the receipt too.
Show them the receipt as well.
Shun Chinka took it and looked at it carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, he asked the old man to keep the receipt. Shin Qingtang had made an appointment with the old man before to collect his lanterns every time he came. This time the old man saved 300 lanterns. Shin Qingtang first gave the old man 300 coins, and then took out 1 tael of silver to his father-in-law. Old man, my family has something to do at home these 2 days, so I won't come to the market for the time being. I will pay you 1 tael of silver first. Wait for you to make all the lanterns. Then bring it over. The old man refused. That won't work. I can't just point it at you. Shin Chinka took the money from Shin Qingtang and patted it into the old man's hand without any explanation.
Just take it.
Let's sell the lanterns together, so you can take your grandson home early. The old man declined for a long time before taking the money and leaving. Of course the money came from Shin Chinka. Before entering the city, Shin Chinka asked Shin Qingtang to give him a tael of silver when she saw the old man. Shin Chinka's 30 taels of silver were given to Shinyu, because Shinyuji helped make the wheelchair. I gave the old man a tael. I have 1 or 2 left in my hand. The sledge was swung sideways and occupied the old man's stall to sell pigskin jelly. Made 2 large portions of pork rind jelly. Shinyuji and his wife are responsible for guarding the stall and selling pigskin jelly. Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka took a piece of pork rind jelly and planned to go to a restaurant and to try selling it. The agreed retail price is 15 cents. Customers who come to the market like to cut prices and leave room for bargaining. The bottom line for retail sales is 12 cents. Shin Qingtang was still followed during the quarterly banquet. The distance between the 2 people was within reach of him. Shin Qingtang plans to take the wholesale route. The person most suitable for sales in the family is undoubtedly Shin Qingtang. However, Shin Qingtang's belly is getting bigger and bigger, and he may not be able to go out after the new year. If you sign a contract with a restaurant, you will be supplied on time every day. At that time, all that is needed is to go out and deliver the goods, and both Shinyuji and Shin Chinka can do it. Delicious glazed jade aspic, 15 cents a pound. The brother and sister shouted as they walked. Passing by the restaurant that had been vandalized during the banquet, Shin Qingtang saw a rental sign hanging on the door. Seeing Shin Qingtang staring at the sign on the shop, he asked her, "Do you want to rent a shop?" Shin Qingtang nodded and shook his head. "We can't afford it. I'm just wondering why the restaurant is in such a good location for so many days. Haven't you figured it out yet? When something goes wrong, there must be a monster." The shopkeeper of the Rouge shop next door happened to come out to see off the customers. Hearing this, he glanced sideways at the closed door and said to Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka, "Today is different from the past. Business is getting more and more difficult. In the past, if you earned 10 cents, you had to pay a maximum of 30% tax, but now you have to pay 70% tax if you earn 10 cents. It's a tax. Who would be stupid enough to run a shop when there are more and more stalls on the street?" Shaking his head, he walked back to his shop. Shin Qingtang suddenly realized, "I thought there were more and more vendors in the market because of the new year. I didn't expect it was to save rent." Shin Chinka rubbed his frozen hands. "If it goes on like this, Beichuan will really be in trouble." Shin Qingtang nodded. When people are living in poverty, it is the beginning of troubled times. I thought I could rely on my skills that did not exist in ancient times to become a small businessman. Now it seems that I should find ways to save my life first. After walking a few more steps, Shen Qingtang stopped and pointed at the sign of Yunkalai. When we were guessing riddles and selling lanterns that day, the fat man seemed to want to invite people to Yunkalai for dinner. This store looks big, let's go and ask. Of course we can't go through the front door if we want to sell things to the restaurant. Shinchinka and Shen Qingtang walked around Yunkalai for a while and stopped at the door of the backyard. Shinchinka went forward and knocked on the door. After knocking 2 or 3 times, someone came to answer the door. A waiter-like man with an apron tied around his waist saw the 3 good-looking faces, and his impatience on his face retreated a little. He asked, "Who are you? Is there anything wrong?" We are here to deliver goods." The shopkeeper told us to go to the backyard to find the chef. He told us that he knew what was going on. Shen Qingtang interrupted Shinchinka and spoke quickly. "You wait." The waiter-like man closed the far door and walked inside, and only his voice came out. "Master, someone is looking for you outside." He said that the shopkeeper asked him to come. Shinchinka asked Shen Qingtang in surprise, "Do you know the shopkeeper of this restaurant?" "I've never even met him." Shen Qingtang shook his head. He lied to him. Shinchinka. He starts by lying. Does he want to do this business or not? Soon there were footsteps and dissatisfied complaints in the yard. "Why can't I remember who the shopkeeper asked me to meet? He must be busy." Several young masters gathered together today, and the dishes are not enough. What mess did he add? The door was opened violently from the inside. Shen Qingtang took a step back in fright when she saw the person coming. She has been in Beichuan for so long and rarely sees fat people. The fattest one she has seen is the little fat boy. The little fat boy is fatter than the others, but overall, he doesn't look too exaggerated. It was like a moving mountain in front of Shen Qingtang. The man standing at the door was tall and fat. His belly was so big that it filled the half-open door. Holding a big spoon in his hand, he asked Shen Qingtang, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Shinchinka stood in front of Shen Qingtang. "Master Chef, we are here to deliver the glazed jade pig skin jelly." Shen Qingtang came back to his senses and lifted the cage cloth covering the wooden board. On the board was a large piece of crystal-clear, red and green pork skin jelly, like tofu. The chef walked closer and took a look. "Your pork skin jelly is quite interesting. Dakian has pork skin jelly, but it is labor-intensive and time-consuming to make, especially processing the pig skin, which is too troublesome." The chef has seen a lot of pork skin jellies, but this is the first time he has seen such a unique pork skin jelly. "How much?" 15 cents a caddy. "What if I want all of them?" 13 cents a caddy. 10 cents. The chef crossed his fingers and made a number of 10. "Not impossible." Shen Qingtang said, "That has to be the price for long-term cooperation." The chef didn't rush to speak, but stepped forward to pinch an egg-shaped jelly, put it in his mouth, took a small bite, and chewed it carefully for a while. "It's a little bland, add a little salt." Shen Qingtang nodded. "Okay. You can keep these today at 13 cents per pound. We'll sit down and take a look at the situation later and then talk about it later." Shen Qingtang nodded readily. "Okay." The master chef turned around and left, telling his apprentice to take all the pigskins back. The apprentice carried the wooden board away in confusion. Shen Qingtang called out, "Master chef, who should we go to for the bill?" The master chef turned around looking puzzled. "Didn't you say that the shopkeeper asked you to come?" After he finished speaking, he saw that Shen Qingtang looked guilty and smiled. "Are you trying to lie to me? Aren't you afraid that I will kick you out? You are a prime minister, so why would you bother with us? Besides, aren't you still short of vegetables for lunch?" The master chef pointed at Shen Qingtang in the air and nodded a few times, then told his apprentice, "Take them to the shopkeeper to settle the bill." Then he turned to Shen Qingtang and said, "Next time you come, don't lie. Just say I asked you to come." Shen Qingtang nodded. "My grandmother's birthday is tomorrow. You have to come the day after tomorrow." Master Gao nodded and hurried into the kitchen. The young apprentice who opened the door for Shen Qingtang complained, "You actually lied." "Fortunately, my master has a good temper." "It's not that your master has a good temper. Shen Qingtang denied it. It's because my pigskin jelly is good enough that your master has a good temper. The young apprentice looked puzzled. What's the difference? Shen Qingtang smiled and said nothing more. He followed him to the shopkeeper to settle the bill. 50 kilograms of pigskin jelly, 650 coins. After leaving Uncle Ai, Shen Qingtang and Shen Qingke were not in a hurry to go back and meet up with Shen Yuji and his wife. First, they bought raw milk for 100 coins. Then he accompanied Shen Qingke to buy a cowhide for 50 coins. Shen Qingke felt that the wheelchair was too bumpy when walking on the bumpy ground. Shen Qingtang suggested that he wrap a layer of cowhide around the wheel. In fact, before the invention of rubber tires, the ancients did use cowhide to wrap cotton wool and other fillings on wooden wheels to reduce shock and prevent wear. After buying what he needed at the secondary market, he went to the market to find the pig butcher to get pig skin. The pig butcher kept his word and really kept the pig skin for Shen Qingtang. This time, he gave Shen Qingtang a total of 5. Shen Qingtang was not empty-handed. He took out 2 bars of soap and 2 bars of scented soap from the box under the sled frame for them. He originally wanted to give them 2 grilled sausages and even used a pottery jar to keep charcoal warm. He was seen eating it halfway when Ji Yanchi saw it. Back at the market, Shen Yuji and Li Suan were busy. Pigskin jelly is a fresh food in Beichuan, especially the colorful and beautiful one made by Shen Qingtang. Many people came to buy it without shouting. Shen Qingtang also saw an acquaintance among them.
It was the son of the Qin family.
There were too many people lining up to buy pork skin jelly, so Shen Qingtang didn't recognize him. It was the young master of the Qin family who recognized Shen Qingtang first and took the initiative to greet her.
Miss.
Young lady. The shopkeeper.
Me?
It's me. Do you still remember me? The one who did the lottery. Young Master Chen didn't know how to address Shen Qingtang, so he just called her shopkeeper. He turned his index finger upside down and placed it on his heart, signaling Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang walked up to the young master of the Qin family. It's you? Of course I remember. Are you here to take care of our business again? How could he not remember her when she was so generous? Young Master Chen nodded and discussed with Shen Qingtang. I don't want a queue. Can you give me a favor and let me buy first? Shen Qingtang glanced at the long line and asked him, How much do you want? All of them.
No.
Shen Qingtang shook his head. So many people are queuing. If you take all, others won't be able to buy. Since you are a regular customer, I will cut 5 pounds for you. So little. Young Master Chen nodded reluctantly. Okay. Shen Qingtang led young Master Chen to the stall and cut 5 pounds of pork skin jelly for him, 75 coins. Young Master Chen picked up a small piece of silver from his purse and gave it to Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang weighed it and found it was about 5 cents, which would be about 500 coins in copper coins. She shook her head. Too much. I can't make the change. The rest is a thank you gift.
Huh.
Shen Qingtang opened her eyes in surprise. If it's a reward, it's not difficult to understand. A thank you gift. Don't you know how much help you helped me with that basket of green vegetables last time? Originally, I made some mistakes and was punished to kneel in the ancestral hall. I sneaked out to play, but when I got home, my father saw me and wanted to punish me. I said that I sneaked out to buy some fresh vegetables for my grandmother to try. Grandmother protected me. Not only did I not get punished, but I was also praised. The silver was doubled. Grandmother said that the pork jelly you made was delicious and she liked it. The soaps were given to the women in the family, and the soaps were rewarded to the servants. Let me tell you this. I am now walking sideways in the mansion. My father beats me, and a bunch of people protect me. Young Master Chen really didn't expect that spending such a small amount of money would bring so many benefits. Today, when he saw the pigskin jelly, he came to line up again and didn't even go to school. Shen Qingtang. Inexplicably feel that he has lost money? How much pigskin jelly do you want? I will make it and send it to your house the day after tomorrow. Send 100 pounds first. Young Master Chen tried. Can you make it? Yes, I can. Shen Qingtang saw that young Master Chen had no idea about weight, so he reminded him, 100 pounds is a bit much. If you eat 1 plate for each meal, there will be 2 or 300 plates, or even more. How much is in 1 plate depends on the size of his plates. It's okay. Young Master Chin waved his hand. It's not necessary to finish it in 1 meal. Besides, I just made my grandmother happy and I have to make my grandmother happy, and I also have my teacher and classmates to take care of. Your pigskin jelly is a new thing and not expensive. I can afford it. Shin Qingtang reflected on himself deeply. He was too narrow-minded. The pigskin jelly was sold out quickly. The income from selling to the restaurant was 650 coins. The retail sales were 585 coins plus young Master Chen's silver, which was about 1,085 coins. The silver hadn't been weighed yet, but it was no more, no less. A total of 1,735 coins. Li Suan smiled so hard that his teeth were not visible and put the copper coins and silver into the purse. Selling pigskin jelly is more profitable than selling soap and scented soap. You don't have to wait for 20 days for saponification. If we make it today, we can sell it tomorrow. We don't have the capital yet. The pigskin was given to us for free, and the radishes and greens are grown by ourselves. The pigs were hunted during the seasonal banquet. Shun Yuji bent down to untie the rope, pulled it over his shoulder, adjusted the length, and pulled the sled. Shin Chinka, who was pulling another sled, shook his head. It's winter now, so it's okay to make pigskin jelly. If it's summer, I'm afraid that even if I put in a lot more pigskin, it may not be as solid as it is now. The business of pigskin jelly is not as long-term as soap and scented soap. Second brother is right. Shin Qingtang sat on the sled with the help of Li Suan. Pork skin jelly is still different from soap. If you ask for it once or twice, the butcher should not charge you. Seeing that our pigskin jelly business is good, he will definitely charge you. There is only 1 wild boar at home, and we still have to spend money to buy it after eating it. There must be capital, and it will become more and more. Our family's pigskin jelly business is good, and other people will be jealous, and I'm afraid they will also come to do it. Making pigskin jelly is not an exclusive secret recipe. At most, we add vegetables to the pigskin jelly, which is unique. As for picking pig hair, if you can make money, just pluck the pig hair one by one, and there are many people willing to do it. Li Suan pulled down the corner of his mouth, so pigskin jelly can't be sold? It's not that it can't be sold, but it can't be sold for a long time. It can still be sold for a few days before and after the new year. Shun Qingtang said. As for how many days it can be sold, it depends on how fast the peers get jealous. It's still a while before noon, and the family discussed going home for lunch. The main thing is that there is still a disabled Grandpa Sunwoo at home, and no one is taking care of him. After walking a few steps, Shun Yuji slapped his forehead and stopped. I almost forgot the business. I have to buy some vegetable seeds. We have to go to Dongweiqing to find farmers to buy them. Shun Yuji pointed to the east. No need to find farmers. Shin Qingtang shook his head. The first time I bought vegetable seeds, we just arrived in Beichuan and didn't know anyone. I have been running to the city for a long time. I have asked around. There are farmers who specialize in selling vegetable seeds. The variety of vegetables in Dakian is relatively rich. Some farmers make a living by growing vegetables and become gardeners in Beichuan. The gardeners are also in the east. The inner city is a little to the east, not far away. Shun Yuji bought almost all the vegetable seeds that people had. It cost a full 200 coins. After coming out of the gardener who sold vegetable seeds, he saw a medicine shop. Li Su asked, "Do you want to bring some medicine back to Master Sunwoo?" Shin Qingtang said firmly, "No."
Why?
Li Su asked puzzledly. "You seem to dislike Master Sunwoo?" "It's not a matter of like or not." Shun Qingtang shook his head. Master Sunwoo is different from Ji Yanshi. The whole family knew that Ji Yanshi had a secret, but he was a fool and had great martial arts skills, so there was no point in guarding against him. Master Sunwoo was secretive, which always made her a little uneasy. You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Of course, this is not the main reason for refusing to buy medicine for Master Sunwoo. Master Sunwoo, the doctors in the city are all quacks. Shin Qingtang stated the reason for his objection. I have seen with my own eyes the medicine he prepared for external injuries. A blood hole as big as a fingernail can be stopped immediately by sprinkling medicine powder on it. We came down from the mountain. You all know how we pulled the sled during the seasonal banquet. Ordinary people would have also broken their skin. But Master Sun Wu's wound did not break at all. Li Suan was relieved when she heard it. He is very good. The higher Master Sun Wu's medical skills are, the more at ease she is. He can save Qingtang's life at the critical moment. It would be even better if he was a female doctor. Shen Qingtang. Was she praising Master Sun Wu for his skills? She was emphasizing that Master Sun Wu's origins were unknown. With Master Sun Wu's skills, even if he was really far away from home and couldn't come back for a while, he could set up a stall in the city to see patients and live in an inn. What's the point of staying at her house? When the Shin family came back, Master Sun Wu was humming a little tune, sitting in a wheelchair, basking in the sun in the yard. Seeing them come back, he waved his hand with interest. Are you back? Shan Yuji greeted him with the air of a host. Shin Qingtang went back to the room to rest. His belly was getting bigger and bigger, and his back and waist ached from walking for so long. Shin Qingka was busy cutting cowhide to wrap the wheels of the wheelchair.
Li Suan kuka.
After lunch, the family began to get busy again. Shin Qingtang took Ji Yanshi to collect the pigskin. Li Suan helped Shin Yuji to clean up the place where the greenhouse was to be planted. The surrounding weeds and trees that were in the way had been cleared. After tomorrow, the greenhouse frame can be set up. Tomorrow we have to go to celebrate the birthday. Thinking of celebrating the birthday, the couple became worried. When I think about going to my eldest brother's house tomorrow, my head hurts so much. Li Suan threw the weeds aside. In one ear and out the other. Don't take it to heart when the eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law say something to squeeze me. It doesn't matter if they squeeze me. They're just making fun of us not being as well off as them. I'm just afraid that they will say bad things to irritate Qingtang. Qingtang is already in advanced stage of pregnancy. What if she has miscarriage? Then don't let Qingtang go to celebrate the birthday. Shin Yuji stopped hoeing and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Grandmother is celebrating her birthday, and the granddaughter doesn't go to celebrate. Wouldn't that make them laugh at Qingtang for being rude? Then what do you say we should do? If I knew what to do, why would I worry about it? You're just worrying too much. I see Qingtang doesn't take this matter to heart. She's focused on making that birthday cake. You know what? The thing she made is quite delicious. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Li Suan bent down to pick up weeds, then looked up and glared at Shin Yuji. Have you forgotten why we split up? Qingtang has been smiling a lot more recently. Isn't it because she hasn't seen the eldest brother and the second brother's families? What if the eldest brother and the second brother's families don't let her in tomorrow? What should we do? Even if we let her in, I'm afraid the words of bullying, whether overt or covert, are unacceptable to hear. Qingtang said that she didn't mind, but as a woman, I know how hurtful those words are. I'm really worried that Qingtang will be upset after hearing too much. Shin Yuji. He raised his hand and scratched his forehead and discussed with Li Suan. How about we bring Master Sun with us tomorrow? Why bring an outsider to celebrate Mother's birthday? I just heard Qingtang coaxing Ji Yan not to leave the valley tomorrow. Aren't you afraid that Qingtang will get angry or have a miscarriage? With Master Sun Wu here, he can save lives at the critical moment. We can at least feel at ease. Li Suan nodded. You are right. I wonder if Master Sun Wu is willing to go with us? I'll ask him at dinner tonight. It would be best if he can go with us. If not, ask him what medicine to prepare, just in case. Late at night, Master Sun Wu suddenly opened his eyes. He quietly moved out of bed, supported himself with his injured left leg, and dragged his broken right leg, walked to Shin Qingka's bed, and gently sprinkled some powder. Shin Qingka's breathing became more stable. He had tampered with the candles in Shin Qingtang and Shin Yuji's room in the afternoon, and they should have fallen into a coma by now. Master Sun Wu had just dragged his legs to light the candles in the room when someone knocked on the door. Something strange happened. Master Sun Wu limped open the door. Two men in night clothes saw Master Sun Wu kneeling on the ground. One of them bowed his head and saluted. Old son, I am guilty. It was my subordinate who lost the fireworks because he wanted to take a look at his old father who was setting up a stall in the market. I am willing to die to atone for my sin. You are the prince as subordinate, not mine. Save your words of apology for the prince. Sun Wuya waved his hand. Another one spoke up. Old son, is the prince really here? Sun Wuya nodded and pointed to Ji Yancher's room. Inside. Why is the prince here? I don't know. The prince didn't recognize me. Sun Wuya shook his head. This family looks easy to talk to, but they're very tight-lipped. It's not easy to get words out of them.
Then.
Can we see the prince now? Sun Wuya hesitated and shook his head. It's useless to see him. The prince doesn't remember me, and it's unlikely that he can recognize you. Before Sun Wuya finished speaking, the three of them were thrown out of the house by an invisible force and fell into the yard. After they fell to the ground, Ji Yancher's voice followed. Noisy. Unlike the indifference during the day, this word clearly carried an unhappy tone. The two men in brocade clothes, ignoring the pain in their bodies, knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Ji Yancher's room. Your Highness, please forgive me. Master Sun Wu grimaced in pain, and before he could get up, he stopped them. Sure.
Don't
shout. But he was still a step too late. The three were once again lifted out of the yard. The two men in brocade clothes fell awkwardly in the mud with a bewildered look on their faces. Master Sun Wu lowered his voice and cursed. What are you daydreaming about? Help the old man up first. The two men in brocade clothes looked in the direction of Ji Yancher, stood up, and helped Master Sun Wu up. Master Sun Wu pointed to the distance, motioning for them to take him there first. Only when they were far away from the yard and their voices could not be heard by Ji Yancher did Master Sun Wu dare to cry out in pain. Ouch. My leg. The wooden board on his leg was displaced by the fall, and his broken leg must have been stressed again and suffered, which is equivalent to breaking his leg twice. Old son, what's the situation now? The prince. I don't know what happened to the prince, and he has returned to the state of his childhood.
No.
It's even more serious than when he was a child. He hasn't had an attack for many years, and I don't have any medicine with me. Ji Shurju stayed, and Ji Yi went back to the medicine valley to ask old lady Song for medicine. Master Sun Wu changed his posture, grinned and snorted twice, then continued. It's best to let Nanny Song come here in person. There is something I'm not sure about. Ji Yi said, if I go back, it will take more than a month to go back and forth. As for the prince, Master Sun Wu sighed. You have to go back in person. I don't trust other people. Especially if other people know about the prince's current situation. I'm afraid it will cause big trouble. The prince is not conscious now, and I can't get close to him unless his soul-leaving syndrome is cured. Ji Yi nodded, bowed to Master Sun Wu, took 2 steps back, pushed off the ground with his toes, flipped over and reached the foot of the mountain, and quickly climbed up the mountain. A black shadow could be vaguely seen moving quickly on the white snow, and then disappeared behind the mountain. Old son, what can I do?
Yi 19 bowed.
Your family is in Beichuan, and you are familiar with Beichuan. You stay in the city to pass on the news, and pay attention to whether there are strange faces in Beichuan. I will definitely do my best to atone for your crime. Master Sun Wu shook his head. I can't control how the prince will deal with you in the future. If there's a chance, I will say a good word for you. Also, let Qingying and others discuss the big things you're planning. I'm afraid the prince will not be able to recover his sanity for a while. Thank you. Old Sunday Ji 19 nodded, bowed to Master Sun Wu, and began to retreat. Wait a minute. Master Sun Wu called him. Do you have any silver on you? Ji 19 shook his head. I didn't bring any. Walking at night in fine clothes is to travel light and not attract attention. Who would carry silver on him? Go and get some. I'll go to the city to get it later. No one in the valley eats free meals. The prince has to work for meat, and he is embarrassed to always eat for free. Old Sun tied the wooden board again with a grin. Send me back before you go. Ji 19 nodded and carried Old Sun on his back. The 16th day of the 12th lunar month, in the morning. When Shen Yuji got up, he saw Master Sun Wu lying on the floor covered in mud. Brother Sun, What happened to you? Why are you covered in mud? Last night, I wanted to go to the toilet, but I didn't feel comfortable disturbing you, so I went by myself and fell into the mud. I didn't want to dirty the bedding, so I lay on the floor. Shin found a set of clean clothes, called Shinchinka to change clothes for Master Sun Wu, and helped him to the bed. Shin Qingtang heard the noise and got up too. She sat on the bed and touched her belly, feeling a little uncomfortable. Her sleep is getting worse and worse. At night, the fetus will occasionally move. Before she knew she was pregnant with twins, she felt frequent fetal movements and the baby in her belly was more noisy. Now that she knows she is pregnant with twins, she always feels that the two babies in her belly are fighting. Sometimes she has to mediate. However, she slept very soundly last night, and the baby in her belly was also very peaceful. Shin Qingtang was a little uncomfortable as she hadn't slept so soundly for a long time. Looking up and seeing the rosy glow in the sky, Shin Qingtang hurriedly put on her clothes. She has to go to celebrate her grandmother's birthday today. She also has to make a cake. The cake base was made last night, but the cream has to be made freshly to be delicious. The coagulated milk cubes after fermentation are collected in a wooden barrel and stuffed into Ji Yanshi, who asked him to pound the wooden barrel like pounding garlic. After pounding, there will be cake to eat. Shin Qingtang finished the exchange concisely and went to wash up. When she came back, she saw Ji Yanshi sitting on the terrace with the wooden barrel on the floor under his feet, knocking it very seriously. Shin Qingtang sighed again that good-looking people are pleasing to the eye in everything they do. It was obviously just rough work. Before long, the ghee was separated. Shin Qingtang added sugar to the pounded ghee, smoothed the cake surface, and threw some nuts on it for decoration. She made 2 cakes, one large and one small. The big cake was to be taken as a birthday gift. The small cake was for Ji Yanshi as a reward. Ji Yanshi did not take it, too. Shin Qingtang slapped her forehead. She had forgotten about it. She cut the small cake in half from the middle, spread the cream all over it, put it on 2 plates, and handed it to Ji Yanshi. Ji Yanshi looked at it carefully. Shin Qingtang thought. She had weighed it with a scale, and both sides were the same weight. Ji Yanshi looked at it for a while, then reached out to take the 2 pieces of cake and left. After dinner, the family of 4 changed into the first set of clothes they bought after coming to the valley. At that time, they did farm work every day, and everyone had more or less patches on their clothes. It was Shin Qingtang who proposed to change. What she meant was that either wear the best clothes and get the best gifts, make a high-profile appearance and slap everyone in the first and second houses in the face, or cry poor. Wear the worst clothes and give the most practical gifts. There is bound to be sarcasm in the words, but the substance can be retained. At least the first and second houses will not miss the little money from their family. The quality of life will not be affected. Shin Yuji and Li Suan both felt that Shin Qingtang was right. Shin Qingka voted against it, and the minority could only obey the majority. Shin Qingtang persuaded Shin Qingka, second brother, I used to read storybooks in the capital. The protagonists in the stories were always suppressed, ridiculed, and bullied by their relatives, enemies, and even passers-by from the beginning. The protagonists were bullied very badly. At this time, the protagonists either studied hard or got a secret book by chance. In short, not long after, at a grand banquet or other occasions, when others once again mocked, slandered, and insulted her, the protagonists showed abilities far beyond ordinary people and slapped the faces of those who once looked down on them. This is what is called in the literary world a setback first, and then a rise. We pretend to be poor this year, and by next year's grandma's birthday party, we will become an existence beyond their reach. Li Suan spoke softly and reminded Shin Qingtang, our family is really poor. No need to pretend. Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingka was amused by Shin Qingtang, shook his head and said nothing. He was not vain, he was just afraid that Shin Qingtang would be talked about again. After walking a few steps, Shin Qingtang turned around and asked about the quarterly banquet. Didn't I agree that you would stay in the valley? She didn't answer during the banquet, and her eyes fell on her hands. Shin Qingtang had a cake in her hand.
She.
Looking at the banquet, which was determined to follow him to eat the cake, Shen Qingtang sighed and glanced at the door. Mr. Shen, who had refused to look at her before, pursed his red lips. He just followed her during the banquet. She was a fool who didn't know how to deal with the world, and he couldn't stop her. She didn't understand why a doctor with a broken leg would follow. Congratulations to my grandmother. What Sun Wuya said was, "You all left, and I was left alone in the valley." Not to mention eating, it was difficult to go to the toilet. Shin Yuji and Li Suan both felt that fifth master son was so pitiful that they had to take him with them. Shin Qingtang repeatedly emphasized that it was hard to say whether there would be anything to eat at her grandmother's birthday banquet. Even if there was food, she would definitely not be full, and she might not be able to eat enough. Feeling very angry, Mr. Sun Wu said that he mainly liked to join in the fun, and could he eat enough? Shin Qingtang asked Shin Yuji and Li Su, "Father, mother, don't you say that family scandals should not be made public?" He also took Mr. Sun Wu to the theater. Shin Yuji, huh? After a long while, he held back a sentence. Brother Sun is not an outsider now. Shin Qingtang. If I remember correctly, his surname is Sun, not Shin. However, no matter how she protested, Shin Yuji and Li Suan, who had always indulged her, insisted on taking fifth master son with them. And fifth master son had no face. If you don't have skin, you have to follow. As a last resort, Shen Qingtang used his trump card. "Master son, I want to bring a birthday gift to someone, are you ready?" Sun Wuya's eyes wandered guiltily, and he whispered, "Of course I'm ready. I'll give you a surprise soon." Shen Qingtang said shortly, "Huh." Said, "Just don't be frightened." Grandma's birthday banquet was probably unprecedentedly busy. The family missed it. The servant told Shinchinka, who knocked on the door, "The master's family has gone to the eldest master's house to celebrate the old lady's birthday." Shin Yuji didn't quite understand. "Don't my second brother and my eldest brother live in the same courtyard? Where to go to celebrate my mother's birthday?" Third master, the eldest master, has moved out a long time ago. After changing to a better and bigger yard, which is closer to the city, the old lady and the eldest man live together. The second master's family lives in this courtyard now. Shin Qingtang knew that she was right that day. Shinchinka asked about the new residence of the uncle's family, and the family walked from the east outer city to the inner city. The Shinyu city was dull along the way. Li Suan was the first to notice. Shin Yuji was unusual, so he approached him and asked softly, "Husband, today is my mother-in-law's birthday. Why are you still so depressed?" Shin Yuji smiled bitterly. "3 brothers from one sect. I don't even know where the eldest brother lives now." Shin Qingtang, who was sitting on the sledge, put his hands back on the wooden frame and raised his head halfway to persuade her father. "Dad, my uncle must not have deliberately not told you that he has moved to a new home. He is eager to let you know that he has changed his yard, so that you will know what a wrong decision it was to separate from him. By the way, he showed off his big house and criticized our adobe house. It's just that our home is in a valley, and they can't find us. I bet a copper coin that after we moved, people from my uncle's family would come to the market to look for us." Shin Yuji was silent for a while, turned his head, looked down at Shin Qingtang, and said angrily, "You are really good at comforting people." Shin Qingtang said confidently, "That's right. The ancients said that the lesser of 2 evils should be chosen. You choose not to know or to be ridiculed." Shin Yuji glared. "I don't want to choose either one." Li Suan covered his mouth and chuckled. The short-tongued Sun Wuya wanted to laugh, but was embarrassed to laugh. Shun Chinka also suppressed his face and blushed. Only during the quarterly banquet, he still didn't hear it. He pulled the sledge where Shin Qingtang was sitting, and from time to time glancing at the cake on the sledge, Shin Yuji finally laughed. Is it because the brothers live far away? The family soon arrived at Uncle Shin Qingtang's new house. I saw Shin Qingdan's courtyard during the banquet. The uncle's new house looked very grand. The front door was clean and the door was open, with a red silk hanging at the top. The housekeeper saw the third room. When the person came, he was a little surprised. After the brief surprise, the only thing left on his face was disdain, and he sang in a long voice, "The third master is here." Shin Qingtang's family is very calm. When we were in the capital, we saw a lot of people who favored the superiors and suppressed the inferiors. What's more, they were exiled to Beichuan. Before going out, the whole family was prepared to be ridiculed. I don't know if it's the big man or the uncle. The eldest uncle was so arrogant that after a while, she heard the sound of footsteps coming closer and closer. Shin Yuji and Li Suan both looked up at the door. Shin Chinka looked away and then back. He appeared at the door and lowered his eyes again. Mr. Shin, who was half lying on the sledge frame, also looked at the door with a curious look on his face. Shin Qingtang sighed calmly and sat on the sledge frame. He was the calmest one from beginning to end, his eyes never leaving the cake in Shin Qingtang's hand. He only turned his head once, and his eyes fell on the face of a man with only half of his head peeking out from the street corner, and it had nothing to do with him.
Come back.
The eldest uncle and aunt are first, followed by Shin Qingjue, Shin Qingming, Shin Qingdan, and others, followed by the 9-year-old concubine Shin Qingjue. He is also the only legitimate son of Dafeng. Both families are dressed in new clothes, especially Dafeng, who is wearing a brocade shirt and a gorgeous coat. I don't know what kind of animal hair it is. It looks a little cheap. Except for the second uncle and the second uncle, the others are wearing luo shirts. Shin Qingtang's eyes fell on Shin Qingming's clothes. Huh? The second uncle looked around and said, "Didn't you say that the third brother and sister's family are here? Why didn't I see anyone?" This sentence made all the 3-room Shin family members look down. The road in front of the door was not wide, and at most 2 carriages could go parallel. The uncle's new house only had 2 steps, unlike the Qin family, which had 20 steps. There was still an excuse for not being able to see the person at the bottom. The eldest uncle was obviously being arrogant on purpose. The eldest uncle patted the second aunt on the arm and said, I am really getting older and my eyesight is not as good as before. Isn't the third brother's family just ahead? Of course, I don't blame you. I almost didn't recognize it either. Third brother and sister. Have you just come back from begging? Shin Qingtang said softly. Tieske. After saying this, it is the eldest uncle, who is the eldest uncle in terms of eccentricity. She has belittled the 2 families in one sentence. Looking at the second uncle's appearance of being humbled even after being squeezed, she must have been pushed against a lot before they came. Li Suan is now and her husband respected her, and her children were filial. She was completely different from the submissive housewife she had been when she first arrived in Beichuan. Hearing this, she covered her lips and chuckled. It's true. The second sister-in-law's eyesight is bad, and the eldest sister-in-law is several years older than the second sister-in-law, so it's really worse. Not only did his eyesight fail to recognize us, but his brain was also not very bright, and he started talking nonsense. I heard a famous doctor say that as soon as we women reach 40, they tend to get flustered, short of breath, sleep less, have bad tempers, become blind, deaf and mentally blind, and age quickly. What's it called? Yes, menopause. Sister-in-law, you need to take good care of yourself. I heard a famous doctor say, were Shin Qingtang's exact words. When Shin Qingtang advised Li Suan to take good care of herself, she always used menopause to scare her. Of course, it was not as exaggerated and rude as Li Suan said. Shin Qingtang silently faced Li Suan from behind. Suan gave a thumbs up. Of the 3 sisters-in-law, Li Suan was still under 40. The second aunt was slightly younger than the eldest uncle.
You.
Third brother. Why do you still remember your mother's birthday? It's true that mother loves you the most. The uncle opened his mouth to interrupt the uncle's mother. At the gate, a few women said some petty words. What's wrong with that? My mother was afraid that she would be sad when she heard this. She treats you well in every possible way, but you still think she is partial to me. I'm just not as good at it as my 2 brothers, and I've never been able to show my face. I am afraid that my 2 brothers will mistakenly think that I am here to catch the autumn wind. The second bedroom of the first house indeed had such thoughts, and they blocked the door to ridicule the downtrodden third bedroom. Shin Yuji himself said it so frankly, and even put them on the hook. Not only did Shin Qiji and Shin Xianji not be able to, I have to comfort Shin Yuji, third brother. What you said is so true, isn't it? Even if we are separated, we are still brothers from the same mother. How can we look down on you? Shun Qiji made his statement first. The second uncle, who was doing business, spoke more beautifully. Brother is right. They are all brothers from the same mother, so they won't be treated like enemies even if their families are separated. I sent Qingming to look for you on the street a few days ago, but I just kept seeing you. Shen Yizikwen pretended not to hear the meaning behind the words. He raised his sleeves to cover his face, his voice choked with sobs. Eldest brother. Second brother. Shin Qingtang saw Li Suan quietly twisting Shin Yu's waist from behind. It's so soft. No wonder his father's voice changed. Okay. It's cold outside, come inside, and talk. Shin Qiji took the lead and turned sideways to get out of the way. Mother has been waiting for you for a long time. Seeing Shin Qiji give way, the rest of the people also stood to one side. The men stood on the left side of the gate, and the women stood on the right side. There was a way to pass in the middle. That's basically how they met each other. It was just that they were blocked. It was tight because the door was so big. Shin Qingge helped Shin Qingtang get off the sledge and followed closely. The eldest uncle stretched out her arms to stop Li Suan and Shin Yuji, third brothers and 3 younger sisters. You come to wish your mother a birthday. You should share your share, and we are also willing. But you can't just bring everyone to my house, right? The way Shin Qingtang looked at the eldest aunt. Who? In addition to the 5th master son during the quarterly banquet, I'm afraid it also includes her. She half turned her shoulders, lowered her head and looked at the eldest aunt who was a head shorter than herself, and asked bluntly, Auntie, you might as well speak more clearly. Who among us should not come? Come on, if you can, call her by name. Even though the only people standing here are the Shun family, the eldest uncle's neighbors are not named Shin. The eldest aunt signaled the second aunt with a choked look. The second aunt bowed her head to take care of her clothes seriously. As if golden flowers suddenly bloomed on the sleeves, the eldest aunt tilted her head forward slightly and looked at Shin Qingdan with her face red and her head lowered, and Shin Qingtang glanced at Shin Qingdan with a girlish look on her face. She glanced at the banquet several times. Her chest was rising and falling with anger, so she had to say, Today is my family banquet, and all the people here are my own family members. These two. She pointed at the banquet and Sun Wuya. Aren't they our Shin family? Why not? Shun Yuji retorted, This is. He pointed at the quarterly banquet and said confidently, This is my adopted son. A adopted son is also a son, so he is not considered an outsider, right? He then pointed to Mr. Sunwoo, who was sitting on the sledge, and said, Mr. Sunwoo is a miracle doctor. I didn't say that my mother was not in good health before. I brought him here to check my mother's pulse. A filial hat was buckled down, silencing the eldest aunt and giving way. Shin Qingdan saw Shin Qingtang passing in front of him, came back to his senses, stopped Shin Qingtang, and said arrogantly, You are not allowed to enter. Shin Qingtang lowered his eyes and looked at her. Shin Qingdan pointed at Shin Qingtang's belly. We are all daughters of the Shin family who have not left the court, and we don't want to get into your bad luck. Doesn't letting you into the house require recognition of you and the rascal in your belly? Shin Qingtang raised his hand and slapped Shin Qingdan. Did I give you face, Shin Qingdan? Others can say this, but you can't.
You.
Shin Qingdan was about to fight back. When he caught a glimpse of the banquet behind Shin Qingdan, he took a step forward and stood behind Shin Qingdan. The half-stretched hand was instead covering his face, with tears in his eyes and a righteous look on his face. I only care about the reputation of my sisters in the family. If you don't get married in the future, the other sisters will have to get married. I really can't afford to embarrass this person. Shin Qingtang followed Shin Qingdan's gaze and looked back, and saw Ji Yanshi frowning and looking down at her hands. She thought about it and whispered to Ji Yanshi, Don't worry, the cake is not broken. During the quarterly banquet, she didn't move or speak, still looking down at Shin Qingtang's hand. Shin Qingtang. Guessed wrong? The eldest aunt was angry that Shin Qingtang started to hit people, and she was even more annoyed that Shin Qingdan was beaten like a piece of wood and didn't know. He fought back. With a look of embarrassment on his face, he took Li Suan's hand and said, Third brother and sister, Qing Dan has a straightforward temper and speaks quickly. Don't argue with her. It's no wonder that Qing Dan's words are harsh. It's not a good idea for Qing Tang to sit at any table in his current situation. After a while, the parents' officials and respectable squires from Beichuan County will come to wish my mother a birthday. Several elderly girls in the family wanted to take the opportunity to see each other. If he is troubled by Qing Tang, Li Suin withdrew his hand, wiped it on his clothes in front of everyone, and said softly, "Didn't my sister-in-law just say that outsiders can't enter the house?
How?
Are parents and officials not considered outsiders, or are respectable country squires not considered outsiders?" Second aunt, who was not too concerned about the fuss, finally put down her sleeves, rolled up her cuffs, and said, "Third brother and sister, you don't know something. All the daughters of my sister-in-law's family are married off. One married Wang Yuanwei as the 9th concubine, and the other married the son of the second wife of the Qin family. There is another one with our county. Second brother and sister, be careful what you say." The eldest aunt warned in a low voice, with annoyance on her face. The second aunt curled her lips and shut her mouth. Shin Qingtang suddenly couldn't care less about what he was thinking about during the seasonal banquet, and spoke sadly before Li Suin. "That's all. Today is my grandmother's 60th birthday. Don't let her feel sad. I was celebrating my grandmother's birthday outside the door." After that, she strode out of the door without giving anyone else a chance to speak. The second uncle only had time to mutter, "You have such a big belly, and you still walk so fast." As soon as Shin Qingtang left, he immediately dragged his sledge to follow him during the banquet. Sun Wuya opened his mouth and then closed it, looking at Shin Yuji, who was holding him a little anxiously. But he saw Shin Yuji looking at the excitement on his face. With an expression on their faces, Sun Wuya put his hands into each other's sleeves in an indecent manner. "No, your daughter was rushed away, and you still watched the fun?" Not only Shin Yuji, but also Shin Qingka and Li Suin were not in a hurry. Shin Qingtang stopped a foot away from the door and took out the sled from under the sledge stand. The gong borrowed from the lantern man.
Zang, zang, zang.
The loud sound of the gong spread throughout the streets before the uncle and the second uncle could react. Even Shin Yuji and Shin Qingka don't know what Shin Qingtang is going to do. They only know that Shin Qingtang will never be kicked out if she pretends to cry, except for the eyes during the quarter banquet. "Don't leave the cake that Shin Qingtang put in the wooden box. Grandma, Qingtang is unfilial, so I can only wish you birthday through the courtyard wall. Uncle, and don't let me in. Say I ruined the reputation of the Shun family. You know your granddaughter was wronged. It was obviously my uncle who pushed me out." Shin Qiji's face was ashen. He looked around and shouted sternly, "Shin Qingtang. Most of the people living in this street are former nobles of the capital. It seems that there are no people on the street. In fact, every household is secretly paying attention to what is going on in the street. If someone listens to it, he will be in trouble in the future. Not to mention returning to the capital. How could he still hang out in Beichuan?" Shin Qingtang ignored Shin Qiji, struck the gong again, and continued shouting at the top of his voice, "Grandma, I miss you. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat the birthday cake I prepared for you 3 days and nights without sleep. Grandma, Qingtang wishes you good health and longevity." Shin Qiji glared at the eldest aunt fiercely, ignoring the presence of the second and third bedrooms of the Shin family and the younger generations, and scolded the eldest aunt. "You can just bring the third brother and his family in. Do you have to go through all the trouble? A lot of years, but no brains. Shin Qingtang is making trouble in front of her house. She is shameless, and you are shameless too?" The eldest aunt's face turned red, tears welling up in her eyes.
You.
Didn't you say that Shin Qingtang wouldn't be allowed in when the nobles came to visit today? Why don't you bring her back quickly? Is it because it's not embarrassing enough?" Shin Qiji scolded the eldest aunt angrily, with a ferocious expression as if he wanted to slap her at any time. The second uncle gently pushed the second uncle's mother. The second uncle's mother moved forward reluctantly. She hadn't seen enough excitement yet.
Qingtang.
The second aunt smiled and said, pulling the eldest aunt to Shin Qingtang, "Your temper is as big as your belly. You just had a quarrel with your cousin. Why are you making a scene on the street? Shun Qingtang blinked innocently. Second aunt, are you in menopause too? It was clearly the eldest aunt and Shin Qingdan who specifically told me not to enter the house. Why am I the one making a scene? Second aunt, you have to drink more chrysanthemum and cassia seed tea. It's good for the eyes and ears, and can also remove dirt and turbidity. The second aunt changed her face instantly, and she whispered left and right, gritting her teeth. Shin Qingtang, don't be shameless. I haven't settled the score with you for colluding with outsiders to bully Qingming. Shin Qingtang ignored her and slammed the gavel heavily on the gong. The sound was so loud that the eldest and second aunts covered their ears subconsciously. And Shin Qingtang's eyes were filled with tears, like a Sichuan opera face changing. It was more aggrieved not to cry than when she cried. The words that came out of her mouth made her want the eldest and second aunts to sew her mouth shut. Someone come. Help. You are bullying the weak. You force someone to hang himself and make people say it was suicide. You also want me to blame Shin Qingming for wanting to recognize a kid on the street as his father. Uncle Shun is so powerful. He committed a crime that implicated the 3 clans of the Shin family and pushed his niece out to ward off disaster. Come on, everyone. Let's see how there can be such a shameless family in the world. Eldest aunt. Second aunt. The Shin family members who were blocked by Shin Yuji and his wife and Shin Chinka. How could Shin Qingdang, who always smiled and liked to show kindness to others when she was in the capital, become so? A rogue? Shun Qiji scolded Shin Yuji. Third brother. Look at the good daughter you have taught. Shin Yuji turned around and looked at Shin Qiji, with a face full of joy like, Ziki meeting Boya, brother, do you think Qingtang is good? I think so too. Qingtang is the best girl in the world. Shun Qiji. After a few words, 2 carriages drove in the street, followed by many servants. They were obviously prominent figures in Beichuan County. The eldest aunt grabbed Shin Qingtang's hand without saying a word and put it into the second aunt's hand. Hurry, second sister-in-law, take Qingtang into the house to meet mother first. Don't let her bump into the guests. The second aunt also wanted to make friends with the nobles today, and upon hearing that, she didn't care about watching the fun, and came forward to pull Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang rolled her eyes speechlessly. She is not a piece of wood. Why do the first aunt and the second aunt think that they can kick her out if they want to, and let her in if they want to? Shin Qingtang sat on the ground with her ace. Oh, don't move. Don't move. My stomach hurts. It must be because I was too sad just now that I got a miscarriage. If I move again, I'm afraid I will give birth here. The first aunt. The second aunt. I really can't tell that you are sad. I'm really worried that she will get a miscarriage. How unlucky is it to see blood on a happy day? Seeing that the carriage was about to arrive, the first aunt had to bend down and smile. Your sister Qingdan has been spoiled by me.
She can't speak.
Don't bother with her. Anyway, you slapped her to vent your anger, right? I will teach her a lesson later. How to teach her? Shin Qingtang sat on the ground, supporting her hands behind her back with her upper body tilted back. It seemed that if she was not satisfied with the answer, she would lie down immediately. The eldest aunt clenched her fists and pinched her palms. She glanced at the carriage that was getting closer and closer, turned her head and shouted towards the gate. Qingdan, why don't you come over and apologize to your cousin? We are all family. Let's see what nonsense you're saying.
Why?
Shun Qingdan stomped her feet, looking aggrieved. She was unfaithful to the beginning. She got pregnant by a wild man without a matchmaker. If she still wanted to have half a bit of dignity, she would have hanged herself with a rope or surrendered her hair to become a nun. But she has the audacity to come to my grandmother's house to celebrate her birthday? Isn't she afraid of bringing bad luck to my grandmother? While Shin Qingdan was speaking, her eyes were always on Ji Yanshi. As soon as she finished speaking, the luxurious carriage had arrived. The gavel in Shin Qingtang's hand hit the gong again, poisoning everyone's ears and attracting everyone's attention. Shin Qiji slapped Shin Qingdan in the face. Let you talk nonsense and fabricate the reputation of sisters. Shin Qingdan covered her face and looked at Shin Qiji in disbelief. Father, you actually hit me for that little Shin Qingdan? Shin Qiji glared at her with hatred and cursed in a low voice. I'm going to hit you. Go into the house and reflect on what you should say and what you shouldn't say. Is this the time to scold Shin Qingdan? He was still counting on the concubines in the family to win over a few good in-laws to help him pave the way back to Beijing as soon as possible. Shin Qingdan's shouting not only damaged Shin Qingtang's reputation, the principle of prosperity and adversity are shared by all is deeply rooted in the hearts of everyone in the big family. The two legitimate daughters of the second house and several concubines of the first house, at the instruction of their fathers, forcibly pulled the crying Shin Qingdan away. At the same time, the eldest aunt standing on the street covered Shin Qingtang's mouth before she could speak. Don't shout. Qingtang, just now the eldest aunt didn't turn the corner and said something wrong. The eldest aunt apologizes to you. Can you get up? The second aunt, who was standing in front of them, said nervously. The guests who came to celebrate the birthday have stopped the car. Qingtang, this time your aunt is sorry for you. The eldest aunt gritted her teeth and took off the jade bracelet on her hand and passed it to Shin Qingtang's wrist through their clasped hands. Don't bother with your aunt. The second aunt also advised, Qingtang, the ground is cold. It's not good for the fetus. If you don't consider yourself, you have to consider the child, right? The people in the two carriages got off one after another. Seeing the guests getting off one after another, Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka dragged the sled into the yard, and Li Suan stepped out of the gate and walked towards Shin Qingtang. Shin Qiji and Shin Xini greeted him one after another. Mr. Wang, your visit is really an honor to our humble home. Li Suan came over to help, and Shin Qingtang stood up. The aristocratic families have always been like this. Behind closed doors, people can get killed, but with the door open to the outside, they are a loving family. She had to stop while she was ahead. Shin Qingtang had just stood up from the ground when the people in the second carriage got off. The eldest aunt and the second aunt hurried to greet them, as if they had forgotten the existence of Li Suan, and no one called her to join them. Rare. Li Suan said dusted off the dust on Shin Qingtang's body, and muttered, He's just a Mr. Wang, and he's so eager to come forward. After all, he was a third-rank official in the capital before. How dare you be so spineless and look down on us? I think Shin Qingdang put the bracelet that her aunt had just given her into Li Suan's hand. It's not a good piece of jade. You're just wearing it for fun. The bracelet that my aunt wore to meet guests today must be her most precious treasure. It can't be too bad. You can take it as compensation from her. Li Suan was about to return the bracelet to Shin Qingtang when she heard a lively female voice interrupting her. Shin Qingtang? Why are you here? Shin Qingtang and her daughter turned their heads at the same time. Miss Wang-san was following a lady in gorgeous clothes. Walking side by side with her was Shin Qingzi, who was also dressed in gorgeous clothes. Shin Qingzi had a little more flesh on her cheeks than the last time Shin Qingtang saw her. She looked less scary, and her complexion was a little better. Miss Wang-san was wearing a pink dress and a white fox fur cloak, which made her look even more delicate and cute. She ran towards Shin Qingtang quickly. The eldest aunt and the second aunt were both startled and looked at Shin Qingtang in unison with nervous expressions. The second aunt was even more jealous and asked the eldest aunt in a low voice, How could that little witch Shin Qingtang know the precious daughter of Mr. Wang? How should I know? The eldest aunt said unhappily, gritted her teeth and rolled her eyes at Shin Qingtang, turned around and saw Madame Wang with an eager smile on her face again. Madame Wang, I've been waiting for you to come. Shin Qingtang came towards Miss Wang-san, and after the two of them greeted each other, Shin Qingtang spoke. I accidentally fell just now, and Madame Shinda and Madame Shinair helped me. Are you here to celebrate Madame Shin's birthday? Miss Wang-san nodded, turned around and pointed at the woman who was about 50 years old, and Mr. Wang with white hair. I'm here to accompany my father and mother. Looking around, she whispered in her ear in a voice that only Shin Qingtang could hear. My father's ninth concubine is the daughter of the eldest master of the Shin family. It's equivalent to him coming to his father-in-law's house to celebrate his birthday. My father has so many concubines, but I've never seen him recognize any of his father-in-law. It shows that he really likes the ninth concubine. When Miss Wang-san said this, her tone was obviously dissatisfied. Shen Qingtang smiled and nodded, and walked side by side with her into the yard. She thought to herself that it was hard to say whether your father really liked Shen Qingzi, but he must like the benefits that her uncle could give. In front, the eldest aunt and the second aunt accompanied Mrs. Wang. Li Suan accompanied Shen Qingtang and Miss Wang-san. Miss Wang-san was interrupted by Shen Qingtang and immediately forgot to ask Shen Qingtang. She just thought that Shen Qingtang was also here to celebrate the birthday. They chattered about other topics, saying that Shen Qingtang gave her soap was so useful, and she said that after she gave it as a gift, many people asked her where the soap came from. Shen Qingtang listened with a smile, agreeing from time to time. She looked at the fat man next to Mr. Wang in front, and he looked very familiar. It seemed that he was the fat young man she met on the day of guessing riddles. Before Shen Qingtang could see clearly, the fat man had turned around the screen wall and disappeared from her sight. After turning around the screen wall, the group was about to separate. The male guests stayed in the front yard, and the female family members went to the second gate. After Shen Qingtang passed by, the old woman guarding the gate of the backyard stretched out her hand to stop her. "Young master, the backyard is full of female family members. Please stay." Shen Qingtang turned her head and saw Ji Yanshi following. When the old woman shouted, Mrs. Wang, the eldest aunt, and the second aunt who were walking in front also turned their heads to look. The eldest aunt hurriedly called Li Suan. "Third sister-in-law, your adopted son is visiting for the first time, and he probably doesn't know that the officials and guests all go to the hall on the right. You take him a few steps forward, and someone will lead him." Li Suan responded, but did not move, looking at Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang was probably the only one who could handle Ji Yanshi. Shen Qingtang had a headache. How could Ji Yanshi treat him with common sense? Shen Qingtang thought for a moment, handed the wooden box of cake in his hand to Ji Yanshi, and said loudly, "Brother, you carry the birthday cake for Grandma first. I will come to you to get it later." Seeing that someone sent Ji Yanshi away, Mrs. Wang, the eldest aunt, and others turned back and continued to move forward. Miss Wang-san saw that there was a man accompanying them, so she had to separate from Shen Qingtang. She blushed and ran a few steps to catch up with her mother. Shen Qingtang then lowered his voice and instructed Ji Yanshi, "The cake is not for you. You can only carry it but not eat it. If you don't agree, I will not only cut your meat but also will not make cakes for you in the future. You can't climb the roof, no." Before Shen Qingtang finished speaking, Ji Yanshi flew onto the courtyard wall. Standing on the courtyard wall and looking down at Shen Qingtang, his eyes were clear. Shen Qingtang. In the end, Shen Qingtang could only confess to his uncle and aunt about Ji Yanshi's mental problems. His uncle and aunt all looked unhappy, but it was not easy for them to argue with Shen Qingtang on such a special day, so they had to open the small door and let Shen Qingtang bring Ji Yanshi to his grandmother to live in the last courtyard. His uncle's house was a quadrangle with 3 courtyards. His grandmother's room was in the northeast corner of the last courtyard. There were 2 rooms, a living room and a bedroom. The east ear room was where the maids lived, and the west ear room was the kitchen and utility room. As soon as Shen Qingtang entered the yard, he saw several familiar faces. Aunt Sun, who had moved out to live alone, and Aunt Yu, who worked as a wet nurse, were both busy in the kitchen. Aunt Sun seeing Shen Qingtang, she immediately smiled and wanted to come over to say hello, but when she saw Aunt Ru, who was leading Shen Qingtang, she stepped back. Shen Qingtang signaled Aunt Sun to calm down, and she would come to see her later. Aunt Sun nodded and continued to work. The doors and windows of grandmother's room were closed. As soon as you enter the room, you can smell the pungent smell of sandalwood and another unknown smell mixed together, which is a bit pungent. Ji Yanshi took a step back and stood outside the door and refused to come in. Shen Qingtang couldn't figure out for a moment whether he refused to come in because of the smell or because he saw his grandmother. Old Madam Shen wore a dark red vertical collar long coat and a dark red woven gold horse-face skirt, sitting at the head of the hall.
"Good health, Grandma."
Shen Qingtang greeted and saluted. "Grandma, I wish you good health and a long life." Old Madam Shun waved her hand and signaled Shin Qingtang to get up and sit next to her. I have heard your birthday speech through the wall. Shun Qingtang. Grandma is also making fun of her granddaughter. I haven't seen you for a few months, and you have changed a lot. Shun Qingtang didn't know what her grandmother meant, so she lowered her head and listened without saying anything. Old Madam Shun's eyes fell on Shin Qingtang's belly, and she sighed softly. I'm sorry for you. Shin Qingtang looked up at Old Madam Shun in surprise.
What?
Old Madam Shun touched her face. Can't you recognize Grandma?
How could that be?
Shin Qingtang shook her head. I just feel that you, Grandma, have changed a lot. She would never speak to her so kindly before. Old Madam Shun laughed. Not the polite laugh just now, but a laugh from the heart. It had nothing to do with joy, but more like venting. Soon, Old Madam Shun laughed until she cried, and the nanny beside her took out a handkerchief and handed it to her. Old Madam Shun took it and wiped away her tears. Yes. You have changed, I have changed, and we have all changed. The family encountered a sudden change, and who can survive 2 years of exile and not change? Shun Qingtang didn't know what to say, so she advised, Grandma, on a happy day, let's not talk about the past. Old Madam Shun nodded. How is your family doing outside the city? You look fine, so it shouldn't be too bad. We have enough food and warm clothes. Shin Qingtang was more modest. Old Madam Shun said, your father and mother are not the type to like to fight for things. Having enough food and warm clothes and being together as a family is a blessing. She looked up and looked forward, as if she could see into the front yard. It's better than those who have high aspirations but a fragile life. Shin Qingtang didn't know whether it was the eldest uncle or the second uncle who had high aspirations. It hurts others and yourself. When I was young, I was strong-willed. I knew that your uncle was not a material for being an official, but I forced your grandfather and your uncle to pursue a career in officialdom. Old Madam Shun shook her head halfway through her words. We just agreed not to mention the past. When people get old, they just like to reminisce about the past. Old Madam Shun's personal maid, Ru Gu Gu, chimed in. The young lady is really happy today. It's been a long time since anyone has chatted with her like this. Miss Tang, please come and play often in the future. Aunt Ru is already an old maid, and Grandma is already in her 60s, but she still calls Grandma Miss. In fact, the Ru in Aunt Ru comes from the fact that she was once disrobed by Grandpa, but she refused to be a concubine and only wanted to serve Grandma. It was Grandma who changed her name so that the younger generations would respect her more. When the family fell into trouble, Aunt Ru also resolutely followed to Beichuan. Old Madam Shun originally had 4 maids as a dowry. One of them got married earlier, and 2 died on the way, leaving only Aunt Ru. If it weren't for her, I'm afraid Grandma wouldn't have made it to Beichuan. Mother, your daughter-in-law is here to celebrate your birthday. I wish you good fortune and a long life. Old Madam Shun looked at Shin Qingtang and smiled. You are worthy of being mother and daughter. The birthday wishes are almost the same. Shin Qingtang smiled. Aunt Ru hurried forward and took the quilt that Li Suan was holding. Third Madam, you have worked hard. Aunt Ru touched the thick quilt. Her eyes reddened and turned to Old Madam Shun and said, the third master and the third madam still care about you. She wiped her face with the back of her hand. Madam San, please sit with the young lady for a while. I will go and change the young lady's bedding. Li Suan responded and sat down opposite Shin Qingtang. Mom, why are you here? Li Suan glanced at Old Madam Shun and said lightly, your uncle said that the birthday gift is expensive, so he asked me to send the bedding to your grandmother first, and then go to the kitchen to see if there is anything else that needs to be arranged. Shin Qingtang pouted. It was obvious that he thought Li Suan's dress was embarrassing, so he drove her to the backyard and asked her to help in the kitchen. Shin Qingtang could see it clearly, and Old Madam Shun could see it even more clearly. She shook her head gently. When you split up the family, I was a little angry, but now I think it's a good thing to split up. Li Suan turned sideways and looked at Old Madam Shun with guilt. Everything else is fine after the family is split up. I just feel guilty towards you. Some things that we should have done to show filial piety are not so convenient now. Old Madam Shin shook her head. Filial piety is judged by the heart, not by deeds. If it is judged by deeds, there will be no filial sons in poor families. I heard that your family is still living in the cave outside. Are you planning to take me to the cave to live with you? Lee Suin was about to open her mouth when Aunt Rue took the changed bedding to the yard to dry. The surface of the bedding was made of silk, which looked gorgeous and luxurious, but the bedding was very thin. Shin Qingtang got up and walked to the door, watching Aunt Rue hang the bedding on the wooden rack in the patio. In the sunlight, some parts of the bedding were even translucent. Such a thin quilt would not keep you warm even in summer, let alone in winter.
Grandma.
Shin Qingting turned around and asked bluntly, "Are Uncle and Aunt harsh on you?" Old Madam Shen was stunned for a moment. Then she followed Shin Qingtang's gaze. Then she understood and shook her head, "No. It's just that among the three brothers, some are obsessed with superficial glory, some are obsessed with money, and some regard family as their life." Shin Qingtang thought that no one knows a son better than his mother. The eldest uncle was unable to let go of his former wealth and glory. The second uncle was obsessed with money, and her father was obsessed with his family. A dragon gives birth to 9 sons. Each of them is different. So, it's not that the grandmother is treated harshly, but that the eldest uncle's family prefers face to substance. They would rather have a silk surface than a cotton surface with a few pounds of cotton. Lee Suin twisted the handkerchief in her hand awkwardly. "My husband told me before he went out that if you are willing to go back with us." Old Madam Shin waved her hand and interrupted Lee Suin directly. "I don't want to." Lee Suin looked at Old Madam Shin in confusion and hesitated to speak. Everyone has their own destiny. It was my suggestion that the eldest brother should pursue a career in politics. Originally, your father preferred the third son, saying that he was kind-hearted and wise, and that he might not achieve much in his career as an official, but he would definitely put his family first. The eldest son, on the other hand, seems smart, but he has no vision and does not understand the ways of the world. His career as an official might bring trouble to the entire family. I didn't expect your grandfather to be right. Old Madam Shin paused. Now that your father is gone, I am the only one left to survive. It is not a pity for me to die, but I am afraid that I will not be able to face the ancestors of the Shin family in the afterlife. Lee Suin comforted Old Madam Shin. "Mother, the Shin family has nothing to do with you now. Don't take all the blame on yourself. You should take care of your health now." Old Madam Shin raised her head and glanced around the house, which was not even half the size of the one in the capital. It's just a move from one cage to another. A woman's whole life is just a small house in the backyard. What hope is there in life? I'm going to say something you won't want to hear. I've lived a life of luxury for 60 years now. If you really want me to go back with you and wear cloth clothes and eat coarse meals, frankly speaking, I really can't get used to it. No matter how bad this place is, it's still a county town. It's always more lively. Old people like to be surrounded by people. Besides, my wish now is the same as the eldest brother's. I want to bring the Shin family back to the capital. I've lived my whole life and have some money to save my life. I also have some connections left by your grandfather. Even for the sake of my connections, the eldest brother won't treat me harshly. Knowing that you and the third brother are filial, you don't have to worry about me. Just make do with a hard life for a while. One day, we will return to the capital in glory. Lee Suin wanted to persuade. What's the big deal about returning to the capital? Just as she was about to say, Shin Qingting gently pulled her sleeve to stop her. Lee Suin looked over, and Shin Qingting shook her head gently at her, and at the same time changed the subject. "Grandma, it's noon now. When are we going to have the feast? Miss Tang is pregnant. She must be hungry." Aunt Rue did not wait for Madam Shin to speak. She went into the house and brought some fruits and snacks and placed them on the small table next to Shin Qingtang. "Miss Tang, eat first." "Thank you, Aunt Rue." After Shin Qingtang thanked her, she took the snacks and ate them without hesitation. Even though she knew that the snacks were kept in the inner room, it must be because her grandmother cherished them and was reluctant to entertain guests. There was nothing she could do. She had to feed 3 people at once. She was really hungry. However, there were people hungrier than her. Ji Yanshur fell from the roof for the 3rd time. stood at the door and urged Shin Qingtang, cake. Shin Qingtang coaxed him familiarly. I'll give it to you in a while. I'll give you 2 more pieces. At most, she could give him her share as well. Ji Yanshi took it away again. Ji Yanshi had already informed Aunt Ru and grandmother that he could enter the backyard. Even so, grandmother was still stunned to see Shin Qingtang coaxing a grown man who looked normal like a child. Li Suin explained awkwardly. Don't we live in a cave? This child fell from the mountain and was rescued by us, but he probably broke his head. He is a martial artist and is not easy to deal with, but he still remembers not to attack pregnant women. That's why. Qingtang is the only one in the family who can deal with him. Old Madame Shen and Aunt Ru. No one would bother with a person with a bad brain, and old Madame Shen and Aunt Ru didn't say anything else. Shin Qingtang saw that the sun was at noon and it was not time for dinner, so she slipped out while Li Suin was chatting with her grandmother, trying to find something to eat in the kitchen. She has been getting hungrier and hungrier recently. There are 7 or 8 people busy in the kitchen, only 2 former cooks, and the rest are concubines from the 2nd and 3rd rooms. Even Concubine 1, who was pawned as a wife, is here. Concubine 1 saw Shin Qingtang first and greeted her eagerly. Miss Tang, you are here? Shin Qingtang nodded and called everyone one by one. Concubine 1, Concubine you. Aunt Sunday. Why are you all here? After hesitating for a while, Shin Qingtang decided to call her Aunt Sun, as she was known outside. Aunt Sun was a little younger than her parents, so there was nothing wrong with calling her aunt. Several people responded, put down their work, and gathered around. Especially Aunt Sun and Aunt Wen were happy to see Shin Qingtang from the bottom of their hearts. Aunt Sun took Shin Qingtang's hand and led her to the kitchen. Originally, I only planned to let Shen Yan come to celebrate your grandmother's birthday. Your uncle sent someone to call me, saying that the kitchen was short of people. I couldn't refuse, so I came. Even though she and Shin Qiji had broken up, Shen Yan still had Shin Qiji's blood. She came here because she didn't want to embarrass Shen Yan. Some things don't need to be made clear, everyone understands. Needless to say, Aunt Yu, as a wet nurse, only needs to ask for leave from the master's family. The one who should not be here the most is Aunt Wen. Aunt Wen was leased to others for 3 years. Aunt Wen smiled bitterly. How can I decide whether to come back or not? Shun Xianji and my current master have discussed it, and just let me know. Let's not talk about that. Madame Wen stretched out her hand to show Shin Qingtang, Miss Tang. Thank you for the frostbite medicine. I'm much better now. Shin Qingtang lowered her head and carefully examined Madame Wen's hands. The cracks were no longer oozing pus, but the fingers were swollen like radishes. It was hard to imagine how these hands had played the piano. It's better, but not yet healed. I'll bring you some frostbite medicine next time I come. If I can't see you, I'll put it at the door of your house and press it down with bricks and tiles. You can go to the door every day to check it out. Madame Wen pulled her hand back and shook her head repeatedly. Frostbite medicine is very expensive. Don't spend such unnecessary money. How can it be wasted money? Money is earned to save yourself from suffering. I help you only because we are both women, and this world is too unfair to us women. I'm just doing what I can, Shin Qingtang thought. Master Sunwoo is so powerful that he can't eat white rice at home. He has to ask him to prepare some frostbite medicine. If Madame Wen uses it well, she will take it to the street and sell it. Miss Tang, you're so nice. Mrs. Wen was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. The 3rd Madam will have more blessings in the future because she has a daughter like you. Yes, I also envy the 3rd Madam for having a good daughter like Miss Tang. Aunt Sun nodded repeatedly. Qingtang, I have something else to trouble you with. I have always wanted to buy some soap from you, and I went to the inner city several times, but I didn't see you. No need for the whole family. I should be in the city tomorrow. I'll bring you 2 bars of soap. Shin Qingtang's eyes swept back and forth over the dazzling array of food. How can I be so shameless as to ask you for it every day? Besides, 2 bars are not enough. And I'm not the only one who wants to buy it. Aunt Sun smiled and shook her head. Don't I wash clothes for others? Some people's clothes are really too dirty. So I took the soap you gave me and tried it, and I didn't expect it to be really clean. When other laundry workers saw that the soap was so easy to use, They asked me where to buy it. We use soap quickly in our business. I thought it was a business of any size, so I wanted to talk to you about it. Shun Qingding smiled. Annie's son is still the best. She's thinking about helping me to attract business. But I don't go to the city every day. So, Annie's son, I'll send you a batch of soap tomorrow. Every 2 taels is counted as 1 cent as capital, and you can decide how much to sell it for. After we sell it back and deduct the cost price, we'll split it 50-50. Annie's son shook her head repeatedly. You work so hard making soap. How can I get so much if I just sell some soap on the side? You get 7, and I get 3. 50-50 is enough. We only calculate the capital. Auntie's son still shook her head. You're calculating the cost of materials. How can you waste your energy and time making soap in vain? We make 100 cents a day washing clothes for others. But in the end, she didn't even get half of it. Then you get 4, and I get 6. It's settled. If you refuse again, I won't give you the soap. Auntie's son patted Shen Qingtang's hand gratefully. Then let me thank Miss Tang first. Shun Yan and I have benefited greatly from you. Aunt Yu, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke up after listening to what the two of them said. Can I join you in the soap business? Shun Qingting looked at what others were doing, quickly picked up the chopsticks and picked up a chicken leg in her hand, and turned to look at Aunt Yu. Aunt Yu, are you going to sell soap too? Aunt Yu had little contact with Shen Qingting and was very embarrassed. She blushed and lowered her head, and her voice was low. Yes. I am a wet nurse to take care of the young master and young lady of that family, and I also have to wash their clothes. They are just children. I change and wash my clothes frequently. Sometimes I follow my child to the street, and I know the wet nurses of other wealthy families nearby. I thought the soap must be easy to sell. In fact, when I was a wet nurse in the master's house, I saw the lady of the family using soap. She always praised the soap for its usefulness. I didn't expect that it was all made by you. Shen Qingtang certainly accepted all business as long as it was available. She promised to send a batch of soap and perfumed soap to Yunyang. The soap and perfumed soap sold by Yunyang was also deducted by 40% and 60% of the cost. Shen Qingtang took 60%. Yunyang was also moved to tears. Thank you, Miss Tang. Xianer is growing up, and the family's food is always not enough. If I can make money, I can subsidize him a little. Shen Qingtang patted Yunyang on the shoulder. Poor parents in the world. When Nyang looked at Sun Nyang and Yunyang around Shen Qingtang to discuss making money, with envy on her face, I really envy you. You can do whatever you want. Unlike me, I'm worse than that brothel girl. Everyone controls me, and no one wants me. The last sentence was choked with sobs. Aunt Sun comforted Aunt Wen. My life was hanging by a thread at that time, and I really didn't expect that happiness would come after all the hardships. You just hold on a little longer, and maybe everything will be fine after you get through the most difficult period. Aunt Wen shook her head, her eyes filled with despair, and sighed. If it weren't for the piece of meat that fell from my body, I would have jumped into the well long ago. Now I don't even know which family I belong to, or which family doesn't treat me as a human being. How can life be easy for a pawned wife? No matter how much comfort there is, it is pale and powerless. For a moment, the 4 of them were silent. You are not the worst. The eldest concubine, who was putting food into the lunchbox, raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the front yard. Miss Qingzi is the most miserable. I just went to serve tea and accidentally touched her, and I saw her trembling. I looked down and saw that her sleeves were slightly lifted up and her wrists were burned. Seeing that I noticed, she quickly put her sleeves down and begged me not to say a word with her eyes. We are all experienced people. Meeting a bad man is not the worst outcome. The worst outcome is meeting a man who is worse than an animal. Another concubine from the first house who was making the fire also spoke up. The worst outcome is not meeting an animal yourself, but watching your daughter meeting an animal and being powerless to do anything. Aunt Wen, at least you have a son, unlike me, who only has a daughter. I have been living in fear every day recently. Qingzi has been married off. The next one is Qinglu. When she said the last sentence, she shook her head with a sad face. Qinglu was her daughter. The delicious dishes with good color, fragrance, and taste were put into plates and then into food boxes. The women busy in the kitchen, except Aunt Sun, all had miserable faces. No one thought that they who disliked each other in the capital and tried every means to trip each other up in order to compete for the favor of a man would one day gather together to comfort and encourage each other. Aunt Wen sighed deeply. You are right. It is better for me to suffer than for my children to suffer. Fortunately, she gave birth to a son. Even if she is treated as a servant and bossed around, it is better to serve a man. Shun Qingtang really didn't know what to say. She only remembered a sentence. Happiness is compared. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. Even if you can't get out of the current predicament, try to save more money to find a way out in the future. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. When people are desperate, they always hope that a savior will come from heaven. Many believers are just looking for spiritual comfort. Just like many Dakian people who are unfortunate in life always pray to Guanyin Bodhisattva to save them from water and fire. However, it is better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. Shun Qingtang knew that their idea of being faithful to one person was deeply rooted, and it was difficult to persuade them to leave the. It is always right to make some money to support yourself. As soon as the voice fell, the stomach started to growl again. Shun Qingtang raised the chicken leg that he had been holding in his hand and put it into his mouth. She still complained, why hasn't the banquet started yet? It's almost noon. The eldest concubine who had met Shun Qingzi said, it is said that there is still a distinguished guest who hasn't come yet. It seems to be the county magistrate's family. Shun Qingtang shook his head. It is obvious that you are not sincere to come so late to celebrate someone's birthday. Now that the Shun family is so poor, even a county magistrate dares to treat us like this. Shun Qingtang smiled but said nothing. I thought to myself, you haven't adapted to the life of a refugee from a third-rank official in Beijing to Beichuan? The less you accept it, the harder life will be. Someone come. Come quickly. The young lady fainted. Li Suan ran out of the house in panic. The women in the kitchen also rushed into the yard. Li Suan saw that Shun Qingtang seemed to have regained his confidence. Qingtang, your grandmother has fainted. Let's go call a doctor. Shun Qingtang went over to support Li Suan. Mom, don't panic. This is at my uncle's house. We need to send someone to tell my uncle first. Li Suan nodded, wanting to say something but stopping. Shun Qingtang knew what Li Suan wanted to say. They came with a doctor. But if Master Sun wanted to enter the backyard, he had to get permission from the host family. The eldest aunt came to the backyard quickly, and after only one look at the grandmother, she said, it's just asthenia. Aunt Rue, you can just feed mother some sugar water, and don't call the doctor. Aunt Rue insisted on calling the doctor. Madam, the young lady has fainted, so let's call the doctor to take a look. The eldest aunt held her palm up in front of Aunt Rue. It will cost money to call the doctor. All the money in the family has been used to prepare a birthday banquet for mother, so where is the money left to hire a doctor? Why don't you pay it first, Aunt Rue, and I'll pay you back when the money is sent from the capital? Aunt Rue pursed her lips into a straight line, clenched her fists and hung them at her sides, looking at the eldest aunt fiercely, but couldn't say a word. Shun Qingtang whispered to Li Suan, Mother, what is asthenia? Your grandmother has diabetes, and she will faint if she doesn't eat for a long time. Shun Qingtang knew that diabetes was diabetes. Asthenia refers to hypoglycemia. It's almost noon, and we haven't eaten lunch yet. No wonder Grandma has low blood sugar. Shun Qingtang spoke immediately. Aunt, didn't we bring a doctor with us when we came? We originally wanted him to check Grandma's pulse, so it's a good time for him to come and see. Aunt was reluctant. It's a big day. How unlucky it is to have a doctor walking around in the yard. The distinguished guests haven't come yet. Shun Qingtang interrupted her coldly. Whose big day is it? Grandmother fainted at her birthday banquet, and you are not allowed to call a doctor. If Grandma has any misfortune, you will be labeled as unfilial. Aunt, can you afford it? Aunt choked and finally gritted her teeth. Let the doctor you brought come in through the corner door, and don't disturb the distinguished guests in the middle courtyard. She really couldn't afford it if the birthday banquet turned into a funeral banquet. Sun Wuya was quickly carried to the backyard by Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka. Accompanied by Shin Yuji, Sun Wuya went to the inner room to see Grandma. The rest of the people were waiting in the hall, either sitting or standing. Master Sun Wu felt the grandmother's pulse and put a small brown pill into her mouth. Not long after, the grandmother woke up.
Miss,
You scared me to death. Aunt Rue almost cried. The eldest lady didn't let me go to ask the doctor. Why are you panicking? Grandmother patted Aunt Rue's hand, seemingly admonishing but actually comforting. It's just a consumptive disease. I won't die before we return to Beijing. Brother Sun, how's my mother? Shin Yuji asked impatiently. Uncle Sun Wu shook his head. It's nothing serious, just exhaustion. We should feed the old lady something as soon as possible. Li Suan turned to go to the kitchen. I'll get it. The eldest aunt stopped Li Suan. The food in the kitchen cannot be moved. All the food is bought just right. If mother uses a plate, there will be one less plate on the guest's table. You also know that the most taboo when entertaining guests is you have it and I don't. We must not make the table different. Shen Yu was so angry that he blew his beard. What do you mean if mother uses a plate? The guest table will have one less plate? Doesn't mother have her own table for her birthday today? The eldest aunt looked away guiltily, and her voice became a little softer. Don't say that mother has no table. None of us have a table. Things are different now, and food must be given to the guests first. It's okay for family members to suffer some grievances. When a goose passes by, it leaves its feathers behind. When a person passes by, he leaves his name behind. If the dishes on the table are better for family members, it will also benefit mother's reputation. I have informed mother about this matter, and she agrees. Shin Yuji turned his head to look at old Madam Shin, who avoided Shin Yuji's sight. Nice words don't cost money, so that's why Annie said such nice things? Shin Qingtang leaned on the door frame connecting the inner room and the hall. Family members have suffered grievances, so it is Grandma and us who are wronged? You sit in the guest seat in the hall, and Uncle sits in the official guest seat. Can you just watch and not eat? The auntie wall on the heart, and she stood up with a slam of the table in anger. Others tell me that they are wronged, but I still feel indebted. The birthday gifts that your third room brought are not enough to pay for the meal. What's wrong with not letting you eat at the banquet? Since there were so many people waiting on my mother, I took my leave. There were still guests waiting for me, the hostess. Li Suan looked at the back of his eldest aunt as she hurriedly left, stamping her feet angrily. Brother and sister-in-law are going too far. As a birthday girl, my mother didn't even have a table of her own. Shin Yuji even snorted from his nose. It can be seen that my sister-in-law is in charge of the family, and she doesn't take her mother seriously at all when she speaks and acts. Mother, why don't you go live with me in the mountains? Mrs. Shen was both angry and happy at the same time. Her expression seemed to be smiling but not smiling, angry but not angry. What nonsense are you talking about? As long as your brother is here, I won't go anywhere. Shin Yuji knew the reason, pursed his lips, and said nothing with a stern face. Shin Qingtang took the cake and called Aunt Rue. Aunt Rue, help Grandma out, and let's eat birthday cake for Grandma to celebrate her birthday. Aunt Rue helped her grandmother come out and sit at the top. Shin Qingtang placed the cake in the center of the square table, opened the wooden box, and took out the cake. No one had ever seen this kind of birthday cake, with white flowers and flowers on the ground.
surprised.
Shin Qingtang took out a slender candle and lit it. He tilted the candle to let the wax fall on a small piece of wood to fix it, and then placed it gently on the cake so that the candle wouldn't drip. Tang didn't know how to make oil-free wax, so he had to find another way to make a small tray and put it on it. Grandma, I saw in a journal that in a country far away from us, people eat this kind of birthday cake on their birthdays. They call it this: cake for birthday. Before eating birthday cake, you must make a wish and then out the candles. In this way, the gods can receive your wish and help you realize it. That's it. Shin Qingtang said, clasping his hands in front of his chest, closing his eyes to demonstrate, and mumbling, don't make a sound when making a wish, if it doesn't work if you say it. At the same time, we also sing birthday. That is, a birthday song. Except for Shin Qingtang's family, no one has ever seen such a birthday celebration, and they looked at it with novelty. Mrs. Shun followed Shin Qingtang's example and made a wish. Shin Qingtang, Shin Yuji, Li Suan, and Shin Qingka sang a birthday song together. Shin Qingtang, afraid of being embarrassed by her singing, she spent several days teaching her family how to sing. After Mrs. Shun finished making her wish and blew out the candles, Shin Qingtang was the first to shout, "Happy birthday to my grandmother. All your wishes come true. It tastes delicious." Others also sent their blessings. Except for Shin Qingtang, they were all four-character idioms for literary crepe. Shin Qingtang took out the thin wooden knife and thin wooden plate made by Shin Qingka and began to cut the cake. The cake is not small. It should be about an inch. She gave a large piece to Grandma and a slightly smaller piece to Aunt Rue. Li Suan and Shin Yuji could make it when they got home, so there was no need to argue with others. After asking my grandmother for her opinion, she cut a few small pieces of cake and gave them to the aunts. No one dared to take them, so they all looked at Mrs. Shin. "What do you want me to do?" "Tang Yada gives it to you, and you can continue." "How can I be stingy enough not to give you a piece of cake for my birthday?" Mrs. Shun smiled and nodded. "This pastry is so delicious." She's not stupid. These aunts have been busy in the kitchen for a long time, but they can't even get a meal. Everyone has a heart. It's delicious. You can only eat this piece. People with diabetes are taboo on eating sweets. Shin Qingtang cut 4 more pieces from the cake, placed them on a thin wooden plate, and handed them to the banquet waiting at the door. "I have no choice but to let you eat this piece today." She took the cake during the quarterly banquet and jumped up to the roof. Mrs. Shin didn't know whether she cherished her life or was reluctant to part with it. She only ate half a piece of cake and then told Aunt Rue, "Put it away for me. I'll eat it tomorrow." "Grandma, the birthday cake I made is different from ordinary birthday cakes. The top layer is made of raw milk, which is not easy to store for a long time. You can't leave it to tomorrow." "That's it." Mrs. Shun licked her upper lip and asked Mr. Sunwoo, "Can I finish this piece?" Sunwoo nodded, "Okay. I'll make some tea for you in a moment. It won't be a problem for you to drink it." However, as Miss Tang said, "You're not easy to eat sweets." Shin Qingtang asked Sunwoo, "Fifth Master, how is my grandmother's health?" "It doesn't matter if you are weak inside. You can make up for it by taking good care of yourself. It's just that these legs may not be as convenient as before. The pain can be unbearable even on rainy and cloudy days." Sunwoo looked at Shin Qingka and said, "Didn't you make a wheelchair for your grandmother?" Shin Qingka nodded. "Grandma, I'll assemble it for you. The wheelchair is a bit big and inconvenient to carry. Just break it into several pieces and tie them under the sledge frame, then assemble them." The wheels of the wheelchair are a mortise and tenon structure, and one wheel is divided into 4 pieces. Shin Qingka assembled the wheelchair with ease. Li Suan helped Shin Qingka sew the cowhide-wrapped tire on the wooden wheel. The others stood aside, eating birthday cakes and watching Shin Qingka's work. Soon a new, lightweight, and innovative wheelchair appeared. In front of everyone, Shin Yuji helped Mrs. Shun to the yard and got into a wheelchair, pushing her around the yard twice. "Mom, how do you feel?" Mrs. Shin nodded repeatedly. "With this, I won't be afraid that my legs will hurt after walking a few steps. With the wheelchair, I will push you wherever you want to go, miss." Aunt Rue took the wheelchair from Shin Yuji and tried to move forward, backward, and turn. The ground in the yard was fairly flat, with almost no bumps. "Let go and I'll try it myself." Mrs. Shun drove the wheelchair with both hands, moving it back and forth, with a smile on her face. Mrs. Shun smiled sincerely this time. Smile means pleasure and satisfaction. Aunt Rue's eyes turned red again when she saw it, and she took out her handkerchief. Z wiped the corner of his eyes and asked Li Su beside him, "I haven't seen the ladies smiling so happily for a long time." "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. San. The birthday gifts you send may not be valuable in the eyes of others, but in my eyes, they are better than the gifts sent by others. Everything is what the young lady needs most right now." Li Suan really didn't expect that Aunt Rue would praise her. Hearing this, he said happily, "As long as Mother likes it." A voice came from the corner door. "Where are the people in the kitchen?"
"Serve."
"Open the banquet." The aunts hurriedly went to the kitchen to bring dishes to the middle courtyard. "Wait a moment." Shun Qingtang caught up and took off the chicken legs. Just now, Annie said that these dishes are the same on each table. I just ate a chicken drumstick, so one table will be missing a drumstick. To be fair, I will remove all the drumsticks and share them with everyone. The ants looked at each other. The only two cooks knelt down in front of Shin Qingtang. Miss Tang, if you take off all the chicken legs, the master and his wife will beat us to death. The ants in the big room also looked frightened. It's okay to have one less person. Some of the female relatives believe in Buddhism and do not eat meat, so it will be fine if there is one less chicken drumstick on the table. Listen to Miss Tang. Mrs. Shun said, many of you have been busy since the day before yesterday. It's not an exaggeration to eat a chicken drumstick. If the boss asks, ask him to come to me. She didn't care about her eldest daughter-in-law today in front of so many people. It doesn't mean that she is really a tiger with her teeth pulled out, and she can be manipulated by others. The cooks felt like they were being pardoned and gratefully thanked Mrs. Shen. Everyone in the backyard, everyone had a big chicken drumstick in their hands, except for Shin Qingtang, who had only eaten half of the drumstick he had brought before, and most of the ants and cooks did not eat their own drumsticks. Busy delivering food to the central courtyard, Mrs. Shun pretended not to notice. Shun Qingka walked next to Shin Qingtang and asked, why don't they eat chicken legs? It tastes delicious to me? Because they all want to take it back and feed it to their children. Shin Qingtang gave the answer, without even looking at it. Most mothers in the world are all the same. Shun Qingka. Li Suan lowered his head and looked at the chicken leg. He just took a bite, then looked at Shin Qingka and Shin Qingtang. Raised it in front of Shin Qingtang. Do you still want to eat? Shin Qingtang burst out laughing. Mom, I really didn't mean to insinuate anything. Li Suan glanced at Aunt Sun and the others, then looked away, a little annoyed. Why didn't I think of giving it to you just now? Is she not a good mother? Shin Qingtang put his clean hands on Li Suan's shoulders. Mother, don't compare yourself with others. In my and my brother's eyes, you are the best mother in the world. Shin Qingka, whose mouth was blocked by the chicken leg, nodded repeatedly. Li Suan also freed his clean hand to gently scratch the tip of Shin Qingtang's nose. What you eat is not chicken legs but honey. You're trying to make me happy again. I am telling the truth. Mom, I am actually very happy that you didn't think of leaving the chicken legs for me and my brother at the first time, which shows that you are already learning to love yourself. Of course, there is another possibility. Shin Qingtang said in a voice that only Li Suan could hear. We have no shortage of meat in our family, and chicken legs are not a rare thing in your subconscious. And those concubines probably haven't seen meat for a long time, so they would think of leaving chicken legs for their children. Li Suan was comforted by Shin Qingtang's last words. She really didn't think chicken legs were a rare thing. Nowadays, pork is eaten in different ways in the valley every day. Occasionally, chickens are bought in the city, and there is never a shortage of eggs at home. Fish are also eaten as much as they want. At this moment, Li Suan suddenly understood what Shin Qingtang meant by face and inside, and her back straightened a little. It turned out that they were not living that badly. After the division of the family, she always felt inferior to the first and second houses. They lived in a mansion and wore gorgeous clothes, while her family would change from linen to cotton, and they had very little silver in their hands. Today, it seems that the eldest brother's family looks rich, but their daily food and accommodation may not be as comfortable as hers. The voices of the mother and daughter chatting were not low. Most people in the yard could hear it. Aunt Sun relied on the fact that she had nothing to do with the Shin family now and joked, "Look at how good your mother and daughter relationship is. I'm really envious. Third madam, how many good deeds did you do in your previous life to have a daughter like Miss Tang?" The other concubines also responded. At this moment, everyone ignored Shin Qingtang's big belly. In fact, most of the concubines were of humble origins and had never had a high status in the mansion. Some people used even more unspeakable means to compete for favor. Sometimes they really didn't care much about useless things like reputation. The concubines praised Shin Qingtang for how smart she was, how filial, considerate, and capable she was. Men couldn't interrupt when women were chatting. Shin Yuji touched her belly and poked her head into the kitchen. When she turned around, she was disappointed. You don't leave us a single dish. Old Lady Shin still felt sorry for her children and grandchildren. You took Shinka to the front yard to eat? Aren't there seats for you too? Where is the place for us to sit? Shan Yuji pouted. Don't mention me. Even my second brother may not be able to sit at the table. Before coming to the backyard, Chinka and I were arranged to work in the kitchen in the front yard. My second brother and his wife were responsible for welcoming guests with the housekeeper and arranging who would sit at which table. Old Madam Shen was silent for a while, then spoke. As his younger brother, you should bear with me. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a noisy sound coming from the front. Old Madam Shen gestured to Aunt Rue. Aru, go and see what's going on in front. It's okay if you don't eat, but don't make a fool of yourself outside. Soon, Aunt Rue came back from the front yard and let a few people in from the corner door. Two of them were the apprentices and the shopkeeper of Master Gao of Yunkalai, whom Shin Qingtang had met yesterday. Everyone in the backyard looked at Aunt Rue and the others. Aunt Rue gestured for the waiters of Yunkalai to wait first, and turned to report to old Madam Shin for instructions. Miss, these are all the waiters of Yunkalai, and the one leading them is the shopkeeper of Yunkalai. They said that someone specifically asked for 2 tables of the best dishes from Yunkalai to come over to celebrate your birthday. 4 waiters from Yunkalai came, each carrying 2 1-meter-high food boxes. The food boxes were printed with the Yunkalai emblem and covered with large red paper with a large longevity character written on it. If you get closer, you can see a line of small characters next to the longevity character. I wish old Lady Sun good fortune and a long life. There are different birthday wishes on each food box. Yunkalai? The best restaurant in Beichuan? Old Madam Shin was puzzled. Who sent the meal? Aunt Rue looked at old Madam Shin. They said that the third master's family ordered the meal. They insisted on delivering it to you personally. Just now in the front yard, the master stopped them and wanted to place the meal in the front yard. The waiters in the restaurant refused and started arguing. Aunt Rue paused, but still said, the guests in the front yard all thought that the banquet sent by Yunkalai was to entertain them. Now they see the banquet in the backyard. Aunt Rue did not say the rest of the words, but everyone present could understand. Most of the people who came to the birthday banquet were well-known figures in Beichuan. Even if they had never been to Yunkalai, they had heard of Yunkalai. They knew how much a table of the best banquet at Yunkalai cost. Especially when the restaurant owner came to deliver the banquet in person, no one would believe it if they said it was a fake. Seeing the waiter deliver the banquet to the backyard, they would think that the Shin family was having Yunkalai dinner, but they were being entertained with ordinary dishes. The guests would probably feel dissatisfied with being treated poorly. Old Madam Shin drove the wheelchair to discuss face-to-face with the owner of Yunkalai. Boss, can you give me some face and prepare the banquet in the front yard? We have guests at home today, and it might not be appropriate to have the banquet in the backyard. The shopkeeper bowed to old Madam Shin, looking embarrassed. Old Madam, today is your birthday. You are the eldest. Logically, we should listen to your orders. But ours is a restaurant, we do business, and the one who pays is our master. We can only do what others say. Old Madam, please don't make things difficult for us. Old Madam Shen turned the wheelchair to look at Shinyuji behind her. Third brother, I know you have a problem with the eldest brother. I don't care if you split up the family, but I have to say something to you about this matter today. There are many outsiders today. You have to give face to your eldest brother. If you have any dissatisfaction with your eldest brother, let's talk about it behind closed doors. The meal has been sent to the front for the guests first.
I can eat anything.
Mother, you wronged me, Shinyuji said aggrievedly. The meal was not booked by my son. He turned around in front of old Madam Shen. Mother, do you think the way we are dressed look like we can afford to eat at Yunka? Mrs. Shen's anger had mostly dissipated. How could someone who still lived in a cave outside the city afford Yunka's meal? Mrs. Shen looked at the other people in the third house. Shin Qingtang, Li Suan, and Shen Qingka looked at each other and saw confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. They all shook their heads at Mrs. Shen. Mrs. Shen frowned, pointed at Shinyuji, and asked the shopkeeper, Are you sure? Was it my third son who ordered the meal? The shopkeeper looked at Shinyuji carefully and shook his head. Not this gentleman. His eyes quickly swept around the yard. Not any gentleman here. The person who ordered the food should be a servant of a wealthy family. He was about 30 years old and looked. The shopkeeper shook his head. I can't remember. The man looked very ordinary and was forgotten as soon as he saw him. Shin Yuji and his wife were whispering to each other in confusion. Li Su asked Shin Yuji, husband, how much silver does this table cost? I don't know. Anyway, in the capital, a table at the best restaurant costs several thousand taels of silver, and the best table costs even 1,000 taels of gold. In Beichuan, it must cost at least 100 taels of silver, right? The backyard is not big. At this moment, no one is talking except Shin Yuji and Li Suan. The yard is very quiet. The shopkeeper who is closest to it hears and corrects Shin Yuji, Master, our best table at Yunkalai costs 9,999 taels of silver per table. There are 99 different dishes in total. The guest who came to order the dishes said that our yard is small and the table is small, so there is no room for so many dishes, so only 16 of them were selected, totaling 1,999 taels of silver. Shin Yuji.
So expensive?
Shin Qingtang clicked his tongue and asked faster than his brain, can I get cash if I return the meal now? The whole backyard suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The shopkeeper forced a professional smile. Madam, our meal is already ready and cannot be returned. Shin Yuji asked. Then what can I say? Can the banquet be sent to the front yard? The shopkeeper shook his head flatly, no. The person who paid said that one table of banquet would be sent to the old lady and the other table would be sent to Mr. Shin-san. Wherever Mr. Shin Yuji, Madam Li Suan, Mr. Shin Chinka, and Miss Shin Qingtang are, the banquet will be there. The people in the front yard were unwilling to let the people from the third room sit at the table, but the banquet had to be given to the people from the third room. Old Madam Shin opened her mouth. Shin Qingtang rushed to persuade old Madam Shin. Since Grandma can't return or change it, let's eat it. Anyway, the food boxes have been brought to the backyard. Even if they are changed to the front yard, the guests will not think of us as good. They will only think that the Shin family is not a good person. Old Madam Shin had to give up the idea of letting the third son's family take the banquet to the front yard. There was still some hesitation on her face. She didn't dare to eat the banquet of unknown origin. It was not because she was afraid of poisoning, but because she was afraid of owing favors. Such a good banquet, I have to try it. Uncle Sun Wu suddenly spoke, rubbing his hands, and asked Madam Shin, Madam, please set the table. I am a doctor. I can tell whether there is poison or not at a glance. If you're still worried, I can test the poison on you. Fifth Master Sun started, and old lady Shin couldn't refuse. After all, Fifth Master Sun was also a guest, and he had just saved her life. Since ancient times, there are two types of people who should not be offended, teachers and doctors. Old lady Shin nodded in compromise and asked the waiter to set up a table in the kitchen and a table in the hall. After Fifth Master Sun tested the poison, he ate at the table in the kitchen with Shin Yuji, Shin Chinka, and Ji Yanshi. The tables in the hall were all female. Shin Qingtang and her daughter, as well as Old Lady Shin and Aunt Ru, who were ordered by Old Lady Shin to sit together, and even Aunt Sun, who had separated from the family, was called to sit at the table. You are no longer a wife of the Shin family. You come to help to give me face. Come to the table to eat. Old Lady Shin said so. Li Suan glanced at Old Lady Shin again and again. Shin Qingtang asked Li Suan quietly, Mom, what's wrong? Your grandmother has changed a lot. Li Suan whispered in Shin Qingtang's ear. She is much more merciful than before. In the past, not to mention Aunt Sun, even Aunt Ru could only stand aside and serve dishes. Her mother-in-law was the most particular about rules. Shin Qingtang nodded and comforted Li Suan to get used to it. From a noble in the capital to an exile, a 2,000 miles of exile. It is difficult to survive, and no matter how big the rules are, they are not as real as a piece of meat. The four waiters were divided into two groups. One group went into the kitchen, and the other group followed into the hall. They were well trained and put the half-person high food boxes in their hands on the ground. The food boxes were divided into several layers. 2 layers of meat dishes, 1 layer of vegetarian dishes, 1 layer of staple food, 1 layer of wine and drinks, and a layer of snacks and seasonal fruits on a plate. The bottom of the food box was filled with smokeless charcoal. No wonder the food on the table was still steaming hot. As soon as the dishes were served, Shen Qingtang knew why a small county restaurant dared to charge 1,999 taels per table. In the 21st century, most of the meat dishes on the table would be wild game that has been in prison for at least 3 years. The first few dishes in the crosstalk listing the menu were all on this table. Steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roast duck, pheasant, rabbit, canned pheasant, vegetable mang. Shen Qingtang swallowed unconsciously. It's not that she was greedy, but these things couldn't be bought even if you had money in the new century. Shen Qingtang waited until her grandmother moved her chopsticks, and then she couldn't wait to pick up a chopstick of bear paw meat and put it into her mouth. She learned a saying from childhood, "You can't have your cake and eat it too." Listening to crosstalk, steamed bear paw is also among the best. But what is bear paw? Let alone eating it. Shen Qingtang has never seen it before and can't wait to try it. Shen Qingtang took a bite and savored it carefully. It's hard to tell what it tastes like. I don't know if the bear paw was not processed well. There is still a little fishy smell, and the meat is soft and chewy. It has the aroma of beef and the gelatinous texture of pork elbow. It is a bit similar to the taste of the cow paw that Shen Qingtang had eaten before, and it doesn't seem to be so unique. The pheasant and rabbit taste good. In the world where Shen Qingtang lived before he traveled through time, the breeding industry was rampant, and the chickens that were fattened quickly in a month could be eaten even by bones. It is easy to chew, and the meat is not as chewy as some old-fashioned steamed buns. In Beichuan, not to mention how chewy the pheasant and rabbit meat is, even the domestic chickens, ducks and pigs are very delicious. So the people of Dakian prefer poultry and livestock. Because if the game is not handled well, it will have a strong fishy smell. For example, the wild boar shot at the seasonal banquet, if it is really sold at the market, it is really not as expensive as the pig slaughtered by the butcher. The wild boar has not been fanned, and the fishy smell is even stronger. It can only be said that the times are different, the values are different, and the preferences are also different. As soon as Shen Qingtang put down his chopsticks, his grandmother put down his chopsticks and instructed Aunt Ru, "Give these untouched dishes to the concubines in each room. Let them share them to fill their stomachs." Shen Qingtang stroked his stomach and thanked Old Lady Shen. "Thank you, Grandma." Old Lady Shen pretended not to understand. "I share the dishes with the concubines. What are you thanking me for?" "Grandma, I'm thanking you for taking care of me. You were full a long time ago, but you waited until the end to put down your chopsticks because you were afraid that I would feel embarrassed to eat." Old Madam Shen smiled dotingly, turned to Aunt Ru and said, "This child used to be very low-key in the capital, but after arriving in Beichuan, she has become more and more thoughtful in her actions and words. Better than her other grandchildren." Aunt Ru nodded. "You are right. The third young lady has really changed a lot." Shen Qingtang pretended to be shy, lowering her head and eyes. Old Madam Shen looked at Shen Qingtang with a loving smile, then turned around and praised Li Suan a few words, saying that she was careful. After fighting with all kinds of women in the backyard for a lifetime, how could she not understand this little trick? On the surface, they are just 2 tables of more valuable meals. It should be said that they are the 2 most valuable tables of meals, which were sent to her all the way from Yunkalai. Those who should know and those who shouldn't know will know that she is celebrating her birthday today. People outside will spread the word that her children are filial and have booked the best meals for her. Regardless of the facts, the third brother's family has added a lot of glory to her. It's the eldest and second brothers who have been tossing for a long time, but their own people can't eat or drink, and I'm afraid the guests won't read it well, so they have to work in vain. It's just inevitable that there are some surprises. Seeing that the third brother's family doesn't look like they can afford so much money, I can't help asking again, who booked the table for you? Shen Qingtang and Li Suan exchanged glances. Shen Qingtang was frank. "Grandma, we really don't know who booked this table. If my family had 4,000 taels of silver, we wouldn't have to wear." She pulled at her clean but not good clothes. "This will be ridiculed by my eldest and second uncles. If she really had 4,000 taels of silver, she would never be so extravagant as to order 2 tables of banquets. 4,000 taels of silver is enough to buy several of the best shops in the inner city. Li Suan nodded. Mother, Qingtang is telling the truth. We really don't know who sent it. Old Madam Shen was stunned. She thought the third son's family was playing dumb. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a commotion outside. Someone exclaimed. A fight broke out. Master Ming is fighting with a guest. Shen Qingtang, who was lowering her head and touching her belly, immediately turned her head away. Every day, right after eating, the little guy in her belly always makes a fuss for a while. I don't know if it's the two little guys fighting or just stretching their muscles in the belly. Shen Qingtang's belly is getting thinner and thinner now. When the fetus moves vigorously, the bulging bag can already be seen. In the valley, when the fetus moves after a meal, the whole family will run over and shout to her belly, including but not limited to self-introduction, food temptation, money temptation, etc. For example, my dear baby, I'm Grandpa Shinyuji. When you come out, I'll take you to buy delicious food. My little niece, I'm Uncle Shin Chinka. I made small toys for you. Now that Shen Qingtang was at her grandmother's place, it was inconvenient for her to speak. She could only pat her belly to comfort her. When she heard Shen Qingming fighting with someone, she immediately stood up with the help of the table and walked out. She wanted to watch the fun. Others would still worry about their reputation and curiosity and would not go to the front yard. Shen Qingtang was pregnant before marriage, and the dirty water on her body was not bad. Li Suan hurriedly chased after her. Shen Yuji and Shen Qingka hurried to the front yard. There were two other people walking to the front yard slowly. Grandpa Sun Wu, who had difficulty walking, and Ji Yanshi, who was sitting on the roof. Ji Yanshi should have been able to watch the fun on the roof, but when he saw Shen Qingtang coming out, he jumped down from the roof and followed her at an arm's length behind her. Grandpa Sun Wu limped forward with a wooden stick. The people in the second courtyard also rushed to the front. Shen Qingtang was just worrying about not having a good viewing seat when she saw Miss Wang Sen waving at her in front of the crowd. Shen Qingtang, this way. Perhaps the Wang family status in Beichuan is really not low. Shen Qingtang shouted, take it, and easily squeezed to the front. Where have you been? I saved a seat for you at dinner just now. You didn't come. Miss Wang San complained when she met him. Miss San, why did you ask her to come? Shen Qingdan, who was standing on the other side of Miss Wang San, pouted and protested. I occupy this seat. Whoever you want to come can come. If you don't want to come, just go away. Miss Wang San said to Shen Qingdan rudely, I didn't ask you to follow me. You follow me wherever I go like a dog's skin plaster. Are you annoying? Shen Qingtang felt happy when he heard it, and his appreciation for Miss Wang San increased a little more. Shen Qingdan didn't dare to provoke Miss Wang San, so she vented her anger on Shen Qingtang. You shameless thing. What are you doing here? It's because of you, a jinx, that there are so many things going on today's grandmother's birthday celebration. Get out of here now. Don't get Miss Wang San involved. Miss Wang San stood in front of Shen Qingtang, facing Shen Qingdan. Why are you so annoying? Shen Qingtang is my friend. You scold my friend is scolding me. I don't like you. Don't stand here with me. She pushed Shen Qingdan. People are kind enough to come to celebrate your grandmother's birthday, and you scold them. You are uneducated. Get out of here. I don't want to see you. Miss Wang San's voice was loud, and many people who were watching the fight turned to look at them. Shen Qingdan didn't expect Miss Wang San to be so ruthless, and her temper came up. She didn't care about her parents' teachings and scolded. Do you think I want to coax you, an idiot? It's my father and mother who asked me to accompany you. You are not a good bird to be able to play with Shen Qingtang. Miss Wang San also jumped up and down. You are not a good bird. Your whole family is not a good bird. You don't want to be with me like a tail for the whole morning. No, it's not a tail. It's a pug. Wagging your tail at me. Lililil. Shen Qingtang looked at Miss Wang San, who was sticking out her tongue and making faces. She is still a child after all. She raised her hand without saying a word. Try to avoid quarreling when you can use your hands. Scolding doesn't hurt. Shen Qingdan was slapped by Shen Qingtang in the morning, and she didn't want to be slapped again in front of so many people, so she took a step back to avoid it. Shen Qingdan jumped up and wanted to scold, but was squeezed by the ladies and maids who squeezed up to watch the fun and almost fell down. She didn't have time to argue with Shen Qingtang anymore. The onlookers squeezed up when they had time and kept Shen Qingdan, who was jumping up and down and talking back, away. Shen Qingtang spoke only when he couldn't hit Shen Qingdan. Shen Qingdan, brains are a good thing. If you don't have brains, don't talk too much. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you how to be a human being. You two are dogs. You two are in cahoots with each other. Shen Qingdan scolded people from a distance, completely disregarding his image. Shen Qingtang didn't want to pay attention to the brainless idiot and only said, "The one who barks is a dog." She prefers to fight rather than scold. Miss Wang San is not one to take a loss, and was about to retort. The eldest aunt who happened to arrive shouted to stop her. "Shen Qingdan, watch your words." She thought Shen Qingdan was fighting with Shen Qingtang and added, "Don't pay attention to those who are not presentable, and play more with Miss Wang San." Shen Qingtang laughed unkindly. Miss Wang San's expression was even more difficult to describe. "Shen Qingdan is scolding me." The eldest aunt's expression became very exciting, and she turned around like a color palette, dragging Shen Qingdan out. "Go back to your room and think about the past." Shen Qingtang. "Shen Qingdan, you're also a member of the Shen family? Are you and Shen Qingdan sisters?" Miss Wang San's face was shocked as she just reacted. "Miss San, thank you for defending me today." Shen Qingtang was a little touched and a little guilty. "I didn't have the chance to tell you before that the person celebrating my birthday today is my grandmother. This is the home of my eldest uncle and eldest aunt. Shen Qingdan is my cousin." She said the last sentence very reluctantly. Shen Qingdan despised her, and she didn't want to have anything to do with Shen Qingdan.
Ah?
The surprise on Miss Wang's face turned into understanding sympathy after she looked Shen Qingtang up and down twice. "It must be uncomfortable to have such rich relatives. You will be despised every time you visit. You have to come." Shen Qingtang opened her mouth to meet Miss Wang's eyes that said, "I understand you," and swallowed back her rebuttal. "I have relatives in Yunzhou, and I have to go there once a year. It's enough for me to go once. They call me a country bumpkin and a little village girl, which is so annoying. Beichuan is a county, Shiliang Prefecture is equivalent to a city, and Yunzhou is the provincial capital. The rich people in the county go to the provincial capital to visit relatives and become country bumpkins." Shen Qingtang. Although she is not inferior, she can understand Miss Wang San. The world has always been like this. People are divided into different classes. The upper class looks down on the middle class, and the middle class looks down on the lower class. Compared with gossip, Shen Qingtang is more curious about why Shen Qingming is fighting. The one who fought with Shen Qingming was an old acquaintance, the little fat man. Shen Qingtang changed the subject. "Why are they fighting? It can't be because of the last lantern riddle, right?" The little fat man and Shen Qingming fought each other, punching and kicking each other, and neither of them gave in. Miss Wang San shook her head. "I don't know. They were already fighting when we came. You see, several people couldn't pull them apart." Miss Wang had just finished speaking when she saw the second aunt running over and pulling the little fat man's hair. "How dare you, you little meat dumpling, bully my son." As soon as the second aunt came on stage, Madame Wang and another lady who looked familiar also came forward. They were not trying to stop the fight, but to tear the second aunt apart. Third Miss Wang stomped her feet. "Oh my. Why is Mother joining in the fun?"
Ouch. Aunt too.
"Aunt?" Shen Qingtang, who had just recognized another woman, asked in surprise. "The county magistrate's wife is your aunt." She had seen her once when she delivered soap last time. No wonder she looked familiar. Third Miss Wang nodded, as if it was a matter of course. "Yes. She is my aunt. The fat guy who is fighting is my younger brother. My aunt dotes on my younger brother the most, and she is very fierce. That Shen Qingming has caused a big mess." Shen Qingtang nodded and looked at Shen Qingming with a little sympathy. This time, he was in big trouble. Not to mention the attitude of Mr. Wang and the county magistrate, even his uncle would not let him go. As soon as Shen Qingtang had the idea, his uncle rushed to Shen Qingming and slapped him hard. The slap was loud, And the force was great. Shin Qingming's face was slapped aside, and he fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity. The others were also stunned by the slap, especially the parties involved. The eldest uncle pointed at the second uncle and cursed, "Take this little beast away quickly. Don't you think he's embarrassed enough?" The second aunt rushed to the eldest uncle when she heard it. "Shin Qiji, if you dare to hit my son, I will fight you." The county magistrate's wife and Mrs. Wang, the two sisters, pulled the fat boy to the side and checked the injuries on the fat boy together.
Wow.
Shin Qingming's belated cry woke up the others. Second uncle and eldest aunt also rushed forward. Second uncle came forward to stop the fight. Eldest aunt came forward to tickle second aunt. The fight became more lively with a change of protagonists. Everyone crowded in the front yard to watch the excitement, and the small front yard was packed with people. Trying to stop the fight was limited to shouting a few words. "Stop fighting. It's not a big deal. He is still a child." Miss Wang's eyes lit up, and she had to comment from time to time. "Shin Qingdang, your second aunt's nails are so powerful. Whoever she tickles will bleed."
Ah.
"Shin Qingdang, your eldest aunt is so unsportsmanlike. She deliberately ripped off the buttons on the front of your second aunt's clothes." "TSK. Is your second uncle particularly afraid of your eldest uncle? He only dares to stop the fight but not to take action, and he doesn't even dare to protect his own wife. What a coward." Shin Qingtang said nothing. As long as she still had the surname Shun, she could not say a word. She finally understood how it felt to have embarrassing relatives at home and be talked about by others. At this moment, Shin Qingtang regretted very much why she just divided the family instead of severing ties. The fat boy had 2 scratches on his face, and his eyes were swollen, looking a little miserable. Madame Wang and the county magistrate's wife were so distressed that they almost cried, and kept shouting, "My dear, does it hurt? Baby, don't cry." As for the fat boy himself, his face was full of impatience, and his hands kept waving, trying to break free from the 2 women, and his head kept tilting left and right, trying to watch the excitement of the fight.
"Stop it."
An old and majestic female voice sounded behind everyone. Everyone turned their heads. Aunt Ru pushed Madame Shun in a wheelchair. Shin Qingtang raised her eyebrows slightly. Her grandmother dressed up again before coming over. Finally, she knew who her uncle, who was too concerned about face, took after. Even in a critical situation, she could still stay calm and tidy up her appearance. Grandmother's clothes were still the same, but she had changed her headgear, which made her look more elegant. She had some of the style when she was still the head of the family in Beijing. The 2 couples of the eldest uncle and the second uncle stopped fighting at the same time. Shin Qingtang made way to let Aunt Ru and grandmother pass. Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka seemed to have finally had the opportunity to persuade them to stop fighting and squeeze to the front. Shin Yuji stepped forward to help people. "Brother, second brother, are you okay? I brought a doctor with me, and he will take a look at you guys later." Shin Chinka bent down to help up the frightened Shin Qingming. He never thought that a fight with the fat boy would lead to such a scene. Old Madame Shin didn't look at her uncle and the others, but leaned slightly towards the guests. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday. I appreciate your kindness. Please forgive me for any poor hospitality." After a few nice, polite words, she added, "I still have some trivial matters to deal with at home, so I won't keep you all for tea." Most of the people who came to celebrate the birthday were smart people who could think in circles. How could they not understand such a straightforward farewell? They all stood up and said goodbye. Anyway, they had eaten the meal and watched the fun. Only no one celebrated the birthday of the old man. There was still a small number of people who were tactless, but they felt embarrassed to keep them after seeing that everyone else had left. In the end, only the 3rd branch of the Shin family, Mr. Wang's family, and the county magistrate and his wife were left. Old Madame Shin looked at Shin Qingtang's family and shouted at them, "Third brother, you live outside the city. It's getting late, so go back first." The 3rd brother has always been a person who doesn't care about things. It's even more useless to stay now, not to mention that he brought 2 outsiders with him. Miss Wang-san whispered to Shin Qingtang, "Shin Qingtang, come to me next time you come to the city. I'll tell you what happened next. Shen Qingtang. I didn't really want to know. I still smiled and thanked him. Then thank you, Miss Wang-san, and we'll see you another day. After leaving his uncle's house, Shen Yuji looked back and sighed. Second sister-in-law is really unscrupulous. Big brother was obviously helping them. Maybe second sister-in-law was so angry that she didn't think clearly. She was only angry about the slap that big brother gave to Shen Qingming. Humph. Shen Yuji shook his head. Women's stupidity. Big brother slapped Qingming to take the initiative in order to prevent Wang Yuanwei and the county magistrate from holding a grudge. Even a strong dragon will not suppress a local snake. What's more, we're just insects now. If second brother and sister-in-law took Shen Qingming away, this matter would be regarded as a fight between children. But now it's good. Looking at the posture of the county magistrate and his wife and the Wang family, let alone second brother's family, I'm afraid that big brother and sister-in-law will have to shed a layer of skin before this matter can be over. Shen Qingka interrupted. Why did Shen Qingming fight with that little fat boy? I mentioned to you that last time I set up a stall to guess lantern riddles. Shen Qingming came to the stall to find trouble with me and fought with a little fat boy. That little fat boy is the little boy from Wang Yuanwei's family. I guess the two of them probably brought up the past, and the fat boy laughed at Shen Qingming for not being able to guess the riddle, or laughed at him for recognizing a child as his father, and Shen Qingming got angry out of shame. Shen Qingtang guessed. The two young masters sat alone at the table, and even Miss Wang-san, who loved to join in the fun, didn't know what happened. Shen Qingka smiled. I'm afraid it's both.
Lisuest, ah?
Then it's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. The family talked about Shen Qingming and the fat boy in a casual manner. Li Suan remembered something and turned to ask Shen Qingtang, that Miss Wang-san seems to like you very much? I saw Shen Qingtang blushed with anger when she asked you to come over. Shen Qingtang nodded and shook her head. I met Miss Wang-san twice when I was only selling soap, but I'm not very familiar with her. She paused and asked, Aren't you curious about who sent those 2 tables of banquets? 1,999 taels of silver for each table. Who is so generous to send us? Why aren't you curious? Shen Qingka patted the sled. He motioned Shen Qingtang to sit on the sled. I'm curious, but don't know who sent it. When we go into the city tomorrow, let's go to Yunkalai and ask around to see if we can find out. Speaking of Yunkalai, Shen Qingtang slowly got on the sled. We still have to go to the inner city. I have to get the pig skin from Zhu the butcher. We agreed to return the goods to Yunkalai tomorrow. Shen Yuji pulled Master Sunwoo. Li Suan supported Shen Qingtang, and Shen Qingka slowly turned the sled around. Li Suan was dragging an empty sled. Ji Yanshi followed Shen Qingtang at an arm's length with empty hands. Shen Qingka thought Ji Yanshi was too rough in pulling the sled, and the sled frame had to be overhauled every time he entered the city, so he would not use him if he could. When he went to Zhu the butcher's stall to get the pig skin, Shen Yuji took out a roast chicken from his arms and handed it to him. Thank you, brother, for always saving the pig skin for us. Zhu the butcher refused again and again. This roast chicken is expensive. The pig skin is what we throw away when we kill the pig. It's not worth anything at all. Your daughter gave us a thank you gift last time, and the things you give us time are much more expensive than the pig skin. If you keep on like this, I won't give you pig skin in the future. Otherwise, it's like I'm taking advantage of you. Shen Yuji stuffed it into his hand. Just take it. I'm afraid we'll have to come to you often for pig skin in the future. If you don't accept it, we'll be too embarrassed to ask for it all the time. Besides, we brought it from the banquet, just don't despise it. Zhu the butcher couldn't refuse, but accepted the roast chicken. Brother, how many pig skins do you want this time? I have 2 here. Shen Yuji turned his head to look at Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang had just stood up from the sled with the help of Li Suan, and looked up when he heard the words. 2 are not enough. Can you help us get a few more? It's tomorrow. Butcher Zhu agreed with a smile. Just tell me how many you want, and come and get it tomorrow. I'll take as many as you have. Butcher Zhu looked at Shen Qingtang in surprise. What do you want so many pigskins for? Shen Qingtang said frankly, I want to do a small business of pigskin jelly. So I would like to ask Brother Zhu to help me get more pigskins. Butcher Zhu habitually sharpened his knife and hesitated to speak several times. Butcher Zhu's wife couldn't stand it anymore and said, "It's hard to remove the hair from pig skin. It's time-consuming, and you won't make much money. We are the boss, and we are afraid that you will work in vain." In the past, someone came to take pigskin back to make pigskin jelly to sell. But he met a picky buyer who saw that there were pig hairs on the pigskin that had not been shaved clean. He smashed his stall and beat him. There was a big fuss at the time, and the business went bankrupt. How can such a small amount of pig hair be removed completely? After that, no one made pigskin jelly anymore. If you want to make it, be careful. Shen Qingtang and Li Suwen thanked Butcher Zhu and his wife for their kind reminder. In addition to pigskin, they also bought 20 kilograms of pork fat and 2 small intestines. They bought some sheep intestine oil before leaving. The sun had not yet set when they returned to the valley. The 4 members of the Shen family breathed a sigh of relief. They all slumped in their chairs without any image. Shen Qingtang occupied the only bamboo lounge chair in the house, lying on it and sighed, "I'm finally home." Uncle Sun Wu sat in his own wheelchair, glanced at the door that was closed during the season banquet, and then glanced at the Shen family and said with a smile, "Why do you look like you have just survived a disaster when you go to visit relatives?" Shen Qingtang, who closed his eyes to rest, nodded. "Uncle Wu, you hit the nail on the head. Isn't it just a disaster?" Li Suwen sighed even more. "I always felt that life in the valley was a bit bitter, and I thought it would be better if I went to the city. After this trip today, I finally understand what it means to be in a blessed situation but not appreciate it." He will never envy the eldest and second sisters-in-law again. Shen Yuji drank 3 cups of tea in a row and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "I am not even allowed to drink water at my eldest brother's house. I am really suffering for my face." Li Suwen pushed the cup to Shen Yuji, motioning him to pour himself a cup of tea. "You haven't seen how thin Mother's quilt is. It can let light through even when facing the sun. The silk material used for her quilt cover costs 20 taels of silver per piece. I really don't know what my eldest brother and his wife think." Shen Qingke lay on his bed with his arms and legs spread out, snorting, "It's useless to think about it. My eldest uncle wanted to use my grandmother's birthday banquet to win over the county magistrate and the gentry of Beichuan County. Who would have thought that he would end up losing more than he gained? First, he was embarrassed by 2 tables of Yunkalai banquets ordered by someone under the name of our family. And because Shen Qingming beat up the young master of Wang Yuanwai's family, he angered both the county magistrate and Wang Yuanwai's families. I don't know how it will end now." Shen Qingtang was indifferent to the matter. Who cares? It's just a dog-eat-dog situation. Who wins or loses has nothing to do with us. Qingtang, you can't say that. You can't write 2 Shen characters with one. Your uncle and second uncle's family are our closest relatives after all. Shen Yuji filled Li Suwen's cup of tea, placed it next to her and warned, "Be careful with the heat," and picked up the rag to wipe the water stains that accidentally dripped on the table. Li Suwen became more protective of the calf again and glared at Shen Yuji angrily. "I can't write 2 characters Chen in one. I don't have a surname. Shen I can say." How the county magistrate and Wang Yuan's family deal with the eldest brother and second brother's family has nothing to do with us. We didn't eat a bite of them at my mother's birthday party, and it wasn't anyone in our family of 4 who beat them. What does it have to do with us? Shen Yuji admitted his mistake in a good-tempered manner. "My lady is right. However, my eldest brother and my second brother are brothers from the same mother. Don't look at the monk's face. Look at the Buddha's face, and spare them for my sake." Then he changed the subject. "Who do you think is so generous and used my name to order 2 expensive tables for my mother?" Li Suwen held the teacup and blew lightly. "I don't know. We called the names of the 4 members of our family multiple times. It seems like an old acquaintance. Who could it be?" Shen Qingke sat up from the bed. "I don't have such a wealthy friend. There is none in Beijing, and certainly not in Beichuan." Shen Yuji and Li Suwen agreed in unison, "Me neither." Li Suwen rolled his eyes at Shen Yuji, while going over old scores. "You don't have any friends who spend a lot of money? How about you think about it again?" In the spring of Jinghe's 25th year, in Yihangyuan of Jinglan Hadong, Shen Yuji held up his hands and begged for mercy. "Madam, Your memory is too good. It happened 3 years ago. Can you still tell me the year, month, and day? You say we are just friends. Now that we are living in Beichuan, who among those people can still remember me? Li Suan didn't mean to be rude and unforgiving. He hummed and walked down the steps. That's true. Even if they remember you, I'm afraid they won't be so generous as to order 2 tables to celebrate your mother's birthday. Shun Yuji nodded. Even if he could, it would be too late. They are all in the capital.
Huh.
Shen Qingting opened his eyes and said thoughtfully, since you are none of them, are you my friend? Maybe an enemy? Sun Wuya, who had been listening in, couldn't help but interject. The enemies spent 4,000 taels of silver to give you some banquets? I also want such an enemy. It's 3,998 taels of silver. Shin Qingtang corrected Mr. Sunwu, yawned lazily, and said nonsense. Maybe my enemy is so rich that he is willing to spend 4,000 taels of silver to sow discord. Don't the uncle and the second uncle hate us because of these 2 tables? It's just that they encountered something even more unlucky today, and it's true that they didn't have time to get angry. Not to mention others, Aunt Shan and Heir were holding back their thoughts about Shin Qingming recognizing his father on the street. Sun Wuya. You this girl, red is called white. Butterfly glared, if I spend 4,000 taels of silver to buy you food and drinks, isn't that just to make you 3-room people look good? Spending so much money just to sow discord among the 3 of you?
How sick are you?
Shin Qingting sat up and looked at Master Sun up and down in confusion. Why are you so excited? Is it possible that you booked those 2 tables? Sun Wuya choked and said angrily, how can I have any money? Didn't I give all my money to you? Even if I had money, I wouldn't book a table for a sharp-tongued girl like you. The banquet should have been ordered by Ji Jujio for the prince. And by the way, it would be a favor to the Shin family. How could the prince eat those simple meals? Who would have thought that this little girl, Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know a good heart, could eat so well just because of the prince? It is so unreasonable to ignore their good intentions without being grateful for the food and drinks. Shen Qingtang lay back on the couch again. I don't need you to order a banquet for me. Just leave my house as soon as possible. Sun Wuya. Who wants to live in this poor and shabby place in the valley? He looked resentfully at the door that was closed during the banquet. In winter, the days are short and the room quickly darkens. Li, who is well-rested, Sue and got up to make dinner. Shin Qingtang and Shen Qingka kept accounts while they could still see clearly. Shin Qingtang insisted on clearing the accounts for the day. The cost of soap was 250 yuan. Household expenses. Pig intestines are 82 yuan. Shin Qingka remembered that he had not recorded the 1,735 yuan earned by pig skin jelly yesterday and asked Shin Qingtang, should we keep it in a separate account or keep it in the company? On the ledger? Everything is fine. Shin Qingtang propped his chin up and said without thinking, the pigskin jelly business won't last long until next spring at most. I gave all the money I earned yesterday to my mother. If you don't mind the trouble, you can separate it into a separate account book. The accounts will be a little clearer. Shin Qingka nodded, then I'll give you another copy. You can make pigskin jelly next winter, and use it then. Shin Qingtang stood up holding his waist. Well, I'm going to melt the rosin, and I have to make the pigskin jelly to be sent to Yunkalai tomorrow. Pork skin jelly also has proportions. Generally, 1 pig skin weighs 8 to 10 pounds. It is lighter to scrape off the grease. The oil is not wasted, and it can also be used to make soap. 1 pound of pig skin makes 3 to 5 pounds of pig skin jelly. The 100 kilograms of pig skin jelly made the day before yesterday used a whole pig skin from the pig butcher's house, plus the remaining pig skin from the wild boar, also added braised pig trotter soup, and added some braised minced pig head meat. With wild boar meat, carrots, and green vegetables, 2 large pieces of pig skin are enough to make 100 catties. If you add minced meat, you can still have some leftover for yourself. Shen Qingtang came to the banquet uninvited and followed her. If you have nothing to do, go and paint lanterns. We have agreed that we will pay for meat in pieces in the future. Halfway through, she met the eyes of the season banquet. She was tall during the season banquet, and her eyes were half lowered when she looked at her. Thick and curled eyelashes half covered her eyes. Half of them were exposed. The eyes were clean and clear. It was so clear that Shen Qingting shut up. He couldn't understand. Shen Qingting thought for a while and changed his words. 1 lantern painting, 2 pieces of meat. 2 paintings have 4 slices of meat, 3 paintings have 6 slices of meat, and so on. How much you draw determines how much meat you can eat tomorrow. If you don't draw it, there will be no meat to eat tomorrow, not even a piece. Shen Qingting raised his index finger and emphasized that there was not a single piece. You can write if you don't want to draw. Write the surnames of hundreds of families. No, just write the 8 characters Zhao Qian Sun Li, Zhou Wu Zheng Wang, or write Fu Lu Shou Shi, Happy New Year, Happy Lantern Festival, and so on. The top 8 have the most surnames. If you want to buy other surnames, you can write them on the spot. In short, you can write whatever you like. If you write, there will be meat. If you don't write, there will be no meat to eat. After Shen Qingting finished speaking, he raised his head and met face to face at the quarterly banquet, eye to eye. The little guy in his belly happened to move again. Shen Qingting lowered his head and touched his belly and said, "You two are not living up to expectations and are making trouble now."
What?
I lost my momentum. The thing about staring is persistence. Whoever looks away first loses. During the quarterly banquet, he lowered his head along Shen Qingtang's hand and stared at her belly. Through the clothes, Shen Qingtang's belly could be vaguely seen. The clothes on the clothes gradually returned to calm. Shen Qingting looked at his back and was confused. Did he understand or not? Ordinary people. As the rosin water boiled in the pot, Shen Qingting couldn't care less about the seasonal banquet. A plate of cold-cut pork rinds, cold vegetables, garlic eggs, and rice. Porridge. The recipe provided by Shen Qingting is very simple. Steam 4 eggs in a pot. Peel them in cold water and cut them into 4 evenly sized pieces. Place them on the plate one by one. Peel the garlic and mash it into minced garlic. Add a little soy sauce and mix evenly. Pour it evenly into the center of the egg plate. Part of the minced garlic juice will soak the egg cloves. If you like garlic, dip it in more minced garlic. If you don't like it, dip it in more minced garlic. Shen Qingting learned this dish online, and it is said to be a Shandong specialty recipe. Shen Qingting has made it twice before, and the Shen family accepted it well, so it became a regular dish at dinner time. It's time for small talk or family meetings. When we go to town tomorrow, should we divide the work and work together? Shen Qingka asked. Shen Qingting picked up an egg, dipped it in minced garlic, put it into his mouth, and nodded. There must be a division of labor. But not everyone can go to the city together. It was the first time that Master Sun Wu saw people eating garlic and eggs in this way. He thought it was new. He imitated Shen Qingting and put a piece in his mouth, winking at the spiciness. He looked at Shen Qingting, who had no expression on her face. "And she spicy?" Li Suan raised his hand while holding the chopsticks. "I won't set up a stall with you tomorrow. When I was in the capital before, I would start preparing for the new year after Laba. We had to add new things to our food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. We have many people now and eat a lot, so we have to add some more grain, oil, rice, and flour to our family, eggs, seasonings, etc. We also have to buy cloth. I'm thinking of buying slightly better cloth and making a new set of clothes for everyone." When he said this, he looked at Master Sun Wu. "Master Wu, I'll ask Chinka to measure your size later, and I'll make you a set." Master Sun Wu was stunned, and a look of surprise soon appeared on his orange peel face. "Me too?" Li Suan nodded. "No matter what the reason is for staying in our family, you're considered a member of our family. Everyone wears new clothes during the Chinese New Year, so of course you should have some too." Uncle Sun Wu thanked him repeatedly, and he felt that the garlic in his mouth was not so spicy anymore. In addition to food and clothes, we also need to buy more bowls and chopsticks. The custom passed down by the older generation is that adding bowls and chopsticks means adding a new baby. Qingdang is now pregnant with twins, so she has to buy 2 more sets of bowls and chopsticks. Other pots and pans that should be purchased should also be purchased. Li Suan reported incessantly, and the Shen family listened quietly and agreed from time to time. What she wanted to purchase were all necessities for daily life. Master Sun Wu nodded several times, and suddenly remembered something and looked at Ji Yanshi. He remembered that the prince attached great importance to the rules during meals and did not like others talking. Now that he is sick, he didn't throw anyone away? Master Sun Wu rested his chopsticks on his chin thoughtfully. Shin Qingtang saw that Master Sun Wu was staring at Ji Yanshi without blinking, almost obsessed, and was stunned for a moment. Then an absurd idea rose from the bottom of his heart that he could not suppress it. Master Sun Wu would not be a homosexual, right? If so, there would be a reasonable explanation for his insistence on staying in the valley. But this idea was too absurd, and Shin Qingtang was frightened by her dangerous idea and shivered. Shin Qingtang hurriedly gathered her mind, and Li Suan happened to have finished reporting the shopping list. She thought for a while and said, "Why don't we put the purchase of New Year's goods aside for now? I'm afraid the money at home is not enough." She had just settled accounts with Shun Chinka in the afternoon. There were still 2,105 coins left in the business account book. There were still 841 coins left in the public account book. There were still 1,735 coins from the money from selling pork skin jelly. Altogether, it was just over 4 strings of silver. A slightly better piece of cloth would cost 2 taels of silver, so half of the money in hand would be gone. The other miscellaneous items might not be enough. Li Suan seemed to have a basin of cold water poured over her head, and her whole body quickly wilted. She said in annoyance, "I was busy thinking about what the family needed, but I didn't carefully calculate whether the money was enough. It's not that I didn't calculate, it's just that the calculation was rough. For example, if I wanted to buy 6 bowls, I could pick the cheap ones and bargain with the stall owner for 10 coins. If I wanted to buy needles and thread, I could get a cheaper price of about 10 coins for one color. But I didn't calculate how many tens there were in total." Shin Qingtang hurried to comfort her. "Mom, I'm not blaming you or saying that you can't buy things. The things you just said you wanted to buy are all necessities for our daily life, and you have to buy them. It's just that I think you can write down what you need first, and then we can buy them in batches. Buy a batch each time you enter the city, so that it will be convenient for us to transport it back, and it can also leave room and time to make money." Shin Yuji nodded and gave Shin Qingtang a thumbs up. "My daughter is still smart." Then he patted Li Suan's hand. "Madam, it's not your fault. When we were in the capital before, the eldest sister-in-law was responsible for making the list of things to buy, and the second sister-in-law paid for the purchases. We just need to wait for the notice to collect our share. This year you are the first time to take charge of the family, and you have to take care of everything from firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. You will definitely be a little flustered. Take your time, don't panic." Li Suan suddenly sat up straight. "Yes, and tea. Buy tea. Buy some wine too." Shin Yuji. Is this what it means to be obsessed? Shin Qingtang was not actually worried about money, as money for the Chinese New Year was not that hard to earn. He just felt that there were too many things to do, and not enough time. Shun Chinka bit the steamed bun in his hand and discussed with Shin Qingtang, "How about we split into 4 groups tomorrow? Mother will go buy food for the Chinese New Year. I'll go sell soap and scented soap, and you let Ji Shatsi accompany you to Yunkalai to deliver pork skin jelly?" Master Sun Wu choked on a mouthful of rice porridge, and he coughed so hard that he was out of breath. His face turned red, and he pointed in the direction of Shin Chinka, unable to speak. How dare he? He actually called Prince Ji Shatsi. Seeing that the teapot was close to him, Shin Chinka poured a bowl of tea and pushed it in front of Master Sun Wu. "Master Sun Wu, eat slowly, and no one will eat from you. It's just that Ji Shatsi is good at protecting food. You just need to stop thinking about his meat." Uncle Sun Wu coughed even harder. He felt heartache when he heard him calling Ji a fool. Shin Qingtang was so absorbed in thinking about his plans for the period before the new year that he did not notice Uncle Sun Wu's movements until Uncle Sun Wu flew out of thin air. At the same time, he heard the familiar word noisy. Shun Qingtang's almond-shaped eyes widened slightly, and he educated Ji Yanshi. "How many times have I told you? Don't always throw people out." It was unknown whether Ji Yanshi heard it or not, and he did not react at all. Uncle Sun Wu's broken legua again, and he gasped in pain. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he did not say a word. Shin Qingtang felt a little sympathetic for him. Is he afraid of being thrown out? Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji hurriedly put down their bowls and chopsticks and went to the yard to help Uncle Sun Wuin. Li Suin, relying on the favor of making clothes for Ji Yanshi, boldly said to him, Ji Yanshi, Qingtang is right. Uncle Sun Wu's leg was injured. Could you not throw him? No, you shouldn't have thrown him even if he was not injured. You are the junior, and Uncle Sun Wu is the elder. Ji Yanshi looked up at Li Suin. Li Suin fell silent instantly. Shin Qingtang deliberately went against Ji Yanshi and continued to mutter to Li Suin, My mother is right. Uncle Sun Wu is the elder. You can't just throw him around. Besides, Uncle Sun Wu didn't do it on purpose. He just choked. You have to know. Ji Yanshi moved. This time, he threw himself out. Holding the bowl and the 2 steamed buns that belonged to him, he went out of the house, jumped onto the roof, and sat cross-legged on the roof before continuing to eat. Li Suin. He widened his eyes in surprise and opened his mouth slightly. Shen Qingtang.
Ouch.
The young master has a bad temper? However, he seems to have learned to give in. Master Sun Wu was carried back to the hall with a grin. Li Suin hurriedly stretched out the folding bed and spread the bedding on him. Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji put Master Sun Wu on the bed and tied the wooden board back to the broken leg according to Master Sun Wu's instructions. The hall, which was not very big, had 2 beds, a square table and 4 stools, which seemed very cramped. I say, Master Sun Wu. Shen Qingtang turned sideways with a bowl of rice in his hand, facing Master Sun Wu. Do you feel that if you stay in the valley all the time, your legs may never get better? Do you want to consider going back to your own home? Master Sun Wu. I'm a guest left by your parents. What right do you have to kick me out? Because no one in our family eats for free. You just saw it. Ji Shotzi had to draw lantern paintings in our house in exchange for food and lodging. It's not impossible for you to stay in my house for the new year. You have to do something for this family, right? Shin Qingtang's eyes swept from Sun Wu's head to his feet. Sun Wu was somewhat immune to the 3 words Ji Shotzi at this moment. More than that, his scalp was tingling, and he felt like a prey targeted by a fox. He unconsciously pulled his clothes together. I won't sell my body. Shin Yuji was the first one who couldn't stand it. Brother Sun, how about I carry you to the stream to look at your face? Shin Chinka turned to Li Su and asked, Mom, remember to bring an extra bronze mirror when you buy New Year's goods.
Li Su asked.
Sun Wu, what kind of people are in this family? What kind of life did his poor prince live before? Selling your body. I definitely can't sell it. But you can sell prescriptions. Shin Qingtang put down his bowl and stated his purpose. Master Sun Wu immediately ignored his injured leg and twisted his upper body to find his medicine box. Don't even think about it. My medicines are all unique treasures. Stop bragging. Shin Qingtang didn't believe it. I don't believe that the medicine for treating colds can be so unique. Have you caught a cold? Master Sun Wu stretched out his hand. Come here, I'll take your pulse. It's no small matter for a pregnant woman to catch a cold. The last time he fascinated Shin Qingtang, he used sleeping pills that were harmless to pregnant women. Not me. Shin Qingtang shook his head. I want to ask you for medicine to treat frostbite. Aunt Sun, Aunt Yu, the old man selling lanterns, who the butcher and his wife all had varying degrees of frostbite. Ordinary people's families were having a hard time and couldn't afford to buy charcoal. 9 out of 10 people suffered from frostbite. If you could sell frostbite medicine, you would definitely make a small fortune. But there was a prerequisite. You can't ask for expensive herbs. It's best to ask for cheap and effective herbs. Shen Qingtang added. You're dreaming. Master Sun Wu glared. We all know that you can't have your cake and eat it too. You want the medicine to be effective and cheap at the same time. Where in the world can you find such a good thing? Shin Qingtang also knew that her requirements were a bit high. She just wanted to test how capable Master Sun Wu was. She immediately changed her face to a look of disgust and pouted. He always says that he has superb medical skills. I thought he was a miracle doctor. Unexpectedly. TSK. Some words are more effective when left unsaid than when spoken. A long TSK is enough to make Master Sun Wu blush. No matter in ancient or modern times, no one likes others to question their professional ability. Master Sun Wu is no exception. He sat up suddenly, pulled his injured leg, grinned again, hugged his leg, and said angrily to Shin Qingding, "Isn't it just a frostbite medicine? I'll give it to you." After saying that, he frowned and thought, counting on his fingers, muttering to himself, 1 or 2 grams of Lithospermum officinale. Mulberry branches, no. Melon peel, it doesn't seem good enough. Cinnamon twigs. Shen Qingtang didn't understand. He only knew that he was reading out medicinal materials. He was also surprised that Master Sun Wu immediately seemed to have become a different person when he mentioned medicine, and instantly sank into his own world. He stood up and took a pen and paper, put it next to Master Sun Wu, and didn't disturb him again. Shen Yuji and Shen Qingke washed their hands and sat back at the table. Li Suan lowered his voice and asked, "Do you think Master Sun Wu can really make a cheap and good frostbite medicine?" Maybe it was because of preconceived notions. I always thought that Master Sun Wu was best at treating external injuries. Shin Qingting shook his head. He may be able to make the best frostbite medicine, but it's hard to say whether it's cheap or not. Even if you don't know anything about Chinese medicine, you know that medicine for external injuries that heals as soon as blood comes out will definitely not be cheap. Shen Qingke, who has been dealing with wood every day since arriving in the valley, gestured to the medicine box that Master Sun Wu has always treasured. "I don't understand Chinese medicine, but his medicine box is made of good wood. We usually smell a strong smell of Chinese medicine when we go to the pharmacy, right? Have you smelled the medicine in his medicine box during these days of living with Master Sun Wu?" Shen Yuji and Li Suan shook their heads together. Shen Qingting patted his belly and asked, "Is it because his medicine box does not contain Chinese medicinal materials, but prepared pills, ointments, and powders, and they are packed in bottles and jars that you can't smell the medicine?" "How could it be?" Shen Yuji shook his head. "The ointment for injuries at home has the same strong smell. Chinese medicine usually has a strong smell." Shen Qingke put down his chopsticks, took out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth before speaking. "Not only does his medicine box not emit a smell of medicine, but you can also smell the fragrance of the wood when you get close to it." Li Suan poured 2 cups of tea and handed them to Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingke, who were full, respectively. He asked in confusion, "Even if the medicine box really doesn't smell like medicine, so what? What does it have to do with Master Sun Wu's medical skills?" Shin Qingke turned his head to look at Master Sun Wu, who was still frowning and thinking, and then continued, "The medicine box has nothing to do with medical skills. It's just like Qingtang said, this Master Sun Wu must be from a prominent family. The medicines he uses are probably expensive herbs." Shen Yuji nodded. "I think so too."
Huh?
Li Suan asked him puzzledly, "You also smell the fragrance of wood? How can I have that ability?" Shen Yuji shook his head. "I just saw that he never left the medicine box except when he was eating or going to the toilet. He even carried it when he slept. Generally, such precious things are good things." Li Suan. Shen Qingke. Shen Qingtang. It seemed to make sense. Shen Qingtang waved his hand. "It doesn't matter whether it can be prepared or not. I just want to find something for him to do." When everyone was busy working, the only one who was idle was particularly eye-catching. What's wrong with the broken bone? Didn't she insist on making money, even though she was pregnant? Just now we talked about the division of labor in the city tomorrow. Let me first talk about my thoughts. Dad, Mom, second brother, when this house was built, it was for our family of 4 to live in. Whether it was the hall or the bedroom, it was just to satisfy our family's needs, and we didn't consider the issue of entertaining guests. Now there are 2 uninvited guests in our house. One has mental problems, but is very strong in martial arts. We can't beat him or drive him away. The other has medical skills and his legs are broken, so we can't drive him away. In this way, our hall has also become a bedroom, and it is now crowded. The quality of life has seriously declined." Shen Yuji, Li Suan, and Shen Qingke looked around the room and agreed deeply. "My suggestion is that, second brother, you have to work hard to cut some more trees." Shin Qingting turned and pointed to the southeast. "Let's build 2 more east wing rooms. The remaining adobe bricks are not enough to build another house, and it is too late to make adobe bricks now. We are not professional quarrying workers, and it is time-consuming and laborious to get some stones. I suggest building a wooden house, which is faster, and you and Master Sun Wu can have your own room before the new year. In fact, she wanted Ji Yanshi to move to the side room, but she didn't know if she could convince him. Shin Chinka was a little hesitant. I have thought about what you said, but I have never had the time. The family is busy every day. If I cut down trees at home, you have to go to the city to set up a stall. Now there are more and more types of business at home. Qingtang and Dad have to deliver goods and set up stalls. I am afraid you can't handle it. Don't you still have me? Li Su asked. I can help deliver the goods first and then go shopping when Qingtang is free. Shin Qingtang shook her head. I don't plan to let Dad go either. She pointed to 2 cleared plots of land not far away. We have to quickly set up the greenhouse and plant vegetables. If the pork skin jelly sells well, I'm afraid we won't be able to supply vegetables. People often say that February and August are the lean months, and I thought that if we build the greenhouse now, we can start selling vegetables in February. Shin Qingtang's proposal was opposed by the whole family. Li Suan was the first to disagree. No. How can you go to the city alone to deliver goods and sell lanterns and soap as your months are getting older? Shin Yuji refused to do it. Building the greenhouse doesn't cost one more day. I'll go to the city with you tomorrow. Shun Chinka nodded. Dad is right. It doesn't matter if Master Sun Wu and I sleep in the hall for 2 more days. Shin Qingtang was very moved, but he insisted there are too many things to do in our family. Tomorrow after tomorrow, there will always be endless work. Only by doing our job can we maximize the amount of things we can do in a limited time. Besides, isn't there still the seasonal banquet? Shin Chinka said disdainfully. What's the use of that idiot? He can just pull the sled back and forth and he needs 2 pieces of meat to work. Li Suan opened her mouth but didn't say anything. She wanted to say that Shin Chinka's words were a bit too much, but it seemed that Ji Yanshi was just pulling a sled. Don't underestimate him. Shun Qingtang spoke for Ji Yanshi for the first time. It's just that we haven't given Ji Yanshi a chance to use his skills yet. With that face of his, if he stands next to the stall, a bunch of people will gather in front of our stall in a while. But he's afraid of noise. How could he cooperate with you in playing the beauty trap? He used to complain that we were noisy when talking while eating. Doesn't he accept it now? Shun Qingtang asked back. The other 3 people. It seemed to be true. Shun Qingtang continued to persuade. Besides, I don't plan to set up a stall tomorrow. I just want to go into the city to deliver goods. Mom can also accompany me. I thought about delivering pigskin jelly to Yin Kalai first, and then delivering soap to Aunt Sun and Aunt Yu. After delivering the goods, my mother and I went shopping for New Year's goods, and then came back. Yes, Aunt Sun and the others said they wanted to do business with us. Li Suan nodded. Then I will accompany you to deliver the goods tomorrow. It was sunny on the 17th day of the 12th lunar month. Shin Yuji and Shun Chinka fixed the soap, scented soap and pigskin jelly they were going to bring under the 2 sledge stands. Soap brought the entire 8th batch, 300 taels. About a quarter of the soap was taken, and the pork rind jelly weighed 100 pounds. For ease of transportation, it was divided into 5 portions, each weighing 20 pounds. With a worried look on his face, can you 2 do it? Don't look at them inconspicuously. They are all heavy objects. Shun Qingtang raised his chin slightly to indicate the banquet. Don't worry, we have strong workers. Shin Chinka sighed. Then just pray that this strong worker doesn't give up halfway. The journey into the city was unexpectedly smooth. During the quarterly banquet, we took the nearest road down the mountain, and the sledge pulled it quickly and steadily. It saved a lot of travel and time. Shin Qingtang felt inexplicably that it was because she and the others were going into the city. Li Su asked about the relationship. Unfortunately, she would not be able to answer her questions during the festival. The New Year atmosphere at the market became more and more intense. Shin Qingtang felt the true meaning of the saying after the Laba festival for the first time. There were more vendors than usual and more than twice as many people came to the market as usual. There were also more vendors selling lanterns and couplets, but I didn't see the old man selling lanterns. I make lanterns for them at home. No wonder Butcher Zhu said that the new year is the time when he can really make money. Li Suan looked left and right freshly and did not forget to hold Shin Qingtang's arm, fearing that she would slip or be squeezed by the crowd. During the banquet behind them, she was obviously getting more and more irritable, but still remained the same. He threw away the sledge and jumped onto the roof. Yun Kalai was in a good location, right in the center of the county town and at the southeast corner of the intersection. It was said that Yun Kalai's shop was not popular with him. Thinking that the business was so good, Shin Qingtang led the way to the backyard of Yun Kalai restaurant, and the person who opened the door was Master Gao as apprentice. Master Gao, as apprentice, was particularly happy. My master is waiting for you. Come in with me. Shin Qingtang took off the 6 wooden wheels from both sides of the sledge frame and stuck them in the grooves under the sledge. The mopping sledge became a cart for easy dragging. It hasn't snowed much in the past few days, and the roads in the county town, the ice was melting, and the advantage of the sledge was lost in the city. Because it was dragging goods on the ground, it was very worn, and the 2 bottom bamboo pieces of the sledge had to be replaced every time I entered the city. This time, the bamboo pieces under the sledge have been replaced with smooth wooden sticks with high hardness. In order to avoid further wear, Shen Qingke was inspired by Shin Qingtang to make detachable wooden wheels for each sledge.
Sledge.
When there is no ice, there will be no ice in the backyard. Master Gao, as apprentice, is praising Shin Qingtang all the way. Tang's pork rind jelly. The day before yesterday, I was lucky enough to have the pig rind jelly you sent me. The young master of the Qin family and the young master of the Wang family are fighting in the ring again in our yunka. Fight for the best room and the best food and wine. It happened to be that day, and the food I got was a little off. Fortunately, you brought some pigskin jelly that day, so we didn't offend those 2 ancestors. Don't talk about Mr. Chen and Mr. Wang. I have been studying with my master for almost 2 years. I have seen all kinds of delicacies in Yunkalai. Whether they are flying in the sky or running on the ground, I don't think I have tasted them. I've seen them all too. I have never seen the kind of pork rind jelly you make. It's not that I've never seen pig rind jelly before, it's that I've never seen such a beautiful pig rind jelly. It's not that I'm ignorant. Even young Master Chen and young Master Su have always praised the pigskin for freezing well. Mr. Chen also said that he had eaten your pigskin jelly before, but he didn't expect that Yun Kulai also sells it. There is another sentence that the young apprentice did not say. Mr. Chen's original words were complaints. If I had known that Yun Ke could buy pigskin jelly when he came, I wouldn't have had to wait in such a long line to draw the lottery. The 50 pounds of pigskin jelly you sent the day before yesterday was not enough to sell on the same day due to the praise of the 2 young masters. There were many people looking for me yesterday, but it's a pity that you didn't come. My master asked me to wait early this morning. Said you would come. The young apprentice kept chattering all the way. Shin Qingtang listened with a smile and struck up a conversation from time to time.
Huh. Oh.
That's it. And so on. Soon they arrived at the door of the kitchen. The young apprentice asked Shin Qingtang to wait, shouting, "Master, the pigskin jelly is here." Shin Qingtang. It reminds me of a joke told by an actor who played Zhu Beiji before I wore it. He said, "Once I went to the bank to do business, and the bank teller forgot to turn off the microphone. Shouting inside, 'Zhu Beiji is here. Zhu Beiji is here.'" After thousands of years, Shin Qingtang finally sympathized with the actor's mixed feelings when he heard these words. Li Suan bent down to untie the rope and moved the wooden boxes out from under the sledge frame. The wooden box was made by Shin Qingke. It was a simple piece of wood that was washed and joined together. There were 5 slender wooden boxes. Master Gao quickly followed his apprentice out and tied them together. He wiped the apron around his waist carelessly and said with a hearty smile, "I didn't expect you, a little lady, to be true to your word. Come whenever you say." Shin Qingtang also smiled. Integrity is the most important word in doing business. Now that I agree, I can do whatever I say. Master Gao nodded. I hope you can still be so trustworthy after we sign the contract. When Shin Qingtang heard this, his eyebrows arched and the corners of his lips raised. Cooperation is done. She breathed a sigh of relief. Master Gao inspected the 5 pieces of pigskin jelly and waved his hand. Keep these. From now on, I will send you 100 kilograms every day for 1 month first, and the promised price is 10 cents per kilogram. Shin Qingting shook his head. Only 10 cents is not enough. 13 cents a pound. Master Gao raised his eyebrows. Hey, why are you raising the price on the ground? Master Gao, what you said is a bit unreasonable. What we discussed the day before yesterday was a long-term gift, 10 cents per caddy. The Chinese New Year is about to come, which is the best period for business in all walks of life. If you want to hear it, I will order 5 pieces of pigskin for a month. Take it to the market and sell it for 15 cents a pound, and I can eat 2 buns before leaving the city. Looking at your age, you are quite thoughtful. Okay, I don't mean to trick you. I'm a chef and I don't understand the twists and turns of your business. If you order the same food every day, the customers will be bored for a while.
Oops.
It's 13 cents per pound. You don't have to give it away during the Chinese New Year. Shin Qingtang was satisfied. Deal. Master Gao, you're a happy person. You little lady is just a little fox. I can't count you, so why bother? It's not my money that's spent on the frozen pigskins. It's our boss's money. Why should I feel bad? But in business, it's important to be small first. I am a gentleman, and if I offend others, I will say it first. Master Gao is tall and thick, and his appearance is not friendly. Wherever he goes, he will say picking troubles in capital letters. You try to provoke me?
Lisa asked.
He wanted to be a villain first, trembling with fear, but still gritted his teeth and stood in front of Shin Qingtang. We just want to do business and don't want to cause trouble. Shin Qingtang felt warm in his heart and gently pushed Li Suan away. He whispered to comfort her, Mom, don't be afraid. Master Gao only looks fierce, but he is very easy to talk to. He didn't bully us. He just followed the rules. Master Gao. He tried to lower his voice, showing his 8 teeth as much as possible and making his squeezed features relax a little. When we sign a contract, we must not only write down the price, but also the punishment if anyone breaks the promise. According to the rules of Yunkalai, during this month, except for the New Year holidays, you must deliver the pork skin jelly to Yunkalai before 3:15 p.m. every day, regardless of rain or shine. If you can't do it, you have to pay 10 times the silver. You must also ensure that the pork skin jelly supplied to Yunkalai must be clean, delicious, and of consistent quality. Otherwise, we have the right to unilaterally terminate the contract without paying a penny. If the pork skin jelly you supply makes the customers sick or has other problems, you have to compensate for the related losses. Master Gao is very familiar with the contents of a contract as he often deals with vegetable and meat vendors. Shin Qingtang heard that they were indeed some clauses to prevent villains. However, these constraints are all beneficial to Yunkalai. Shin Qingtang nodded and said neither humbly nor arrogantly, Master Gao, I have no objection to what you said, but the transaction is based on a win-win situation for both parties. The rights and interests of Yunkalai are protected. Can we sellers also make a few requests to Yunkalai? Master Gao was stunned. There were a few words in Shin Qingtang's words that he didn't understand, but the meaning was not difficult to understand. He smiled. It was the first time he heard someone make requests to them. Before, as long as he nodded and agreed to accept the goods, both the butcher and the gardener would be grateful. On the one hand, he felt that Shin Qingtang was a little ignorant of the world, but on the other hand, he felt it was fresh and interesting. Tell me about it. First, during our cooperation. I mean during the period of the contract, Yunkalai can only buy pork skin jelly from our house. Master Gao raised his eyebrows. Aren't you a little overbearing, young lady? I've never heard of a restaurant that only uses vegetables from one farmer. Shin Qingtang smiled confidently, straightening his long neck. That's because our pork skin jelly is unique not only in Beichuan, but also in the whole Dakian. Are you bragging a little, my wife? The pork skin jelly, made from worthless pig skin, is unique in Dakian? Pig skin is worthless. But are we the only one who can handle the pig skin so clean? Are we the only one who can make pork skin jelly into flowers? Are we the only one who can make pork skin jelly with green leafy vegetables in the middle of winter? Shin Qingtang asked 3 times in a row, and Master Gao was silent. Shin Qingtang continued. We can change to another restaurant to supply after leaving Yunkalai. The only thing is that the quantity will be smaller, but I won't lose money if the selling price is raised. At worst, I will set up a stall to sell it. It's 15 cents a pound, and there are many people rushing to line up. It's the new year, and whose family doesn't add some food that they usually don't want to buy? At least the young master of the Qin family had to line up. Master Gao sighed and shook his head. No wonder your family is worried about you. A pregnant lady, going out to do business. You look quiet and gentle, but I didn't expect you to be a sharp-tongued person who won't suffer any loss. Shin Qingtang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Master Gao had agreed. All things are difficult at the beginning. Yunkalai had accepted the most overbearing terms, so the rest would be easier to negotiate. They were probably requirements to protect the interests of the Shin family. Cash on delivery, no credit. No matter how the business of Yunkalai restaurant is, 100 kilograms of pork skin jelly must be purchased at the price of 13 cents per kilogram every day. On the premise that the second party, that is, Shen Qingtang's pork skin jelly, does not have any quality problems, if Yunkalai restaurant unilaterally proposes to terminate the contract, it must pay Shin Qingtang the total amount of the remaining pork skin jelly. These are all common contract terms for the second party in modern times. Master Gao was numb by the end, and his forced smile was put away. He instructed his little apprentice before he finished listening, take her to the front to sign the contract with the shopkeeper and do whatever she says. If the shopkeeper asks, just say I agreed. By the way, pay her for today's pork skin jelly. There are still many things to do in the kitchen. Come back to work after leading the way. It's just some pork skin jelly anyway. How much money can it cost? Yunkalai can afford it. Although he didn't hear the whole story, he knew that the young lady just wanted a guarantee, and it was not an exaggerated request. The young apprentice was shocked and confused. Shocked that his master was so easy to talk to? Confused, he couldn't understand what Shin Qingtang said, let alone remember it. When he arrived at the front hall, the shopkeeper was also shocked by Shin Qingtang's wishful thinking. He confirmed with the young apprentice again and again, did your master really agree to her? The young apprentice nodded repeatedly, yes. I was listening on the side. If you don't believe it, go to the kitchen and ask my master. The shopkeeper curled his lips. With your master's bad temper, I will definitely be scolded if I go there. It's okay as long as he agrees. The shopkeeper muttered as he took the paper and pen and began to write the contract. The contract was made in duplicate. The shopkeeper stamped the Yunka Tower emblem and Shin Qingtang pressed his fingerprint. Shin Qingtang blew the ink dry, put the document away, and handed it to Li Suin, who was following behind him. Li Suin carefully put it in his sleeve pocket. The shopkeeper took out a string of coins and counted out 300 coins for Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang counted the money, handed it to Li Suin, and turned to the shopkeeper and asked, Shopkeeper, I want to ask you something. Yesterday, I saw someone leading the waiters to deliver 2 tables of meals to Shin Qiji's house. I want to ask, do you remember what the person who came to order the meals looked like? The shopkeeper was stunned when he heard this and took a closer look at Shin Qingtang. Then he realized, yesterday, you were also at the Shun's house.
No,
He said as he lowered his head and looked at the name on the contract again. You also had a share of yesterday's meal. Shin Qingtang nodded. Yes, that's why I wanted to ask who delivered the meals. You have to know who you owe the favor to so that you can repay it in the future. The shopkeeper nodded. Interpersonal relationships are a give and take thing. He looked a little embarrassed. What you said makes sense, but I really don't know. He didn't leave his name. He has a medium build and a face. The shopkeeper recalled carefully and shook his head. He looks very ordinary. I've been a shopkeeper for so many years, and I have some ability to remember everyone I have seen, but I still can't remember his appearance. Shin Qingtang's eyes moved. People who are so ordinary that they can't be seen in a crowd for 3 seconds are often doing extraordinary things. Who could it be? Shin Qingtang left Yunkalai with doubts. Coming out of Yunkalai, it is closer to the host family, where Aunt Yu is a wet nurse. Fearing that she would cause trouble for Aunt Yu, Shin Qingtang still knocked on the back door. Fortunately, the The family Aunt Yu stayed with was kind and did not dislike them coming to see Aunt Yu. They also gave them space to talk alone in the gatehouse. Li Suin praised the host family when he saw Aunt Yu.
Aunt Yu nodded, yes.
I'm luckier than Madam Wen. At least this family treats me well, and they provide me with food and clothing that are not bad. As for the money, she didn't care about it because it wouldn't reach her hands. Li Suin gave her the soap box first. Shun Qingtang patted the wooden box lightly. This is 100 taels of soap, and the cost price is 2 cents per tael. You can decide how much to sell it for. The soap was in a large wooden box. Shun Qingtang opened it and counted out 100 taels of soap from it. I'll leave you 100 taels of soap as well, and the cost price is 1 cent. Madam Yu thanked her profusely. She repeatedly assured that she would sell all the soap and scented soap so that she could return the money to Shun Qingtang. We're all family. Don't be so polite. You also saved me the trouble by selling on my behalf. Shun Qingtang was afraid of delaying Aunt Yu's work, so he didn't stay long and left immediately. Shun Qingtang didn't know where the laundry room where Aunt Sun worked was. After discussing it with Li Suin, he decided to go shopping first. After shopping, he returned on the way home. I sent it to Aunt Sun's house. Today, Shun Qingtang and his daughter went out to buy something. Shun Qingtang suggested buying something light first, so that it would be the lightest to carry home. What he was anxious to buy was fabric. There were still 13 days left before the Chinese New Year, and Li Suin had no room to continue to make new clothes for the 6 people. Before entering the cloth store, Shun Qingtang didn't just discuss it. Let us choose during the quarterly feast. At the quarterly feast, you can choose to wait for us with a sledge here, or carry the sledge to the roof and wait for us to find you. I chose the latter during the quarterly banquet. He seemed to prefer open high places. Shun Qingtang was not surprised that he could carry the sledge up to the roof, but it was too eye-catching. She was ashamed to admit that she was walking with him, and she hurriedly pulled Li Suin in. The nearest cloth store. In Dakian, people who cannot afford silk fabrics often use linen, gabu, cotton, etc. The first cloth they bought for clothes was basically linen. Cheap fabrics. Among the cloth materials, the best is cotton, which is what the Shun family wears now. In addition to cloth, there are many other silk fabrics. Silk, satin, silk, wool, etc. Among them, materials such as yarn are mostly used for summer clothes, and brocade is also used for winter clothes. There are many kinds of brocade. The expensive brocade that was first worn at the quarterly banquet and some more affordable brocades are completely different from the brocade clothes at the quarterly banquet. There are many kinds of brocade. The expensive brocade that was first worn at the quarterly banquet and some more affordable brocades are completely different from the brocade clothes at the quarterly banquet. They are almost like 2 kinds of fabrics, no matter how affordable they are. $2 silver per piece of cloth was not something that the Shun family could afford now. Shun Qingtang and his daughter made a round of decisions and decided to buy silk. They chose plain silk, which cost 625 yuan per piece. They finally chose half a piece of indigo, half crimson, half peach, half light purple, costing a total of 1,250 yuan. The price of selling pigskin jelly was just enough. After buying the cloth, Li Suin accompanied Shun Qingtang to buy it. I bought some pig suet for making soap. It still weighed 20 pounds. Butcher Zhu gave Shun Qingtang 5 whole pieces of pigskin of slightly different sizes. Shun Qingtang was shocked. Why so many? As far as she knows, although Butcher Zhu's business is not bad, he only kills 1 pig on weekdays and 2 pigs on the first day of the New Year to sell meat. During the 2 days of Chinese New Year, the business is better, and he only kills 3 pigs at most.
Pig.
Afraid that you wouldn't have enough, I asked another butcher to get you 2 more pigskins. Butcher Zhu said with a smile. Shun Qingtang was a little embarrassed to pay. He knew rationally that Butcher Zhu was just a favor, and they didn't want the pigskins on weekdays. She had given soap, and yesterday Shun Yuji dropped in the snacks at his uncle's house. I also gave it to Butcher Zhu. Logically speaking, it was enough to buy these pigskins. But emotionally, I still felt that I owed a great favor. Butcher Zhu and his wife also declined. If you keep doing this, we really won't give you pigskins. Things that are not valuable in the first place, you give us something back. This is more expensive than selling it to you. Shen Qingtang didn't insist anymore. Favors come and go at this time. After buying suet, I went to buy some wine. Tea leaves for 20 renminbi. Wine for 30 renminbi. The tea leaves are broken tea, and the wine is bad wine. The wine and tea bought with the remaining balance were not necessary. Li Suan fixed the purchased items on the sledge and went to Dongqing first. The door of the house where the mother and son lived was locked, and the mother and daughter pulled the sledge to deliver the soap to the furniture shop where Shen Yan worked. Shen Yan was very surprised to see Shen Qingtang and Li Su asking about it, and let them sit in the shop. Shen Qingtang did not enter the house during the banquet, but sat cross-legged on the sledge frame. When he entered the store, Shen Qingtang looked back. During the banquet, the warm sun shone on him like a piece of broken wood. The sledge frame made him sit in a dragon chair posture, which was more dignified than the bodhisattva enshrined in the temple. She thought maliciously that even if the appearance of the bodhisattva was really in the temple during the banquet, he must have been painted on it. The demon on the wall must be an adult love demon. It is intended to tell young girls not to be bewitched by the appearance of adult love demons. Li Suan gently pulled Shen Qingtang's sleeves, interrupted her random thoughts, and asked quietly. She said, "Who is that girl?" Shen Qingtang looked around and realized that there was a young girl in the store. She looked like a girl from a wealthy family. She looked like she was the owner of the store. She looked like a love rival. Shen Qingtang immediately guessed the origin of this girl and asked Li Su in a low voice, "She should be the daughter of my cousin's employer." Almost at the same time, the girl walked up to Shen Yan, grabbed his sleeves and shook him, and asked softly, "Brother Yan, who are these two?" Shen Qingtang rubbed the goosebumps on his arms that were aroused by the sweet brother Yan through his clothes, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Probably the girls he had seen after traveling through time were either aggressive ones like Shen Qingdan or Miss Wang San. This is such a cute little girl. This is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. I don't know how to describe it. I saw a short video clip before, in which a tall, thick-set girl yelled in a clipped voice, "Brother, you are so bad." It was torture both physically and mentally. Of course, the girl is not as thick as the big one, but her frame is a bit big and her features are a bit mediocre. And Shen Yan inherited the good skin of the Shen family. Shen Yan blushed and broke away from the girl's hand and moved to the side. He took a step forward and introduced the two parties. "This is the host's lady. Her name is Meiju. These two are my third aunt and cousin respectively." When Miss Meiju heard that Shen Qingtang was just her cousin, her defensive eyes finally moved away from Shen Qingtang's face, and then she put on an eager master's attitude and restored her original voice. "Cousin, third aunt, outside is it cold? I'll go get a soup pot for each of you." After that, he trotted away. Li Suan breathed a sigh of relief. Why is this girl so surprised? Shen Yan became more and more embarrassed and said, "She's not like this usually." Shen Qingtang joked, "Yes, it's not like this usually. She just thinks of me as the mother of my cousin's child." He even saw her with a big belly and couldn't figure out where to go. Shen Yan's face turned red. The tips of his ears and neck were dyed red, and he was at a loss. Li Su asked Shen Qingtang, "How can a cousin tease his cousin? You're not even married yet. You dare to say this nonsense?" After the training, he looked at Shen Yan and said, "Is this girl really interested in you?" Shen Yan's face, which had cooled down a little, started to heat up again. "Auntie you." Shen Yan was tongue-tied and unable to speak clearly. He shook his head and nodded. "It's not what you think. Yes, my boss has that intention, but I don't think we are worthy of her." Soon the boss's daughter came over with two soup ladies in her arms and gave one to each of Li Suan and Shen Qingtang. They were all confused. Shen Qingtang and his daughter stopped teasing Shen Yan and simply explained their purpose of coming. Shen Yan thanked her repeatedly. "Thank you, third aunt, for making this trip for my mother. My mother said that she had to do more laundry than usual today, so she would have to go home at night." Li Suan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. We should leave the city. The soap is a bit heavy." Come over and move it. Shun Yan followed him out and moved the wooden box containing soap out from under the sledge frame. He recoiled the rope that was used to fix it and hung it back on the sledge frame. Li Suin and Shin Qingtang said goodbye and left. Shun Yan sent it away a few steps. Seeing that Miss Meiju didn't follow, Li Suin asked Shin Yan, "Is this the girl you saved and eloped with?"
Shun Yan nodded, yeah.
That's a silly girl who values feelings. Shun Yan, you are a good boy with a good character. Annie still wanted to say a few words. I think that girl obviously likes you. I remember you said last time that your boss was interested in marrying his daughter to you. If you are interested in that girl, then come to her and ask for her hand in marriage. If you don't have any intention towards others, you should make it clear to their girls earlier and don't delay them. Don't let your reputation as a heartless person go to waste. Your boss helped us when we were in the most difficult time, and he was our benefactor. Don't end up with a grudge instead of getting married. The heat that had just dissipated on Shun Yan's face rose again, and he nodded. Third aunt, don't worry, I will not use the benefactor girl for my own personal gain. Miss Liu is a good girl. It's just me. I feel like I don't have any talents now. He blushed and couldn't go on. Marriage between a man and a woman depends on the words of the matchmaker and the orders of the parents. In Dagon, you can't make the decision on your own marriage. Shun Yan added, she never thought that one day she would discuss her marriage with her elders so frankly on the street. Shun Qingtang snickered. It was because of her brainwashing of her mother, who was also conservative all day long. As for her mother, nowadays the attitude and thinking of men marrying women is a bit too forward. He kindly came to Shin Yan's rescue. Mom, you are so good to your cousin. My second brother will definitely be jealous. You haven't even arranged a marriage for him yet. How can I make plans?
Let's.
Li Suin understood Shin Qingtang's meaning and Shin Yan's concerns halfway through the sentence, and sighed. That's right. Our current conditions are much higher than those of other girls. Since your employer likes you, he must value your character even more. You and your mother should discuss this matter carefully. If you need someone to come to propose marriage, if you don't mind, I'm willing to be the matchmaker. Shun Yan blushed and nodded. The guard at the city gate when he left the city was the team leader who made Shin Qingtang cry when he drank wine for the first time. His name was Chen Bin. As usual, Shin Qingtang gave him a small jar of wine and let him they drank separately to warm themselves up. Chen Bin took the wine and thanked him. He looked around and saw no one was around. He lowered his voice and reminded Shin Qingtang, my dear lady, I think your road guide was given to you when you first arrived in Beichuan. Temporary road guide issued. You have been in Beichuan for a while, right? If you still have plenty of money, rent a place in the city as soon as possible and get the Huang registration. Shin Qingtang raised his eyebrows slightly and asked quietly, Captain Chen, is there any change? I'm telling you quietly, but don't spread the word. After the Chinese New Year, our Beichuan County will implement the Talisman system. At that time, everyone will have a talisman, and the one in your family who has no documents. Chen Bin slightly raised his chin to indicate the banquet. I'm afraid he won't be able to enter or leave the city anymore. Shin Qingtang's management is still effective. Fortunately, fifth master son, at least he still has a customs clearance document and a road guide. There was nothing at the quarterly banquet. The people who defended the city turned a blind eye for Shin Qingtang's face. Close one eye. Quan Dang does not exist during the banquet. Shin Qingtang was puzzled. Isn't that for dignitaries? The Dakian talisman is similar to the tooth plaque of the Ming dynasty and is a symbol of status. Most of them are used by officials. Different officials wear different talismans. There are different materials such as gold medals, jade plaques, and ivory plaques. They can only be used by officials. Wear materials that match your official position. In the past, Shun Qiji wore an ivory medallion with the wearer's name, position, resume, and the yamen he belonged to. Some yamen had strict requirements, and even a small portrait was required. Engraved. In Shin Qingtang's opinion, the symbols used by officials are work badges, but they are more detailed than ordinary work badges. Chen Bin shook his head. I heard it from others, so I'm not sure. Recently, the general guarding our Beichuan seems to have been held accountable by the court, and the enemy's gangsters are ready to take advantage of the general's absence. It may be necessary to strictly control entry and exit into the city for this reason. Thank you, Captain Shun. When will this talisman be implemented? Not sure. This is not something a little guy like me should know. In short, you should find a way to apply for white or yellow citizenship as soon as possible. Otherwise, let alone the little brother in red, even if you are afraid, you will not be able to enter the city at will. Shen Qingtang thanked him. When returned home, Li Suan was busy making lunch. Shen Qingtang buried the remaining pigskins in the snow and froze them, then went back to the room to rest. She was less than 7 months pregnant. The belly of many pregnant women was about to go into labor. Everything else was fine except that Li Suan woke her up during lunch when she mentioned the talisman that Qinbin had mentioned. He found it baffling. Officials and those in the palace need to wear talismans because they often go in and out of the palace and need to prove their identity to prevent spies and assassins from sneaking in. Who do we, the common people, need to protect against with talisman cards? Captain Chun means to prevent the enemy from making careful moves. Who can I protect against with talisman cards? We are in Beichuan, and the enemy we have to guard against is the Northern Alliance. The Northern Alliance people are all tall and thick. Compared with us, they look like people from a country of giants. You can tell these people as soon as they enter the city, so what kind of talisman do they use? Shin Chinka was also puzzled. Shun Yuji corrected Shin Chinka, that was before. The Northern League abducted many of our girls to their side in the early years and encouraged intermarriage. The descendants of these people are not much different from us in appearance.
I saw one when I was in Beijing.
Shin Qingtang thought that Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka were probably the difference between the practical school and the theoretical school. The one who walked around the streets all day long got the real news. The one who read every day, everything he saw and thought was the content on the paper. But the enemy country Shin Qingtang brought the topic back to the common people. Captain Shin said vaguely, he probably doesn't know either. I guess the talisman cards used by high-ranking officials are certificates for entering and exiting the palace and yamen, so the talisman cards Beichuan will issue are probably the certificates for entering and exiting the city. Captain Chin reminded me that without the talisman in the future, these 2 uninvited guests at home might not be able to enter the city. It was fine during the quarterly banquet. It had nothing to do with me. I just focused on eating. Sunwuya. He argued with insufficient confidence. I'm not an uninvited guest. Shun Qingtang had just woken up and was still a little lazy. He didn't want to argue with Mr. Sunwu. Quan pretended not to hear and continued. Captain Chen also said that we should apply for Huang, or by status, as soon as possible. You can only get a talisman card if you have a nationality. So, without the talisman, not only would it be difficult for Mr. Sun Wu and others to get in and out of the city, but the Shin family would also be in trouble. Don't you mean that only by renting or buying a house can you apply for white or yellow citizenship? Li Suan frowned and said, I still want to have a prosperous new year. I'll go take a look at the list I made later and see if there's anything else I can delete. I'll save more money and go to the city to rent a place after the new year. Backyard shop. Shin Qingtang has not had a good appetite these 2 days, so he put down his chopsticks early. My opinion is to rent it before the year.
Ah?
Li Suan stopped his chopsticks and said, Why are you so anxious? You still don't have the money at home. If you can't rent a good shop, you won't have enough money to spend the new year. Shun Chinka thought for a moment and could probably understand Shin Qingtang's concerns. Sister, are you afraid that after the new year, if we really start to implement this talisman system, the prices of shops and residences in the city will increase? Shun Qingtang nodded. Yes. Nowadays, the regulations are loose, and many people like us are getting by. If everyone has to apply for white registration and yellow registration, then the prices of shops and courtyards in the city will inevitably increase. Shun Yuji sighed. I really don't know what a small border county is doing all the time. Shin Qingtang didn't speak anymore. He just thought in his heart that he still had to speed up the progress of making money while he could still move around. There were already many places where money was needed, and there were unexpected expenses from time to time. After lunch, Shun Chinka continued. Shun usually worked with him as a lumberjack. He also needed wood and bamboo to build a greenhouse. Before he left the yard with an axe, he said to Shin Qingtang, "Dad finished his work this morning and went to get it for you." A few pieces of limestone came back, already burning. Shin Qingtang nodded. "Okay, there should be enough left over to make soap and toilet soap in the afternoon." The amount of lime required to make soap and toilet soap is not much, and it takes many days to burn the lime. Li Suan heard this and answered, "I will make the soap and toilet soap. You make pork rind jelly. We strive to finish our work early in the afternoon, then have dinner and soak in the hot springs in the evening. We haven't taken a good soak in the hot springs recently. Don't you mean to make new clothes?" When buying cloth today, Li Suan said that he would have it tailor-made in the afternoon. It wouldn't take more than half a day. At most, I will do it for a while before going to bed at night. Shin Qingtang nodded. "Okay. After the pigskin jelly is ready, I'll make some snacks and make a pot of milk tea. I am becoming more and more proficient in handling pigskins." Shin Qingtang found that it is easier and cleaner to boil the pigskins for a while and then use rosin to clean the pig hair. It took an hour to clean the 2 pigskins. The rest added up. It only took half an hour. Shin Qingtang took the pig rind jelly to a cool place to cool down during the feast. She went to dig out a small jar of raw milk from the previous cake making. The mark had moved, but I couldn't find it for a long time. Shin Qingtang immediately decided to make an outdoor refrigerator. She found it and cleaned it. I painted a thin layer of oil on the inner wall and coaxed her to fill it with water during the banquet. Then I found a large bowl the size of a jar, filled it with water, and followed the same method, using wooden buckets and bath buckets. Fill it with water and put it next to the snow pile. It depends on tomorrow. After Shin Qingtang filled the water and returned to the small courtyard, he heard Sun Weya howling. I thought of it. When Shin Qingtang walked into the yard, Sun Weya had already rushed out of the room like Fan Jin, who had passed the national examination. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, he saw Shin Qingtang rushing to her, with excitement on his face. "Look, I think a cheap and easy-to-use recipe." As he spoke, he pushed the paper in his hand to Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang lowered his head and saw a bunch of names of medicinal materials written on the paper. "Master Sunwoo, is the medicine you got for this prescription soaked or applied? How long does it take to take effect? It can be soaked or made into a paste and applied to the affected area." Shin Qingtang suggested. "Then make it into a paste. How much does a small bottle of chilblain cream cost?" Most of the people who get chilblains are the lower class people. The people struggle every day to have enough food and clothing. They are exhausted from working all day. How can they have so much time and energy to soak their hands and feet? Don't worry, it's definitely very cheap. Sun Weya raised a finger and said, "Only 100 coins are needed." Shin Qingtang. "Sun Weya, do you have any misunderstanding about cheapness?" Sun Weya glared. "It's you who misunderstood the efficacy of this medicine. Is it expensive to cure chilblains for 100 yuan? The useless frostbite ointment in the drugstore in Beichuan County costs tens of renminbi a bottle." The more he talked, the angrier he became. "Young girl, you don't know what to do." Mr. Sun Wu has been at the Shin family for several days. Even if he doesn't ask anything, he can get a general idea of Shin Qingtang's situation through the daily interactions and chats between the Shin family. After knowing that Shin Qingtang was pregnant before marriage, he called her Tang girl when he was happy, little girl when he was unhappy, and dead girl when he was angry. Shin Qingtang was not the one who suffered the loss. "He calls me Master Sun and Lower Sun. I usually call him Master Sunwoo. If he is unhappy, he calls him Old Master Sun and Lao Sun too. Old Sun too, you have to admit that you are not good enough. Don't pretend to be a miracle doctor and do quack medicine all day long. Did we agree to make cheap medicine suitable for ordinary people? Look at how many there are in the drugstore. Ordinary people who buy chilblain medicine? Most people think that chilblain is not fatal and does not affect their daily life, so they are not willing to buy medicine at all.
Doesn't it mean it's not cheap if they don't buy it?
As far as I know, it costs 300 kisses a day to build the city wall. How can it not be cheap if it costs less than a third to buy chilblain medicine? That's not how it works out. When I first came to Beichuan, I heard that ordinary people earn 200 to 300 cents a day, which I thought was quite high. However, in fact, 200 to 300 cents was enough for them to spend at their own expense. There are more than 10 types of taxes, of which 3% of their income can be accounted for. How can they have any money left to buy frostbite medicine? If you don't have good medical skills, then I won't laugh at you. Shen Qingtang retorted. To put it bluntly, it is the same as the future per capita salary. He shouted all day long that the per capita salary in such and such city was 5 digits. In reality, some people earn 500 million a month, but more than half of them earn less than 5,000 a month. Yesterday, I congratulated my grandmother on her birthday and chatted with Aunt Sunday. She charges 100 cents a day to starch clothes, which is enough money for 3 cents a month. When the money is received, 20% of the tax will be deducted, and another 503 cents will be paid, and then another 700 or 800 cents will be paid for miscellaneous taxes. Sometimes when you encounter donation, you have to go at least another $100. Donation, officially, is voluntary, but privately, it is mandatory. Got 1,000 coins. The average daily income is less than 40 cents. Shen Qingtang curiously asked Aunt Sun what taxes were collected under. Aunt Sun couldn't answer. Firstly, she didn't know much about Beichuan for the first time, and secondly, she often collected taxes under a certain name. Most people only know how to pay taxes but do not know what taxes they have to pay. Aunt Sun said that the most exaggerated tax she knew was the singles tax. Older divorced women like her still have to pay taxes if they don't remarry. Girls who have reached the appropriate age but are still waiting to be married will also have to pay taxes. Shen Yan has also reached the marriageable age. If he doesn't get married, he will have to start paying taxes next year. Shen Qingtang was really shocked. She lived in an era before time travel, where the fertility rate was low. The country was trying every means to get young people to have children, and even the single tax was not collected. Did the big thing that happened thousands of years ago be done? If you think about the old man selling lanterns who worked hard for a year and still owes the government 50 or 60 taels of silver, you will know how difficult the life of the people at the bottom of Beichuan is. When there is poverty, there is wealth. Needless to say about Miss Wang San and the little fat man, Mr. Chen's family is also a big spender. However, when they go out in winter, they have a carriage, a soup lady, and a big cloak. At home, the charcoal stove is lit, and the earth dragon is burning. How can I get frostbite? Sun Wuya was so angry that he jumped up and down. Why don't I know how to heal? Then tell me how much chilblain medicine is cheap. Less than 10 cents. Sun Wuya stopped jumping and said in a short voice, "Ha." He shouted, turned around, and left. What kind of traditional Chinese medicine can I buy with this little money? No more than 20 coins at most. Shen Qingtang shouted to Sun Wuya's back. It is indeed expensive to buy medicinal materials from the drugstore. But if you collect the medicine yourself or buy medicinal materials in large quantities, the cost will be lower. Sun Wuya stopped. After a while he turned around and pointed at Shen Qingtang and cursed. I had to do so many evil things in my previous life to get this retribution from you. Everyone says that the moon on the 15th day is 16 round. The moon on the 17th day is also very round, not only round but also bright. You can see things at night without even carrying a lantern. The Shen family went in after eating and resting for a while. I soaked in the hot spring pool. At first, the hot spring pool was non-flowing, and the water was discharged first. Later, it was changed. A deep pit was dug near the hot spring to serve as a reservoir. Its main function is to filter and sediment the dried water. The pure spring water is introduced into the hot spring through a simple homemade filter, and a hole is dug to lead the hot spring water out. It is equivalent to a line of running water from the hot spring to the hot spring pool and then to the greenhouse. The water is still warm and clean. There is a wooden tray next to the pool. On the wooden tray are freshly brewed milk tea and some nuts. Shen Qingtang has no ingredients in his hand. If you can't play with tricks, just boil the raw milk to sterilize it. Boil the water in the pot. Add the tea leaves, simmer over low heat for a few minutes. Take out the tea leaves, pour in the milk, and add a little in advance. Boil the red beans or mung beans until soft, add some sugar, and you're done. If you like, you can also add a little hawthorn or red dates. Sip this simple version of milk tea, soak in the hot springs by the pool, and enjoy the bright moon in the sky. It's just that at times like this, one can either be extremely happy or be disappointed. Asked you, why are your family's hearts so big? You see, you don't even have a few taels of silver in your hands, but you still enjoy life so much? Sun Wuye was very curious. His trauma has healed, and the fracture is caused by the broken bones inside. There is no trauma, and it does not affect the hot spring bath. Seeing that the Shen family came to bathe in the hot spring, Fei Diandian wanted to follow. Only during the quarter banquet, there was no cum. He doesn't allow anyone in the pool when he's in the hot spring. There is a simple wooden wall between the men's pool and the women's pool, which is not soundproof. Shen Qingtang raised his head and said, "You have to be poor to enjoy life. Life is already so bitter. Why can't we find something sweet?" That's not really sweet. You see, you have no white or yellow status and no serious business, so you just build a house in the valley, grow vegetables, and raise chickens and ducks. It seems leisurely, but in fact it is extremely unstable. It's not a long-term solution either. This valley is not too hidden if you say it is hidden. It is not difficult to find as long as you are determined. If someone else discovers this place one day, have you thought about the consequences? Really not. After the Shin family found this place, they only thought about how to survive. The house was only built a few days ago. How could they have time to think about anything else? At most, they thought about not letting others know about the valley. Shenyu was puzzled. What are the consequences if everyone finds out? The Shen family just opened some wasteland in the valley, raised some chickens and ducks, and built a house. Could they still be breaking the law? Sun Wuye said, Brother, what you said is so naive, isn't it? If ordinary people find out, it's okay. At worst, you can live in the valley together. If the officials find out, TSK. Sun Wuye shook his head. Not only will the house, vegetable fields, chickens and ducks be confiscated, but you may also be fined and asked to pay taxes. If it's serious, I could catch you and put you in jail, believe it or not. Li Suan, who was half lying in the pool, suddenly sat up straight, his face pale in the moonlight. Is it true or false? It can't really be that serious, right? Sun Wuye laughed briefly and said, "You hope it won't be so serious." Seeing that Li Suan was frightened, Shen Qingtang turned to the wooden wall and scolded Mr. Sunwu. "Old man's son, did you eat too much tonight? If you don't tell me, I haven't remembered yet. You live in our house, eat in our house, and do nothing all day long. How dare you make sarcastic remarks? Let me tell you, if an outsider comes to this valley, I will blame you. By default, you brought the person into the valley. If the government arrests someone, I will be the first to hand you over."
Hey.
Why aren't you, little girl, allowed to tell the truth? I just want to remind you to be prepared for danger in times of peace. No need. You should think about frostbite medicine first.
Quack. Who is a quack?
Shin Qingtang heard a loud splash in the pool next door. According to the movement in the water, it should be Mr. Sunwu who stood up in the pool, but his legs were weak and he fell back. Soon, Mr. Sun's angry voice sounded again. "Isn't it just 20 cents worth of frostbite medicine? I don't believe I can't do it." Then Shin Qingtang heard Shin Yuji ask, "Brother, why don't we hang out for a while?" "No more. I'm going to make this girl of yours so angry. I'm going to think of a recipe." When the rumble of the wheelchair faded away, Shin Yuzukai sighed softly. "Fifth master looks older than me. How can he act like a child? You should not be irritated. You will be fooled as soon as you are provoked." Li Suan was still thinking about what Sun Wuye said just now. I don't think Sun Wuye is a person who can stand and talk without backache. Is he reminding us to make plans in advance? Shen Qingting shook his head. He seems a little anxious to get us out of the valley. Who knows if it's a good intention or a fake one? Out of a woman's intuition, she always felt that Mr. Sun Wu had an ulterior motive for staying at their house. Whatever. Anyway, we were already prepared to go into the city. It would be best if we could stay in this valley, but if we can't, our family won't starve to death even if we go to the city. It's much better than when I first came here. Now I have at least enough money to rent a small courtyard and a fixed business to do. At most I have a hot spring greenhouse, which is a pity. There is no imagination in the world outside nowadays. Zhong Taiping saved a lot of tax money in the valley. Xin Qingtang always paid taxes according to the regulations and never engaged in tax evasion, but now she doesn't want to abide by the rules. She vaguely feels that the current Dakian is just a superficial person. The prosperous and troubled times are a bit like returning to the past. In the Central Plains, cultivated land is the foundation of a country and the basis for people to live. It would be unimaginable if the people who work hard for a year cannot make any money and still owe money. As we know, people who have been oppressed to the extreme will sooner or later raise the banner of resistance. Historical changes in dynasties are parabolic, from low to high, and then back down. She considers herself to be just a commoner with no big ambitions and just wants to catch up. Before the troubled times come, she can raise her children and provide her family with food and clothing. Xin Qingtang touches her bulging belly and has less and less time left for her. Xin Qingtang discussed with them, "Let Dad and second brother pause what they're doing tomorrow, and we will go to the city together as a family. Second brother and father. One of you will sell fish, and the other will occupy the stall first. My mother and I will go back to you after delivering the pig rind jelly. This time, we will sell as much fish as we can, and those that cannot be sold will be given directly to the fishmongers at a discount. Tomorrow we won't set up a stall as usual. I want to start a new business called ring making."
Snoop?
Li Suan looked confused. "What is a trap?" Xin Qingtang put the empty tea bowl back on the tray, poured another cup of milk tea, and poured a cup for Li Suan. He handed it to her first, and then picked up his own. The ring is somewhat similar to the kettle. Mark an open space and place different objects at a certain distance on the open space. Draw a line in front of the open space, or pull a rope. People stand on the rope and put the ring, and whatever is caught in the ring is given as a prize to the one caught in the trap. Trapping is a sure profit business in modern times. The simplest and crudest thing Xin Qingtang has ever seen is to set a big goose with a ring. I don't know if those big geese have been trained to hide when someone throws a circle at them. Xin Qingtang reacted quickly. "Is your trap similar to the previous lottery?"
Yes.
"It's not the same. In the lottery, you have to ensure the winning rate to attract people. If you trap, it will always make people feel a little uncomfortable. Only willingness can make people want to continue." Before Xin Qingtang crossed over, there were many big and small traps. To be honest, a lot of money was spent, but few prizes were obtained. The hoops thrown out are either too far away to be able to fit in, or they're just a little too close. The general rule of hoops is that the thrown hoop must completely cover the prize before the reward will be given. Often the circle will be hung on a corner or half of the prize, which makes people angry but also gives rise to the idea of "I will definitely do it next time. So, I did it again." The cycle went back and forth, a lot of money was spent, and nothing was left. Xin Qingtang thought for a while and understood the key. "Is the size of the circle the key?" "Yes." Xin Qingtang nodded and sent a rainbow at the same time. "My second brother is smart. The key to hoop tossing is the size of the hoop. If the hoop is too small, buyers will not be fooled. Even if you put a large gold ingot with a diameter of 1 meter and give people a hoop of half a meter, no one will be fooled. Who wants to be a fool for something that is impossible to do? If the hoop is too big, it is easy to lose money. The temptation of hoop tossing to passers-by is to make a small profit with a big investment. Spend a small amount of money to buy expensive things. If a bamboo hoop worth 1 penny can hit a prize worth 100 pennies, everyone will definitely flock to it. The size of a circle depends on the size of the prize. Generally speaking, the area or circumference of the circle cannot be larger than 1 centimeter of the valuable prize, which is almost the right size to fit in. It can be larger than the less valuable prize, with a maximum difference of only 3 to 5 centimeters. Xin Qingtang roughly explained the rules to the Xin family. There are many things in the house that can be used as prizes, such as lanterns, soaps, scented soaps, etc. Before setting up the stall tomorrow, go buy some snacks or toys that children like and put them in. But we're still missing the most tempting prize. Xin Qingtang looked at Li Suan flatteringly. "Mother, can you lend me that 5 liang ingot of silver?" Don't even think about it. Li Suin showed no affection for mother and daughter, put her hand on Shin Qingtang's face, and pushed her away. I've said many times that the 5 liang of silver is for you to use for having children. No one else can think about it. Not even you. I'm not spending it. I'm just showing it off. I promise to give it back to you in good condition after I use it. Your father promised me at his wedding that he would never find a concubine. You can't believe what you say with the last name Shin. Shin Yuji. No, you two can just talk. Why are you bringing up my old accounts? He came out of the hot spring without saying a word. While you guys chat, I'll go pick some bamboos to make a circle for Qingtang. Besides being afraid that Li Suin would cause trouble for him, he was also afraid that Shin Qingtang would suddenly remember that he still had 1 or 2 taels of private money. Shin Qingka also ran away. Dad, I'll go with you. He was not afraid of Li Suin settling the bill. He simply thought that if he wanted to put the rings on, he would need to prepare a lot of bamboo rings, and he had to go to help. Shin Qingtang hugged Li Suin's arm, leaned his head on her shoulder, and rubbed her. Mom. Dear mother. Good mother. Lend it to me. It won't cost much for me to give birth to a child. It's no use calling stepmother. Li Suin was holding Shin Qingtang's arm and was unable to move, so he tapped Shin Qingtang's forehead with the index finger of his other hand. How can it not cost money to give birth to a child? Do I need to hire a midwife to give birth to a child? We can only estimate the approximate date of delivery, not that day. At least the midwife has to wait for half a month before and after. Giving birth is a big deal. You can't think the midwife is expensive. You have to find a better one. A good midwife can save your life at a critical moment. This is your first child. From the time you see blood or your water breaks to the time you give birth, it will take at least half a day. If you can find a midwife during the day, you can go to the city and hire a good midwife who costs 1 or 2 taels of silver a day. You also have to buy some ginseng to prepare, in case you run out of strength halfway through giving birth. Li Suin listed what she needed to prepare to ensure a smooth delivery. Li Suin, who was very stingy when buying needles and thread and only chose cheap ones instead of expensive ones, was willing to spend 1 or 2 taels of silver a day to hire a good midwife from Beichuan. Shin Qingtang's eyes were red. She didn't want Li Suin to see her tears, so she lowered her head and rubbed it on Li Suin's shoulder. Mom, you are so kind. Li Suin paused for a moment after poking Shin Qingtang's forehead, then moved upwards and touched Shin Qingtang's hair instead. This girl is so smart when doing business, but silly at other times. She didn't see Qingtang's face, but both of them were. Qingtang cried on her shoulder, and her tears were warm. Silly girl. You are too content. It was probably because she had suffered too much during the exile, and she always felt that Qingtang was much more sensible than before. When she was in the capital before, she always felt that Qingtang was closer to her aunt and second aunt than to herself. Unexpectedly, she changed a lot after arriving in Beichuan. Not to mention how good her aunt and second aunt were, they were only good to her. She must have been heartbroken by her uncle. Shin Qingtang was the last one to go ashore. When she went ashore, everyone had gone to bed. She changed into clean clothes and sat on the lounge chair on the terrace to wipe her hair slowly. She has always felt bloated recently, and even if she is hungry, she will feel full after eating a little. Fearing that it would be bad for the baby, she specially asked Master Sun Wu to check her pulse. Master Sun Wu said that she was very healthy and there would be no problem with natural delivery. However, Li Suin heard it and told her that it might be because the baby in her belly was growing hair. During this period, it is easy to lose appetite and feel a burning sensation in the stomach. She said that she had such a period when she was pregnant with Shin Qingka and Shin Qingtang, and it would be fine in a few days. Master Sun Wu expressed her doubt. Shin Qingtang thought that it might be because the fetus was getting bigger and bigger, pressing against the internal organs and compressing the stomach space. Unfortunately, she had no experience in giving birth and had never worked in the field of parenting, so she didn't have the right answer. There was another thing that Shin Qingtang didn't tell the Shin family, for fear that they would worry. She has also suffered from insomnia recently. She sleeps very little, and she is still very energetic all day even though she didn't sleep much. She is still not sleepy after coming out of the hot spring pool. Her hair was half dry, and the baby in her belly moved inexplicably. Shin Qingtang threw the towel aside, lowered her head and touched the bulge on her belly, interacting with the little guy inside. She lowered her voice and asked softly, "Which baby doesn't sleep? Or none of them sleep? Children need to sleep more to grow up quickly." After saying that, she laughed. "There is no entertainment in the without sleep, right? Do you want to come out quickly? Mother also wants you to come into this world quickly. Medical science is so underdeveloped now, I don't even know if you are healthy. It's okay when I'm busy, but when I'm free, Shin Qingtang can't help but think about random things." Before traveling through time, although she had never been a mother, there were a lot of popular science or video articles about childbirth on the internet, and even if she had no interest, she would inevitably take a look. She knew that she had to do physical examinations from pregnancy to birth. The most important one is the Down syndrome screening at 4 months of pregnancy. The most feared thing is to find a baby with Down syndrome. There is also a 4-dimensional color ultrasound at 6 months to see if the baby is healthy. Of course, these prenatal examinations were impossible in ancient times. Once she had free time, she couldn't help but think about random things. She would wonder if the child has healthy limbs. Is it a Down syndrome baby? The worst thought would be, is the baby still alive? Of course, the worst thought had disappeared after she felt the fetal movement. My biggest wish now is to bring you safely into this world. Although this world may not be so beautiful, your mother will try her best to protect you.
Squeak.
The window of Ji Yanshir's room suddenly opened from the inside, which scared Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang patted her chest and turned around, and saw Ji Yanshir standing in front of the window in a scarlet middle-length robe. "Why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night and suddenly opening the window?" Shin Qingtang scolded in a low voice. Ji Yanshir didn't say anything, but stared at her blankly with his clear big eyes. There was no way, the moonlight was too good, and the view was good. After Shin Qingtang finished speaking, she realized that she might have woken Ji Yanshir up. Ji Yanshir was a martial artist and a so-called martial arts master. She knew that his ears were sharper than a dog, but she was still a little surprised. "Can you hear me talking so softly?" Ji Yanshir still didn't speak. Shin Qingtang felt a little guilty for disturbing someone's sweet dream, and coaxed him in a kind voice, "I won't talk anymore. Go to sleep." Ji Yanshir jumped out of the window. He walked to a position 1 step away from Shin Qingtang and stopped, looking down at her. To be precise, Ji Yanshir was looking at Shin Qingtang's belly. Shin Qingtang didn't think much about it, just thinking that he was not mentally normal and wondering why he had a big belly. Perhaps she had just coaxed the child and still had maternal love, so she explained very patiently, "My belly is not big because I'm fat, but because I'm pregnant. I was just talking to the baby in my belly." Ji Yanshir didn't say anything, nor did he leave. He stood quietly aside, looking at her belly. Shin Qingtang was bored with insomnia, and it was nice to have a wooden stake to chat with her. While talking, she looked up and saw that the jade pendant of Wu Shi on Ji Yanshir's neck was half exposed. Her eyes lit up. Like a fox, she squinted and smiled at Ji Yanshir. "What a coincidence, isn't it?" Shin Qingtang is worried that there will not be enough attractive prizes for the stall tomorrow. Anyway, with his martial art skills during the banquet, ordinary people couldn't take away his things. I don't know whether it's the quality of the jade itself or the moonlight, but the Wuxia jade tablet looks soft, clear, and transparent. With just one glance, her heart became a little calmer. All in all, definitely not a bargain. It was only a long time later that Shin Qingtang realized that there was no such thing as nothing before to Qian. Just because of the nothing sign around the neck during the banquet, the nothing sign was added to the variety of jade carvings. This is something for later, so I won't mention it for now. Shin Qingtang knew that he didn't understand the twists and turns during the banquet, so he went straight to the point. "Can you lend me that piece of jade around your neck for a day?" Shin Qingtang didn't know whether he understood it or not, but his eyes were still on it, on her stomach, and ignored her. Shin Qingtang gritted his teeth and said, "Lend me the jade on your neck for a day, and when you come back, I'll cook you a kind of meat you've never eaten before. It's absolutely delicious." During the banquet, his eyes moved from her belly to her face. The two people looked at each other. "It's quiet at night. when human willpower is at its weakest. Looking at such a face and eyes, even Shin Qingdang, a pregnant woman, would be a little unable to control herself. Reason is reason, and physiological reactions are physiological reactions. Shin Qingtang's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and his cheeks became hot. Just as he was about to surrender and look away first, something happened during the banquet. He turned around and jumped onto the roof. Shin Qingtang. He was not tempted by meat during the quarterly banquet? This was the first time that he refused meat so resolutely and decisively. Isn't he mentally impaired? How do you still know that jade is valuable? Are you pretending to be stupid? Or perhaps this jade tablet is so important that even if he loses his mind, he still regards it as a treasure. Shin Qingtang got up from the bamboo lounge chair, walked to the yard, and looked at the roof. During the seasonal banquet, sit cross-legged on the roof. Meditate. Shin Qingtang didn't dare to raise his voice and call him for fear of waking up others. He walked around the yard twice and finally gave up. She sat back on the recliner and carefully planned many things to do when she went to town tomorrow. To sell fish, sell pigskin jelly, set up a trap-making stall, and buy pens, ink, paper, inkstones, and window paper. Making glass is temporarily out of the question. Beichuan is located in a bitterly cold place, and there is no sand bed in the valley. The sand bed by the river outside the mountains is so frozen that it can no longer be strong. It takes a long time to dig even a little bit of sand. It would be a fantasy to make enough glass for a greenhouse. However, I didn't do any research. At least the experiment was successful, and I will try it again if I have the opportunity in the future. Other materials that can be used to make glass are difficult to find in Beichuan. Even if you can find them, you have to spend money to buy them, which is probably not cheap. During this time, Shin Qingtang discovered that the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. Like the polyester window paper you buy when building a house, it has good light transmittance, and it's not like what is shown in the TV series, where it will break with just a pick of your fingers. In fact, the window paper is quite flexible, so it won't be a big problem this winter. It can temporarily replace the plastic sheeting on the greenhouse. If time permits, Shin Qingtang would also like to visit the restaurant for rent tomorrow. In his wild thoughts, Shin Qingtang yawned. Feeling sleepy, he was too lazy to move, so he turned sideways and fell asleep directly on the bamboo couch. The 18th day of the 12th lunar month. Shin Qingtang was woken up by Li Suan before dawn. There are a lot of things going into the city today, so we need to leave early. After Shin Qingtang put on her clothes, she belatedly realized that she woke up in her own bed. But didn't she fall asleep on the recliner last night? Sleepwalking? As for the idea of being carried into the room during the quarterly banquet, it was snuffed out almost as soon as it sprouted. It was no different from asking a monk to carry her back to the house. They were both impossible events. Shin Qingtang shook his head and did not waste time on such trivial matters. Get up in a hurry and wash up. Li Suan has already cooked the noodles. The noodles are hand-rolled noodles that she makes freshly in the morning. The stew is made by Shin Qingtang, and it is a bit like a simplified version of the sauce for fried noodles. It's not easy to eat greasy food early in the morning, so add a small handful of green vegetables. Li Suan put just enough fried eggs into each person's bowl. 2. During the quarterly banquet. He muttered, "It will be very hard today. Let's eat more." Sun Wuya rubbed his hands and thanked, "Thank you, brothers and sisters." Shun Chinka picked up the chopsticks and said to Shin Qingtang, "Dad and I have already made the pigskin jelly. The soap and lanterns are tied under the sledge frame. After dinner, I will go fishing and bring it back. I haven't weighed the fish for a long time. I don't know how many pounds it is. From time to time, 2 will die or eat 2. Shin Qingtang nodded. "We have to leave some for the new year. Mom said, I have to leave some for you to eat during the confinement period." Shun Chinka said, "Early in the morning, I felt warm and in a good mood because of the love of my family." Shun Qingtang looked at Shin Yuji with eyes so dark that they shone brightly. "Dad, my mother and my brother love me so much. Why don't you show it?" Shin Yuji put his fried eggs into Shun Qingtang's bowl, this way. "Is it good?" Shun Qingtang shook his head and handed the egg back to him. Not even close. What do you want? I remember the last time I made a wheelchair for Master Wu. I'll give you a tael of silver. Shun Yuji lowered his head and ate his face. Can't hear it.
Can't hear.
There was a new batch of guards at the city gate, and the captain on duty was named Zhang. Captain Zhang counted the number of people, then looked at Lu Yin, opened his mouth, but finally said nothing, shook his head, returned Lu Yin to Shin Chinka, and let them pass. After walking for a while, Li Suan couldn't help but look back at the city gate. At first, Qingtang served wine and food to the guards, and I was a little unhappy. Your father and brother saved the wine. Why should you give it to them? Now I know Qingtang is right. It's really useful. Otherwise, not to mention the lack of people during the quarterly banquet, even Sun Wu's road would not be able to enter the city. Mr. Sun Wu finally came up with a recipe last night. I have to go to the county town to buy Chinese medicine and frostbite ointment to try the effect. He said he had never dispensed medicine so cheaply. Shinyuji, who was pulling the sledge in front, nodded in agreement. When did our daughter miss you? Shin Qingtang raised his head proudly. That's right. Don't even look at whose daughter I am. Shinyuji said quietly. Who? You know. Your mother and I are both kind people. Who knew you were such a little fox? After a few jokes, Shin Qingtang asked, Did you notice Captain Wang's expression just now? I said something, but I didn't say it in the end. Is it what Captain Chin told you yesterday? Captain Wang is not as rainy as Captain Chin. Shin Chinka looked back at Shin Qingtang and then turned back. Shin Qingtang nodded. I thought so too. It seems we need to hurry up on renting a shop. No one in the Shin family said anything. I've always wanted to rent a shop, but I just didn't have the money. The Shin family got up so early, but it wasn't too early to go to the market. There are already many vendors setting up their stalls. The Shin family saw the old man selling lanterns again. The old man waved to them from a distance. My benefactor. Here. The benefactors he spoke of were mainly Shin Chinka, with others supporting him. Shin Chinka dragged the sledge and walked over first. Old man, are the lanterns finished so soon? The old man nodded, and when he opened his mouth, there was a cloud of white air. Lanterns are best sold during the period before the Lantern Festival, and the old lady and I are afraid of delaying you. It's for business, so hurry up and finish before dawn. I'm thinking of celebrating the New Year soon. There will be many people at the stall, so I'll give you a good seat first. Shin Chinka thanked me. The old man didn't put up lanterns this time, and all the lanterns were stacked in bamboo baskets. 3 baskets in total. Shin Chinka and Shin Yuji first unloaded the box of soap and the lanterns with calligraphy and paintings from the sledge frame, and then put the lanterns given by the old man on them. Shin Qingtang was busy taking off his fingerless cotton gloves, and the old man waved his hand to stop him. My dear, please stop paying. I won't make lanterns anymore. Shin Qingtang paused and wondered. Why?
My old man.
No matter how stupid you are, you still understand that your family doesn't really need lanterns, or you just want to help me redeem my grandson. The old man said with gratitude, the Chinese New Year is coming soon, and I think you are short of money, so you can keep it for yourself. Blooming flowers. If there is no shortage of money, who would be willing to let such a pregnant girl come out to do business in the cold winter? Uncle, I can really sell all the lanterns you make. You won't lose money, so feel free to make them. I'll give you another 1,000 coins. Before Shin Qingtang finished speaking, the old man pushed the cart and ran away, shouting, No, I don't want to do it anymore. It is not known whether it is due to years of hard work or a frequent practice of avoiding yamen runners, but the old man runs very fast despite his age. In the blink of an eye, he has run several meters away, leaving no chance for the Shin family to persuade him. Shin Qingtang. She turned to Shin Chinka, who was still busy, and said, Second brother, chase the old man back. I have something else I want him to help with. Shin Chinka threw down the rope, trotted to catch up with the old man, and asked him to come back. Uncle, you run really fast. Shin Qingtang sighed.
Hee.
The old man scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm not afraid that you'll feel sorry for me, so I force money on me. Okay, I won't buy lanterns. Shin Qingtang agreed happily. It's just that I need your help with something else. Girl, don't be polite. Just tell me what you want me to do. I will do it if I can. Uncle, can you weave straw mats and straw thatches? The old man nodded, yes. Then, do you have rice straw, wheat stalks, or other similar crops at home?
Yes.
The old man nodded repeatedly. We have wheat stalks and millet straw. That's good. Let me discuss something with you. You use the wheat straw or millet straw at home to help me make some straw mats and straw thatches. One straw mat is 100 coins. How can a broken straw mat be worth 100 coins? Don't charge. I'll send it to you after I make it. I don't want just one straw mat. I want many, and they should be thicker. If your family doesn't have enough wheat straw, I'll have to trouble you to buy some from other villagers. What do you want so many straw mats for? The old man looked at Shin Qingtang with some suspicion, afraid that she would find a way to give him money. For building a house at home. It should be about 10 feet long. Shin Qingtang reported 2 sizes to the old man. One straw mat is the size of a side room. The other is longer and wider, and is intended to be used to build a greenhouse. There are too many straw mats and straw mats needed, and the 4 of them may not be able to finish weaving them by the new year. The family discussed the method of hiring the old man, which can not only help the old man but also plant greenhouse vegetables as soon as possible. Okay, I'll make it. The old man agreed readily. As you said, it won't cost 100 coins per mat. 20 coins will be enough. We can make several of the straw mats you mentioned in a day. And there's also money for rice straw and wheat straw. I know that villagers usually keep wheat straw for burning. If you all help me make the mats, you'll have to buy firewood, which will cost at least 80 coins per mat. The old man waved his hand. We can just buy firewood at the foot of the mountain. Just go up the mountain and pick up some branches. I have enough grass for the mats you want, and if not, I'll ask the neighbors for some. 20 coins per mat is enough. If the Shin family hadn't insisted, he wouldn't have wanted the money. After the final bargaining, the price was set at 30 coins per mat. Shin Yuji, who was busy at one side, found it funny to hear the bargaining between the old man and the young man. I've lived for most of my life, and this is the first time I see a dispute between a buyer who wants to pay more and a seller who wants less. Shin Qingtang was discussing the size and thickness of straw mats with the old man, while the rest of the Shin family had already started to set up the ring-tossing venue. The old man came early, so they had a good and spacious place. Shin Qingka picked up a wooden stick and drew a square about 10 feet wide on the ground. The soil was hard in winter, and the wooden stick could only make shallow marks on the ground. Several people from the Shin family took turns, and finally made the marks slightly more obvious. Shin Qingtang glanced at them, interrupted his conversation with the old man, and walked over. Second brother, put the things for the ring in the square. We need to draw another big square outside the square, which should be 4 or 5 feet wider than the previous small square. Shin Qingding stood on the edge of the street next to the square, holding up the hem of her skirt and tapping the ground with her toes to indicate it's probably at this position. If it's hard to draw a mark, use the rope on our sled frame to frame it along the line. Shin Qingtang prefers to use rope to frame it. If you just draw a line on the ground, it will be difficult to see the line with many people stepping on it. A 1-meter-high rope frame is more practical. It's good to pull the rope. Shin Yuji took a wooden stick and pushed it hard into the soil. In the end, the wooden stick broke and no hole was made. He said the second half of the sentence. The problem is that we can't insert the wooden stick into the soil, so we can't pull the rope. The rope is soft, and if you want a 1-meter-high square, you have to wedge a wooden peg first. Shin Qingka tried but failed, and said regretfully, it would have been better if you brought a hammer. It's not easy even with a hammer. Shin Qingtang shook her head. In winter, the ground is already hard after freezing, and they were on a busy street, so the road surface under their feet was harder than other places. Shin Qingtang sighed. It's the first time. There are bound to be omissions. She looked up and saw Ji Yanshi meditating on the roof. She thought of a plan and changed her words. Maybe it's okay without a hammer. Before others could react, Shin Qingtang put her hands around her mouth and shouted to the roof, Ji Yanshi, come down. Ji Yanshi opened his eyes. Shin Qingtang was stunned. Ji Yanshi's eyes were bloodshot. She blinked, and Ji Yanshi's black eyes returned to their usual stupidity. Shin Qingtang turned her head and looked at the red sun. Did she see it wrong? Here are 4 wooden sticks. You stick them into the soil, and you will get a piece of meat for each one. Shen Qingtang simply announced the rules. Floating down during the seasonal banquet. Actually, it should be jumping down, but the movements during the seasonal banquet were too beautiful and restrained. It didn't look like jumping down from a height, but more like a banished immortal floating down to the mortal world. When Shen Qingtang easily inserted the wooden stick into the soil more than a foot deep, like inserting chopsticks into tofu during the seasonal banquet, he had a substantial understanding of the word internal strength. The 4 wooden sticks were equally spaced, and even the heights were the same. Shen Qingtang touched his chin and said, "Taske." For the first time, he felt that obsessive-compulsive disorder also had its benefits. Even a ruler was saved. The most difficult venue problem was solved, and the remaining thing was the fabric. Large, medium, and small lanterns were propped up, with the large ones at the back and the small ones at the front. After being spread out at equal distances, they were strung together with thin ropes and pressed with green tiles on top to prevent them from being blown away by the wind. The soaps were laid out in a line from far to near according to their value. There were 2 empty rows at the front, and Shen Qingtang planned to buy some inexpensive toys and snacks to put on them. The last row was not soap either, but pork jelly, sausage, a basket of fresh vegetables, and a silver ingot of 1 tael. Shen Yuji escaped last night, but not today. Before going to bed last night, Shen Qingtang still remembered the silver ingot that her second brother gave to Shen Yuji. During breakfast, the father and daughter bargained for a while, and Shen Qingtang forcefully rented her father's 1 tael of silver for 10 cents a day. If you make money, the property will be returned to the original owner and 10 cents will be paid in interest. If you are accidentally tricked, you will also have to pay 10 cents in interest. No compensation will be discussed. Shen Yuji was so angry that he threatened that he didn't have a daughter like Shen Qingtang. Shen Qingtang knew that Shen Yuji was joking and said, "It doesn't matter whether you have a daughter or not, as long as you have silver." Shen Yuji. He could only silently recite his dear daughter while reluctantly taking out the silver. What's the difference between using silver to trap a ring and using meat buns to hit a dog? Shen Yuji's face twitched when she saw Shen Qingtang casually throwing the 1 or 2 taels of silver on the back tiles. There were many vendors on the street, but not many pedestrians. Most people were still having breakfast at this time. Shen Qingtang counted out 200 coins and bought some toys that children liked. She bought more than a dozen miscellaneous items such as rattles, small slingshots, straw grasshoppers, masks, dough figurines, sugar figurines, and candied haws, each of which was not in large quantities. She placed the small toys she bought on the lantern closest to the street. When she came back, Shen Qingka had already left with a sled loaded with fish, saying that he was going to the rich street. Shen Qingtang saw that the old man selling lanterns was still helping to put things away, so she asked him to stay for a while and watch the stall with Li Suan. She went with Shen Yuji to deliver the pork skin jelly. It was Master Gao's apprentice who opened the door. Seeing that the person who came with Shen Qingtang had changed, he asked in confusion, "Why did he change?" "This is my father, Shen Yuji."
I'm pregnant.
"I'm afraid I won't be able to come one day. I was thinking of bringing my father over here so that you can recognize him, so as not to cause any further problems due to a sudden change of people. It's human nature." The young apprentice named Xing Lai didn't ask any more questions and led them to the back kitchen to unload the pig rind jelly. This time, Master Gao didn't come out. Shen Qingtang and the others put down the pig rind jelly. It was Xing Lai who settled the bill. "You guys came early, our shopkeeper hasn't come yet. My master said that you should not live in the city. I was afraid that you would arrive early and wait, so I paid the money in advance with a shopkeeper and gave it to me for safekeeping temporarily. It's still 1,300 won." After Shen Qingtang and Shen Yuji thanked each other, they left Yun Kulai and returned to the ring stall. On the way back, Shen Qingtang bought 2 hot sesame cakes. The old man who bought the lantern saw that there was no need. The man who helped him said he wanted to leave. Shen Qingtang forced the old man to give him the hot pancakes, and his whole body was shaking with the cold. Kept repeating, "Thank you." Apart from thanking him, he didn't know how to express his gratitude. Shen Qingtang insisted on staying in front of the stall and asked Shen Yuji to accompany Li Suan to buy. When there was a quarterly banquet, Shen Yuji and his wife did not insist too much. Leave quickly. There are more and more people on the street. Shin Qingtang brought over the wooden board used for the last lottery. The wooden board has two sides, and the rules of the previous lottery are still there. The rules of trapping are written on the back. The trapping rules are simpler and easier to understand than the lottery rules. 1 penny is worth 1 bamboo circle, 10 cents is worth 12, and 20 cents is worth 25 bamboo circles. Take it away. Shin Qingtang also asked Shinchinka to note when writing, it will only count if he wins the prize in full, even if he gets 3/4 of the prize. He was called down from the roof. He only needed to stand in front of the rules card. There were not many pedestrians at the moment, and he was still cooperative during the banquet. Standing in front of the stall with the rule card. Shin Qingtang was somewhat immune to his appearance during the banquet, so he made such a highly personal and extremely unobjective evaluation. Judging from the increasing number of people who stopped, especially the shy smiles of the young girls, it seemed that the presence of Jilan Yushu and Yushu Linfeng in the eyes of others during the quarterly banquet was getting more and more people in front of the stall, but there was still no one there. Let's try the trap. Shin Qingtang thought for a while and said in a loud voice, big opening bonus. Free hoops. Give away money in bamboo traps for free. The quantity is limited. If you grab it, you'll earn it. She shouted without stopping. She counted out 10 bamboo hoops, turned her back, raised her hands above her head, and threw them out like a bride throwing a bouquet. The crowd became a mess. Everyone hurriedly grabbed the bamboo hoops. The 10 bamboo hoops were all taken away in the blink of an eye. Come on, please let the folks who got the hoops line up in front of me and make the hoops one by one. Shin Qingtang gestured to indicate the position in front of him. An inconspicuous man squeezed in front of the stall along with the crowd. He was obviously an extremely unnoticed existence, but he suddenly looked sideways at him during the banquet. Just when the man was about to move, the banqueter had already withdrawn his gaze, threw down the rules card, jumped up to the roof, and looked down at everyone. The man was stunned, raised his head, and gestured towards the banquet without giving up. The man was sitting cross-legged on the roof. The man was slightly startled, his eyes were complicated, and there were too many people around him. He looked around, gritted his teeth, and retreated from the crowd, disappearing around the corner. Shin Qingtang took time out of his busy schedule to look up at the seasonal banquet on the roof inexplicably. At this time, you get what you pay for. If you put down your pick, you will get it. The crowd had already gathered, and Shin Qingtang just glanced at him and looked away. Those who go to the bamboo circle follow the rules. Everyone stands outside the rope, throws the bamboo circle to what you want, and takes away whatever is caught. I'll give it if I get it. Also give me the money in the set? Asked the person at the front of the queue. Here. Shin Qingtang nodded loudly. The man seemed to be afraid that Shin Qingtang would regret it. Raised his hand and threw the bamboo ring out. The bamboo circle went straight to the silver. It's just that his strength was a bit too strong, and he kept flying directly beyond the rope railing as he passed the silver. Fortunately, Shin Qingtang prepared a thin bamboo pole with an iron hook on the top in advance, and used the bamboo pole to hook the bamboo circle back. The crowd watching the excitement roared with laughter. Among them were probably acquaintances who threw hoops and laughed at him. Wang Matzi, do you want money or not? Go. Wang Matzi waved his hand and left the team, laughing and scolding. Why are you everywhere? The second person in line was a girl. She learned from Wang Matzi's lesson and made horizontal and vertical gestures at the one tail of silver, reluctant to throw it out. The crowd watching the excitement became impatient and began to rush her. The girl took a deep breath and raised her hand. As a result, with a shake of his hand, the bamboo circle fell to the ground as soon as it passed the rope. It rolled out a short distance and stopped in front of a small wooden bird with moving wings. She stomped away in frustration. A father and son in third place. The little boy pointed at the candy man in the shape of Sun Wukong. Daddy, I want Sun Wukong. The man handed the bamboo hoop to the little boy. Then you want to set it up yourself? Or should I help you? I want to do it myself. The little boy, he pretended to be an impostor, holding the bamboo ring in his right hand and throwing it towards the candy man. The bamboo circle bounced off when it hit the lantern stand, spun around twice, and landed on the ground. The little boy shook his head as if he were an adult, with a look of regret on his face. The man asked him, "You still want to cheat?" The little boy nodded vigorously. The man counted out 10 copper coins and handed them to Shin Qingtang. "Here are the bamboo rings worth 10 cents. Shin Qingtang counted out 12 and handed them to the father and son. The sugarman Sun Wukong is on the right side of the box, and the father and son stand opposite the sugarman, so as not to affect other people's continued progress. The fourth person in line was an ant. Shin Qingtang saw that she was throwing money at the soap even though she wanted money, so he knew that her eyes were not very good. Among the 10 people, only a young man ranked 7th got a small piece of soap. Shin Qingtang happily took the soap off the green tile and handed it to him. "Congratulations." Everyone applauded. I don't know whether he was excited to win the prize or embarrassed to take it for nothing, but the young man also spent money to buy 10 bamboo hoops. The woman in the 9th row threw the ring out casually and said arrogantly, "Give me 100. Shin Qingtang, who had just opened the store, saw such a big customer at once and couldn't help but take a second look. I found out that it was an acquaintance, Hier's wife, the one who had a fight with Widow Yu in the street last time. No wonder Shin Qingtang didn't recognize her. She seemed like a different person after not seeing her for a few days. Before, he was sloppy, his hair was shiny, and his face was too. Today I am clean from head to toe, wearing light makeup." Seeing Shin Qingtang's eyes widening, Hier's daughter-in-law smiled and said, "Recognize me? I told you that I have come to the market to look for you several times, and today I can see you. These things on your stall, I've packed all the soaps." Shin Qingtang shook his head. "You can buy them separately. It's not easy to pack so many soaps. I just want to take care of your business." "How useful." Hier's daughter-in-law specifically asked the person behind her, "Do you smell anything on me?" Pointing to her surroundings with a smile on her face, she said to Shin Qingtang, "Look, no one among them dislikes me anymore, and no one laughs at me for having body odor. Your soap is really good. It's better than medicine." Her husband Ridu came home to live and began to pester her to turn Luanfeng upside down. "Every time I see the people who laughed at her before, it feels like they don't know her, and I feel so beautiful." Especially the jealous look in Widow Yu's eyes made her eat 2 more bowls of rice at noon. Of course, Shin Qingtang would not refuse the walking billboard, and he generously brought 15 bamboo hoops to Hier's daughter-in-law. "I will give you 20 more bamboo hoops." Each handful was 10, tied with thin threads in advance. It is prepared for big customers like Hier's wife. The Shin family prepared a total of 200 bamboo circles, and his second daughter-in-law took 3/4 of them. Someone saw that the bamboo circle was missing and hurriedly came over to line up. "Give me 10 cents. I want the 20-cent ones. Give me 12. Hier's wife is a little famous in this neighborhood. She is famous for her stench. A soap that can wash away the stink on her body? She must buy it. Don't rush. Don't rush." Shin Qingtang said calmly, "Don't crowd. Everyone has a share. Line up one by one." In front of the rope that was more than 10 feet wide, 4 or 5 people stood in a row, throwing the bamboo rings in their hands in various postures. The bamboo rings were flying all over the field. It was Shin Qingtang's first time to do the ring-catching business. She was not familiar with the business. She was a little slow in catching the bamboo rings with the bamboo pole. She wanted to bend down, but couldn't. Her belly was too big. Seeing this, Hier's wife lifted the rope, got into the field, quickly helped Shin Qingtang pick up the bamboo rings, stacked them together, and placed them at Shin Qingtang's feet. She was still muttering, "Where are your family members? Why are you the only one busying around? Your belly is so big. How can I let you come out to set up the stall alone? Is that the father of the child on the roof? I tell you, you can't spoil him just because he's good-looking. Otherwise, you'll have to suffer after the baby is born." Shin Qingtang was busy collecting money and distributing bamboo rings, so she didn't have time to explain her relationship with Ji Yanshi to Hier's wife. She just said perfunctorily. She really didn't expect the ring-tossing business to be so busy. And the busier it is, the more people will come to make trouble. A middle-aged woman took out only 1 penny and wanted to ask Shin Qingtang for 2 bamboo rings. Of course, Shin Qingtang couldn't give it. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a long time before she took the bamboo rings with reluctance on her face. She walked back and forth for a long time before she stood still and looked at it for a long time before throwing the bamboo ring in her hand away. Her hand shook when she threw it, and the bamboo ring fell to the ground without even touching the lantern. The woman stomped her feet in annoyance and acted like a rogue. It doesn't count. I dropped it accidentally. Give it to me again, and I'll throw it again. Shin Qingtang smiled and raised a finger towards the woman. Beautiful sister, you can try again for 1 penny. 10 pennies can buy 12 times. I didn't mean it. The woman was unwilling. Why do I have to pay? I said that the bamboo rings I gave out just now are free to play with. There are 10 in total, and each person can play with 1 bamboo ring for free once. It is clearly written on our rule card that it counts as 1 time whether the bamboo ring passes over the rope or not. Shin Qingtang put the thin bamboo pole upright beside him, freed his hand, and pointed at the wooden board that Ji Yan had leaned on the stick. My sister, our ring tossing is a game of small bets for big wins. You want to spend the least money to get the biggest prize, and I also want to bet that everyone's luck can't be good every time. If everyone misses and has to start over, then I'm not here to do business. I'm here to do charity. Don't you think so? The woman was unwilling and wanted to bargain with Shin Qingtang again, without paying. The people behind her urged her, "Can you hurry up? There's no need to keep arguing with the young lady for something worth only 1 penny, right?" The crowd couldn't stand it anymore. Big sister, you can't even buy a candied Haas with just 1 cent, and you still want to take advantage of the young lady? It's so cold. It's not easy for her to do business with a big belly. You don't look like you need a penny, do you? He heir's wife heard the commotion, and in her busy schedule she looked up at the woman, straightened up and sneered. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the miser of the Song family. Is it enough to give you only 1 bamboo ring? Shouldn't you let her give you the whole stall? After saying that, he turned to Shin Qingtang and reminded her, don't pay attention to her. She is very rich. She is just stingy. Believe it or not, if you give her a bamboo ring, she will ask for another one. People like this cannot be spoiled. They are the best at taking advantage of others. Shin Qingtang heard it, nodded to thank Hier's wife, and then ignored the middle-aged woman who was arguing with Hier's wife, and turned to take care of other people. For a stingy person, it would be cost-effective for her to buy something worth 100 or even 1,000 coins with her 1 penny. It would be best if she didn't spend a penny. The middle-aged woman quarreled with Hier's wife for a few words and left in dismay when she knew she couldn't take advantage. In the end, Hier's wife only got 2 small soaps and 1 small scented soap out of the 100 bamboo rings in her hand. Although she didn't get much, she still left happily with the prizes she got. Except for Hier's wife, there were all scattered players. Some people bought bamboo rings for 3 or 5 coins, and some bought bamboo rings for 10 coins. The most expensive bamboo rings were 20 coins. And after the first wave of customers, the remaining people were mostly watching, and few bought bamboo rings. Shin Qingtang took the opportunity to rest for a while, and at the same time thought about how to attract more people to play ring tossing. At a street corner not far away, Sun Wuya, who had just returned from buying medicinal herbs, was dragged into the alley. Master Sun Wuya loosened his hand that was taking out the poison powder after he saw who was coming. You scared me. Why are you here? G19 bowed to Master Sun Wuya. The prince was setting up a stall just now, and he found me as soon as I went over. I gave him a secret message, and he went up to the roof without saying anything. Master Sun Wuya, do you think the prince recognized me?
Impossible.
Master Sun Wuya said firmly, he found you only because he noticed that you have martial arts and judged whether you are a threat to him. He went up to the roof because he didn't want to pay attention to you. G19's face fell when he heard it, and he asked Master Sun Wuya anxiously, when will the prince be able to get better? The war situation with the Northern Alliance has changed, and the prince needs to be in charge. Master Sun Wuya shook his head and said unhappily, it's all your fault. I can't get close to the prince now. How can I heal him? G19 was so anxious and regretful that he wanted to slit his throat on the spot and die to apologize. He bent his legs and knelt in front of Master Sunwoo. It's all my fault. Please, Master Sunwoo, think of a way to cure the prince as soon as possible. In the next life, G19 will work like A to repay your kindness. I'm afraid there will be no chance in this life. 10 deaths would not be enough for such a big disaster. Master Sunwoo brought the crutch in front of him, pressed the crutch with his forearm to prevent it from falling, bent down and helped G19 up. I've been thinking of a way. Don't be too hasty. Although I don't care much about things other than the prince's body, I believe that with the prince's ability to judge people, he will definitely not keep a good-for-nothing around him. They won't be so panicked after leaving the prince for a few days. Send a message to tell them that they should do the same thing as before. The prince is a man who wants to do great things. If he has to do everything himself, what use is there for you? You are right. It was 19 who was anxious. G19 admitted his mistake. Have the ghost grandmother and the others replied? When can they arrive? The heavy snow in winter has blocked the road. They will not arrive until the beginning of the year at the earliest. Master Sunwoo sighed. I will think of a solution. Go and do me a favor now. He leaned over and looked in the direction of Shen Qingtang. Go buy 200 coins of bamboo rings.
Don't hit any of them. Huh.
G19 was at a loss by bamboo rings. Master Sunwoo shook the herb in his hand. I can eat and drink for free with my ability, but our prince can't take advantage of the common people and eat and drink for free at everyone's house, right? There must be some way to give some food expenses.
This.
G19 asked in a low voice. Isn't 200 coins too little? Master Sunwoo said unhappily. Am I trying to be stingy? That girl's business is only worth 1 penny. Even if I want to give her 100 taels of silver, I have to have a suitable reason. 200 coins are not too little for a pair of rings. I have a way to give more.
Oh.
Shen Qingtang was just worrying about how to attract another wave of people when she saw a wave of children running over. Sister, I want a bamboo ring worth 10 cents. I also want a bamboo ring worth 10 cents. I want 20 bamboo rings. Shen Qingtang never doubted the spending power of the children and treated them with great enthusiasm. From time to time, she would give a few more bamboo rings. When she saw that a child really couldn't get a ring, Shen Qingtang would give him a consolation prize, a mini lantern. After a while, the children threw the bamboo rings in their hands and left with laughter. Because more people were watching them, some people started to buy bamboo rings. Not long after, another group of children came, and each of them wanted bamboo rings worth 10 or 20 cents. But they still ran away happily. Shen Qingtang was a little surprised. Are the children in Beichuan so mentally sound? The stall started to get busy again, and she didn't have time to think about it. It was always like this in the morning. From time to time, a group of children would come over and buy a dozen or 20 bamboo rings. Regardless of whether they got the ring or not, they would turn around and run away happily. There was only joy on their young faces, without any negative emotions such as annoyance, regret, etc. Shen Qingtang couldn't help but pay more attention to them, and found that these children came from the same direction and disappeared at the same alley. Just when she wanted to take advantage of the fact that there was no one in front of the stall to check it out, she saw Shin Chinka walking back from not far away with a sled. Hey, second brother, you re back so soon. I thought my parents would come back earlier. Maybe things are rare and expensive. Fish, very popular. I didn't expect it to sell so quickly. What about you? How is it here? Is business okay? Shen Qingting nodded, in waves. It's just right that you're back to help me. I need to find a sucker. The first sucker was Wang Xiaopeng, the young master of Mr. Wang's family, the younger brother of Miss Wang San. Wang Xiaopeng is easy to find. He goes to school in the county academy. The academy is near the market. Shin Chinka waited for Wang Xiaopeng on his way home from school. When he saw him coming out of the academy, he started beating gongs and drums. While beating, he shouted what Shin Qingting taught him. Take a look. 1 penny to play bamboo rings. Fresh and fun. After shouting 3 times, Wang Xiaopeng noticed Shin Chinka and stopped him to ask him where the ring-playing stall was. Shin Chinka took Wang Xiaobang to his own ring-playing stall with great enthusiasm. Wang Xiaobang now also knew Shin Qingdang. As soon as he saw her, he knew it was a new thing. Xiaobang waved his hand and said, "Give me bamboo rings worth 50 pennies first." Shin Qingdang generously gave Wang Xiaobang 70 bamboo rings. Shin Qingka had disappeared and went straight to the second victim, the young master of the Qin family. It was difficult to figure out the whereabouts of the young master Qin, so Shin Qingka could only try at his home first. After beating drums and gongs around his house, he heard nothing and could only wait and see. Seeing that it was already noon, Shin Qingka could only return to his stall in disappointment. He did not expect that young Master Chen and Wang Xiaobang had already started a fight. A group of people were watching. Shin Qingtang kept picking up the bamboo rings that fell on the ground, and from time to time he would pass on the small things that the two young masters had caught to them. Wang Xiaobang and young Master Chen were competing. 3 rounds, 2 wins. Each person had 100 bamboo rings each time, and they would see who caught more things. Both of them were rich people, and the bamboo rings flew around the venue as if they were free. Shin Qingka hurried in to help Shin Qingtang. He was responsible for picking up the bamboo rings, and Shin Qingtang was responsible for redeeming the prizes and replenishing the stock. When did young Master Chen come? He had been waiting at the door, but did not see him go in or out. He came not long after you left. Shin Qingtang wondered, "Didn't you lead him here?" Shin Qingka shook his head. "I waited for him at his house, but he didn't come." Shin Qingtang glanced at young Master Chen thoughtfully. "It seems he is well informed. This Chen family is interesting. These two people don't need any skills to throw rings. They just rely on the number of rings." Shin Qingtang also gave them an extra 100 bamboo rings each. Wang Xiaobang threw the bamboo rings purely for fun and to show off. He didn't have a target when throwing the bamboo rings. He threw them randomly. Whoever he caught was the one he got. Young Master Chen, on the other hand, had a clear goal. Just like last time, he only caught vegetables. But his ring-catching skills were really not that good. He didn't catch anything with 400 bamboo rings. Instead, he caught all the soap next to the vegetables. In the end, of course, Wang Xiaobang won. Young Master Chen was even more unhappy after losing and asked Wang Xiaobang to play another round. So the two of them played another round. When the two of them were competing, most of the others were just spectators. Only the children, Bobo, didn't give them face and bought bamboo hoops to play with. Young Master Chen finally played with the vegetables as he wished. He didn't play with about 200 bamboo hoops left, but distributed them to the children who came to play with them. Wang Xiaobang curled his lips and said sourly, "As expected of the famous young master of the Qin family, he is generous and magnanimous." Strange. What does my generosity have to do with my family? I spend my own money. Unlike some people who ask their families for money, of course they will be restrained and stingy. He turned around and left, not giving Wang Xiaobang a chance to talk back. Wang Xiaobang was so angry that he threw all the 200 bamboo hoops in his hand out. He really threw them out one by one. Shin Qingtang advised, "Don't be angry, young Master Wang. It's just a little game, not worth it." He quickly handed the hoops that Shin Qingka had just sorted out to him. Wang Xiaobang left only after Shin Yuji and his wife came back, persuaded by Shin Qingtang. Shin Yuji and Li Suin were holding in their arms and carrying on their shoulders. Obviously, they had returned with a full load. As soon as they saw Shin Qingka, they stuffed the 4 treasures of the study in their hands to him. "Take a look at this set of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. How about it?" Shin Qingka was very surprised and couldn't let it go, saying, "This set of 4 treasures of the study should be quite expensive, right?" In fact, this set of brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone is worse than any set he had used in the capital before. It's just that under the current conditions of their family, it seems particularly precious. What's more precious is the friendship of his parents towards him. New Year? Just consider it as New Year's money for you in advance. Besides, it's not for you alone to use. Don't we still have to paint and write couplets in our family? It's really not cheap. The Shin family discussed that every time they gave away pigskin jelly, they would use the money from selling pigskin jelly to buy New Year's goods. You can have leftovers, but not more. The upper limit is 1,300 coins. Today, Shun Yuji and Li Suan mainly bought brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Especially paper. In addition to white presentation paper, there is also red paper for writing couplets and paper for pasting windows. As soon as the voice fell, Master Sun Wu also came to the front with crutches. Seeing that the family members had returned, Shin Qingtang decisively closed the stall. If they didn't leave now, they would not be able to leave the city before the city gate was closed. On the way out of the city, pregnant woman Shin Qingtang and Master Sun Wu, who was unable to move, were sitting on a sled and being pulled away. Master Sun Wu was holding 2 stacks of medicine in his hands. He looked down at the Chinese medicine in his hand, then looked up at Ji Yanshi, frowning and looking worried. He caught a glimpse of Shin Qingtang holding a money box and counting money, and a plan came to his mind. He waited eagerly for Shin Qingtang to finish counting the money, turned sideways and said, "Little girl, do you want Ji Yanshi to regain his sanity?" "Of course I do. Do you have a way?" Shin Qingtang replied without raising his head. Uncle Sun Wu raised the medicine bag in his hand. "I just got some medicine from the pharmacy. It should be suitable for the symptoms. You can let him try." Shin Qingtang looked at Uncle Sun Wu in confusion. "You are a doctor. Of course you are the one who gets the medicine. I don't know any medical skills." Once Shin Qingtang happened to see Uncle Sun Wu trying to grab Ji Yanshi's hand, but was thrown into the yard by Ji Yanshi. Her face was full of disbelief. Uncle Sun Wu, who was sitting on the ground at the time, looked up and saw Shin Qingtang's expression. His first reaction was guilty, and his second reaction was to jump up and down in anger, scolding Shin Qingtang, "You stupid girl. What's that look in your eyes?" "I just wanted to feel his pulse." Shin Qingtang then remembered that Uncle Sun Wu was a doctor, and Ji Yanshi happened to be a patient. It is normal for a doctor to want to treat a difficult and complicated disease. Shin Qingtang, who had misunderstood, rarely felt guilty and didn't talk back. "If I could get closer to him, why would I look for you?" Master Sun Wu was secretly complaining, but he discussed with Shin Qingtang with a flattering smile on his face, "I want you to secretly drug him." Shin Qingtang looked at Master Sun Wu in disbelief with an expression of "Are you crazy, or am I crazy?" She pointed at herself, "Me?" and then pointed at Ji Yanshi, "Drug him? You are really brave to say it. Aren't you afraid that I will end up with 1 corpse and 3 lives and come to you in the middle of the night to claim your soul? My medicine is for curing diseases, not poison. How can it still cause 1 corpse and 3 lives? You are exaggerating again, girl." "Exaggerating?" Shin Qingtang said. "Huh. I don't know if your medicine is poisonous, but I know what kind of person Ji Yanshi is. I am pregnant now, and I can't stand him throwing it." After a pause, he added, "Throwing people is a light sentence. He can kill a 300-gene wild boar with his bare hands." Master Sun Wu thought that Ji Yanshi could kill more than just wild boars with his bare hands. She pretended to be surprised. "Aw, he's so powerful? You're a pregnant woman. He won't abandon you, right?" The firm tone was changed to questioning. "Even if he won't abandon me." Shin Qingtang raised an eyebrow. "Why should I help you? Helping me is helping yourself. Don't you always want to drive him away? After he regains his mind, can't he leave your house? In your words, win-win. Yes, we both win." Shin Qingtang tilted her head and walked back and forth slowly on the roof during the seasonal banquet, as if it were flat ground. She smiled and shook her head. That was in the past. Now I think it's good for him to stay in my house. He can do hard labor, paint, write well, and can be a guard. The most important thing is that he is useful and you don't have to pay him 2 pieces of meat a day's wages. Do you know what you are saying? Let the dignified prince be your free long-term worker. Master Sun Wu gritted his teeth, endured the roar on his lips and the grievance in his heart, and persuaded him kindly. "But his origins are unknown. Aren't you afraid that he'll bring you trouble?" Ji Yanshi's unknown origins have always been an unsettling presence for the Shin family. Shin Qingtang also felt that Ji Yanshi's presence in his home was like a time bomb. In order to prevent Master Sun Wu from taking advantage of him, Shin Qingtang pretended not to care. "Is there a bigger trouble than him? But you are always being thrown away. Why are you still obsessed with helping him recover his mind? Don't tell me that a doctor has a kind heart. I don't know what other doctors are like, but you are definitely not. The 4 words "doctor has a kind heart" were on the tip of his tongue, but Shin Qingding choked and swallowed them back. His disease is extremely complicated. As a doctor, if I cure diseases that others can't, can I become famous? If I become a miracle doctor, won't I get everything I want? What's in it for me to help you? Shin Qingding stretched out his hand to Master Sunwoo, palm facing up. A blatant hint. Master Sunwoo. With a look of pain on his face, he took out a silver ingot from his arms and put it in Shin Qingtang's hand, scolding, "Black-hearted little fox." But she was secretly happy in her heart that she could give silver openly and cure the prince, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Shin Qingtang happily weighed the silver in her hand, which should be 5 taels. She asked Master Sunwoo suspiciously, "Where did you get the silver?" Master Sunwoo said unhappily, "Of course I got it from selling medicine. Aren't you always nagging me to pay for the food?" Shin Qingtang put the silver into the money box and said eagerly, "Isn't it just a drug, Ji Yanshi? Watch me." Shin Qingtang did not lower her voice at all when she spoke. Master Sunwoo was so scared that he looked up at Ji Yanshi on the roof, and then at Shin Qingtang, with a complicated expression. Is this girl stupid or smart? Say she is smart? She talked about drugging in front of others. Say she is stupid? She is like a little fox when calculating people, and she never suffers any loss when doing business. After returning home, Lee Suin went to cook first. Sun Wuya was busy dealing with the herbs he had just bought. As usual, he went to the hot springs during the seasonal banquet. Every time he came back from the city, he would take a bath first and then soak in the hot springs for a while. Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka were responsible for sorting out the materials and New Year's goods that were taken out and bought. Shin Qingtang and Shin Chinka, one person counted the accounts and the other kept the accounts. The brother and sister first counted the money from selling fish. Shin Chinka packed a total of 110 kilograms of fish in the morning. Most of these fish were crucian carp, and they were relatively large crucian carp. Each crucian carp was between 5 and 8 taels. The remaining fish were also quite big. So the money earned was more. A full 9,985 coins. Just a little bit short of 10 strings of coins, which is about 10 taels of silver. Shin Chinka knew that the money earned was not small, but he didn't know it was so much, and couldn't help but smack his lips. Fish is more valuable than meat. Why don't we raise some fish next year? Shin Qingtang brought over the wooden box containing the ring money, and shook his head when he heard it. Things are precious because they are rare. Beichuan is cold and freezes earlier than other places, so there is no fresh fish to eat. That's why the price of fish is so high. If we want to raise fish, let's not talk about whether we can raise them well. If we raise too many fish, they will be worthless. Don't be fooled by the fact that these wild fish are jumping around all day long. If you really dig a pond to raise fish, you will find that they not only grow very slowly but also die very easily. There is no one in our family who knows how to raise fish. Shin Chinka just recited it casually and nodded when he heard Shin Qingtang's words and said nothing more. Shin Qingtang stacked 10 copper coins, counted out 100 coins, and strung them together with a thread to make one string of money. A total of 7,565 coins. It's just a small bamboo ring worth 1 penny, and from time to time some prizes are taken away by others, but you can actually make so much money. Lee Suin walked in and heard Shin Qingtang counting. Shin Qingtang nodded. I just calculated with my second brother, including the cost of making our own soap, the cost of purchasing children's toys and food, and the cost of paying dental fees, etc. A total of 1,355 coins.
Ah?
Lee Suin calculated silently. Doesn't that mean we made more than 6 strings of money? Shin Chinka put down his pen and picked up the 10 strings of money that Shin Qingtang had just strung. The money from selling fish is even more, almost 10 strings. He handed the money to Lee Suin. Mom, keep it. So much? Lee Suin held the money in his hands with a look of shock, as if he had never seen the world. Shin Qingtang smiled and reminded them, Don't worry. Our mother's account has not been settled yet. When Li Suin and Xin Yuji went to buy, they had two sums of money in their hands. One was the money from selling pork skin jelly, and the other was the money Xin Qingdang asked them to buy pork fat and mutton fat. Li Suin took out 150 coins. I spent 1,150 coins on New Year's goods today. Pork fat and mutton fat are still 250 coins. The butcher still gave me 5 pigskins. Xin Qingke recorded them in the account in different categories. Xin Qingtang deducted the cost, divided the profit in half, counted out 2,980 coins, and handed them to Li Suin. Mom, this is the money for the public. There are now 4,885 coins in the business account. There are 10 strings and 185 coins left in the public account. Li Suin was so excited that he almost cried. We have a full 10 strings of money. Xin Qingtang was also very happy. Tomorrow we can go and buy that shop. It was the 19th day of the 12th lunar month. The sky was so gloomy early in the morning that people didn't want to get out of bed. Xin Qingtang tried 3 times to crawl out of the bed. It was the 2 little ones in her belly that woke her up. After dinner, it was another busy day. Xin Qingke stayed at home to continue working as a lumberjack. Uncle Sun Wu, who had difficulty walking, also stayed at home to tinker with his medicine. The other 4 people went into the city with 3 sleds. They thought they wouldn't be able to get a good stall today, but they didn't expect that the old man selling lanterns was waiting for them again. Xin Qingtang was very surprised. Uncle, why are you here again? There are many stalls in the market near the end of the year, and you who live outside the city can't get a good seat at the party. People get less sleep when they get old. I was free, so I strolled over to save a seat for you. The old man smiled honestly and pointed to his wooden cart. There was a big roll of straw mat on his wooden cart. The straw mat is a bit big. I see you don't have a car either. If there are too many, I'm afraid you won't be able to transport them back. I just finished weaving 1 roll, so I'm sending it to you. No one believed the old man's words that I have nothing to do. The old man was dressed thinly. They saw him rubbing his hands and stamping his feet from a distance. Xin Yuji turned around and walked towards the stall selling buns without saying a word. Thank you, old man. It just so happens that I have something I want to talk to you about. I went back and thought about it last night and realized that the price we set for the straw mats was too low. The straw mats our family needs are much longer and thicker than ordinary straw mats. 2 people can only make 2 mats a day. It can't be 30 cents, it has to be at least 50 cents. In this way, a short straw mat is 50 cents and a long straw mat is 80 cents. It's just worthless straw. How can it cost so much? The old man shook his head and pointed to the straw mat on the wooden cart. My wife and I weaved one in half a day yesterday. Xin Qingtang stuffed 50 coins into the old man's hand without saying anything. Uncle, if you don't want this money, I will find someone else to help us weave straw mats. I want us to be mutually beneficial. Let us take advantage of you and your aunt. Never do it. The old man refused but had to accept it. Xin Yuji came back and put the paper bag containing the hot buns into the old man's hand. Brother, it's too cold. Eat something to warm yourself up. The old man didn't want it. The meat buns are too expensive. I can't eat your food for nothing every time. It's such a cold day. Help us occupy the stall. Baozi is our thank you gift. How can you call it a free meal? Xin Yuji forcefully stuffed the bun into the old man's arms. The old man refused again and again before putting the bun into his arms and staggering away with the wooden cart. Xin Qingtang's eyes fell on his frostbitten hands and called to him. Old man, wait. The old man stopped pushing the wooden cart and turned to look at Xin Qingtang. Girl, what's wrong? Xin Qingtang held his waist and waddled forward like a penguin. Seeing this, the old man stopped the cart and came over. Xin Qingtang handed a small porcelain bottle to the old man. This is the frostbite prepared by my doctor himself. Medicine, take it back and try to see if it works. Isn't this very expensive? The old man was a little afraid to accept it. The porcelain bottle looked strangely delicate. Xin Qingtang noticed his gaze and said, the porcelain bottle is indeed a little more expensive, and the chilblain medicine inside is not valuable. My doctor is very rare about this porcelain vase. Just return the porcelain vase to me after you use up the chilblain ointment. Soak your hands and feet before going to bed at night and apply chilblain ointment.
Just wash it off in the morning.
The ointment was just prepared by Sun Wuya last night. He said that 22 cents can cure frostbite and asked her to find someone to try it. Shin Qingtang immediately thought of the old man selling lanterns and Aunt Sun, Aunt Wen, and Aunt Yu. But Sun Wuya only bought the medicinal ingredients and forgot to buy the small porcelain bottle for the ointment. Finally, under Shin Qingtang's half-forced and half-threatened approach, he gave her a small porcelain bottle and repeatedly asked her to remember to take the bottle back after giving it away. The small porcelain bottle is not even a little bit more expensive than the medicine. It is said that it is a set. Something like a collector's edition. Hearing this, the old man took the bun from his arms and tore off a corner of the oil paper. He poured the ointment on the oiled paper and kept mumbling, "I dare not take such an expensive porcelain bottle. I accidentally broke it." Shin Qingtang repeatedly said it didn't matter, but the old man still firmly returned the porcelain bottle to her and wrapped the ointment as if it were a treasure before leaving. Shin Qingtang immediately decided to buy a few cheap small porcelain bottles and take them back. Shin Qingtang, just like yesterday, the family circled the places where the traps would be used and placed the prizes in the circled array. The wind was a bit strong today, so they did not use red lanterns as bases and placed the soaps and other items directly on the ground. Shin Qingtang exchanged Shin Yuji's 1 tael of silver for the same amount of copper and returned it to him with 10 cents of interest. After setting up the stall, Shin Yuji went to Yunka first. "I came to give away pigskin jelly and bought some children's toys and food as prizes on the way back. Then I went shopping with Li Suan for the new year. The theme of today's shopping was to make soap, and suet soap." Shin Qingtang was looking at the stall alone. Before he could make any noise to attract people, a group of children came over. Some of them were familiar faces from yesterday. They were all Sherwin. The money was 20 cents to buy a bamboo hoop. The children were equally happy if they got it right or not. "Come around. Business is better than yesterday." Before Shin Qingtang could deliberately him, the little fat man came over by himself.
Shin Qingtang?
"It's really you." The third lady stood outside the rope and waved to say hello to Shin Qingtang. "I was half convinced when my brother said it." Shin Qingtang took a handful of bamboo hoops and handed them to Miss Third. "Would you like to try them?" "I invite you." Okay. Thanks." The third lady took the bamboo hoop and said, "I heard him say last night that your hoop was very fun. Today I begged my father for a long time before he allowed me to come out to play." The third lady had no interest in silver, so she only picked up the soap and threw it away. Unfortunately, none of the 10 bamboo hoops were caught. The third lady waved her hand and refused Shin Qingtang's gift. "Give me a bamboo hoop worth 500 coins. Last night, Shin Yuji and Shin Chinka made some more bamboo circles overnight. Now there are 500 bamboo circles." Shin Qingtang gave them to the third lady. "I still owe you 200 bamboo circles. I'll give it to you later." The little fat man and the third lady competed to throw bamboo hoops to see who could catch the most. 700 bamboo hoops was not a small number, and the siblings threw them for a long time. Bamboo hoops were flying all over the place, and Shin Qingtang stood in the corner with a bamboo pole. They could pick up any bamboo hoops they wanted. They collected 200 bamboo hoops and sent them to Ms. Wang-san. During this period, other players also came to set the hoops. They were all retail investors. When the third lady was counting the loot, the official who collected the tooth money arrived yesterday. Shin Qingtang gave them a lot of bamboo hoops to play with. As soon as Shin Qingtang saw them, he took away the one in the bag. In the end, he only took 5 cents from Shin Qingtang. "Take a break?" The leading official waved his hand. "I have official business. Let's do it next time." His eyes pointed to the end of the team. Shin Qingtang looked over. She had an impression that the yaman at the end of the team was the stupid young man with no eyesight when they first met. She was a little confused. What was the origin of this stupid young man? He was so incompetent. Not to mention that he was not kicked out, but now it seems that even the leader is looking at his face. The leading official said in an official tone, "Your stall is relatively big, so you have to pay 50 cents. 50 cents? Shen Qingtang raised his eyebrows. Are there too many officials? We are a small business. Miss Wang San heard this and said to the leading officer, Brother Zhao, are you a bit bullying? She earns every penny from her business at this stall. You collected 50 cents in one breath. That's too much. The officer surnamed Zhao also knew Miss Wang San. He bowed and smiled. Miss Third, young master, are you there too? Now that the third lady has spoken, Zhao will give the third lady some face. You can just give her 20 cents.
No.
Lung Tuqing, who was at the end of the team, retorted. They occupied at least 3 stalls and had to collect 30 coins. Zhao Guanren's face became a little ugly, and he forced a smile. This is Xiao Song from Shiliang Mansion. It represents the prefect's yamen. Third miss, it's not that Zhao doesn't give you face, it's just that he speaks lightly. Miss Wang San pouted. Shen Qingtang said quickly, Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Thank you, Miss Third, for helping me save 20 cash. She counted out 30 coins and handed it over. She thought to herself, Don't start a fight here. A small temple cannot accommodate so many Buddhas. Spend money to eliminate disasters. What's so great about the people of Shiliang Mansion? What are you pulling? The third young lady stamped her feet and complained to the back of the official who passed by. The third young lady's voice was not too quiet, and the team was silent. He turned around and walked back. It's over. Shen Qingtang sighed in his heart. Miss Zhao, who spoke uprightly, met Lung Tuqing, who is unreasonable, hopes not to get into a fight in the street. At least he won't destroy her stall. The little fat man rushed over and pushed in front of Miss Third. A handful of, what do you want to do? Don't bully my sister. Shen Qingtang sweated for the little fat man. The little fat man who had the advantage of size pushed hard, but Lung Tuqing didn't move at all. Unexpectedly, Lung Tuqing lowered his head and glanced at the little fat man, ignored him, and looked at the third lady. I'm nothing special. I just want to do it as fairly as I can. Justice? The third lady snorted. You guys are collecting money randomly, and you still have the nerve to say it's fair? First of all, we didn't charge money randomly. What we collect is the tooth money that the court stipulates that vendors should hand over. Secondly, charging all vendors equally is called fairness. It is unfair to charge less or no money to those who are flattering. Shen Qingtang. You might as well give me your ID card. You can't help but say, Official, I agree with most of what you said. It is your duty to collect tooth money. Treating everyone equally is fair and just to the vendors. However, is the tax itself fair and just? Based on the area? Based on the number of people? Or based on income? You always talk about starting with a few dozen coins. Have you ever thought that these few dozen coins may be a vendor's net profit for a whole day? If you are really capable, what you should do is to eliminate the taxes that should not be paid, instead of putting the cart before the horse and cutting them off in a one-size-fits-all manner. Well said. The third miss applauded. The people gathered in front of the circle also applauded and cheered. The young man opened his mouth, but finally said nothing and turned away. The third miss stroked her chest and complained to Shen Qingtang, I was scared to death. Shen Qingtang smiled. Thank you, third miss, for speaking for me. She was afraid, too, but she couldn't let the third miss go. Otherwise, if a fight really broke out, both sides had backers, and in the end, she, an ordinary citizen, would suffer. If she dared to talk back, it was just because she saw the stubborn nature of the young man. It was the same as using 2 pieces of meat to hang up the season banquet and make him work. After this commotion, Shen Qingtang's stall became a little deserted. Only the little fat man was still grunting and throwing hoops. His fun was not what to throw, but when to throw it and how to throw it. Third Miss Wang took the opportunity to gossip with Shen Qingtang. Let me tell you, after you left on the day of your grandmother's birthday banquet. First, in front of the county magistrate and his wife, his grandmother used family rules to beat Shen Qingming and also beat his eldest uncle and second uncle. Shen Qingtang raised an eyebrow, thinking that his grandmother's move was smart. No matter how heavy or light the beating was, the county magistrate and his wife couldn't say anything. You don't know how badly Shen Qingming was beaten.
He.
Miss Wang San described the situation vividly. Even the fat boy who was throwing rings on the side couldn't help but retort, "He deserves it." And then laughed, but he was beaten pretty badly. I tell you, the funniest thing is not Shin Qingming being beaten. Miss Wang San held her waist, which hurt from laughing. Your second-aunt son was about to be beaten, and her first reaction was not to plead for Shin Qingming, nor to protect Shin Qingming. Instead, she asked Shin Qingming to take off his clothes to prevent them from being damaged. She also said that the clothes Shin Qingming was wearing were New Year's clothes. Shen Qingtang. After thinking about it, she understood. The new clothes on Shin Qingming should have been made for his grandmother's birthday party. On the day Shin Qingming came to trouble her, he secretly wore the newly bought clothes, wanting to show off, but he didn't expect to meet her and the little fat boy. As a result, he didn't show off the new clothes, but instead caused a big trouble. However, is the second uncle's family so poor? A set of clothes has to be worn on 2 important festivals? He should still have a shop in the capital, right? Miss Wang San and the little fat boy, talking to each other, vividly described how badly Shin Qingtang's uncle and second uncle and Shin Qingming were beaten that day. Speaking of this, Miss Wang San changed the subject, but the adults are really strange. Your uncle and second uncle were beaten because of my brother, and my father, mother, aunt, and uncle-in-law were so angry. But they can still sit down and talk about business. Miss Wang San's clear eyes were full of confusion. They obviously hated each other, so how could they do business together? The little fat man was not as naive as Miss Wang San and reminded Shin Qingtang, "I vaguely heard them mention your name. You'd better be careful recently." Shin Qingtang's heart moved. "What did they say about me?" The little fat man shook his head. "I didn't hear it clearly." Miss Wang San added, "I seem to hear something." She was busy hiding from Shin Qingdan, who was like a dogskin plaster, running around, and didn't listen carefully. It seemed like they were talking about soap or something. Maybe they said you were selling soap. She was more sensitive to the word soap now, and only heard these 2 words. Shin Yuji and Li Suan didn't come back until almost noon after shopping. The daily necessities they bought filled up the sled. In addition to pots and pans, they also bought some cotton, grain, rice, flour, condiments, etc. The prices are rising sharply near the end of the year. Li Suan was so tired that he sat on the sled behind the stall and patted the pork fat wrapped in oil paper. Do you know how much pork fat costs per catty now? 15 cents. Butcher Zhu originally said that he would charge us 10 cents per catty. How could we take advantage of him so much? So in the end we paid 13 cents per catty. Pork has risen to 25 per catty. Li Suan reported the real-time prices and took out a handkerchief to wipe the dirt on his face and hands. Raw cow's milk and raw goat's milk are also rising in price. Even meat buns have increased by 2 cents, 6 buns for 30 cents. Speaking of buns, Li Suan turned around and asked Shin Yuji to bring the buns he had just bought, opened the oil paper wrapping, and handed them to Shin Qingtang. "Are you hungry?" Shin Qingtang nodded. She didn't feel anything when she was busy, but she felt very hungry as soon as she had some free time. She stood up, grabbed a handful of clean snow nearby, rubbed her hands, wiped her hands with a towel, and picked up a bun. The bun was still warm, and her frozen hands and empty stomach were satisfied. Li Suan stood up and shouted to the roof, "Ji Yanshi, come down and eat buns." "Meat buns." Ji Yanshi jumped down from the roof. He took 2 buns. A snowflake landed on the bun and melted instantly. "It's snowing?" Shin Qingtang looked up at the sky. Sparse snowflakes began to fall. Li Suan also looked up at the sky and asked Shin Qingtang, "Should we continue to set up the stall if it's snowing?" It was agreed that they would set up the stall for a while longer while the business was good before the new year, so that they could get out of the city before the city gates closed. They would have lunch at the market. Unexpectedly, the weather was not good. Shin Qingtang stood up decisively and shook her head. "Let's go home." On the way home, I saw the small restaurant for rent again. The wooden sign hanging out said that the rent had been reduced from 5 taels to 4 taels. In addition to this small restaurant, there were several shops for rent around it. The rents were all similar, and the smaller ones with worse locations had monthly rents of 3 taels of silver. After Shin Qingtang discussed with Shun Yuji and Li Suan, They decided to meet the owner and talk about it. It happened that the snow had stopped again. Shin Qingtang's business was good in the days before the new year, and living in the city would allow him to set up his stall for a while longer. If it snowed like today, he would have a place to stay. There is no need to haul goods back and forth anymore. The main reason is that if what Captain Shun, who guards the city gate, said is true, and the talismans are really going to be implemented next year, the rent will undoubtedly increase after the new year. The wooden sign wrote the landlord's residence, which is not far from here. Shin Yuji went to call the landlord over and open the door. Shin Yuji and Li Suan looked carefully up and down, front and back. Shin Qingtang was busy bargaining with the landlord. She wanted the landlord to reduce the price by another 5 cents of silver, 3 taels, and 5 cents a month. The landlord followed Shin Yuji and wanted to introduce his shop to him. Who knew that Shin Yuji waved his hand. Just talk to my daughter. She makes the decision. He didn't understand why the management of the shop had to be left to a married daughter. The boss glanced at Ji Yanshi standing outside the door and then looked at Shin Qingtang. Both her father and husband were here, but she was allowed to make all the decisions? It was just that Shin Yuji had spoken, so he had to come and deal with Shin Qingtang. Hearing Shin Qingtang bargaining right away, his brows furrowed. It really can't be any cheaper. Although my shop is not very big, it has 2 floors and a small courtyard. 3 taels and 5 cents a month, and you want to reduce it? If you reduce the price again, the rent will not be enough for me to pay the tax. He didn't know what was going on. Obviously, the shops that were easy to rent out before have become increasingly difficult to rent out in the past 2 years, and most of the owners who opened the shops did not stay in business for long. The boss kept nagging Shin Qingtang about how difficult it was. I'm telling you the truth. I want to sell this shop now. But he hasn't found anyone to take over. How much do you want to sell this shop for? The boss gritted his teeth and raised 3 fingers, 300 taels. Shin Qingtang was tempted. According to the market price of Beichuan shops, which is about 5 times more expensive than residential houses, the price asked by the boss was not high. But being tempted does not mean taking action. Let alone 300 taels. She couldn't even take out 30 taels. Then, if you make the rent of the shop a little cheaper, I will buy the shop within 2 years. The boss rejected Shin Qingtang without even a second thought, with a tone of contempt that could not be concealed. You can't even afford 1 year's rent now, and you still want to buy my shop. It's really a pipe dream. Shin Qingtang just wanted to discuss with him about paying the rent once a month. Since the shop was handed over to him, this was the first time he heard someone pay the rent once a month. It was really laughable. What kind of business is this without this little money? Just because I can't pay it now doesn't mean I can't pay it in a year. Boss, do you think this is okay? We can write this into the lease. If I don't make enough money to buy your shop within 2 years or regret not wanting to buy your shop, I will pay you a penalty of 2 taels of silver per month, a total of 48 taels of silver. How about it? The boss was moved when he heard this. The lease had to be recorded by the government. If Shin Qingtang broke his promise, the government would hold him accountable. The world is becoming more and more unstable, and it is still the most reassuring to hold money in hand. More than 2 months ago, when we first arrived in Beichuan, we were penniless. Now I can rent your shop. I can buy your shop within half a year. The boss was a little surprised. He naturally knew the situation of these exiles after arriving in Beichuan. If Shin Qingtang and his family had started from scratch, they were really amazing. After some bargaining between the two, the owner finally agreed to rent the shop to the Shin family. A deposit of 1/3 of the money was required, and the monthly rent was calculated at 3 taels of silver. After a quarter, the remaining 9 months' rent needed to be paid in one lump sum. If Shin Qingtang still couldn't buy the shop before the end of next year, the rent would increase to 5 taels of silver per month the following year. If Shin Qingtang couldn't raise enough money to buy the shop within 2 years, he would have to compensate the owner with 50 taels of silver. Shin Qingtang didn't expect that renting a shop would be so smooth, as he didn't have enough money on him. He agreed with the owner to pay a deposit of 1 tael of silver first, and then come back to sign the contract 3 days later. Shin's house, living room. Shin Qingtang cut 2 small pieces of the freshly made cake and handed them to Ji Yanshi. Sun Wuya, who was sitting at the table, looked at them, and swallowed nervously. Ji Yancher took the cake and took a small bite. Master Sun Wu stood up suddenly. The sudden pain from his broken leg almost made him fall down. He quickly held onto the table. Shin Qingtang swallowed unconsciously, feeling a little nervous. Ji Yancher seemed to pause, chewed slowly, swallowed the cake, and took another small bite. Shin Qingtang and Master Sun Wu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Before he could finish his breath, Ji Yancher threw the cake in his hand and walked away. Shin Qingtang. Master Sun Wuxer. What's going on? Master Sun Wuxer asked. How should I know? He clearly took 2 bites. Shin Qingtang finished speaking and then realized. Eating 2 bites might just be because Ji Yancher had an obsessive-compulsive disorder. Master Sun Wuxer thought so too. He frowned. I thought he would eat whatever you gave him without any precautions. I'm not that bold. Shin Qingtang rubbed a little on the cut of the cake with a small spoon and licked it with the tip of his tongue. He frowned instantly, said pooh 3 times, spit out the cake in his mouth, turned around and questioned Sun Wuya. Didn't you say that the medicine is colorless and tasteless? Sun Wuya nodded, puzzled. It is colorless and tasteless. You call this colorless and tasteless? The spoon in Shin Qingtang's hand almost poked Sun Wuya's face with this taste. He was a gentleman for not slapping the cake on my face during the seasonal banquet. Sun Wuya touched the tip of his nose guiltily. Very unpalatable? Very unpalatable is just a polite way of saying it. You are ruining people's taste. Shin Qingtang laughed at Sun Wuya. So your colorless and tasteless only means that it looks colorless and smells tasteless? Sun Wuya did not argue with Shin Qingtang as before, picked up the walking stick standing on the table, left a sentence, I'll adjust it, and try it again. Then he turned and left. Shin Qingtang was stunned, and a blessing came to her heart. She shouted to the back of Sun Wuya. Wuya, is there something wrong with your sense of taste? Sun Wuya stopped and hesitated for a while before turning back. You are always smart when you shouldn't be smart. Why do you have to say it out? Don't I have face? Shin Qingtang rolled her eyes. It's fatal to save face in this kind of thing. Sun Wuya admitted that his sense of taste was indeed impaired, but there was no tragic story. It was simply because it was damaged by drug testing. It was not completely impaired. Only thick oil, red sauce, heavy oil, and salt could taste good. As she was talking, Li Suan walked in with the food. You two, old and young, are arguing again? Sun Wuya shook his head. How can I win over her? Shin Qingtang's eyes fell on the bowl of chicken soup, and she had an idea. The medicine made by Sun Wuya was still Chinese medicine after all. Putting it in the cake, the taste was really strange, almost gathering all the sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors. What if it was put in chicken soup? Some of the ingredients for stewing meat are Chinese medicine. Shin Qingtang took the small porcelain bottle from Sun Wuya, poured some into Ji Yancher's bowl, and called him to his room to eat. The other members of the Shin family also came back one after another, and they all sat around the table. At Ji Yancher, people usually drink soup first, and then eat vegetables. Shin Qingtang and Sun Wuya looked at him eagerly. Ji Yancher picked up the bowl and took a sip, paused, took another sip, put the bowl aside and never touched it again. Shin Qingtang and Sun Wuya looked at each other and saw regret in each other's eyes. Dinner, as usual, is a daily communication session. Shin Qingtang talked to Shin Qingka about renting a shop in the city. Shin Qingka nodded. We have to rent a shop sooner or later. But do we have enough money to pay the rent? Even if it's 3 taels a month, it will be 36 taels a year. As far as he knew, the family didn't have that much money. Shin Qingtang explained the conditions discussed with the employer in detail. Sun Wuya was the first to speak. I told you that you never do business at a loss. When you need help from others, remember to be humble. After warning Sun Wuya, Shin Qingtang turned to Shin Qingka and asked, Second brother, can you take some time to draft a contract tonight? I know the boss must have it, and I'm afraid there are omissions or clauses that are unfavorable to us.
Okay.
Shin Qingka agreed. I'll write it after I finish recording the accounts. Li Suan and Shin Yuji talked about what they saw and heard at the market. Sun Wuya listened silently, and from time to time, he habitually stole a glance at Ji Yancher. He vaguely understood why Ji Yanshi trusted the Shin family so much. After dinner, Li Suin went to wash the dishes. Shin Yuji went to boil pine resin and pick pig hair. 2 stoves were on at the same time, and another pot was used to refine pig fat. Shin Qingtang and Shin Qingka calculated and recorded the accounts as usual. The income from the ring was 5,190 coins, slightly less than yesterday. The cost was 781 and 2,075 when were paid to the public. With the surplus, there were 6,960 when left. The account of pigskin jelly was too simple, almost a special account for New Year's goods. Every day after delivering the pigskin jelly to Yunkalai, 1,300 when were received. Li Suin then took 1,300 won to buy the New Year's goods needed for the day. In other words, the upper limit of daily expenditure was 1,300 won, and he bought as much as he could. There would often be a little left over. Yesterday there were 150 won left, and today there were 60 won left. The cost of buying pig fat and the like was not included. Shin Qingtang strung the copper coins and put them in the wooden box. Tomorrow I will set up a stall for another day, and it should be enough to pay the rent for a quarter. It was snowing heavily again on the 20th day of the 12th lunar month. Obviously, I couldn't set up a stall at the market anymore, but I still had to deliver the pigskin jelly from Yunkalai. Shin Qingtang wrapped himself tightly and let Ji Yanshi drag him to deliver the goods. Ji Yanshi was mentally and had a bad temper. He would not cooperate if he said he would not cooperate. Especially after 2 failed attempts to drug him, Ji Yanshi became as irritable as when he first came to the valley. He would throw people out at any time. The worst was Master Sun Wu, whose leg was broken again. This morning, the Shin family was reluctant to let Shin Qingtang suffer this, and used grilled sausages and cakes to lure Ji Yanshi. They wanted him to drag Shin Qingka to the city to deliver goods. As a result, before leaving the valley, Shin Qingka was thrown 3 or 4 times. Shin Qingtang had to go by himself. For fear of getting his clothes wet, Shin Qingtang took a few sheets of window paper and wrapped them around his body and head. Qinglai was very surprised when he saw Shin Qingtang. "You're still here on such a heavy snowy day? Didn't we agree to come regardless of wind or rain?" Shin Qingtang folded the window paper. "Snowy days won't prevent you from opening the door for business. It's not good to delay you." Yunkalai, the shopkeeper, frowned when he saw Shin Qingtang. "Where is your father? Why do you have to deliver pork skin jelly on such a heavy snowy day? With such a big belly, what if it gets bumped into?" She had to respond to the concern from her partner and pointed at Ji Yanshi shyly. "He was afraid that my father was old and the road was slippery in the snow and he would fall, so he volunteered to deliver the goods. I was worried about him and insisted on coming with him." She couldn't let her father be wronged, so Ji Yanshi had to take the blame. Anyway, she didn't say that she and Ji Yanshi were husband and wife, so it was the shopkeeper's business if he misunderstood. When Shin Qingtang came out of Yunkalai, she happened to meet Shin Qingjue, who was looking for someone on the street. When Shin Qingtang saw Shin Qingjue also saw her. "Sister Tang, I'm looking for you. What do you want from me?" Shin Qingtang was very surprised. She was not surprised that Shin Qingjue came to find her, but she was surprised that her uncle and aunt could bear to let Shin Qingjue go out alone. Usually, her uncle and aunt regarded this old man as the apple of their eye. During the whole exile, Shin Qingjue was the only one who did not suffer much. People who are favored are not only fearless, but also tend to be more innocent. Shin Qingjue opened a pair of clear eyes that were almost as clear as those at Ji Yan, raised his hand and pointed in several directions. "Father, mother, and sisters are all at the market, and everyone is looking for you separately. I'm staying where I am to look for you." Shin Qingjue was still a good baby who answered every question. "Actually, I'm not looking for you. Grandmother said she wanted to see my 3rd uncle." "To see my dad?" Shin Qingtang bent down and looked into Shin Qingjue's eyes and asked, "Did Grandma say anything about looking for my dad?" Shin Qingjue shook his head. "I don't know." Shin Qingtang patted Shin Qingjue on the head. "I'll go back and tell my dad. Please also tell Grandma for me that your 3rd uncle will come to see her when the snow stops." After returning home, Shin Qingtang found Shin Yuji, who was busy digging a hole on the edge of the cleared wasteland. He told him that his grandmother wanted to see him. Shin Yuji stopped digging the soil, leaned on the wooden pole of the shovel, and looked at Shin Qingtang in confusion. Your grandma just had her birthday. What does she want to see me for? Shin Qingjue said. He didn't know. Didn't you ask your uncle or aunt? It's snowing. I don't want to look for them. Anyway, I asked Shin Qingjue, and he said that grandma is in good health and nothing big happened at home. Shin Yuji breathed a sigh of relief. As long as your grandma is healthy, everything else is a small matter. I'll go to see your grandma when I go to the city tomorrow. The snow is so heavy, you should go back to the house. You're not going back? It will be there soon. I will go back after I finish. Everyone is busy near the new year, but I think it is a rare opportunity to have some free time, so I will dig some holes for burying the pillars so that we can set up the greenhouse earlier. It is not just Shin Yuji who is busy, but also Shin Chinka and Sun Wuya. It was snowing, so Shin Chinka did not go to cut trees, but did carpentry work at home. He cut the trees he cut back into pieces of wood with a wood saw, and then leveled them with a plane. Sun Wuya was busy making frostbite ointment. Li Suan was not idle either, sitting on the terrace, busy with housework.
There were only 2 idle people in the family.
Ji Yanshi, who didn't care about anything, and Shin Qingtang, who is 7 months pregnant. Today is exactly 7 months pregnant. Although the 20th of the 12th lunar month was less than 3 months away from when she first arrived in Beichuan, the 10 months of pregnancy are not calculated according to the solar calendar or the lunar calendar, but according to 4 weeks and 28 days a month. My appetite has been getting worse and worse these days, and my insomnia has become more and more serious. I am getting more and more tired when walking, and it is more and more difficult to turn over. I can't sleep well. I finally stole half a day of leisure, but I couldn't sleep. Shin Qingtang found her small ceramic stove. They cooked tea around the stove. Just like last time, it was a simple version of milk tea. By the way, I roasted some chestnuts and hazelnuts. The roasted nuts were sweet and rich, which attracted Ji Yanshi to come out of the room. Shin Qingtang poured 2 cups of milk tea, one for Li Suan and one for Ji Yanshi. Ji Yanshi lowered his eyes and stared at the porcelain cup in Shin Qingtang's hand, but didn't take it. He stretched out his hand across the table and took the cup in front of Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang. Li Suan saw it and wondered. I saw him steal your job this morning. What did you do to offend him again? How dare I offend him? Shin Qingtang protested. Mom, I am your daughter. Why are you still speaking for him? She really didn't offend him. She just gave him medicine twice. Both times ended in failure. Now, when it comes to the seasonal banquet, she doesn't take her own share of anything she wants to eat, but comes to grab Shin Qingtang's share. Uncle Sun Wu also noticed it, and was afraid that Shin Qingtang would settle the score with him, so he spent the whole morning preparing a frostbite ointment and didn't dare to come out to see her. I don't like anyone. The 2 of you are half the age when you put them together, just like children. Li Suan bit off the thread and held up the clothes she had just made. Take a look. How is it?
Huh.
Shin Qingtang could see that it was a small quilt made by Li Suan. She thought Li Suan was sewing new clothes for everyone, but she didn't expect that she was making them for the baby in her belly. So beautiful. Shin Qingtang reached out and pinched a corner and touched it, very soft. She patted her belly gently. I tell you, Grandma made a very beautiful little quilt for you. More than a quilt. Li Suan put down the quilt and took out 2 identical little red belly bands from the bamboo basket. There are also belly bands. I thought of making a tiger head hat for each of them, as well as tiger head shoes and spare clothes. Shin Qingtang looked at the belly band and felt it was familiar. Is this the torn brocade dress from the seasonal banquet?
Yes.
Li Suan nodded. I cut off the torn parts and used the good parts. The large pieces were used to make 2 sets of clothes, the small pieces were used to make belly bands, and the edges and corners were pieced together to make tiger head hats and tiger head shoes. Mother, you are so awesome. Shin Qingtang hugged Li Suan's arm and acted coquettishly. It feels so good to be spoiled by her mother. Let go. Let go. Li Suan raised his hand high. I have a needle in my hand, don't you? The next day, it was sunny again. Shin Chinka was still the left-behind child. Uncle Sunwoo followed him into the city, saying that he had to buy some medicinal herbs. After 2 failed attempts to give the medicine, Uncle Sunwoo said that he had to prepare it again. When the Shin family arrived at the market, they saw the old man selling lanterns again, as expected. This time the old man pushed over 3 rolls of straw mats. Shun Qingtang stuffed him with 150 coins. The old man was afraid that the Shin family would buy him buns or pies again, so he held a leather bag filled with hot water and said that he was not cold. The old man even stretched out his hand for Shin Qingtang to see. "Girl, the frostbite medicine you gave me is really useful. You see, I've only used it for 2 days, and the broken place has stopped oozing pus." Shun Qingtang's almond eyes widened slightly, and she was genuinely happy, really. That's great. Don't rush to say that Master Sunwoo is a quack in the future. Master Sunwoo happened to be nearby, and he came over after hearing what he said. He looked at the old man's hand and reminded him, "Go back and use it for another 5 days. Remember to soak your hands and feet thoroughly with warm water before each use." He opened his portable medicine box, took out a small gourd bottle, and handed it to the old man. "I heard from the maid that you too have frostbite. The medicine in here is enough for both of you." The gourd bottle is made of a real small gourd. Shun Qingtang bought it yesterday, and it was cheap. The old man looked at Shun Qingtang. "Uncle, just take it if I give it to you. No need to be polite to him. Uncle Sunwoo." The old man took the small gourd bottle and thanked him repeatedly. After seeing the old man off, they started to set up the stall. There was still a lot of snow and ice on the street, but their place was clean, probably because the old man had cleaned it up for them in advance. Shin Qingtang and Li Suin set up the circle for the stall and put the prizes in place. Let Li Suin watch the stall while she went to deliver the pork skin jelly. After entering the city, Shun Yuji went to her uncle's house to find her grandmother. It was rare for her grandmother to speak, fearing that there was something urgent. When Shin Qingtang came back from Yunkalai delivering goods, Shin Yuji was already in front of the stall. Shin Yuji had a gloomy face, and Li Suin's face was not good either. Did they have a quarrel? Shin Qingtang looked at Uncle Sunwoo. Uncle Sunwoo pouted in the direction of Shin Yuji, motioning her to ask herself, "Dad, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Grandma?"
Huh.
Shin Yuji said angrily, "My eldest brother and the others are too much. They actually want me to hand over the formula of the soap." Sun Wuya was embarrassed to listen to their family affairs, so he left first with a cane. "I really don't know how they have the nerve to open their mouths." Li Suin's eyes turned red with anger. Did they forget that our families were separated? Or why we were separated? My eldest brother was so kind to Qingting back then, but now he can actually lick his face and ask for the soap formula. Isn't that the nicest person? Shame? How can you say such shameless things now? Seeing Li Suin's anger, Shin Qingtang stepped forward and hugged her. "Mom, don't be so angry now." She put her arms around Li Suin's shoulders and looked at her. Shin Yuji asked, "Dad, did you agree? How is that possible?" As soon as the elder brother opened his mouth, "I had a big quarrel with him," and ran back. Shin Yuji's face still looked bad, and his tone was also angry. As if to vent his anger, he took a bamboo ring and threw it away. It just fits on that ingot of 1 tael of silver. His expression suddenly became distorted as to whether he should laugh or cry. Li Suin rolled his eyes at Xinyu, and his expression softened a bit. The anger that had just risen in Shin Qingtang's heart was replaced by emotion. Fortunately, her parents are not the kind who are hopelessly stupid and filial. They really loved him. After calming down, Shin Qingtang asked Shin Yuji, "Dad, do you know why the uncle wants the soap formula?" The uncle is an official fan and does not like business. It is impossible for him to change his mind and suddenly want to go into business in just 2 days. Something must have happened that she didn't know about. Shinyu said, "Huh?" Scratched his head and lowered his voice with a hint of guilt. "I didn't ask." He was so angry when he was asked to hand over the soap formula that he didn't bother to ask. Why do they want soap recipes? No matter why, they shouldn't say this. Li Suin became angry again after hearing this. When she got angry, her stomach started to hurt, and she made a fist with her right hand and put it under her heart. Seeing this, Shin Yuji ran to a nearby shop and asked for a bowl of hot water. When he came back and handed it to Lee Suin, he complained softly, "Why are you so old and so angry? Why are you so angry? It's not worth getting angry again." Lee Suin took the bowl, held it in both hands, blew and drank 2 sips. There was warmth in his stomach, and he felt much better. He returned the bowl to Shin Yuji and retorted, "Are you still talking about me? Aren't you angry too? Father, mother, don't be angry. We have the soap recipe. We can give it if we want to, and if we don't want to give it, why bother with them?" Shin Qingtang hesitated and said, "Dad, what was Grandma's attitude when Uncle asked for the soap formula?"
Ah?
He scratched the back of his head and said, "I didn't see your grandmother. When I arrived at your uncle's house, he asked for the soap formula, and I started fighting with him." Shin Qingtang. "It's okay. Wait until the afternoon. Let's close the stall early and go ask Grandma." Lee Suin disagreed. "If you do and give it, you won't give it. Wouldn't it be nice to have it sent to your door? We can't stay away from each other forever." Shin Qingtang sighed. "Sooner or later, we still have to face it. Cutting off one's flesh to save one's mother is a filial piety that will be praised and widely publicized." Shin Qingtang sat back on the sledge and said thoughtfully, "I don't think my uncle would ask for the soap recipe for no reason. They know that our soap business is not a day or two, and I didn't even mention it at my grandmother's birthday party. It must be something happened in the past 2 days." There was another sentence Shin Qingtang didn't say. The little fat man said the day before yesterday that his uncle and the county magistrate had mentioned him. Isn't it related to the county magistrate? If she doesn't figure it out, she'll be upset. Lee Su asked what else he wanted to say, but a group of children happened to come over to trap him, so he had to swallow his words. As before, Shin Qingtang looked at the ring stall, while Lee Suin and Shin Yuji went to buy New Year's goods, as well as soap raw materials and pigskins. After the group of children left, there were no more players in front of the stall. Shin Qingtang looked left and right in confusion. At the end of the year, the number of vendors in the market increased significantly. There are more and more people in the market. Logically speaking, her stall shouldn't be so deserted. Shin Qingtang thought for a while, raised his head and called to Ji Fool on the roof, "Come down during the quarterly banquet." He did not move during the quarterly banquet and looked down at Shin Qingtang. "Come down and do me a favor. I'll cook meat for you." He was unmoved during the banquet. Shin Qingtang raised 3 fingers and swore, "I promise never to drug you again." As soon as she finished speaking, the vendors on both sides and the neighboring vendors looked over. Every stall owner had the same expression on his face. Curiosity, horror, contempt, and many other expressions are mixed into one sentence. Is that what I mean? Are today's young couples so shameless? Such a young and handsome guy needs a lady to drug him? A lady with such a big belly still. What? Shin Qingtang's face suddenly burned up, and just as he was about to explain, Lee Suin and Shin Yuji hurried back. "Qingtang, something's wrong." Lee Suin looked anxious. Shin Yuji carried a few pigskins on his shoulders and followed behind with a large piece of pork suet in his hand, saying, "Madam, slow down. Don't fall. Mom, don't be anxious. What's going on? What happened?" Shin Qingtang stepped forward. Lee Suin grabbed Shin Qingtang's hand and walked in the direction she came from. "Go and see. Our business has been robbed." Shin Qingtang didn't know why, and followed Lee Suin forward for a short distance. It turned out that besides them, there were 2 more stalls selling traps in the market. One stall takes the cheap route. The stalls are full of cheap gadgets, and they cost a penny for a bamboo ring. Another stall takes the exciting route, and all the prizes on the stall are copper coins. The smallest copper plate is 1, and the largest is 1 coin. 2 cents a circle. The 2 stalls are not far apart, and there are many people in front of them. You see, people come to their place to play, so there are not many people there. Lee Suin supported Shin Qingtang, lowered his voice, and asked eagerly, "What should I do?"
Shin Qingtang patali Suin.
Mom. Don't panic. The hoop business is not that easy. Let's wait 2 days and see. The most critical thing in the hoop business is the bamboo hoop. The weight and size of the bamboo circle are key. The placement of items is also particular. The cheap bamboo hoop is a bit too big. Although the prize is not valuable, it is still more valuable than a penny. At the end of the day, he had to lose a lot of money. The bamboo ring on the copper plate is too small, and it is almost impossible to fit it in. One stall owner is stupid, and one stall owner thinks others are stupid. Shin Qingtang thought it would take a day or two before the popularity of the two cottages would subside. Unexpectedly, after just over an hour, there were gradually more people in front of the Shin family trap stall. Seeing that business was picking up, Li Suan and Shin Yuji continued to purchase goods. Today's shopping theme is snacks, fruits, etc. Not long after, an acquaintance came to support him again. Young Master Chen came over angrily and asked for the bamboo ring worth 500 won. It's better here. It's fun to play. It's not like those two companies. One of them can be caught with just a throw. The other one can't be caught at all. Give me a bamboo circle worth 500 won too. The speaker was a tall and lanky man in his 20s. Shin Qingting noticed that young Master Chen frowned when he saw him. Before she could speak, young Master Chen said, "If you're playing with it, I won't play anymore." Shin Qingtang had no choice but to return the money to young Master Chen. When Mr. Chen took the coin, he reminded her in a low voice, "Be careful. He is here to destroy your stall." "What do you mean?" Shin Qingtang asked. Young Master Chen shook his head, put away his 500 coins, and stood outside the rope guardrail with his arms folded, looking like he was waiting to see the fun. Shin Qingtang. She handed the 500 bamboo hoops to the tall and thin man without knowing why. When you open the door for business, there is no reason to turn away customers. The tall and thin man thanked him politely and turned to invite Mr. Chen. "Shall we have a try? It's too boring to compete with you." Young Master Chen looked polite and declined. "You play yours, I'll just watch." Shin Qingtang raised his eyebrows, his doubts even more. Young Master Chen now is a completely different person from the one who fought with Fatty Wong before. That time he was like a fighting, but today he seems a little too obedient. The thin, tall man nodded, and the bamboo ring in his hand dropped. It looked like he didn't spend much effort, as if he threw it lightly. But the bamboo ring just happened to be on the silver. Shin Qingtang didn't care about his distress and turned to ask young Master Chen, who was watching the fun, "Do you know him?" "Who is he?" Young Master Chen didn't even have time to open his mouth. The thin, tall man threw the second bamboo ring out. It hit the largest soap. The onlookers shouted and applauded, attracting more people to watch. The thin, tall man smiled and called Shin Qingtang, "Female boss, can you help me get the soap?" Shin Qingtang turned around, bent down to pick up the soap and handed it to him. The thin, tall man raised his eyebrows. "Not restocking?" According to the rules of the trade, a round is only the time you start tossing the rings and the time you finish, and the stock will not be replenished before the end of a round. What if I take all these things? If it was someone else, Shin Qingtang would have thought it was a joke. With the warning from young Master Chen in front and the silver from the tall and thin man, Shin Qingtang had to be on guard. The game ends when you take all the rings. If you still have bamboo rings left, I will refund you as much as you have. Shin Qingtang had just retreated to the corner when the tall and thin man took another piece of soap with his third bamboo ring. 3 bamboo rings, 3 hits in a row. Shin Qingtang already understood what young Master Chen meant by smashing the stall. He also understood why young Master Chen was so straightforward and decisive to admit defeat and refuse to compete. No one wanted to humiliate themselves. After the tall and thin man finished throwing, he looked at Shin Qingtang. The meaning was self-evident, and he wanted Shin Qingtang to give him the soap. Shin Qingtang did not show any anger on his face and smiled and said, "You go first, and it won't be too late for me to pick up after you have caught all the rings. You are the only one tossing the rings now, and you are not afraid of being confused with others." She pointed to her belly. "It's a bit inconvenient for me to bend down all the time. Please forgive me." The tall and thin man was easy to talk to. He nodded and threw the bamboo rings in his hand one after another without any nonsense. Every shot hit the target. Shin Qingtang moved closer to young Master Chen again and asked him in a low voice, "Who is he?" Mr. Wang's elder brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Shen Qingtang had an expression of, "Do you think I believe it?" If I remember correctly, Madame Wang is old enough to be his mother. Who said it was Madame Wang? Young Master Chen shook his head. Mr. Wang has 10 concubines. This is 8th aunt's brother Wang Mingyuan. Shen Qingtang. Then Mr. Wang has a lot of elder brothers-in-law. Young Master Chen had an expression of, "You are still too naive." That's not necessarily true. Mr. Wang doesn't recognize all elder brothers-in-law. If you want to be related to Mr. Wang, you either have to be rich or have ability. Young Master Chen gathered his sleeves and raised his chin slightly, motioning to the tall and thin man. He is indeed capable. He was born into a hunter family, and he never misses his target with his archery. Not only archery, but also slingshot. In short, in all these years of being classmates with him, I have never seen him fail. It is much easier for you to catch objects with your bamboo snare than to shoot sparrows flying high in the sky. Young Master Chen's tone was sympathetic, and his expression was somewhat gloating. It is your bad luck to meet him. Just consider it a lesson. Shen Qingtang ignored young Master Chen's annoying expression and asked, "Did you come from the 2-ring tossing stalls in front?" He caught all the rings in those 2 stalls? Young Master Chen nodded and shook his head. The owner of the ring-tossing stall that displayed objects like yours secretly ran away after he caught all the rings in one go, and he didn't even want the stall.
But
Young Master Chen sniffed his frozen nose and signaled Wang Mingyuan with his eyes. He didn't go to the bamboo ring stall for copper coins.
why?
Young Master Chen smiled and shrugged. Then who knows? Maybe he'll finish your stall first and then go to the copper coins? Shen Qingtang lowered her eyelashes to hide the emotions in her eyes. Is that so? While the two were talking, Wang Mingyuan caught the remaining soap and started to catch the soap again.
He still hit the target every time.
Because the distance was closer, Wang Mingyuan even tried to throw 2 bamboo rings at a time. Hit again. 3 bamboo rings. Hit again. More and more people gathered around. The cheers and applause were continuous. But no one came forward to participate. Shen Qingtang could accept not making money. Losing money? That wouldn't work. Shen Qingtang looked up and shouted at the roof, "Ji Yanshi, come down." Ji Yanshi didn't move. "If you don't come down, there will be no meat to eat." Ji Yanshi floated down. Shen Qingtang stood on tiptoe and asked Ji Yanshi in the ear, "Can you make sure that he doesn't miss the target? If he keeps hitting the target, you have to pay him back the money he gave you to buy meat. If you still want to eat meat, you can't let him hit the target again. Can you use your internal energy to shake the bamboo ring open?" The close distance between the two made Ji Yanshi feel a little uncomfortable. He wanted to push her away, but couldn't, so he could only clench his fists. The warm breath sprayed on his ears, and there was an indescribable strange feeling. The tips of his ears were getting hotter and hotter, and his face gradually began to burn. Blood rushed down. Ji Yanshi raised his hand to cover his heart, which was beating faster. He frowned and lowered his head, looking at Shen Qingtang in confusion. Did she drug him again? Shen Qingtang thought he didn't understand, and simplified the language again and reminded him. "Remember, you can't let him hit the target in order to eat meat. Don't let people know that you did it." Wang Mingyuan threw the last bamboo ring in his hand. It caught the last item on the stall. Shen Qingtang said to Wang Mingyuan, "Excuse me? Can you come in and take all the things away? You can use a bamboo pole to pick up bamboo rings, and it's okay to bend down occasionally to pick up 1 or 2 items." With so many things, she couldn't bear to bend down frequently. Shen Qingtang's belly seemed to be about to give birth, and everyone could see it. Wang Mingyuan nodded and left. Shen Qingtang. The onlookers also looked at him in confusion. Watching him walk out of the crowd, walk to a stall not far away, and buy a bamboo backpack. He would look back at the stall from time to time and change the size of the backpack. Shen Qingtang. So, he bought a backpack specifically to hold the prizes? Judging from the size of the backpack he chose, he planned to take away everything on her sled? Wang Mingyuan knew how to make people angry. When Wang Mingyuan finished loading the things, Shen Qingtang had already prepared 412 copper coins and handed them to him. "Yes. This is your refund." Wang Mingyuan didn't answer. He asked Shin Qingtang while holding the cloth belt on the backpack. Are you going to close the stall? Or will you continue to set up the stall with more goods? This should have nothing to do with you. I told you that one person can only play one round. Even if I set up a stall again, you can't play again. Wang Mingyuan chuckled, without any sarcastic expression on his face, and asked, Can't afford to lose? The onlookers began to make a noise. Really? Restaurant owners are afraid of big-bellied men? You can't stop people from playing just because they hit the target more often, right? Yes. You set up the stall to let people play with rings. Why can't you play just because they hit the target? You just bully the weak and fear the strong? Women are women.
Petty.
They don't dare to let others play with such worthless things. If you can't afford to lose, go home and take care of your children and serve your man. You're pregnant and still trying to do business. Black-hearted stall owner. You're not afraid of the retribution of your baby in your belly for doing black-hearted business. Public opinion was one-sided. The condemnation was deafening. What did the ring have to do with the baby in her belly? Shin Qingtang closed her eyes and tried to swallow the quintessence of Chinese culture that was at the tip of her tongue. She forced herself to stay calm. There must be enemy navy here. Shin Qingtang opened her eyes and noticed the people who were shouting the loudest, exchanging glances with each other. She knew what was going on and was no longer panicked. She still had a faint smile on her face and she echoed loudly, You are right. I just can't afford to lose. The applauders stopped. Even the most vocal internet users were stunned. Shin Qingtang put her right hand on her bulging belly. It's so cold in the winter, and I'm a pregnant woman, standing here with my belly bulging to set up a stall. If it's not to make money, is it because I don't like being warm in the room? She raised her hand and drew a big circle in the air, including all the vendors around her. Including me, who among the vendors who set up stalls here doesn't do it to make a living? No one should set up a stall for charity, right? Several vendors who were nearby echoed. That's right. We are a small business and we make hard-earned money, but we can't afford to lose. If there is no other way, who would be willing to starve and freeze here in the cold weather? If I don't want to lose everything, it's called bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Then Shin Qingtang pointed at Wang Mingyuan. Knowing that he has won every time and taken everything on my stall, what kind of behavior is it to come back a second time when one time is not enough? Shin Qingtang looked directly at Wang Mingyuan, his almond-shaped eyes cold. Only when you meet a worthy opponent can you decide who wins or loses. What's the point of a unilateral crush? The crowd watching the excitement fell silent. The few Navy soldiers were silent. Only the sudden applause next to Shin Qingtang remained. It's considered bullying the weak. Young Master Chen clapped his hands loudly. The onlookers nodded one after another. That's right. People open their doors to do business, to make money. Yeah, no one wants to do a business that loses money. Yes, he won all the tricks, and the young lady gave him all the prizes without saying a word. He wants to come a second time, which is indeed a bit bullying. Someone else advised Wang Mingyuan. Quit it while you are ahead. It's not easy for the young lady either. You took away so many things from her. She must not make any money today. That's right. One tael of silver is 1,000 coins, plus other things. It's almost the same if it's less than 2,000 coins. Bamboo rings are 1 coin each. If you buy more, you can get 3 for 2 coins. The young lady worked for half a day and still lost money. She must be unhappy. Anyway, I would not agree to it if it were me. There is a ring-tossing stall in front. After he used a ring, the stall owner ran away without even taking the stall. You can't say that. Some water soldiers disagreed. She is here to set up a stall to do business, not to beg for misery. Why are you saying all this nonsense? Wang Mingyuan pointed to the rule sign and said, Your sign doesn't say you can't use it a second time. I wrote the sign. If I say you can't, then you can't. Shin Qingtang said righteously. She crossed her arms and looked at Wang Mingyuan, curling her lips sarcastically. I heard that there are 2 ring-tossing stalls in this market. One of the stall owners has been lured away by you. Why don't you try the other one and see if he will be so generous and let you keep luring people? Wang Mingyuan said concisely, I just want to lure the one on your side. Shin Qingtang changed his previous tough attitude and nodded readily. Okay. But I have a condition.
You say.
I can let you have another round. If you don't hit any of the rings, you have to return all the prizes you just caught to me. Before Wang Mingyuan could speak, the young Master Chen next to him said, Are you kidding? I have never seen him fail. If you change the condition to even if there is only one ring missing, you may not win. If I win, Shen Qingtang's eyes fell on the purse on the waist of the young Master Chen. Do you have to put as many bamboo rings as you have silver money today? Young Master Chen, he said unhappily. What does it have to do with me? When others are fighting, don't watch the excitement. It's easy to get covered in blood. Shen Qingtang said in a gloomy tone. Young Master Chen, heartless pregnant woman. He nodded. Okay. If you really win, I will give you the purse. Shen Qingtang shook his head and refused. That won't work. I am not interested in you, so I cannot have your purse. Besides, I am an upright businessman, and I will not accept money given out of pity. Young Master Chen. His face instantly turned red with anger. His purse was for silver and money, not a love purse. Before he could explain, he heard Shin Qingtang provoking Wang Mingyuan. Are you afraid to bet? Wang Mingyuan was surprised. Are you serious? He thought Shin Qingtang was just saying it in anger. Of course. Shin Qingtang nodded. Although I am not a gentleman, I will not deny what I said. Okay. Wang Mingyuan's eyes were more appreciative, I bet. Shen Qingtang refilled the prizes. She had no silver on her, so she replaced the silver with a copper coin. After arranging the prizes, she walked to Ji Yanshi again and whispered, If he gets one of these again, you will not have meat for a month. Don't let anyone see that you did it. Seeing Shen Qingtang standing in the corner, Wang Mingyuan raised the bamboo ring in his hand. Then I will start? Shen Qingtang made a gesture of invitation. As usual, Wang Mingyuan's first bamboo ring went for the most valuable copper coin. Everyone, including the enemy navy, looked at Shen Qingtang with sympathy. 3 words were written on everyone's face. You are finished. However, an unexpected scene happened. The bamboo ring that should have hit the copper coin was off by an inch. According to the rules, it does not count as a hit. Wang Mingyuan widened his eyes in disbelief. He was very thin, like skin and bones. When he stared, it seemed that his eyeballs were about to fall out, which was a bit scary. Wang Mingyuan didn't care what others thought of him and threw out another bamboo ring. This time was off by even more, a full 2 inches.
Huh.
Young Master Chen, who was watching the excitement carelessly, stood up straight, rubbed his eyes, and whispered to himself, Am I seeing things? Wang Mingyuan also doubted himself. He looked down at his hands, as if he suddenly didn't recognize his own hands. Did he miss the target just now?
No.
Once was a mistake. Twice it couldn't be a coincidence. There must be something wrong. Wang Mingyuan looked up at Shin Qingtang. Shin Qingtang was standing in the corner with a smile on her face. It wasn't her who did anything wrong. Wang Mingyuan was sure. He frowned, took a deep breath, aimed at the copper coins and threw out the 3rd bamboo ring. It missed again. The crowd of onlookers began to discuss. What's going on? Did the female stall owner change the bamboo rings? Impossible. The guy who threw the bamboo rings put them here himself, and we're all watching. The female stall owner didn't even touch them.
Then.
Is there something wrong with the copper coins? Shen Qingtang stopped when he heard this. Wait a minute. Wang Mingyuan looked at Shen Qingtang with a puzzled look. Shen Qingtang walked towards Wang Mingyuan and stretched out his hand. Please lend me the silver you just took. Otherwise, people will think I did something to the copper coins. Don't worry, if you win, the copper coin is yours too. Wang Mingyuan hesitated, but still took out the copper coin he had just won. He knew it was not the copper coin, but at this moment he hoped it was. Shen Qingtang replaced the silver and signaled Wang Mingyuan to continue. Everyone at the scene looked at Wang Mingyuan in unison. Wang Mingyuan raised his hand. Young Master Chen swallowed unconsciously, staring at the bamboo ring in Wang Mingyuan's hand with bated breath. He watched intently as the bamboo ring left Wang Mingyuan's hand and flew towards the silver, first rising quickly and then slowly lowering, and finally landing and bouncing at a distance of 1 finger from the silver. Young Master Chen cursed the quintessence of Chinese culture in a low voice. Wang Mingyuan stared at the bamboo ring in a daze. There was a lot of noise in his ears, but he couldn't hear anything. Can't win? Why can't you win? There was clearly nothing unusual. He was stunned for a moment, then grabbed a handful of bamboo rings and threw them out. In the last round, he could only hit the target with 5 rings at most. This time, all 5 rings missed. No, it was definitely not his problem. Even if he made mistakes, it was impossible for him to make mistakes every time. Wang Mingyuan looked up at Shen Qingtang again. Shen Qingtang was still smiling faintly, without any surprise on her face. She must have done something. Wang Mingyuan started throwing bamboo rings again, his eyes not on the prize, but on Shen Qingtang. It seemed that he wanted to see what she did. Shen Qingtang was still standing there smiling, her eyes chasing the bamboo rings in the field. 500 bamboo rings. 0 hits. The onlookers were talking about it. The enemy's navy, however, shut up as if they couldn't find their tongues. Shen Qingtang said with a smile, "According to the bet, you didn't catch any of the bait. You lose." Wang Mingyuan was straightforward. He put the newly bought backpack into the ring surrounded by ropes and nodded, "I lost. The item belongs to the original owner." He bowed and said goodbye, then turned and left. Shen Qingtang watched Wang Mingyuan leave until his back disappeared from his sight. Then, he turned to look at young Master Chen. Young Master Chen consciously untied the purse on his waist and poured out the silver and money in the purse. Fortunately, he didn't bring much silver and money today, just 7 or 8 taels of silver and some copper coins. He didn't feel bad about giving it away. Shen Qingtang took the silver with his left hand, picked up a piece of broken silver with his right hand, threw it into the air with one hand, and then opened his palm to catch it. "Young Master Chen, do me a favor, and I will return the silver to you, how about it?" Young Master Chen was not fooled. "What do you want to say first?" Shen Qingtang said, "TSK." She found that the rich young men in Beichuan were not easy to fool. This was true for the little fat man, and so was Mr. Chen. In fact, Mr. Chen was even harder to fool than the little fat man. He looked gentle and easy to talk to, but in fact he was very stubborn and always kept a certain distance from others. Shen Qingtang stopped throwing the silver, grabbed the silver in his hand, and pointed his index finger in the direction of the copper coin stall. "Is the stall owner also related to Mr. Wang?" "How do you know he?" Mr. Chen realized that he had let the cat out of the bag and immediately kept silent and shook his head. "I don't know. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first."
Wait.
Shen Qingtang turned around and brought over a small basket of vegetables that served as a prize. "Another basket of vegetables?" Mr. Chen hesitated for a moment, like a thief, looking left and right, and then lowered his voice and said, "I told you. You can't tell others that I said it." Shen Qingtang nodded, without hesitation. Young Master Chen was worried and emphasized, "Even if you said it, I will not admit that I said it." Shen Qingtang was suddenly curious. "I saw your house when I went to deliver something to you. Just looking at your house. The Chen family should be considered a well-known figure in Beichuan, right? Why are you so afraid of Mr. Wang?" Young Master Chen glared and retorted, "Who is afraid of Mr. Wang? It's just..." His voice was a little lower. "Grandfather doesn't allow me to deal with the Wang family." "Then why did you compete with the little fat guy in ring tossing last time?" "Grandfather said that the little fat guy is a classmate. It is impossible for us not to get along, as long as we don't open our hearts." After saying that, he realized why he had to answer every question of Shen Qingtang. With a humph, he asked the question he hadn't finished asking just now. "Why do you think that stall has something to do with Mr. Wang?" Wang Mingyuan's words and deeds are gentlemanly. If he wasn't asked by others, he would never do such a thing that would ruin someone's financial future. But he smashed another stall that was throwing rings and smashed our stall but didn't touch the stall that was throwing copper coins. As the saying goes, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. After Shen Qingtang explained, he returned the silver and the basket to young Master Chen. Young Master Chen only took the basket. "I am willing to accept the loss. The silver is yours." The vegetables are a thank you gift. This silver is worth spending. You can actually beat Wang Mingyuan.
Ha ha ha.
By the last word, the person had already run far away. After Wang Mingyuan made a fuss, no one came to throw rings in front of the stall. Even the children didn't come. Shen Qingtang was a little angry. It was obvious that the stall that was throwing copper coins was causing trouble. The inner city of Beichuan County is so small that it can't accommodate 3 ring-tossing stalls. Only one company can make the most money. But she was the first to do this ring-tossing business. Why do they bully me like this? Shen Qingtang raised her head and saw Ji Yanshi standing upright outside the rope fence. The anger in her heart dissipated a little. Ji Yanshi, let's have steak tonight. If we can't buy beef, we'll have roasted whole lamb. Dakian's oxen are regulated, and beef is generally not allowed to be sold. Unless the cattle died of non-illness accidents or the cattle are disabled and can't work, they can be sold with the approval of the government. In addition, a batch of beef will be approved for sale every new year. It is considered a special supply for the powerful. Whether you can buy fresh beef depends on luck. Ji Yanshi looked at her without saying anything. Being looked at with such clear eyes, Shen Qingtang's grievances surged up little by little, and she pouted. They are really bullying. Shen Qingtang has always been a person who will avenge his grudges. This is the first time he has suffered such a big grievance since he crossed over. But she couldn't retaliate immediately and had to weigh the pros and cons in her heart. Even young Master Qin was keeping away from Wang Yuanwei, so what could she, an exile who hadn't yet established a firm foothold, do to fight Wang Yuanwei? But she was afraid that if she swallowed her anger this time, he would get worse next time. Mother and child are connected by heart. The baby in her belly probably felt Shen Qingtang's emotional fluctuations and moved in her belly. Shen Qingtang took a deep breath to suppress the churning emotions in her heart, patted her belly through her clothes, and soothed softly. Be good. Mother is fine. Don't be afraid. Ji Yanshi, who was like a background board, suddenly moved, stretched out his hand to grab the 1 liang silver ingot in the ring-tossing field, and turned away. Shen Qingtang was about to chase him, but a group of children came to the ring again, so she had to put a copper coin in the place where the silver was before. Warmly entertain these old customers who patronize her business every day. After the group of kids left, Shen Qingtang put away the copper coins, said hello to the stall owner next door, and asked them to look after the ring-tossing stall, then lifted the rope fence, bent down, and went out to chase Ji Yanshi. From a distance, she saw a group of people gathered together. It should be the copper coin-tossing stall. Business is so hot? Shen Qingtang felt a little uncomfortable, and the anger that had just been suppressed in her heart rose again. If the business was snatched from her by legitimate means, there would be nothing to say if she was not as skilled as others. How could she not be angry when someone used despicable means to the business and suppress her? Shen Qingtang quickened her pace and wanted to leave the stall that made her feel indignant as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, she saw a corner of a red dress in the gap of the crowd. Red clothes? No one in the whole market wore such brightly colored clothes except Ji Yanshi. Doesn't he hate crowds? What is he doing here? Shen Qingtang had a lot of questions in his mind, so he had to protect his stomach and squeeze into the crowd while shouting, "Excuse me." Although I got a few comments like, "It's not easy to give birth with such a big belly. Why don't you just stay at home and join in the fun?" And a pregnant woman is so nosy. "Aren't you afraid of squeezing the baby out?" complained, but with the help of the light from her pregnant belly, she managed to squeeze to the front and saw Ji Yanshi. He was standing outside the boundary line blocked by thin wooden strips, holding a handful of bamboo rings in his hand and a pile of them at his feet. Probably all the 1 or 2 taels of silver were exchanged for bamboo rings. Just as Shen Qingtang was about to speak, Ji Yanshi threw the bamboo ring in his hand lightly out. Just fit on the 100 copper plates. It really was just right to fit all the 100 copper plates in the bamboo ring. The 100 copper plates were strung together with a thread and lay loosely on the ground. The bamboo rings made by the stall owner are generally small, and according to common sense, they cannot be completely covered by the bamboo ring. However, Ji Yanshi is not an ordinary person, and the bamboo rings he threw out seemed to have spirituality. When the bamboo rings touched them, the copper plates consciously gathered in the middle and finally gathered in the bamboo ring. In the ring-tossing arena, the stall owner's face can be described as ink-colored, but his lips are a little pale. Shen Qingtang saw that his hands were shaking when he bent down to pick up the copper plates. I don't know if it was because of the cold or anger. The onlookers applauded and cheered. Shen Qingtang also applauded. When the stall owner handed the copper plates to Ji Yan, he warned in a low voice, "Young man, only by knowing when to quit can you live longer." Shen Qingtang was standing next to Ji Yanshi and could even hear the stall owner grinding his teeth when he spoke. Ji Yanshi was unmoved, as if he had not heard the stall owner's warning. He relied on his height advantage to throw the bamboo ring over the stall owner's head. He hit another 90 copper coins. This stall was slightly smaller than Shen Qingtang's ring-tossing stall, and the overall layout, gameplay, and process were copied. The 2 rows closest to the ring-tossing customers were all small copper coins. From 1 to 10 coins occupied 2 rows. The 3rd and 4th rows were 10 copper coins and 20 copper coins. From the 5th row, the number of coins increases by 100. 100 coins, 200 coins, and so on. At the end of the 6th row, it is exactly 1 guan of money. Ji Yanshi and Wang Mingyuan both start from the farthest and most valuable prize. Shen Qingtang silently calculated that Ji Yanshi has already won 5,690 coins. No wonder the stall owner looked like he wanted to eat Ji Yanshi alive. The ace determines the position. Shen Qingtang was very unhappy when Wang Mingyuan emptied all the prizes. Seeing Ji Yanshi hit the target repeatedly, she felt extremely happy. Even though she knew that after the short-term happiness, there would be endless troubles. Before, Shen Qingtang hesitated whether to endure the next wave of grievances and retaliate when she was stronger in the future, or to take revenge immediately and think about the consequences when she faced them. Now there is no need to worry about it. Ji Yanshi has made a choice for her. It's just that Ji Yanshi is mentally damaged now. He is only responsible for starting the fire and not for the aftermath. Shen Qingtang quietly left the crowd, went back to his stall and started packing up, ready to leave. It was late, and he was afraid that he would not be able to leave the city smoothly. When Shen Yuji and his wife came back, Shen Qingtang had already put the prizes back on the sled, and all the rope fences were removed. Shen Yuji looked up at the sky, and Li Suan looked at Shen Qingtang. "Shen Yuji, we're going home so early?" The sun was still in the southeast, and it was still early for noon. "What's wrong with you?" Li Suan put the pig fat he was carrying on the sled frame and looked Shen Qingtang up and down. "I'm not feeling unwell. Let's go quickly, I'll tell you on the way." Shen Qingtang shook his head, his hands moving non-stop, rolling the long rope into a small ball and putting it into the box. In the end, there were 2 ropes left. One was used to tie the prize box firmly to the sled. The other was left for Shen Yuji to fix the purchased New Year's goods on the sled. The theme of today's shopping is food. Li Suan also got busy. The family of 3 quickly loaded the sled and pulled it away. "Where's Ji Yanshi?" Li Suan looked around for a long time, but didn't see anyone on the roof. Shen Yuji added, "Uncle Sun Wu hasn't come back yet." Shen Qingtang kept walking. Ji Yanshi can catch up. Uncle Sun Wu. Shen Qingtang really forgot about the existence of Uncle Sun Wu. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let's go out of the city and wait for him. He doesn't look familiar, so he won't be targeted." Unlike Ji Yanshi, who was always with her in red. Even if she wanted to pretend that she didn't know Ji Yanshi, no one would believe her. "What's going on?" Li Su asked with a worried look on her face. As soon as she finished speaking, Ji Yanshi appeared in their sight. He was holding a large sack in one hand, and the sack looked full of something. He stopped in front of Shen Qingtang, threw the sack on the ground, and uttered 2 words. "Don't cry." These 2 words were obviously calm, not even gentle. Shen Qingtang was deeply moved. Which woman doesn't want someone to stand up and protect her regardless of the consequences when she is wronged and humiliated, even if he is mentally damaged? even if the trouble he makes may bring catastrophic consequences to his family. Ji Yanshi pointed to the sack on the ground and uttered 2 more words, "For you." Shen Qingtang opened the mouth of the sack and took a breath. A sack of copper coins. She calculated that even if Ji Yanshi got all the copper coins back, it would only be 6,105 coins. 1 string of copper coins weighs 6 or 7 pounds, and 6 strings of copper coins weighs about 40 pounds. 40 pounds of copper coins can fill a sack? Thank you. Shen Qingtang was not polite to Ji Yanshi. He didn't know how to be polite and only knew how to refuse. Put it on the sled for me. I can't lift it now. Shen Qingtang pointed at the sled frame. She couldn't use too much force now, otherwise she would have contractions. Ji Yanshi was surprisingly easy to talk to at this moment and put the sack on the sled frame with one hand. The family of 3 and Ji Yanshi walked quickly towards the city gate. Sitting on the sled, Shen Qingtang looked back and forth from time to time. On the way, Shen Qingtang roughly recounted what happened today and the relationship between Wang Mingyuan and the copper coin ring stall owner. If we don't leave, I'm afraid there will be trouble. Shen Qingtang was afraid that someone would come and the money back. Li Suan was angrily. It was obviously them who started the trouble first, but we have to run away. Is there any justice? When you were in the capital, didn't you know that justice was in the hands of the rich and powerful? Why are you talking nonsense now? Shen Yuji motioned Li Suan to get on the sled. Sit on. I'll drag you, and we'll go faster. I think Qingtang is right to worry. We'll be in trouble if we stay. Li Suan, regardless of his image, quickly got on the sled and did not forget to retort. Why are you talking nonsense? It's just that we have no power and influence right now, and when we encounter unfair things, what else can we do but shout that it's unjust? Shen Qingtang gave Li Suan a thumbs up. My mother is really insightful. I thought her mother was a greenhouse flower, but I didn't expect that she also knew the dangers of the world. It is often the ordinary people who shout for justice and fairness, especially the ordinary people who have suffered great grievances. Shen Yuji is proud of it. Madam is still insightful. However, this kid at the Ji Yen is not bad. This tooth for tooth is well done. The revenge of the Copper Circle stall owner came faster than Shen Qingtang expected. Before they even got out of the inner city gate, they were stopped by a group of people who were obviously here with bad intentions. There were about a dozen people. Each of them was strong and sturdy, like well-trained thugs. Li Suan got off her sled and protected Shen Qingtang behind her. Shen Yuji dropped the rope and ran over, standing in front of the mother and daughter. Shen Qingtang's eyes trembled slightly, and the tip of her nose felt a little sour. Every time she encountered danger, her parents always chose to protect her first. Ji Yanshi did not move, the rope in his hand did not loosen, and his back was straight and upright. Li Suan was a little scared and asked in a low voice, "Do you think Ji Yanshi can beat so many people? These people are more powerful than wild boars, right?" Shen Yuji was unsure, clenched his fists, ready to jump out and fight them at any time, who knows. Seeing that he usually throws us around easily, he should be able to beat us, right? Usually, I hate Ji Yanshi the most for using his martial arts to bully others. But at this moment, I sincerely pray that his martial art skills are so strong that he can protect them. More than a dozen people surrounded the 4 people from the Shin family, each holding a wooden stick and approaching them. The leader raised a knife and pointed at Ji Yanshi. Hand over the copper coins on you if you know what's good for you. I will not pay attention to such threats during the quarterly banquet. Shen Qingtang said, Anyway, why do you still feel cowardly when things are like this? He replied with a mentality. Why do you do a trap business if you can't afford to lose? Just 6 guan of money. Is it worth such a big fight? It costs more than $6 to hire you guys, right? Wang Yuanwai's family is very wealthy, so he wouldn't buy a murderer for $6, right? Maybe the stall owner is using Yuanwai Wang's reputation to swindle outside? Who said it's just $6? One of the thugs scolded, 6 guan of money in 1 round, this kid. He pointed at the quarterly banquet, forcing shopkeeper Zhao to take out all the money he had on him and give it to him before leaving. A full $15 is enough. The leader kicked the speaker. What nonsense are you talking to a witch?
Come on.
A dozen thugs heard the words and rushed over. During the quarter banquet, both hands moved at the same time. The left hand drew a semicircle around him, and the right hand pulled the sledge forward. At the same time, the rope from the right hand was transferred to the left hand, and the right hand also drew Shinyuji and Lee Suin were caught off guard and almost fell over. More than 10 thugs were already lying on the ground, motionless. Shin Qingdang, it's so scary. Seeing that a dozen or so powerful people couldn't make a single move during the banquet. Lee Suin fell to the ground and asked with a trembling voice, They won't be dead, right? Shin Yuji first lifted Lee Suin up from the ground and asked her to sit on another sledge. He took small steps to one of the thugs, bent down, shook his hands, and carefully explored the S-breath. Then he breathed out a long breath. In one breath, still alive. What should I do if I really get involved in a life-threatening lawsuit? Fortunately, I took measured measures during the quarterly banquet. I knocked people unconscious during the quarterly banquet, raised my feet and moved forward, dragging the sledge forcefully over the people who were blocking the way. Shen Qingtang. Most of the emotion in my heart has dissipated. Have you considered her feelings? There was some sympathy and pity for the jade at the quarterly banquet, but not much. Shin Yuji and Lee Suin praised her repeatedly during the quarterly banquet. I just said that Xiao Ji is a good kid. Although you can't count on it at ordinary times, you can't be vague when your life is at stake. The more Lee Suin watched the quarterly banquet, the more satisfied she became. She thought that if she really couldn't find her family at the quarterly banquet, she would accept him as her adopted son and help him start a family. Shun Yuji agreed in his heart, but said the opposite. Hope.
What?
Didn't he provoke these people?
What are you talking about?
Lee Suin glared at Shin Yuji. Why did he provoke these people? Isn't it just to vent your anger on Qingtang? It's not that Shin Yuji really didn't remember his kindness at the quarterly banquet. He just objected because of his opposition and was immediately silenced by the glare. Speaking of which, Lee Suin thought thoughtfully, was it right at the quarterly banquet? Is Qingtang too caring? I can't. When Shin Yuji turned his head and looked at the quarterly banquet that was one step ahead of him, he is a fool who only knows how to eat meat, but he also knows who to like or not. If you are really sincere, you won't repay kindness with hatred and occupy the magpie's nest with a dove. Look, you said he only knows how to eat meat. What does the trap have to do with eating meat? Qingtang didn't tempt him with meat this time. Coincidence, right? Maybe I got it wrong? Having been with Ji Yan for so long, it's really hard for people to think about the relationship between men and women. What's more, Shun Qingtang is still in this situation. Even Lee Suin just said it casually and saw Shin Yu's rebuttal, but he didn't insist on his opinion. Maybe so. Since the thugs have been knocked unconscious, and the superior force at the quarterly banquet was stronger than they thought, returning home safely should not be a problem. Shin Qingtang's family decided to walk back to pick up Sun Wuya. They didn't go far when they met Zhu. Master Sun was limping on a cane. When he saw the Shin family, he complained mainly to Shin Qingtang, "You are so heartless, little girl. I went to buy medicinal materials to make chilblain ointment for you, but you secretly left the city without waiting for me." Of course, Shin Qingtang didn't admit it. We'll leave first if something unexpected happens. We don't wait for you, because we don't want to injure you. Doesn't this mean he'll come back to pick you up once the crisis is over? Besides, aren't you buying medicinal materials for healing during the seasonal banquet? Sun Wuya. He automatically ignored the last sentence and asked, "What happened? Why is it so serious?" "You get on the sledge first," we said on the way. Shin Yuji pulled 2 sledges, one of which was occupied by Sun Wuya. On the way to the uncle's house, Shin Yuji told Sun Wuya the reason why they left first. After hearing this, Sun Wuya looked at Ji with a complicated expression. During the banquet, Shin Yuji suddenly felt unsure whether the man in front of him was his prince. He was neither like when his mind was damaged, nor when he was strategizing after regaining his mind. Shun Yuji read Master Sun's expression and comforted him. I had the same feeling as you when I first found out. This is a good thing. At least they are gradually becoming more humane during the banquet." "No, you don't understand." Sun Wuya thought angrily. who has the same feeling as you. Far from it. Not far from the inner city gate is the uncle's house. Sun Wuya said that this is the Shin family's business. He doesn't know it was convenient to participate, and he volunteered to stay outside to help them watch the sledges. Sun Wuya also suggested staying with him to watch the sledges during the quarterly banquet. Unfortunately, he did not accept Sun Wuya's suggestion during the quarterly banquet and stayed away from Shin Qingtang. Following Shin Qi's home, Shin Qi was very surprised to see Shin Yu returning. "Third brother, have you figured out?" Shin Yuji said loudly. "What's there to think about? I just came here to ask my mother what she wanted from me." Of course. Shin Qiji was pulled by his eldest uncle before he opened his mouth. She smiled and said, third brother and sister, it's cold outside. Come and sit in the house. Come. Please serve tea to the 3 old men and the 3 ladies first." Then he turned to Shin Qiji and said, "Husband, please talk to your third brother and the others first. I'll go and invite your mother to the hall. We can wait until mother comes to talk about anything else." So, Shin Qiji led a group of people into the second courtyard and sat down in the hall. There was no charcoal pot in the room, and it was as cold as an ice cellar. Logically speaking, Shin Qiji should sit in the chief seat. This is his home, and he is the elder. It was the eldest brother again. Unexpectedly, Shin Qiji had just lifted the hem of his robe and was about to take his seat. He was already sitting on the main seat at the banquet. Shin Qiji had seen him at the birthday banquet and knew that he was not a normal person. Did not care about him, turned to glare at Shin Yuji, who was sitting at the banquet, spread his hands. "I can't control him." While he was talking, other people also took their seats one after another. Shin Qiji couldn't help but sit down, so he could only stand in the middle of the room, supporting the master to make pie and pour water for everyone. But he didn't expect that this move was more like a servant. Fortunately, Shin the old lady was quickly pushed into the hall by Aunt Ru. Shin Qingdan, dressed in the most fashionable new clothes, deliberately showed off in front of Shin Qingtang. "Do your clothes look good? Miss Wang Sen specially gave it to me. It is the most popular style in Beichuan this year." Shin Qingtang nodded. Shin Qingdan was happy. Beichuan is indeed a small border town. This aesthetic really makes people disagree. Shin Qingtang clearly disliked it. Shin Qingdan's mouth froze halfway through his grin. "What do you mean?" "Red and green race. It's hard for you to have the courage to wear it." Shin Qingtang turned his head. One more look at Shin Qingdan was poisonous to his own eyes. Shin Qingdan didn't know what he was thinking. He was wearing a red peony headdress, bright red lips, and a green coat, robe, and embroidered shoes of the same color. "Shin Qingtang, do you dare to scold me?" Shin Qingdan gritted his teeth and glared at Shin Qingtang. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed to Shin Qingtang. He raised his hand and said, "Last time at my grandmother's birthday party, I haven't even settled the debt with you for making me look embarrassed and punished." Shin Qingtang sat on the armchair, grabbed Shin Qingdan's hand with one hand, leaned his upper body back slightly, and protected his stomach with the other hand, raised his foot, and kicked forward hard. He kicked Shin Qingdan's lower abdomen hard. He was kicked to the ground. The aunt's face suddenly fell, and just when she was about to speak, she heard Mrs. Shin scolding Shin Qingdan, "You are becoming more and more unruly. Can't you see the elders want to discuss something? Get out." Shin Qingdan felt more and more aggrieved and cried out, "Wow. Grandma, you're biased. Why do you only scold me and not Shin Qingtang? Isn't she a junior?" Old Madam Shin took a deep breath and turned back to scold her aunt. "Look at how well you have taught your daughter. Why don't you take her out quickly? She is ignorant, and you are also ignorant?" The aunt's face froze, and she suppressed her anger. She helped Shin Qingdan up and poked her forehead lightly. "How many times have I told you? Stay away from your cousin, so as not to get stained by the company you keep. It has only been a few days, and you've learned to slap others. You will be someone's wife in the future, so keep your temper. Don't learn from that shrew in the market." From the inside out, it was clear that Shin Qingtang was being taunted and was a shrew. Shin Qingtang was about to speak, but Li Suan took the lead. "Sister-in-law is right. Qingtang, stay away from your cousin in the future. Last time, he almost lost his life because of her. Who knows if he will have such good luck next time? I don't know whether he will be redder if he is close to red, but I know that even a street shrew will not curse others while thinking about their formula. Lee Suin emphasized the word formula. The eldest and opened her mouth and closed it again, and pulled Shin Qingdan, who was still unconvinced and crying unfair, out of the hall. Old Lady Shin knew that the soap recipe was made by Shin Qingdan, so she could only ignore Shin Qingdan's cries. Hearing this, she spoke to Lee Suin. Third brother's wife, since you mentioned the formula, I will ask again if you can give the soap formula to your eldest brother? Mother. Shin Yuji was afraid that Lee Suin would be embarrassed, so he rushed to speak. Why do you ask such unreasonable questions? The soap was developed bit by Qingtang with great effort. Why does my eldest brother covet it? You can't write two Shin characters with one. Old Madam Shin said in a deep voice. Your eldest brother wants the soap formula, not to take it for himself. He also wants to pave the way for our Shin family to return to the capital. Shin Yuji said briefly. Huh. I don't know what a small soap formula has to do with returning to the capital. Shin Chiji rushed to ask. Is it a big deal? You also saw that day that the rascal Shin Qingming offended the young master of Mr. Wang's family. Mr. Wang was willing to make peace with us on the condition that we share the soap formula with him. Shin Qingtang couldn't help interrupting Shin Chiji. Shin Qingming offended Mr. Wang. Even if he apologized, it should be my second uncle who paid and gave things. Why did he use my soap formula as an apology? To be able to say such a thing, the uncle's brain must have been eaten by a dog. Probably knowing that he was not in the right, Shin Chiji rarely put on the airs of an elder to scold Shin Qingtang, but turned to look at Old Lady Shin with a look of help. Old Lady Shin closed her eyes and said to Shin Yuji, We are all family. I won't say those polite words. The county magistrate promised that as long as we hand over the soap formula to Mr. Wang, he will arrange an easy job for your eldest brother in the yamen. Mr. Wang also said that he would do the soap business with your second brother. The people in the third room waited for a while, but there was no follow-up. Shin Yuji asked, What about us? What benefits will it bring to us if we hand over the soap formula? Old Lady Shin flattered, I know you are still living a hard life in the cave. As long as you hand over the soap formula, your eldest brother is willing to clean up 2 rooms in the front yard for you to live in. Shin Yuji laughed angrily. Mother, are there any houses in the front yard that can be lived in? He had already looked around the last time he came. There were a few low thatched houses in the front yard against the west wall, one for storing sundries and tools, one for the woodshed, and another that was supposed to be for the person in charge of the stables. There were no horses in the first house now, and there was still some hay for the horses that the owner hadn't processed. Shin Chiji used to speak to the people of the third house in an imperative tone in the capital, and this was the first time he was so humble. He thought the people of the third house would stop when they saw the opportunity and hand over the soap formula happily, but he didn't expect them to be so stubborn. His patience ran out immediately, and his tone became bad. No matter how bad the front yard is, it's better than staying in the broken cave outside the city, right? Third brother, in the capital before, you didn't care about anything and just ate, drank, and had fun as an idle rich young man. Why are you still so ignorant now that you are in Beichuan? It's just a recipe for soap, and you're still acting so proud? Who am I running around for? Isn't it for our Shin family? I'm the head of the family, and only when I return to the city can you, the third house, live a good life. Shin Qingtang couldn't listen any more and sneered, Then follow you into exile again? No, this time we can be exiled because of our grandfather's past contributions. If there is a next time, it will not be the exile of 3 clans but the execution of 9 clans. Uncle, have you forgotten that we have already separated? Shunyuji nodded in agreement. Brother, my daughter is right. We have already separated. You are you, and I am me. Even if you return to the capital to resume your post in the future, it has nothing to do with me. Yes, I admit that I have benefited from you when I was in the capital before, but that is what I deserve. Since childhood, I have been better than you in everything, whether it is reading or the 6 arts of a gentleman. It's just because you are the eldest, so I have to give in to you, and I can't pursue a career in politics. Even because I am the third child, I can't even do business. Otherwise, which 7-foot man would be willing to accept charity? Besides, I am not an idle young man in vain. Over the years, how much information have I provided you openly and secretly? How many times have I been a go-to for you? Most of the friends I made are because they are beneficial to you and the Shun family. I don't owe you anything. My daughter owes you nothing, even less. Shin Yuji stood up and became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he wanted to spit out all the words hidden in his heart over the years. For our Shun family, I can do anything, even if I have to be a despised for the rest of my life.
But,
Brother, you shouldn't push my daughter out for your own selfishness. You are a father who knows how to love your own daughter and doesn't want people to abuse her, so am I not a father? Just because you were born earlier than me, I will make way for you all my life, and my daughter will also make way for you, and for your daughter all her life? Don't even think about the soap formula. That's Qingtong stuff, not mine, let alone the Shin family's. Shin Yuji clenched his fists, his eyes red, and repeated angrily, "Don't even think about it. How many times have I told you? It's all nonsense from Qingtang. We were confiscated and exiled. How could I have the money to bribe the officials?" Shin Chiji's voice was a little lower. "Even if we split up, we are still brothers from the same mother. Even if we break bones, we are still connected. We prosper together and suffer together. God is watching everything we do. Uncle, do you think no one saw what you did that night? The only thing you can be thankful for is that I still have no power and cannot do anything to you. I'm remembering this. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge." Shin Qingtang sneered, "Uncle, you always call me shameless. Today I'm going to return the blame to you. Before the split up, you wanted me to die. A few days ago, you thought I was a disgrace to the Shin family and didn't want me to come to celebrate grandmother's birthday. Only a few days have passed, and you're breaking bones with me to get my soap formula? Uncle, if I had been forced to death by you when I first arrived in Beichuan, what are you thinking about now?" Shin Chiji was speechless after being silenced by Shin Yuji and Shin Qingtang. He could only look at Old Lady Shin again. Old Lady Shin's cheeks were burning. Shin Qingtang's words didn't just hit Shin Chiji's face. He also wanted to shut her up. She opened her mouth several times before making a sound. "Third brother, as your mother, I beg you, okay?" Shin Yuji looked at Old Lady Shin with disbelief and heard on her face, "Mother, what did you say?" Old Lady Shin closed her eyes and didn't look at Shin Yuji. "I said, I beg you. Or, take that soap formula as the alimony I asked you for." Aunt Rue also closed her eyes, unable to bear to listen any longer. She knew that if she said this, the young lady would be afraid of losing the only son who truly cared about her. Shin Yuji staggered back 2 steps, leaning on the table behind him to stand firm. He raised his hand to cover his heart and felt the chill his palm. His heart felt like there was a hole, and air was leaking out. The last time he had this feeling was when his mother begged him to give up studying. At a young age, he was deeply appreciated by the family school teacher, and his talent was above his peers. As time went by, he overshadowed his eldest brother. Even his father favored him. Later one day, his mother found him and begged him just like today. Begged him to give up studying and give up fame. She said that she didn't want to see brothers killing each other when she was old. That day she said, "Yuji, when your mother begs you, it may be to repay my kindness in raising you over the years." It was still midsummer, but he felt chilled to the bone. From that day on, Shin Yuji became a famous in the capital. His academic performance was just so-so. Shin Qingtang slowly got up from the chair, reached out to support Shin Yuji, and looked at Madame Shen with icy eyes. "Grandma, I have always respected you. I used to think that although you were biased, you were never ambiguous on major issues of right and wrong. But I didn't expect you to also have a day of moral kidnapping. Grandma, I'm sorry, I don't do this. My father does have an obligation to support you, but I don't. The soap recipe is mine, and I won't give it away." She didn't know if her grandmother could understand moral kidnapping. For a moment, she couldn't find a more suitable adjective. Shin Yuji finally found his voice, stood up straight again, and followed Shin Qingtang's words, Mother, from now on alimony will be given to you on a monthly basis within your ability. But the soap recipe doesn't work. That belongs to Qingtang. Mrs. Shen didn't speak anymore. What she said just now had exhausted her last dignity as a mother. Li Suan also stood up and supported Shen Qingtang, but she didn't speak. Her upbringing did not allow her to be like Shen Qingtang. Even if he said disrespectful words to Mrs. Shen, even her aunt could see the alienation in Li Suan's silence. Among the three daughters-in-law, Mrs. Shen felt the most considerate and filial. Finally, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were afraid that they would be separated. When Shen Qiji saw one of Shen Yu's family members walking into the hall, he suddenly became anxious and called Mrs. Shen mother. Mrs. Shen didn't say anything. Shen Qiji stamped his foot, turned around, and chased out. Third brother. Shen Yuji didn't stop, and he and Li Suan supported Shen Qingtang on the left and right as they walked out. Shen Yuji, you really have been an idle son for a long time and don't know the sufferings of the world. Do you think everything will be fine if you don't give me the soap recipe? Both Wang Yuanwei and the county magistrate wanted that La Shizi soap. I can at least give them a good job. If you keep it in your hands, you will only bring trouble to yourself. Don't bother, brother. Shen Yuji refused without looking back. After returning to the valley for a while, the Shen family's eyebrows gradually relaxed. Shen Yuji sat on the deck chair on the terrace and let out a long breath. Suddenly, I felt that there was nothing better than anything else. How is it in the valley? Li Suan sat next to Shen Yuji, making tea in the small clay stove that Shen Qingtang often used. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "If it's just the two of us, it's not a bad idea to spend our whole lives here." Shen Yuji sighed. Yes. Qingke has not yet married. When Qingtang gives birth to a child, she still has to raise him. They should not be detained here for their entire lives. At the end, he seemed to have fighting spirit. We have to make more money while we are young to pave the way for our grandson to return to Beijing. The crime of violating the law is not as bad as that of the unborn. As long as the descendants of a Shen family who were born after the imperial edict promulgated the exile list are not subject to restrictions, they can go to school normally and obtain academic honors. Even without this article, Shen Qingtang is only a girl. She will marry and have children. Will not be restricted either. Li Suan turned around and glanced in the direction of Shen Qingtang's room. Qingtang's body seems to be getting heavier and heavier. I wonder if twins will be born earlier than one child. Shen Yuji sat up straight and knocked on the window of the hall. Fifth Master, will twins be born early? Sun Wuye poked his head out of the window and said, "It stands to reason that she will be pregnant for 10 months. However, most women who are pregnant with twins will give birth around 8.5 to 9 months.
Ah?
Li Suan stood up from the chair suddenly. 8 months to give birth? Wouldn't it be less than a month? We haven't hired a midwife yet. No, I have to go to the midwife first before going to the city tomorrow. Mother. Shen Qingtang's sleepy voice came from her room. We won't go to the city tomorrow.
Ah?
Li Suan was puzzled. Why? Because Ji Fool made a big mistake. Shen Qingtang said, pushed open the window, stuck his head out, and swung his hand down, hearing the sound of copper plates clinking. Li Suan, Shen Yuji, and Sun Wuye watched with wide eyes as Shen Qingtang kept pouring money out with both hands. After she woke up, she saw a big bag worth more than 100 kilograms of copper coins. She suddenly wanted to know what it felt like to have a lot of money, so she found a piece of string used for weaving straw thatch and stringed 15 copper coins together. 50,000. Several people looked at the long string of copper coins coiled on the floor like a snake. They just had never seen so many copper coins together at the same time. Is it the 15 copper coins that I got back from the quarterly banquet? Li Suan said in surprise. Shen Qingtang nodded. Yes, but it's more than 15 strokes. To be exact, it was 15 guans and 650 cents. Shen Yuji clicked his tongue. Such a big sum of money. No wonder people refused to give up. Shen Qingtang also had some helplessness in his eyes. I thought he just robbed $6. Unexpectedly, he forced the shopkeeper to buy and sell by force. Then don't you have a big relationship with Liangzi, a local snake in Beichuan? Sun Wuye sighed. That's why I'm worried. Shin Yuji let out a long sigh. It's really a bit troublesome. How about? Sun Wuya glanced at the Shin family one by one and gave them some advice. You might as well send the quarterly banquet and this sack of copper coins to that Wang Yuan's wife. In this way, won't all the burdens and troubles be solved? Shin Yuji didn't hear the temptation in this sentence and glared at Sun Wuya. Brother, what bad idea are you coming up with? He was not very pleasant during the quarterly banquet, but he was just trying to vent his anger on Qingtang. How can we repay kindness with hatred and push him out? Li Suin nodded repeatedly. Although this child was mentally disabled during the banquet, he came forward for Qingtang and helped our Shin family. He even saved our lives on the way back. If we withdraw him to ward off disaster, will he still be a human being? After a pause, even if he doesn't save our lives, we can't push him out. Those who harm innocent people will be punished. Shun Chinka also said, normally, I don't like this guy. Wanted to throw him out of the valley. But one thing is the same, and I don't agree to push the quarterly banquet out. Sun Wuya, who proposed the bad idea, was secretly moved. Fortunately, the prince met such a family. He wanted to repay the prince's kindness and treat this family well. Just as he was thinking about what to do for the Shin family, he heard Shin Qingtang's cool voice. I think Sun Wuya's proposal is a good one. Shin Qingtang leaned in front of the window, rubbing his chin, looking across the terrace at the door of the quarterly banquet. Mr. Sun Wu. I was angry, thanks to our prince being so good to you. White-eyed wolf. This the girl is joking again. Shin Yuji smiled and shook his head. I'm not kidding. Shin Qingtang weighed the pros and cons with his fingers. First of all, with GG's mentality, and since we returned all the coins, Wang Yuanwei shouldn't care too much. Secondly, even if Wang Yuanwei is a ruthless person, Ji Fool will not let others take advantage of him. His martial arts skills are unfathomable, and the little care and nursing staff raised by outsiders might not be enough to fight him.
No.
Li Suin was the first to object. This is not a matter of whether he can escape unscathed. But we can't do this, it's too immoral. Shun Yuji nodded. Your mother is right. You can't do this to the seasonal banquet. He was a little stupid during the quarterly banquet, but his character is actually not bad. He knew that he had to pay for food, and he never touched her again, even though he was wearing clothes made by her mother. At the end, he turned into anger. I'm not bad to him either. He even threw me. Master Sun Wu also angrily accused Shin Qingtang. You little girl, you have no conscience. But the prince was not ambitious and only listened to the words of this little girl. He did not doubt at all that Shin Qingtang could really trick the prince out and hand him over to Mr. Wang. Shin Qingtang was not surprised at the reaction of her family. People in their family valued feelings and had a high sense of morality. She was different. Before she traveled through time, she was a person who dared to gamble her life. However, Shin Qingtang did not really intend to send Ji Yanshi out to apologize. If Ji Yanshi was unhappy and smashed Mr. Wang's house again, it would not be a grudge but a blood feud. Especially this possibility is quite large. Whatever he thought in his heart did not affect Shin Qingtang's quarrel with Master Sun Wu. If I really have no conscience, I will be the first to send you out and hand you over to Mr. Wang, and then say that Ji Yanshi was instructed by you. A woman's intuition told her that Master Sun Wu was a man with secrets. Recently, she discovered that Master Sun Wu seemed too kind to Ji Yanshi. Master Sun Wu's attitude towards Ji Yanshi was subtly different from that towards the Shin family. He met Ji Yanshi by chance and treated Ji Yanshi with kindness, but Ji Yanshi threw him to the ground again and again, breaking his legs twice. According to common sense, he should have been angry with Ji Yanshi a long time ago. Not to mention fighting to the death, at least he should not be so active in treating Ji Yanshi. But Master Sun Wu was like an indestructible cockroach, indomitable and more courageous. He was full of masochistic attributes and liked to be a licker for Ji Yanshi. Master Sun Wu's explanation was the benevolence of doctors and the challenge of difficult and complicated diseases. It sounded fine, but Shin Qingtang just didn't believe it. So, even though she knew that she needed a doctor by her side when she gave birth, She still couldn't completely trust Master Sunwoo. Master Sunwoo. One should be grateful to those who have done good to him, and one should be grateful to those who have done good to him. Living under someone else's roof, one can only swallow one's anger. Finally, the Shin family agreed with Shin Qingtang's proposal not to go to the city for the time being. It's only a few days before the new year anyway. Why don't we just not go to the city before the new year?
Shun Yuji suggested.
Shin Qingtang shook his head. No, we have to go to the city tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I have agreed with the boss to pay the rent in 3 days. But even if we go to the city, we should try to reduce the number of people. Lee Suin looked worried. Is it appropriate for us to rent a shop now? We can hide in the valley now. If we rent a shop, there will be nowhere to hide. As the saying goes, the monk can run away, but the temple cannot. If we don't rent a shop, we will lose a deposit of 1 guan of money. Shin Qingtang spread his hands. Besides, we will live in Beichuan in the future. We can hide for a while, but not forever. We have to face it. Mr. Wang has always been thinking about our family's soap recipe, and now we have offended him because of the ring-catching incident. Before we come up with a suitable solution, we can only reduce going to the city. Qingtang is right. I'm a stranger. I can go into the city. Shun Chinka raised his hand. We are strangers too. Shin Yuji said, only Qingtang and Ji Yanshi should not show up in the short term. It's definitely not okay not to show up. The pork skin jelly still needs to be delivered. Shun Qingtang shook his head. I came back in a hurry today. I didn't buy pork fat or go to Zhu the butcher to get pork skin. Fortunately, there are still a few pork skins at home. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to deliver the goods tomorrow. I can also go to deliver the goods. Shin Yuji disagreed with Shin Qingtang going into the city. Brother Sun said that you are due to give birth in more than a month. It's inconvenient for us to go in and out. You'd better be careful. Li Suin handed Shin Qingtang a cup of milk tea. Your father and I will go into the city tomorrow. I need to buy some more things for giving birth, and by the way, I will go to find Aunt Sun and ask her to help find out who is the best midwife in Beichuan and see if we can make an appointment. It would be best to hire a midwife who is willing to live with us in the valley for a while. Shun Qingtang thought about it and comforted her mother. Mom, let's put the matter of hiring a midwife aside for a while. Mainly, it's not the right time now. Ji Yanshi and I have to go to the city tomorrow. First, he won't cooperate with you, and second, I promised to make him delicious food, so I have to go buy the ingredients. Shin Yuji and Li Suin were both silent. Shun Chinka opened his mouth but said nothing. In the eyes of the Shin family, owing Ji Yanshi food is much more serious than angering Wang Yuanwei. You can hide when you anger Wang Yuanwei, but you can't hide when you anger Ji Yanshi. The 22nd day of the 12th lunar month was sunny. Based on the principle of avoiding as much as possible, Shin Qingtang went into the city with Ji Yanshi very early. Not surprisingly, he saw the old man selling lanterns at the market again. This time the old man brought a long grass thatch, and Shin Qingtang paid the old man 80 cents. The old man knew that the Shin family didn't want to take advantage of him, so he took the money without much hesitation. He also showed Shin Qingtang his hand. Girl, the medicine of Dr. Sun is really effective. Look at my hand. The old man's frostbitten hands were visibly getting better. Shin Qingtang was a little surprised. She knew that Master Sunwoo was a capable person, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. She secretly made up her mind to make a fortune from Master Sunwoo. After parting with the old man, Shin Qingtang sent the pork skin jelly to Yunkalai and took Ji Yanshi to the secondary market where chickens, ducks, fish, and raw milk were sold. Luckily, there happened to be a man selling beef. In fact, it was not good luck. No matter in ancient or modern times, there are always people walking in the gray area. As the Chinese New Year approaches, every household will buy some cattle. Some people will naturally have ways to sell beef legally. The so-called steak is also the meat from a certain part of the cow. Shin Qingtang and Ji Yanshi came early and could make beef. Most of the meat was still there. Shin Qingtang chose a piece of tenderloin from the sirloin, which is suitable for making sirloin steak, which is suitable for people with good teeth, like those at the seasonal banquet. He also bought the inner and outer tenderloins of the sirloin and T-bone. The sirloin is the so-called fillet steak, which is tender and suitable for the elderly. In addition to steak, he also bought some raw milk, 1 chicken, 1 duck, and 1 goose. Chinese New Year is all about eating, drinking, and having fun. He bought 50 eggs and condiments such as sugar and pepper. Finally, he took a detour through the alley to the pork stall. Zhu the butcher was busy, and Shen Qingtang first bought sheep intestines and other things nearby, and also bought some grains and flour. When Zhu the butcher was done, he immediately took out the pig skin for Shen Qingtang. This time there are 6 pig skins, which are a bit heavy. I'll put them on the sled for you. After Shen Qingtang thanked him, he bought another 20 kilograms of pork fat and pig intestines. Brother Zhu, I have to trouble you for something. You have to take a break from Chinese New Year to the Lantern Festival, right? Can you give me a few more pigskins these days? I'm afraid it won't be enough during the New Year. Okay. Butcher Zhu habitually sharpened his knives with both hands and was happy to get what he wanted. Shen Qingtang wanted to buy some more food, but there was only room for her to sit on the sled frame. The bottom was filled with pork fat, eggs and the like, and chickens, ducks and geese were hung on both sides. The upper back half of the sled frame was occupied by straw mats. Let's go. Shen Qingtang climbed onto the sled frame. I'll go home and make you a steak. Shen Qingtang didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he was out of the west outer city gate. Fortunately, there was no danger. After returning to the valley, Shen Qingtang took a nap first. He slept until noon and was awakened by the smell of food. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table. One of the fresh dishes was served for the first time, cold cucumber salad. Shen Qingtang was surprised. Can the cucumbers be picked? Shan Yuji nodded. They just started to bear fruit, so I picked 2 that grew the fastest to try first. Shen Qingtang remembered that cucumbers take about 3 months to mature. She washed her hands and sat down at the table. I'm so busy every day that I didn't expect we've been in the valley for almost 3 months. Li Suan handed the clean chopsticks to Shen Qingtang, who said it wasn't. When I was on the road of exile, I always thought that every day would be like a year after I arrived in Beichuan. Who would have thought that I would be busy from dawn to dusk every day and never get enough sleep? I would always wish that time would pass slower so that I could finish the things at hand. There are still 7 days to celebrate the new year, and I haven't finished making everyone's new clothes for the new year. We haven't prepared the food for the Chinese New Year yet. Li Su asked Lala and thought about a bunch of unfinished tasks. Shen Yuji tasted a piece of cucumber and nodded repeatedly. The vegetables you grow yourself are the most fragrant. He used to like to tinker with flowers and plants in his own yard in the capital and occasionally plant some vegetables. After speaking, he answered Li Su's question and said, "It's not just you who has endless things to do. Everyone is the same." In the morning, Qing Ke and I buried the wooden pillars used to build the greenhouse. I have to cut bamboo in the afternoon and try to put up the frame of the greenhouse tomorrow. Needless to say, Shen Qingge has been cutting wood for several days. It may take 2 or 3 days to cut the wood to build the side house. Even Sun Wuye is busy making frostbite medicine in batches. Shen Qingtang requested it. He took the time to return it. Shen Qingtang glanced around the dining table to prepare a medicine that could cure the seasonal banquet. Is it just me and Ji-Fool? Sun Wuye's hand shook, and the cucumber he had just picked up fell on the table with a snap. The word Ji-Fool was really harsh. The minced garlic stuck to the cucumber splashed onto the hands of the season banquet, and the season banquet held the cucumber in disgust. Sun Wuye threw it out. Sun Wuye. Shen Qingtang, who had eaten and slept well, had nothing to do and was walking slowly in the valley while looking at the banquet with regret. The chicks have grown up, flapping their wings and flying a few times from time to time. Of course, there is still a certain distance before they can get into the pot. The little ducks and goslings are also molting, and the yellow fluff is gradually replaced by white or other colors. They were replaced by stiff hairs. Probably because Shen Qingtang often fed them, Shen Qingtang put his hands near her feet and said, "Sorry. My dears, I didn't bring anything to eat." I don't know if the chickens, ducks, and geese could understand, and they flew away or waddled away one after another. There was only one gosling left, following Shen Qingtang like a tail. Shin Qingtang knew this gosling and gave it a nickname. The name is Little Muddle-Headed. He is so confused when he eats and walks, and he doesn't even understand his own species. He is obviously a goose and has to hang out with chickens all day long, but the chicks were born halfway before them. You, like a local bully, always likes to bully Xiaomuju. Shin Qingtang can't stand it and will make trouble for him from time to time. This little Muju is also not afraid of death, and he dares to jump on the shoes during the banquet. Knowing that he was lucky, he was thrown several times during the banquet, but he survived. Shin Qingtang was in the front, and Xiao Muzong followed her a little later. Follow Master Ji at a distance. Master Ji followed Shin Qingtang so that she could prepare food. Even though Shin Qingtang repeatedly explained that the steak had been marinated and would be ready for dinner, he still followed her. There was only one step away, so I took 2 steps back out of disgust. The temperature at the edge of the hot spring was slightly higher, which was like the beginning of summer. Most of the green vegetables were being replanted after picking. It has grown again. There is no shortage of vegetables here all year round. The cucumbers are piled up by Shin Yuji, and most of the cucumbers are just Shin Qingtang. The thickness of the tail finger. A few are slightly larger. It will take another 7 or 8 days to mature in batches. After inspecting the poultry and vegetable gardens, Shin Qingtang will be working hard. The shiitake mushrooms and fungus produced are very good. I have started to pick and eat them in the past few days. It seems that the supply will soon exceed the demand. I have to find a way to sell some, or pick and dry the shiitake mushrooms. The mushrooms grown from cotton seeds are good, but in comparison, they are actually beyond Shin Qingtang's expectations. They can be picked for eating or selling after the 15th day of the first lunar month. After this tour, Shin Qingtang felt a little tired. Went back to the terrace to make tea and rest. In ancient times, snacks were limited, and in winter, the people in Beichuan had no choice of fresh fruits and snacks. Shin Qingtang was tired of eating only these preserves. While looking at the seasonal banquet sitting at the table drinking milk tea, he asked, "Do you want to eat new desserts at the seasonal banquet?" Looking at her during the quarterly banquet. "Would you like a dessert as delicious as a cake?" He nodded during the quarterly banquet. Shin Qingtang stood up with a smile. "Sure. I'll do it for you for the sake of getting back 15 coins. She wanted to eat, but didn't want to move. She had to find an excuse and return a favor. As for the $15,000 they got back from the quarterly banquet, the Shin family unanimously decided not to touch it. First, they were afraid that they would have to return it to the Wang family in the future. Second, come on, even if he doesn't return it to the Wang family, if he regains consciousness during the quarterly banquet or if his family comes to find him, the money should be given to him. Shin Qingtang went to the outdoor refrigerator and took some raw milk back, boiled it on the small earthenware stove, and put it aside. Set aside. She took 2 more eggs and separated the yolks from the egg whites. Shin Qingtang didn't have a yolk separator, but it wasn't difficult for her to break the eggs on the corner of the table and break them in half. Pour the egg white from the half eggshell into the bowl, and then scoop up the egg yolk from the other half of the eggshell. During the process, you can tilt the eggshell to pour out the egg white. Repeat the above actions for the 2 eggshells to successfully separate the egg yolk and egg white. Li Suan also taught Shin Qingtang a way to separate egg yolks and egg whites, but it was too technical and she hadn't learned it yet. The eggs into a bowl, dip your thumb and index finger into a little salt, and pinch the outer film of the yolk to lift it up quickly. To get a complete egg yolk. Shin Qingtang saw that Li Suan was doing it easily. When it was his turn, he broke the membrane on the egg yolk and ended up in failure. He could only use the 2 halves of the eggshell to flip each other. Method. After separating the 2 egg yolks, add the starch. The starch is the wheat starch used to wash off the gluten when making cakes. In ancient times, Shin Qingtang could only convert the grams into 2, for example. Milk is about 15 taels. 40 grams of starch is slightly higher than 1 tael. 20 grams of white sugar is more troublesome. You have to weigh 1 tael of white sugar to make it higher and then split it in half. The weight is not very accurate. Shin Qingtang doesn't own a dessert shop, so the weight is slightly different and the taste doesn't have much impact. As long as she doesn't tell anyone, no one knows what the egg yolk and rice bran should taste like. Stir the milk and starch together, simmer over low heat, and stir until a thick paste forms. The bamboo box is handmade by Shinchinka. It was for Shin Qingtang to put some candied fruits on. Seeing that it was square, Shin Qingtang temporarily used it to make a mold, spread out the custard paste, and took it to a cool place to wait for it to solidify. I'm going to make a salty milk tea with 6 ounces of raw milk, a little salt, and a little bit of black tea that's not very good. The milk is a piece of milk left over from making a cake for my grandmother's birthday, so I'm afraid of wasting it. After boiling the raw milk, simmer it slowly, over low heat. When the water evaporates and the milk condenses, it will condense into a yellow milk cake at the bottom of the pot. After the milk cake is dried, it will become a milk skin covered with sandholes. The scientific name of nipi is dry cheese. It is pure yellow with a bit of white in it. It is creamy and delicious. Cut the nipi into small pieces and add it to the milk tea. TSK. It smells so good. He was sitting upright in his seat like a kid waiting for meals in a kindergarten, but he was well-mannered and looked like a foodie. She looked like Shin Qingtang was the maid serving him. Sun Wuya, who was busy in the hall, also poked his head out of the window and sniffed, "Little girl, what delicious food are you cooking up? So fragrant? Roasted milk cubes and salty milk tea with naipizi. Do you want to try it?" Shin Qingtang smiled and raised his glass to Mr. Sun Wu. Mr. Sun licked his upper lip. If someone else asked this, he would definitely nod without hesitation. When Shin Qingtang opened his mouth, he asked one more question. "Can't you drink for free?" Mr. Sun Wu still knows etiquette. Shin Qingtang smiled even more enthusiastically. "You always say that hanging a pot to help the world and doctors are benevolent. Shouldn't you be opposed to benefiting the people?" Sun Wuya, who had been fooled many times, did not listen to Shin Qingtang's tricks and snorted from his nose. "You just tell me what you want me to do? Give me the formula of the frostbite cream." Sun Wuya's eyes widened. "You want to exchange my prescription for a cup of milk tea? Aren't you a little too greedy, girl? I'm still making frostbite cream for you. Are you thinking about the prescription again?" A typical example of taking advantage of every opportunity. "I don't want it for nothing. I'll sell the medicine and give you a share. You're too slow to make it by yourself. I can only make 100 or 80 bottles a day at most. A small gourd bottle, as thick as a finger. Frostbite medicine is almost a necessity for the people of Beichuan. Once the market is opened, the demand will be huge. I don't need your 2 copper coins." Sun Wuya curled his lips. How many people spent thousands of dollars to ask him to see a doctor, but he was unwilling to go. Who would value her 20 or 30 cents? Or the share of 20 or 30 cents? "Fifth Master, this is where you are wrong. I just praised you for your compassionate heart as a doctor. Yes, 20 cents of frostbite cream can't sell for much money, and even dignitaries don't like it. But it can cure many ordinary people in Beichuan. Besides, isn't frostbite cream developed to treat frostbite? Are you only going to finish these few bottles?" Shin Qingtang pointed at the medicine powder still on Master Sun Wu's hand and let the prescription gather dust. Master Sun Wu thought about it, and it made sense. Anyway, it was Shin Qingtang who asked him to make the frostbite medicine. He nodded, "Deal." Shin Qingtang commented in her heart again that Master Sun Wu must be a man who is not short of money. He didn't even ask how much he would give him. It also made her more certain that when dealing with Master Sun Wu, she could not talk about money, but only about the situation. After cooking the milk tea, Shin Qingtang put the iron plate with a length and width of chopsticks and a little thickness that she bought from the blacksmith shop on the ceramic stove that had just been added with charcoal. This iron plate was specially bought by her to prepare for grilling steak on the iron plate. When the iron plate was heated, Shin Qingtang took the cooled and solidified milk block back, demolded it from the bamboo box, and cut it into small squares with a knife. Put it on the hot iron plate and bake it until all sides are browned. After the milk block was baked, Shin Qingtang called Shin Yuji, Li Suan, and Shin Chinka, who were working to come over for milk tea. The 6 people sat around the small table on the terrace, holding hot salty milk tea, eating the roasted milk blocks with milk fragrance, talking and laughing. Shen Qingtang smiled and looked into the distance. I just feel that the years are quiet and good. Seasonings were limited in ancient times. Shen Qingtang's steak was cooked very simply and crudely. The steak was cut into a finger joint thickness after the fascia was removed. It was marinated with rosemary and pepper respectively, with purified fine salt. Dakian's salt-making technology is not very good, and Beichuan is a border city. All that can be bought on the market is yellow coarse salt. Shen Qingtang, who had tasted fine salt before, had some difficulty accepting it, so he made his own filter. It's not difficult, just add coarse salt and water to a pot and boil. Filter after the water boils. The family has no shortage of self-made charcoal, and the adsorption capacity of activated carbon is used to filter impurities. Crush the charcoal and wrap it in cotton cloth and filter it repeatedly. In fact, it is best to add fine sand and coarse sand. In view of the current limited conditions, we can only filter it a few times. Filter and dry afterwards. The fine salt obtained was certainly not comparable to the fine salt that Shen Qingtang had eaten before traveling through time, but it was much better than the coarse salt now. The marinated steak was smeared with thick butter. The butter was also made by Shen Qingtang himself. The yellow fat separated by continuous stirring of the cream is the butter. The job of separating the butter was done by Ji Yanshi. It is not easy for ordinary people to make cream, and it is even more difficult to make butter. Just stirring constantly is exhausting. But Ji Yanshi is a cheat. He can do it easily. At least it looks easy. It just wastes a little raw milk. Fortunately, you don't need too much butter to fry the steak. You need to fry the steak over high heat. The steak sizzled as soon as it was coated with butter all over the body and placed on the hot iron plate. The milky aroma is strong. It makes you drool. Shen Qingtang did not ask for everyone's opinions and directly fried the steak to medium rare. Not to mention in ancient times, even in modern times, many people cannot accept half-cooked steak. Chinese people have a low acceptance of raw food. The ancients were even worse. The steak was fried very quickly, and 5 steaks were fried in the time it took to burn an incense stick. Since they were illuminated by candles, it was a candlelight dinner, without any effort. The 5 people sitting around the table looked at Shen Qingtang eagerly. They swallowed their saliva unconsciously when they smelled the burnt and milky aroma of the beef. The eyes of the seasonal banquet were always on Shen Qingtang's hand. Shen Qingtang did not want to teach everyone how to use a knife and fork. He directly cut the steak into small pieces with a new pair of scissors and distributed them to everyone's plate. Except for the seasonal banquet, he did not allow the whole steak to be divided. As for embellishments such as tomatoes and onions, there were none. Shen Qingtang had never seen tomatoes in Beichuan. When the medium-rare steak was cut open, you could see that the meat inside was slightly pink. Li Suan frowned. Qingtang, is this steak not cooked yet? Shen Qingtang didn't explain, Mom. You try it first. Li Suan hesitated, with a brave face, and took a small bite of the steak. Except for Ji Yanshi, the others all looked at Li Suan, with a nervous look on their faces, waiting for her poison test feedback.
Huh.
Li Suan opened her eyes and looked down at the steak on the plate. It doesn't smell raw. It's quite tender. Very delicious. The others picked up their chopsticks after hearing that. Only Ji Yanshi saw that Shen Qingtang had no intention of continuing to fry the steak and reminded her. 2 pieces. Shen Qingtang forgot about it. She had to fry another piece of steak. During the process, others began to praise Shen Qingtang for the delicious steak. How strange! I never knew beef could be so tender and fragrant. I've never eaten such delicious beef in Beijing before. Yes, beef cut so thick is easy to chew and get stuck in the teeth. It's usually eaten with dumplings. Yes, or eaten in a hot pot. However, when eating hot pot, the chef also slices the beef into almost translucent slices, which can be eaten by just dipping it in hot soup. Shen Qingtang then popularized to everyone. There is a reason why steaks are not fried. Well-done steaks are old, dry, and hard, and if they are cooked for a long time, the moisture will be lost and there will be no gravy, so the deliciousness will naturally be discounted. 7-point rare steaks are the best, with a little powder mixed in the light brown. The texture is elastic, fresh and juicy, with a thick taste. Especially in ancient times, cattle were not fed any feed, but purely grass-fed. Green grass is not sprayed with any pesticides, and the cattle have a lot of activities, so the beef is not dry at all, and it is very tender and chewy. According to the activity of the Shin family, 2 steaks per person may not be enough to fill them up. It's just that they just ate roasted milk cubes and drank milk tea in the afternoon, so they are not very hungry now, and there are still a few steaks left. Only at the seasonal banquet, he ate 2 pieces, stared at the steaks that had not been fried, and said to Shin Qingdang more. Shin Qingdang refused. No. It's agreed that if you want to eat meat, you have to work. You write the couplets, and I'll make them for you tomorrow. Ji Yanshir's handwriting is as pleasing to the eye as he is. It's most suitable for writing couplets. The 23rd day of the 12th lunar month is the Little New Year. People in the north eat dumplings. Li Suan shouted early in the morning that he wanted to make dumplings. There were a lot of things to do in the city, so he had to leave early, so they discussed eating dumplings in the evening. It was agreed that it would be best to go to the city for the last time before the new year, and all 6 of them would go together. After entering the city, it was still early. The old man selling lanterns was waiting for them with 2 big straw mats. This time, the Shin family was prepared and made an extra sled to pull the straw mats. Shin Qingdang paid a total of 1,760 coins to the old man. 160 coins were for the 2 rolls of straw mats. The remaining 1,600 coins were a deposit. Of course, the old man didn't want so much money and refused again and again. Uncle, just take it. You earned it with your own hands, and it's not given to you for free. Shin Qingdang persuaded. How can some broken grass be sold for so much money? The old man shook his head repeatedly. Besides, even if we build a house, we won't need so many straw mats. You're helping me, I know. Shin Qingdang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Uncle, we really need so many straw mats. In fact, these may not be enough. If not, we have to ask you for help. Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji also persuaded. Uncle, my sister is telling the truth. Our family really needs so many straw mats. You can just keep the money. Big brother, just take it if I give it to you. The new year is coming soon. You should have saved enough money, right? Bring the child and daughter-in-law back to spend a reunion year. Li Suan nodded. That's right. The Chinese New Year is a day for reunion. Nothing is more important than reunion. The old man held the money in both hands, knelt down in front of the Shin family, and began to kowtow. Thank you, benefactor. With this money, he can bring his grandson back to celebrate the Chinese New Year. This is something he dared not dream of, and he thought it would take a few years to reunite with his grandson. Li Suan hurriedly helped Shin Qingdang to get out of the way, and Shin Qingka and Shin Yuji helped the old man up. Your family are all kind people. I will work hard to repay you in this life, the next life, and the next life. Times are difficult, and it is only right for us ordinary people to help each other. Shin Qingdang comforted the old man. You don't have to take it too seriously. She suddenly thought of the darkest time in her life before she traveled through time. Her relatives were not reliable, and they wanted to her blood. On the difficult journey to seek medical treatment, most of the people who lent a helping hand were strangers. Many of them were low-class people like her. So even if she had traveled through 1,000 years, she still wanted to help others to the best of her ability. She made an agreement with the old man that he would deliver some of the straw mats to the gate of Shiwai City on the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. 20 rolls of straw mats were too many, and it would be difficult for the Shin family to get them back. The old man said that he had a cart at home and could borrow a cow from the village to pull it for them. He said that he might not be able to finish it before the new year, so he would deliver as many as he could. After separating from the old man, the Shin family went to Yunkalai to deliver pork skin jelly. Ji Yanshir suddenly turned his head. Shin Qingdang followed his gaze and saw nothing. Ji Yanshir quickly retracted his gaze. Shin Qingdang didn't think much about it. Sun Wuye came to Yunkalai but didn't follow him in, saying that he would stay at the door to watch the sled. After everyone entered Yunkalai, he also looked in the direction that Ji Yanshir had just looked. Ji Sergio looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he trotted over. Sun Wuya scolded him. What's wrong with you? Is your ability getting worse? The little girl from the Shin family is very powerful. What if she finds out about you? Ji Sergio begged for mercy with a bitter face. The prince's martial arts have reached the pinnacle. You know his ability. How can it be easy for me to hide it from him? Sun Wuya thought so too, and asked him, Did you follow behind to deal with the tail when we returned to the valley? The shopkeeper said that from tomorrow until the 10th day of the first lunar month, there would be no need to deliver pork skin jelly. Shin Qingtang was a little uncomfortable with such a long vacation, so he asked another question. Are you taking a break for most of the month during the new year? What's so strange about this? The shopkeeper was puzzled. Everyone is like this. We at Yunkalai have delayed until today because our business is so good. You can see that other shops on the street have been closing one after another since the 20th of the 12th lunar month. There are only a few days before the Chinese New Year. Before the New Year, we have to be busy cleaning the house, washing, and making delicious food for the New Year. After the New Year, we have to visit relatives and friends. How can we be so busy that it will take until the 10th of the first lunar month? Didn't anyone ask Yunkalai to order a New Year's Eve dinner? The shopkeeper shook his head. No one has ordered a New Year's Eve dinner. But someone invited Master Gao to come to their home to cook the New Year's Eve dinner. It's not the same family. Master Gao's cooking skills are really amazing. Other chefs from Yunkalai were also invited. Our Beichuan is a small place. Few families would invite chefs on such a grand occasion. Most of the rich and powerful families have their own chefs, and small families can't afford to order a New Year's Eve dinner. As the shopkeeper said, fewer and fewer shops on street are open. There are big couplets on the closed door panels. From time to time, children or vendors selling fireworks and firecrackers will set off a few firecrackers. You will be startled by the sudden change. Then comes the cheers of children. On the 23rd, sticky sugar melons are made. On the 24th, the house is swept. On the 25th, tofu is ground. On the 26th, meat is stewed. She ran away in the crowd while reciting the New Year's rhymes. The shops closed one after another, but the market became more and more lively. The red couplet stalls and lantern stalls became more and more dense. Shin Qingtang felt a little regretful. It's a good time to sell lanterns. She still has a batch of lanterns saved up. Li Suan, who had been holding Shin Qingtang's hand all the way, advised, How can a lantern be as important as your life? The truth is unpredictable. Who made us offend the local tyrants? Shin Qingka, who was dragging a sled behind the mother and daughter, retorted, Why did we offend the local tyrants? It was Wang Yuanwei and his gang who first coveted our soap formula and then tried to steal our ring-tossing stall. Shin Yuji stopped Shin Qingka. Keep your voice down. This is Beichuan County. There are so many people here, and if Wang Yuanwei hears about it, should we go back to the valley? Shin Qingka looked dissatisfied, but he didn't say anything. Dissatisfaction and ignorance of the times are two different things.
Come to think of it.
Shin Qingtang looked around. It seems that there are no ring-tossing stalls today. The others looked around when they heard it. There was no ring-tossing stall in the entire market from beginning to end, not even one. Master Sunwoo was a bystander and saw things clearly. It's probably because you emptied each other's stalls and gave each other a big warning, so you scared each other. Shouldn't it be? Shin Qingtang wondered. We are ordinary people with no power, so it's normal to be afraid. They can run rampant in Beichuan and can easily arrange so many thugs to chase and intercept us, so they shouldn't be afraid of us, right? Uncle Sunwoo touched the tip of his nose. Maybe the people above the subordinates don't know about what they are doing. Or maybe it's too close to the new year, and people like Mr. Wang and the county magistrate are too busy to bother with you? He felt guilty about another possibility. It might be Ji Sergio who did it. Thinking about finding a chance to meet Ji Sergio later. Not only Shin Qingtang, but the rest of the Shin family felt that Uncle Sunwoo's analysis made sense, and their hearts settled down a little. Li Suan happily suggested, In that case, why don't we sign the lease later and go to the market to buy all the things we need for the new year? No one had any objection. Sun Wei was not interested in renting a shop, so he left the team on his own and limped off to buy medicinal herbs. When they arrived at the restaurant, the owner had been waiting in the store early and had prepared pens, ink, paper, and inkstone. Shinchinka took out his contract and showed it to the owner. After the two sides discussed some controversial clauses, they rewrote a contract, signed and sealed it. The owner took Shinyuji and Shinchinka to the relevant government office to handle the formalities and then came back. Li Suin paid the owner 6 taels of silver and 5 strings of money. 5 strings of money was heavier, so everyone kept them separately. The 6 taels of silver was from Shen Qingtang. 1 tael of silver was what she had exchanged for Shinyuji before. The other 5 taels were given by Master Sun Wu, which was considered Shen Qingtang's private money. However, it was not counted as her personal investment, but just the silver was exchanged for copper coins. There was not so much silver in the public account. Shen Qingtang proposed that the public and soap business should each contribute half first. At that time, it would depend on the situation whether to split it 50-50 or give it back to the other side. The Shen family had never had any objection to Shen Qingtang's proposal. After all, Shen Qingtang had not missed it so far. After sending the boss away, the Shen family showed joy, especially Li Suin, who walked back and forth in the hall with a happy face. We finally have our own shop. Not only a shop. I just asked the boss to accompany me to apply for household registration, and we will be registered as whitelisted people in the future. Shen Qingka wiped the table with his fingertips. Thick dust can be used for painting. Temporary household registration is also household registration. Shinyuji pointed at Ji Yen and added, also registered this kid. Who knows when his family will come? Anyway, during this period of time, everyone has gradually regarded Ji Yanshi as their own family. Shen Qingtang nodded. The next question is, what are we going to do for a living after we take over the shop? This question stumped the Shen family. Li Suin spoke first. How about we start a soap and perfumed soap business? I had this idea before. Shen Qingtang smiled bitterly. Now it doesn't seem to work. Just relying on the relationship between Mr. Wang and the county magistrate, it would be difficult for them to open this soap shop. Shen Qingka suggested. How about we open a restaurant too? I just saw that this store has everything very complete. We can just buy some ingredients and open for business. Shen Yuji shook his head. Who will be the chef in our family? We can just make do with 3 meals a day for ourselves. We don't have the cooking skills to open the shop for business. Dad is right. Shen Qingtang agreed. It's not just that we lack chefs. If we go for the high-end route, we can't compete with Yunkalai, and we don't have the backing and customer base. If we go for the low-end route, such as selling breakfast, we don't need very good cooking skills, except that we need to get up early and go to bed late. The competition is also fierce. We have to run a shop, and it is difficult to compete with the mobile vendors in the market. In addition, everyone should not forget why the owner of this restaurant left. If the business is good, this shop will not be rented out so cheaply. There won't be so many shops closing down on the street outside. Everyone came up with a few ideas and rejected each other. For example, Li Suin proposed to open a rouge shop. She can make some rouge powder, but they have no supply channels and Li Suin really only knows a little. The Shin family seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water, and the joy of renting the shop was swept away.